Lin Chen, how could you commit such a beastly act? Chen Saiwei, holding a dead Persian cat, roared hysterically. Lin Chen was stunned, but on second thought it wasn't unexpected after all that adopted son was indeed capable of such a thing. Big sister, if you want revenge, go find Chen Tianan. Shut up. Tianan often fed Hui, they were so close. How could he do something so inhuman like you? Whoa. Chen Kaiwei cried and rushed to fight Lin Chen. Chen Kailan quickly pulled her back, shaking her head. Mom and Dad should never have brought him home. Now our family's retribution has come. Lin Chen sighed to the heavens. Over the years he had never truly become part of this family. It wasn't that he didn't cherish it, but they never gave him a chance. Pay for Weihua's life. Chen Kaiwei held the cat's corpse in one hand and swung her other hand at Lin Chen. Lin Chen pushed her hand away, saying impatiently, I told you it was Chen Tianan who did it. Why don't you believe me? Why does every time something happens without any investigation you throw the blame on me? The two women paused, both somewhat surprised. Was this the Lin Chen they knew? In the past, whenever they accused him, he would panic and apologize. Shut up. You're not worthy of mentioning Tianan. Chen Kailan pointed at Lin Chen and cursed. Everyone knows Tianan's character. How could we believe him over you, a little wretch who kills small animals? Chen Kailan crossed her arms, face cold, eyes filled with utter disappointment. How I keep saying it wasn't me. Lin Chen smiled bitterly, feeling his heart pound violently. He knew that no matter how he explained, his eldest and second sisters would not listen. This distrust had not it was the result of that scheming adopted son's long-term efforts. Footsteps came from downstairs. Chen Kaiyun walked up and, seeing the cat in Chen Kaiwei's arms, screamed. Lin Chen, you beast in human form. I tolerated your theft and destruction before, but I never thought you'd do something so vicious. Is the next step to kill us? And every time you do wrong, Tianan pleads for you. Third sister, he refuses to admit it, and just now he tried to frame Tianan. Chen Kailan said through gritted teeth. I repeat, it was Chen Tianan who framed me. Lin Chen was numb. Your conscience is eaten by. How can you face Tianan for speaking up for you? Chen Kaiyun angrily pushed Lin Chen. He was weak and fell against the wall, a streak of blood dripping from his brow. Looking up, he saw the three beautiful sisters' faces twisted with rage. He never expected that after being reborn their attitudes would remain the same. The happiest time of his life was before he turned 13. Back then he lived with his aging parents and his sister 4 years younger, relying on each other. Life was hard, but every day had 1 or 2 happy moments. Until that day when the Chen family, after a DNA test, claimed him back. On his first day at the Chen family, their adopted son Chen Tianan fell from a horse and injured his arm. His biological parents and 4 sisters spent 3 days and nights in the hospital with the adopted son. Lin Chen was forgotten. Hungry, he went out to rummage through trash for food, wandering the streets for days before the police brought him back to the Chen home. Mr. and Mrs. Chen said that Tianan, after learning he was not their biological son, was deeply distressed and fell from the horse. To avoid further upsetting his brother, they would keep things as they were for now. Their surnames would not be changed back for now, nor their household registrations. Lin Chen understood that his biological family had a deeper bond with Chen Tianan, whom they had raised for over a decade. But blood is thicker than water. He believed that if he did well, this familial affection would gradually return. However, Chen Tianan began to frame Lin Chen every few days. At home, Chen Tianan deliberately broke things or stole items and blamed Lin Chen. Outside, Lin Chen's school supplies often went missing and his homework was frequently cut up or stolen. After school, street thugs often blocked his way, demanding protection money. Whether he paid or not, he was beaten. He used to rank in the top 20 of his grade, but now his grades plummeted. Daily complaints from classmates and teachers, along with a myriad of injuries on his body, made Lin Chen a hopeless bad kid in the eyes of teachers and family. His mother's scolding and father's beatings never stopped. And every time Chen Tianan hypocritically stepped forward to plead for Lin Chen. The Chen family constantly compared Lin Chen with Chen Tianan, saying that if Lin Chen were even 1/10 as good as Tianan, they would be satisfied. His own sisters often called him bastard. This status quo had lasted nearly 5 years without change. Chen Tianan received all the love from parents and sisters, while Lin Chen, the biological son, had no status, was treated as surplus, and was not even allowed to eat at the same table. When he was almost an adult, the family went on a water outing. Lin Chen and Chen Tianan shared a boat. The boat capsized. The Chen family frantically rowed to save Chen Tianan, ignoring Lin Chen struggling in the water. At that time, the adopted son was actually wearing a life jacket. After he died, his soul drifted and saw Chen Tianan secretly burning the life jacket. Many years later, Lin's adoptive parents came to mourn him. They wept at his grave, saying that Chen Tianan had killed them. They also revealed that the Chen parents had given him up for adoption on purpose, not lost him accidentally. Perhaps heaven took pity on him, and he was reborn 1 month before the accident. Tianan is in trouble. The sudden scream of Chen's mother, Ma Li, came from downstairs. Brother. Chen Kaiwei threw away the cat's corpse and rushed downstairs in panic. The other 2 sisters also ran down, calling Chen Tianan's name, their voices near tears. These beautiful sisters just moments ago were ready to fight to the death over a dead cat. Now at the slightest trouble for Chen Tian'an, their souls flew to him. The sounds of their busy activity came from downstairs. Your brother's hand got caught in the door, go find a band-aid. Brother, are you okay? Let me blow on it. This is a cream I bought from Germany, thousands of dollars. Give it to Tian'an, how could you be so careless? Next time call your sister before coming home, and she'll open the door for you. Every word pierced Lin Chen's heart. Lin Chen touched the blood on his forehead. It wouldn't stop. He was their biological son, brother, but no one cared whether he lived or died. My son, how did you get hurt? Father Chen Hai returned. Chen Tian'an received another wave of care. They were busy for a long time. Dad woo-woo. Lin Chen poisoned Hui Wei to death. Even after what happened to Tian'an, he still blames Tian'an. Dad, sisters, please don't blame Lin Chen. He might be too homesick for his adoptive parents. His mind might be affected. Damn it. If I endure this any longer, I'm a pig. Lin Chen, you poisoned Hui Wei and still want to deny it. Who else in this house would do such a despicable thing? Bang. Chen Hai kicked the door. Chen Kaiwei scolded. He is utterly rotten. Every time he does something bad, he blames Tian'an. This time I will never forgive him. Big sister. He poisoned your cat. Why didn't you investigate before jumping to conclusions? Just because he grew up with you while I was brought in later, you all protect him. Lin Chen stared hard at Chen Tian'an. Chen Tian'an felt a chill down his spine. Mom, I didn't scare you, did I? Chen Tian'an nervously patted Ma Li's back to divert attention. Brother, you've always resented me. I don't blame you. After all, you are the biological son, and I am the adopted one. I can bear any grievance. If admitting that I poisoned Hui Hui would ease your pain, then I'll take the blame for you. What do you mean take the blame? Aren't you the real culprit? Heaven sees and man knows. In the past life, Chen Kaiwei's cat was poisoned and then framed on Lin Chen. In that life, Lin Chen couldn't withstand the family's pressure and admitted it only to be beaten severely by Chen Hai, taking more than 10 days to recover enough to walk. This time he fought back. He thought he knew Chen Tian'an's shamelessness, but it was worse than imagined. Not only did the thief cry stop thief, but he also painted himself as a victim. Chen Tian'an's aggrieved tears suddenly splashed onto Ma Li's shoulder. Ma Li's heart ached. She hurriedly shook her head at Lin Chen, signaling him to stop. Signaling Lin Chen to stop talking. Chen Kailan couldn't bear it anymore. Mom has been tired all day. Tian'an knows to massage her back, and he cries for Wei Hui's death. Would a kind-hearted person like that poison big sister's cat? Lin Chen, why don't you tell us the moon is crashing into Earth? That would be more believable. Quiet. Chen Hai frowned and pointed at Lin Chen. The key now is that you bravely admit your mistake, not just pass the buck. Lin Chen laughed in extreme anger. No matter how he explained, the family presumed his guilt. Why should I admit something I didn't do? It was him. Chen Tian'an crying crocodile tears. Shut up. Chen Hai's voice trembled. What had gotten into his usually meek eldest son today? Rebellious. The others stared at Lin Chen in surprise. If they weren't so annoyed with him, the sisters might have checked his forehead for a fever. Chen Tian'an decided to add fuel to the fire. Brother, if I did it, I'll pay with my life. Lin Chen sneered. Fine, then pay with your life. Go ahead. Don't just talk. If you can't do it, you'll be reborn as a dog. Lin Chen, stop provoking Tian'an. Molly couldn't help shouting. If I hadn't protected you, your father would have. I know you're jealous of Tian'an, but think about it. He was the one who stayed with me through those hard times. Why can't you understand your brother? Chen Kaiyan stepped forward. Exactly. Where were you when Mom needed you? Now you're jealous of Tian'an. Do you deserve to? Lin Chen's heart and soul went cold. Wasn't it you who gave me away to be raised by others? Now you blame me for not being there when you were sad. Even if I knew, how old was I then? What could I do? Chen Kailan mocked. Now that you're older, nothing has changed. Tian'an at least knows to massage Mom's back. You just lie and cheat. Lin Chen raised his hand and shouted. I swear to heaven that Chen Tian'an poisoned Hui Wei. If I lie, may I die a horrible death. The room fell into silence. Could it really not be him? Why would he swear such a terrible oath? Chen Hai pondered, looking up to re-examine this unfamiliar, yet familiar son. Brother, you don't need to swear. Hui Wei is a cat. You are a human. It's not worth it. If you die, Mom and Dad would be sad too. Chen Tian'an still hid like a fledgling in Ma Li's arms. This hypocrite's insinuation. Wasn't he accusing me of being the real culprit? What a vicious curse. Chen Tian'an, you fiend. You're almost 18, fully grown, yet you still cling to a woman who isn't your blood relative. Every day? Aren't the Chens ashamed? Shut up. Insulting your brother is insulting your mother. Chen Hai could no longer suppress his rage and kicked Lin Chen over. Lin Chen was malnourished in the Chen family week. Now he hit the table corner. The table overturned. 2 lines of shocking red ran from his brow down along his inner eye corners. Molly's heart raced. Maternal love surged. She wanted to check Lin Chen's injury. Mom, I'm scared. Chen Tian'an buried his head deeper. It's okay, don't be afraid. Molly turned and hugged the boy. Lin Chen staggered to his feet. Blood blurred. It's over, this family. I won't waste my breath. Lin Chen was filled with fury. I will not admit to Wehu's death. It was Chen Tianan. This family either keep me or keep him. You choose. The room fell into dead silence. Chen Tianan suddenly emerged from Ma Li's arms crying, "Brother, I won't let you worry. I choose to let brother stay. Brother, I love you. If my leaving makes you happy, then I am willing." With that, he suddenly ran upstairs. Tianan, the whole family in unison chased after him. Lin Chen decided to follow and see what he was up to. He saw Chen Tianan opening the window about to jump. Molly knelt on the floor grabbing Chen Tianan's leg. "Tianan, don't do anything foolish. You are too good a child. Lin Chen was just talking. Why take it seriously? Lin Chen, you caused this. Hurry and comfort your brother. Don't make me scold you." Molly turned and glared at Lin Chen, teeth grinding audibly. Was this hatred? She hated me for an adopted son. Lin Chen couldn't understand. Slap. Chen Kaiyun suddenly slapped Lin Chen. "Apologize to Tianan right now. Mom and Dad raised such a good child, but did your foster parents teach you any manners?" Lin Chen was utterly disappointed in them. "Apologize to this bastard who stole everything from me." "No, you wretched thing. He is your brother not." Chen Hai slapped Lin Chen again. "Beast, are you awake now? Huh. You know Tianan has a good heart and cares about you. What you said just now was meant to drive him to death. I order you to apologize to Tianan right now." Chen Tianan suddenly jumped back from the window, walked to Lin Chen, and took his cold hand. "It's okay, brother. You don't have to apologize. I will forgive you." The words stung Lin Chen's ears. He shoved Chen Tianan away. "Apologize to a hypocrite like you. Why don't you go die?" Chen Tianan cried out, hitting the wall. A bump appeared on his forehead. "Huh." Lin Chen laughed. He managed to push him backwards. This was too absurd. But the family bought it. Ma Li and her 3 daughters anxiously rushed to comfort Chen Tianan. Chen Hai exploded. "If you want to act human, get out of this house. Go cool off on the streets like you did as a child. Eat from the trash. I'm leaving. I sever all ties with the Chen family. But I won't accept this." Lin Chen picked up a fish tank and suddenly hurled it at Chen Tianan. Lin Chen's body was too frail after all, and the fish tank he threw fell halfway. It shattered with a clatter, scattering fragments everywhere. Chen Tianan was startled, but realizing the tank hadn't hit him, he immediately turned his back to shield Molly. "Mom, I want to protect you forever." Molly burst into tears, embracing Chen Tianan and kissing his face fervently. "Truly my precious son." The 3 older sisters were also shaken, a lingering dread in their hearts. This timid brother brought home halfway had changed. He was insane. He dared to harm Tianan. "You ungrateful wretch. If not for Tianan, your mother would have. He'll kill you." Chen Hai grabbed a mop nearby and swung it at Lin Chen's head. But Lin Chen bolted, dashed into his room, and locked the door. Chen Hai roared outside, pounding on the door, demanding an explanation. Lin Chen quickly took out a pen and paper, scribbling a line of words on the white sheet. After finishing, he opened the door and came out. When Chen Hai saw Lin Chen, he raised the mop to strike. But Lin Chen suddenly flung out the agreement. "I, Lin Chen, have been adopted by you since I was 13. In these 5 years I have never received your love. Every day I am bullied and beaten by you at will. You don't even give me a proper status. My surname remains unchanged, my household registration uncarried. From now on I voluntarily leave the Chen family, severing all ties with you. I will not take a single cent from the Chen family." Chen Hai was stunned. Had the sun risen from the west? This beast was severing relations to turn against the family. Chen Kaiwei cursed, "Pa, leave if you want." Chen Kailan clapped. "It's good he's gone, then we'll be a happy family again." Chen Kaiyun sneered, "Ignore him. When he faints from hunger, the police will send him back." The 3 sisters didn't believe Lin Chen truly had the courage to leave the Chen family. Even a dog in the Chen family lived better than the poor outside. Chen Hai hesitated, then said, "Stop this nonsense. Once you leave the Chen family, you'll be nothing and others will laugh at you. If you don't care about face, don't we? If you won't let me go, then let that bastard go." Lin Chen pointed at Chen Tianan and shouted, "He'll go, ouch, it hurts." Chen Tianan touched the lump on his forehead and fainted in Ma Li's arms. Ma Li's face changed drastically, and then she clasped her hands as if praying to Lin Chen, pleading, "I beg you. It's our fault. We lost you when you were little, and you resent us taking your hatred out on your brother. But what wrong has he done? How can a child control his own fate? Do you know how painful it is not to be born to his real parents? You should be kinder to your brother. His life has been far harder than yours." Lin Chen laughed bitterly in anger. "Mom, you are my biological mother, yet you say to your own son that this fake young master, who stole all my love since childhood and gets tens of thousands of pocket money every week, has had a harder life than mine." Chen Kailan cried out, "Every time you make a mistake, he pleads for you and bears the psychological burden. Isn't that harder than you?" Chen Kaiyun also cursed. "Exactly, in our Chen family money means nothing. The real pain is psychological. Sign it." Feeling like he was talking to a brick wall, Lin Chen threw the agreement in front of them. But the sisters stepped back in worry. Chen Hai forced himself to calm down. "Tear up that agreement. You have no right to blame us. We took you from a poor family, gave you the best educational resources, and urged you to drop those vulgar habits. But you only see immediate gains. You don't see the efforts, plans, and visions we made to raise you into someone of status. I don't want you to end up like your adoptive parents, worthless and looked down upon by everyone. Lin Chen sneered. The best educational resources. In these 5 years, besides paying my tuition and giving me the servant's room, what else have you given me? The clothes I wear, the books and stationery for study. Even the 2 meals I eat every day. I earn them by picking up trash during my spare time. Is it nurturing to make the biological son of the Chen family pick up trash? Making the biological son of the Chen family keep the surname Lin, not transferring his household registration, not announcing him publicly, not introducing him to relatives and friends. Is this truly for my good? This is abandonment. Even a dog is treated better than me. At least it doesn't go hungry. Chen Hai's expression changed. He had neglected this biological son over the years. Was he really suffering that much? Molly quickly looked at Lin Chen again, a sudden pang of pain in her heart. How could he be so thin? The 3 sisters fell silent. Because in 5 years they had never once eaten with Lin Chen or given him any. Chen Tianan suddenly said, "Don't worry about him not having enough to eat. He stole so many valuables from the sisters and sold them. Maybe he's thin because he's taking something. You beast, are you even human? I'm leaving, and you still frame me." Lin Chen angrily lunged at Chen Tianan, grabbing his neck. "You monster, you're still causing harm." Chen Hai kicked Lin Chen to the ground. Chen Tianan, however, anxiously helped Lin Chen up. "Brother, I'll kneel and apologize to you. Don't be angry with mom and dad." Thump. Chen Tianan actually knelt straight down. "Lin Chen, damn, he's playing this card. Fine, 2 sons, 2 worlds. I can even lose face, but not the bad one." Chen Hai believed his patience had reached its limit. He snatched the agreement. Chen Kaiyan sneered, "Dad, don't be fooled by him. He doesn't dare to leave the Chen family. He's trying to blackmail us. If we give in, hell only get worse." Chen Hai glanced at his 3rd daughter, then waved the blood-written agreement in front of Lin Chen. "Are you sure you want me to sign?" Lin Chen didn't answer, but his look of disgust and hatred made his meaning clear. Chen Hai turned and walked into the living room. He sat down, took a gold pen from his pocket, and signed his name. "Husband, don't." Molly panicked and grabbed Chen Hai's arm. "Take your mother away." Chen Hai slammed his hand on the table. "Mom, let that ungrateful snake leave our family." Chen Kailan quickly hugged Molly. "Ungrateful snake." Hearing this, Lin Chen felt neither sadness nor anger, but rather relief. Molly still tried to salvage the situation. "Do you have to push your brother and sisters like this? Can't we all sit down and talk things out nicely? Wouldn't that be better? Apart from birth, aging, illness, and death, isn't everything else trivial?" Yes, those were certainly major events. Only Lin Chen knew that if he stayed, by the time he came of age, he would likely die at Chen Tainan's hands again. Even if not drowned, this schemer had enough means to stage other accidents. Lin Chen had actually signed the agreement to sever ties. The expressions of his family members turned grave. They had thought Lin Chen was merely speaking in jest, never expecting him to be serious. "Your turn." Lin Chen tossed the pen aside. "Don't regret this later." Chen Kaiyun hurriedly sat down and signed her name. Chen Kailan said nothing and quickly signed as well. She was glad Lin Chen was leaving you. At least from now on, things at home wouldn't go missing or get broken. "Pretend. Let's see how long you can keep up the act." Chen Kaiwei stepped forward and signed. Her cat had been poisoned to death, and in exchange for severing ties with Lin Chen, this outcome was barely acceptable. Molly kept crying and did not sign. Lin Chen didn't care, as she couldn't decide anything in the Chen family anyway, always listening to her husband and now to her adopted son. However, Molly came from a wealthy family, so her attitude mattered. Chen Hai's expression wavered with hesitation. Suddenly Chen Tianan walked over with a sorrowful look and took the pen. "You're not worthy." Lin Chen knocked the pen from his hand. "Have you forgotten whose blood flows in your veins? What right do you have to decide the relationship between the Chen family and me?" "No." Molly quickly pulled Chen Tianan behind her to shield him. "Don't hurt Tianan." She then frantically blew on the hand Lin Chen had struck. Chen Hai slammed the table in fury, incorrigible. "Get out. Go fend for yourself. You all continue signing. They'll pack my things." Lin Chen staggered to his feet and headed toward his room. Soon someone followed. Turning around, he saw it was Zhang Yi, the servant in her 50s. "Young master, I've seen all your suffering." The master was angry just now, and I dared not stop him for fear of losing my job. "Zhang Yi'll handle it myself." Lin Chen picked up his school bag and packed his meager belongings. Just a few books. A few pieces of clothing worth a dozen yuan from street stalls. A pair of slippers. That was all. Zhang Yi looked at these shabby items and couldn't hold back her tears. Having worked in the Chen household the longest, she had spent more time with Lin Chen than Chen Hai and Molly combined, and she knew his true nature well. Back when Lin Chen had fainted from hunger, she would secretly give him some biscuits. She simply couldn't understand why, despite the DNA test proving he was their biological son, the Chen family treated him so coldly. In this day and age, many people struggled to have children. A boy so intelligent, sensible, and polite. If he were raised in another family, they would dote on him endlessly. Child, perhaps you'll be happier away from this family. This is the last thing I can do for you. Zhang Yi took out band-aids and alcohol, applying medicine to the wound on Lin Chen's forehead. Lin Chen had never cried from beatings or scoldings before, but this time his eyes reddened. The care the Chen family showed him was less than that of a servant. Carrying his resentment toward the Chen family, Lin Chen shouldered his school bag and walked out of the room. Chen Kaiwei glanced at the bag, surprised. Your stuff is so little. Chen Kailan said impatiently, the clothes mom and dad bought you during holidays. Take them all. Don't leave them behind. Seeing your things is annoying. Chen Kailan sneered. I bet he's still hoping we'll beg him to stay, so he didn't pack everything. Chen Hai and Ma Li exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing their daughter's words. Who had ever bought anything for this child? Chen Tianan suddenly comforted them. Mom, Dad, don't worry about brother starving. He used his little tricks to get money before enough to buy a lot of things. Lin Chen couldn't take it anymore. He had already severed ties with the Chen family. He was leaving, and this vile seed was still twisting the knife. You insidious little rat. Even if he was leaving, he wouldn't let this jerk off easy. Furious Lin Chen charged at Chen Tianan, raising his arm. But before the slap could land, Chen Hai grabbed him. You beast. I was going to give you another chance, but you're hopeless. They'll beat you to death. Lin Chen pulled his hand free and snatched up the agreement from the table. Mr. Chen Hai, if you hit me again, I'll call the police. The wound on my forehead is still bleeding. Chen Hai's jaw dropped. Was this rebellious son threatening him? Mentioning the police reminded Chen Hai that family scandals shouldn't be aired. He then put on a look of disappointment, as if lamenting a failure. You can still back out now? To be honest, I never liked you from the day you arrived. Ill-mannered, dirty, no-tasting. Since you're a Chen, why do you always wear slippers outside? Stealing, fighting, no regard for image. I put up with it all, but you never learn and even frame your brother. Shut up. Do I still have anything to do with you now? What right do you have to lecture me? From now on, just teach your one and only son. See if he takes care of you when you're old. Lin Chen tucked the agreement into his school bag. Chen Hai roared. If I weren't afraid you'd disgrace the Chen family out there, would I bother trying to keep you? Kneel down and apologize to your mother and Tianan right now? Then I'll still acknowledge you as my son. I don't want this, brother, one of the sisters muttered under her breath. Not wanting to waste words, Lin Chen walked downstairs without hesitation and headed for the front door. Lin Chen, are you abandoning your mother? Molly called from the second-floor corridor. Her eyes were filled with reluctance to let him go, yet her hand tightly gripped Chen Tianan's arm, as if afraid something might happen to the son she had poured all her emotions and energy into since infancy. Lin Chen felt nauseated at the sight. Madam Chen, for 5 years you've only ever called me by my name, while calling him son so warmly. Who exactly is abandoning whom? Lin. Son, come back. Molly cried out, but her hand still clung to Chen Tianan. Lin Chen's heart ached, but his anger burned even hotter. Chen Hai bellowed. If you dare step out that door, I'll burn all your things, and you'll never come back. Burn it. Go ahead. There's plenty of air for you to burn. Lin Chen sneered, slammed the door, and vanished into the dark night. Child, come back. After all, he was her own flesh and blood. Molly broke down. Mom, Dad, I'll go bring brother back. I don't want Mom to be so sad. Chen Tianan suddenly volunteered. Don't make things worse. Chen Kaiwei said coldly. Yeah, he's not a child. He made his choice. He can face the consequences. Chen Kailan said angrily. Mom, you don't have to grieve over someone like him. Chen Kaiyun went to comfort Molly. Chen Hai waved his hand. Go, my good son. Bring that beast back and make him kneel and apologize to your mother. With permission, Chen Tianan chased after him. Lin Chen was wondering where to hail a taxi when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. Brother, don't go. A loud voice came from behind. Lin Chen turned around and found Chen Tianan chasing after him. Mom is crying so sadly. Go back and apologize to her. You'll still be my brother. He approached Lin Chen with a worried expression. Stop right there. Don't you know what you are? Lin Chen cursed. Chen Tianan suddenly grabbed Lin Chen's arm, refusing to let him go, his expression sorrowful. Brother, don't say that. You and Mom are blood thicker than water. If you don't go back, you're not a decent person. Huh, you're injured. Who applied the medicine for you? So amateurish. Let me help you clean it. Chen Tianan suddenly tore off Lin Chen's bandage. Lin Chen had grown up malnourished and weak, while Chen Tianan was fed rich food and milk every day, often supplemented with foreign health products. Although only a few days younger than Lin Chen, he was much sturdier. Lin Chen was powerless to stop it. The bandage was torn off and blood gushed out again. Brother, you're injured. Let me wipe it for you, or Mom will worry again. Chen Tianan extended his index finger and pressed it hard into Lin Chen's wound. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the night sky. Lin Chen's blood-covered face revealed a look of hatred. This made Chen Tianan uneasy. This wasn't right. In the nearly 5 years they had been together, Lin Chen had only ever been afraid of him. How could he dare to hate him like this? Had he really changed? Should he still provoke him? While Chen Tianan hesitated, Lin Chen seized the opportunity, biting his wrist hard and then kneeing him. Chen Tian'an screamed, clutching his groin, and crawled back in disgrace. Why did it take so long? Chen Hai looked toward the door. Son, what happened? Molly cried out in alarm and rushed over. The three older sisters were also filled with distress. Your hand, was it bitten by him? He could even poison Huihui to death, no wonder he can hurt you. Chen Kaiwei shouted indignantly. Ah, there's still blood on your finger. Did he bite you twice? Chen Kalin asked tremblingly. Little brother's clothes are dirty and his knees are scraped. We don't know what suffering you've been through. Why did we have to send you to bring that bastard back? Chen Kaiyun complained. Chen Hai overturned the table. It's all my fault, and I even pitted him. Aunt Zhang, take all that beast's things to the yard and burn them. Aunt Zhang came out of the room stammering. Young Master Lin Shen has taken everything away. Chen Hai roared. You think I don't know you're protecting him? Believe me, I'll fire you. Let's just throw away his thing. The daughters angrily walked into Lin Chen's room. The others followed. But when they entered, they found the room empty. Only a plastic chair incongruous with the mansion remained. There wasn't even the table he usually used for studying. On the floor were torn paper scraps. Upon inspection, they were a family photo. Opening the wardrobe, it was empty, nothing left. The family members looked at each other in bewilderment. Had he always been living so miserably? Brother probably saved all his money into the card. Don't worry about him starving outside, Chen Tian'an suddenly said in a low voice. This beast only uses his cleverness for crooked ways. Playing pitiful. Chen Hai fumed. Chen Kaiyun yelled, the ruby necklace I lost a month ago was stolen by him. Just selling it would bring in over $1 million. No wonder he left home so decisively. Chen Hai pointed at the remaining plastic chair. Take this out and burn it along with the bed he slept on and the blankets. Burn them all. Change all the locks in the house. Don't let that beast come back. Molly wanted to say something, but looking at the tooth marks on her precious adopted son's wrist, she could only shake her head with a bitter smile. Big sister, should we throw this away too? Chen Kaiyun found a kitty cartoon plush at the head of the bed. It was clean, looking as new as 5 years ago. It was obvious Lin Shen treasured it. He didn't throw it away. He kept it all this time. Chen Kaiwei said in surprise. When Lin Shen first came to this family, Chen Saiwei, as the eldest sister, set an example for her younger siblings and made a handmade gift for him. Chen Kaiwei's fingertips gently traced the plush, her gaze lost. Chen Tian'an said softly. If the plush were valuable, it wouldn't be left here. He didn't take it either. Burn it. Chen Kaiwei dropped the plush. An hour later, Lin Shen returned to the home in his memory. This was a residential complex built in the last century. The lower parts of the walls were painted green, the upper parts white lime. In summer, people of all ages would come out to cool off and chat, filled with the warmth of everyday life. The building had low floors, no elevator. Lin Shen climbed to the top. The 5th floor, hesitated, and knocked on the door. The door opened quickly. Before him stood an elderly woman with graying hair and a thin body. You are? She looked at the tall young man, somewhat confused. Lin Shen saw the face he had longed for over 5 years and couldn't help sniffing. Chainer. It's Chainer. Honey, Chainer is back. Han Mai's face was filled with joy, but her eyes were red with tears. Is it really my Chainer? Lin Han hurried over from inside the room, leaning on his cane. Although only 5 years had passed, their hair had turned from jet black to gray, and their faces were lined with wrinkles, especially the nasolabial folds. Clearly, they had lived a hard life. Lin Han and Han Mei had raised Chen's biological son for 13 years. Yet after the Chen family took him back, they gave no monetary compensation to this family. Even if they had given them just the equivalent of Chen Tian'an's weekly allowance, it wouldn't have come to this. His adoptive father's leg injury wouldn't have become so severe. Dad, Mom, it's me, I'm back. Thud. Lin Shen knelt down. The old couple, tears streaming, stepped forward to help him up. Lin Shen was already in tears. He cried in Han Mai's arms. The dream scene he had envied countless times, like Chen Tian'an's, was finally here. Yet only with his adoptive parents did he find some solace. Chainer, you're injured. Come inside. Lin Han threw away his cane and limped over to help. Lin Shen quickly picked up the cane and placed it back in his adoptive father's hand, then supported him into the house. A 165-tall girl walked out of the room. Brother. Linger. Brother, it's really you. Lin Ling, not even wiping her tears, noticed the wounds on Lin Shen and cried out in alarm. She hurried into the room, grabbed a hot towel and ointment, and carefully cleaned his wounds. The year after Lin Han and Han Mei adopted him, they gave birth to Lin Ling. Now she had grown from an innocent little girl into a graceful, caring 16-year-old young beauty. A sharp pain shot through Lin Shen's mind as he suddenly recalled that before his rebirth, while in a soul state, he had heard his adoptive parents who came to mourn him weeping that Chen Tian'an had killed Lin Ling. Yes, even if he himself had been killed by that beast would still harm those who were good to him. The relatives of the Chen family are no longer reliable. Lin Shen knows he can only rely on himself. Han Mei has gone to the kitchen to cook. Lin Han asks Lin Ling, have you finished your homework? Lin Ling pouts, no way, brother. You rarely come back. Let me spend more time with you before I go back to my homework. Han Mei's voice comes from the kitchen. Linger is only in her first year of high school. Her study load isn't too heavy. Let her spend more time with Chener. The siblings start reminiscing about their childhood while Lin Han chuckles beside them. During dinner, the elders and sister continuously served Lin Chen dishes. Although it was plain food, it was the best meal Lin Chen had had in 5 years. Once Lin Chen was full, Lin Han couldn't help but ask, "It's been almost 5 years, why did the Chen family let you come back today?" Lin Chen set down his chopsticks and forced a smile. "Dad, I have my college entrance exam next year, and my household registration is with you. I want to stay here for a while and move out after the exam." Lin Han was overjoyed. "Don't rush, you can stay as long as you want." Lin Ling asked, "Brother, what happened to you?" Lin Chen didn't want to worry his adoptive family, so he falsely claimed, "I fell on the way here." "That doesn't look like you just fell," Lin Ling said angrily. Lin Han's expression darkened. "Did someone from the Chen family do this?" "Ever since you were taken away that year, I found out they already had a fake young master. All the resources were given to that fake young master, and the entire family doted on him. I worried you might not have a good time there. I never expected this worry to come true. I really regret not stopping them back then." Han Mei scoffed. "We are just an ordinary family. Even if we guessed, what could we do? Could we compete with them?" Lin Han slammed his chopsticks down. "If I had agreed to return to that family, that tiny branch of the Chen family in this city wouldn't mean anything in my eyes." "Always bragging," Han Mei complained. After dinner, Lin Shun helped Lin Ling with her homework while Lin Han and Han Mei went to tidy up the room. From a higher vantage point, Lin Shen noticed that his little sister had completely transformed into a young lady, and he blushed standing a bit farther away. Just as he was explaining something crucial, his phone rang. Lin Shen took it out to check. It was a call from Molly. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Shen turned off his phone. This time Lin Ling was as excited as if she had been injected with adrenaline, quickly finishing her homework before heading to the room with Lin Shen to put things away. "You're not leaving again, right?" his adoptive parents eagerly asked him. Lin Shun gritted his teeth. "I'm not leaving." Lin Han let out a sigh of relief and comforted him. "Before you were in the first year of junior high, your grades were always at the top. Now that you're back, and without those troubles, we will definitely create a good environment for you to study, and I believe you can catch up." "Chainer, put your clothes in the cabinet," Han Mei reminded. "MHM." Lin Shen opened his backpack and took out 4 shirts and 3 pairs of pants. "Is that all?" Han Mei asked. Lin Shen shook his head. "You spent 5 years with the Chen family, and only brought back these shabby clothes. They aren't even as good as the ones we provide. They must be a wealthy family, right?" Han Mei said, her eyes red and swollen. Lin Shen didn't want to worry his adoptive parents, smiling. "I didn't bring them back. I didn't want to owe them anything." "Brother, you seem to weigh even less than I do. Aren't you their biological child? How did you get so thin?" Lin Ling said, unable to contain her frustration. Bang! Lin Han slammed his fist against the wall. "Anyone can see that you haven't been living well. If they didn't care, why did they take you away in the first place?" Han Mei's expression darkened as she threw a rag at her husband. Lin Han chuckled bitterly and began to wipe the wall. It was around 10 o'clock at night. Seeing that there was still some time, Lin Chen sat down and began reading at his desk. In the Chen family, he didn't even have a desk, and each time he studied, he was filled with anxiety, worrying whether his 3 sisters would scold him or whether Chen Tianan would set him up. If anything went wrong, not only would it affect his mood, but Chen Hai would also force him to stand for the whole night. This cycle of torment over 5 years had turned even a genius into a waste. Yet he believed that with his photographic memory, as long as he was given a calm study environment, even if he had to rely on rote memorization, he was confident he could return to his rightful place in academics. Han Mei was afraid her son would be bitten by mosquitoes, but didn't dare disturb him while he was studying. She quietly brought some mosquito coils to the door and left. In the luxurious villa of the Chen family, Chen Hai was so troubled by Lin Chen's matters that he couldn't sleep. Sitting on the sofa, he kept smoking cigars, one puff after another. Molly walked out of the bathroom, which was about the size of a small swimming pool, and had a maid dry her hair. She asked worriedly, "How is our son?" Chen Hai smiled. "It's nothing serious. The wound on his wrist is shallow, but we shouldn't take it lightly. I've called Dr. Zhao to specifically treat him. Dr. Zhao charges 2,000 yuan per hour. Our son will be fine." Molly felt somewhat relieved, but recalled the reason she had asked that question and quickly corrected herself. "I meant, how is Lin Shun?" "You call him son," Chen Hai exclaimed. He fell silent, suddenly remembering that he had only called Lin Chen's son the year he was born. In the years he was sent away to be raised by others, and then brought back, he had never called him that again. "After all, he is our flesh and blood," Molly said tearfully. "We went through so much to get him back, promising to make up for the love he lost over the years, and yet." Chen Hai took a deep puff of his cigar. "We gave him love, but he didn't cherish it. It's all the fault of his adoptive parents for raising such a bad kid. He won't listen to anything. How can they teach him? But he is still our biological son. Even raising him is better than him suffering outside. If word gets out that the mighty Chen family can't even provide happiness for their own son, wouldn't that be a laughingstock?" "You have a point," Chen Hai said with a furrowed brow. Letting our biological son suffer outside would make business partners doubt the Lin family's capabilities. I initially wanted to raise him well, and then reveal his identity. Sigh. Molly said sadly. I called him earlier, but he hung up. Chen Hai snorted coldly. His temper is a bit like mine when I was younger, usually docile, but when he gets angry, he can be as stubborn as a mule. However, once he regrets it, he will surely come back to us obediently. After all, blood is thicker than water. Molly still looked worried. But what about his injuries? Chen Hai couldn't help but recall the sight of Lin Chen covered in blood, a result of his own actions, and felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Dad, something's wrong. Tianan is having a nightmare. Chen Kai Lin's voice echoed from upstairs. Son. The couple's expressions changed, and they hurriedly climbed the stairs. On the way, Chen Hai stumbled and fell. In the villa's yard, Chen Kai Wei looked at the charred remains of the plastic chair and instructed Aunt Zhang to bury her cat. She was still holding the kitty plush toy she had once given to Lin Chen. Aunt Zhang couldn't help but say, Miss, everyone says the young master poisoned Hui Hui, but he can barely feed himself. Where would he get food to poison with? His frail body can't deceive anyone. Furthermore, Hui Hui is very picky. She only eats imported cat food and won't even touch beef. Chen Hai was always busy with business and had no time to manage the household. Molly was easygoing, indifferent to worldly affairs, and rarely involved herself in family matters. Thus, the entire Chen family, including the servants, was essentially managed by the eldest sister, Chen Kaiwei. Compared to her younger siblings, Chen Kaiwei possessed a more mature temperament and mindset. After handling the funeral of her beloved cat, she calmed down and began to notice suspicious details. She took out her phone to call Lin Chen and demand an explanation, but found it was switched off. Returning to her room, she stared at her phone, calling Lin Chen repeatedly. Yet the calls never went through. Chen Kaiwei grew somewhat irritated, believing Lin Chen had deliberately blocked her. Let him suffer for a while, hell, come begging to return when the time comes. Then should I agree to take him back? Big sister. Tianan said the wound from the bite is inflamed, the ointment isn't working, and it hurts a lot. Come comfort him. Chen Kaiyan's voice rang out from afar. Sai Lin Chen, even if I agree to let you come home someday, how can everyone accept you again when you treat Tianan like this? Chen Kaiwei wore an expression of disappointment and frustration. At the Lin family's rundown neighborhood building 1, apartment 501, Han Mei poured a cup of hot water. I saw that the wound on Chainer's forehead is very deep. This doesn't look like a fall. No, we must get to the bottom of this. Lin Han hobbled on his cane toward Lin Chen's room. After knocking, the couple entered together. Chainer, tell us honestly, did you come back today because the Chen family beat you and forced you out? Lin Han asked agitatedly. Lin Chen put down his book and finally decided to confess, I've severed ties with them. He then produced the good, very good. Lin Han was overcome with mixed emotions of sorrow and joy. Han Mei remained uneasy. Did they force you to write this? But that doesn't make sense either. You are their biological son, and the Chens only have 3 daughters. How could they force you out for an adopted child like Chen Tianan? Lin Han let out a cold laugh. In the future, any one of the 3 Chen daughters can have a child and pass it on to carry the Chen bloodline. That's why they don't care about Chainer. I forced them to write it, Lin Chen said with a bitter smile. The elderly couple were stunned into silence. They had raised Lin Chen for 13 years and knew his temperament well. He was cultivated, gentle, kind, humble, and trustworthy. He had never been so tough before. Extremes beget reversal, Lin Han squeezed out through gritted teeth. It was hard to imagine how much pain this gentle child must have endured in the Chen family to reach this point. Han Mei quickly urged, if they come to call you back, you must not return. I won't, Mom. I have nothing to do with them anymore. Lin Chen's gaze was resolute. The elderly couple breathed a sigh of relief. But then Lin Chen recalled Lin Han's earlier words, that any one of Chen Hai's 3 daughters could later have a biological son to be adopted into the family. He also thought of Chen Tianan's cruelty and feared. Why think so much? He only cared about those who cared for him now. Fresh blood seeped from the cloth on Lin Chen's forehead, trickling down the bridge of his nose. Han Mei's face turned pale. How can the wound be so severe? The bleeding won't stop. Lin Han fumed. Are the Chens so heartless? Chen Hai, how could you do this to your own flesh and blood? Han Mei urged, old man, stop it. Let's take him to the hospital quickly. Mom, Dad, I'm fine. Health comes first. Don't talk nonsense, child. Chen Hai pulled Lin Chen up with his cane. Han Mei called for a tricycle, and together they took Lin Chen to a nearby. The doctor scolded the foster parents, asking why they had delayed so long. What if the wound got infected? He had lost too much blood. Another hour, and he would have gone into shock. Lin Chen received 3 stitches. For the past 5 years, whenever he was injured at the Chen home or school, he could only endure it silently. He never saw a doctor, nor even had medicine to apply. It was midnight when Lin Chen returned home with his foster parents. The living room light was on, and Lin Ling paced anxiously in the hallway wearing slippers. You have school tomorrow, why aren't you asleep? Lin Han scolded. I was afraid Big Brother would leave again, Lin Ling said, her eyes red. Lin Han and Han Mei were taken aback. They exchanged glances, both seeing deep worry in each other's eyes. Though Lin Han said the Chens would never take Lin Chen away again, the final choice still rested with Lin Chen. And that severance agreement, which held no legal weight, could be torn up at any time. Big brother, don't go. Lin Ling embraced Lin Chen. I won't go, Lin Chen said, patting her head. In the villa district at the Chun family mansion, after much fuss, Chen Tianan finally fell asleep. Molly had been holding Chen Tianan's hand, watching him sleep. Dr. Zhao said Tianan's injury was minor, just apply some medicine. But why was he in so much pain just now? Molly's expression was full of worry. Chen Kaiyun said indignantly, Tianan has always known how to protect himself, acting cautiously, never causing trouble for us. This time he got hurt because he trusted Lin Chen too much and was betrayed by family. It's like a healthy person who has never caught a cold. Once they do, it's always worse than for others. Chen Kailan sighed. Tianan's emotional blow is far more severe than his physical one. Even though Chen Hai was a heavy smoker, he refrained from lighting up in his son's room. He didn't voice his opinion, only wore a worried frown. He had intended to give Lin Chen a chance to return, but after seeing what he did to Chen, Tianan did, that unfilial son deserved forgiveness. Tianan is asleep. Let's all go to bed and have the servants look after him. Chen Kaiwei broke the silence. One by one they left Chen Tianan's bedroom. Molly couldn't sleep at all. Earlier when Chen Tianan was ill, she stayed by his side. Years ago when she was forced to send Lin Chen away, Ma Li was in great pain. It was Chen Tianan's arrival that gave her emotional solace and helped her get through it. But could she blame Lin Chen? As he had said, even if she knew how much she suffered, what could he, a mere infant, have done? Only Ma Li and Chen Hai knew that they were the ones who wronged Lin Chen. They had slept in separate rooms for years. Ma Li didn't know Chen Hai's stance, but she always felt a deep sense of guilt toward her biological son. She got up and first went to her third daughter's room. Sayan, your elder sisters have work tomorrow, but you're still in school. Come with me tomorrow to bring Lin Chen back. Chen Kaiyun waved her hand. I have club activities tomorrow. I'm the student council president and can't be absent. I can't delay 100 people for just one person. Molly had no choice but to go to her second daughter's room. Chen Kailan shook her head. If paparazzi catch me looking for someone of such low status, it will hurt my popularity and cause losses for the company. Finally, Molly went to her eldest daughter's room. Chen Kaiwei was still thinking about asking Lin Chen about Hui. All right, Mom. They'll go with you tomorrow. A smile spread across Molly's face, but remember, you must not say anything to provoke Lin Chen tomorrow. In the dead of night, Chen Saiwei, parched with thirst, rose to fetch a glass of water from the living room. There she discovered Chen Tianan sitting on the sofa, his face etched with worry, as if burdened by some secret care. You have school tomorrow, why aren't you asleep? Chen Kaiwei asked with concern. Chen Tianan spoke anxiously. I just miss my brother. We've been together for 5 years, and he left so abruptly. How could he disregard our feelings like this? Lin Chen is indeed thoughtless, but it's fine. He'll return tomorrow, Chen Kaiwei said, feeling a warmth in her heart at Chen Tianan's deep sense of loyalty. Chen Tianan's face lit up with surprise. Really? You said he'll come back tomorrow. Is it because of Mom? Earlier I saw her go to your room. Chen Kaiwei pondered for a moment, then sighed. Mom asked me to go with her in the morning to bring Lin Chen back. Chen Tianan quickly urged, Big sister, when you see him, don't provoke him. Let everything wait until he's back. You think just like Mom. You're truly her good son, Chen Kaiwei said, deeply moved. The next day, Ma Li and Chen Kaiwei rose early at dawn. They ate steak and milk prepared by the servants. Chen Kaiwei said, Mom, I had someone investigate. Last night Lin Chen went back to his foster parents' home. He'll drive over and intercept him. Chen Hai was not accustomed to rising early. He was sleeping soundly in the master bedroom when a phone call the caller ID showed an unknown number. He initially refused to answer, but the number sent a text message stating it was about Lin Chen. Chen Hai answered the call. In an instant he flew into a rage, smashing things. What's happened? Ma Li and Chen Kaiwei quickly dropped their chopsticks and rushed to the second-floor master bedroom, where they found Chen Tianan trembling at the doorway. Chen Hai, what are you doing? Look how you've scared Tianan. His injuries aren't even healed yet. Molly scolded. Chen Hai opened the door and stepped out, his expression grim, like a layer of frost, unsettling to behold. Molly wisely fell silent, clutching Chen Tianan's arm tightly. Chen Hai studied Molly and asked suspiciously, You're up this early and dressed formally. Where are you going? Aye. Molly stammered, afraid to tell the truth. Mom just wanted to take me to school, Chen Tianan said, trying to smooth things over. A warmth filled Ma Li's heart as she quickly embraced her good son. Chen Hai pointed at Ma Li and said, You're not going anywhere. Stay home. They'll go bring that unfilial son back myself. Chen Kaiwei exclaimed, Dad, what has Lin Chen done wrong now? Whenever Chen Hai was enraged, almost everyone in the Chen family would instinctively associate it with Lin Chen having done something bad again. After 5 years it had become a conditioned reflex. Chen Hai's lips trembled with fury. In the past I tolerated his stealing and cheating you of money, even his framing of Tianan. But I cannot bear this. He's being kept by a woman over 30. What? Molly's face instantly turned pale. How could it be that the woman has mistaken him for someone else? Chen Hai roared. She even knows his daily habits and the exact location of the moles on his buttocks and inner thighs. How can I stay calm? Impossible. Molly swayed about to fall. Chen Tian'in, quick of eye and hand, steadied her. Chen Kaiwei couldn't believe it. Dad, you must be mistaken. Why would someone from our family stoop to being kept by another? Chen Tian'in said softly, let's not dwell on that now. Brother suddenly cut ties with us and left the family so decisively. There must be a reason. The most important thing now is to persuade him to come back. Then we can gradually guide him. Chen Hai said coldly, you're right. He'll bring that unfilial son back today and break his legs. Then let's see if he dares to disgrace the Chen family again. Molly shouted frantically, this isn't a trivial matter. Don't wrong him. Chen Hai paused and said, fine, I'll hear him out first. If it's true, I'll disown him. He then called for the driver and left in the car. Molly urged, Saiwei, hurry and get the car. We're going. Chen Tian'in suddenly raised his hand. I'm coming too. I'll ask the homeroom teacher for a half-day leave. I must bring my brother back. Let me change clothes first. He ran back to his room, quickly changed, then opened his phone and transferred a sum of money to someone. Lin Han and Han Mei had left before dawn. Han Mei's first job was as a cleaner sweeping the streets. After that, she would work as a helper at a nearby noodle shop. In the evenings, she took on extra handicraft work, juggling 3 jobs, a grueling routine. Lin Han, despite his leg disability, wasn't idle. He worked as an assistant at a phone repair shop. When he returned at night, he would join his wife in the handicraft work. To save money, Lin Ling usually prepared her own breakfast, often cooking herself some noodles with greens. Today she was especially energetic because her brother was home. She added 2 extra eggs to the noodles. When serving, she placed both eggs in Lin Chen's bowl. Lin Chen transferred 1 egg to Lin Ling's bowl and asked with concern, how are your studies lately? Lin Ling replied proudly, I'm at the top of the class in every exam. The teacher said I shouldn't get complacent since it's only the first year of high school. Her academic performance was excellent as she attended the prestigious No. 1 middle school. Lin Chen felt happy for his sister upon hearing this. The siblings did not attend the same school. 5 years ago, with Lin Chen's talent and grades, he was widely recognized as a sure candidate for the No. 1 middle school. But after being repeatedly framed by Chen Tian'in and bullied at school, his grades plummeted, and he could only attend the ordinary No. 7 high school. Now Lin Chen had 1 year left until the college entrance exam. Fortunately, he possessed a photographic memory, which was his hope for turning things around. The Chen family had changed his life twice. The first time was when they gave him away, turning him from a young master of a wealthy family into a commoner's child. The second time was when they brought him back, transforming him from a universally recognized genius into an academic failure. Who was to blame? Brother, you have to work hard, Lin Ling said with some concern. Lin Chen held up 5 fingers, just half a year. In half a year, I'll reclaim my honor. Good, Lin Ling smiled happily. In her memory, Lin Chen was still the confident, spirited brother from 5 years ago, the role model she looked up to. After a quick breakfast and washing the dishes, they set off for school. As they neared the main gate of the neighborhood, Lin Chen spotted a familiar luxury car parked at the entrance. A black Bentley. Checking the license plate, it was Chen Hai's car. Let's take the back gate, Lin Chen said, quickly pulling Lin Ling's hand and running back. Sir, should we grab him? The driver asked. Chen Hai said in a low voice. We can't let anyone know about Lin Chen's connection to the Chen family yet. Follow him around the back entrance and make a move when there are fewer people around. The black Bentley swiftly circled around to the back gate of the old residential area. After a while, Lin Chen and Lin Ling emerged. The black Bentley followed them all the way. The driver said, that must be the eldest son's sister from the Lin family. They're walking together. It's not a good time to act. Chen Hai sighed, family scandals shouldn't be aired in public. Let's wait until they separate. A dozen minutes later, at a fork in the road, the two parted ways. The driver exclaimed in surprise, that's the road to City No. 1 high school. That little girl actually attends the same school as the second young master. She's quite clever, Chen Hai said disdainfully, but she's just from an ordinary family. Even if she goes to the same school as Tian'in and gets into a good university later, their futures will be completely different. It's not that she lacks ability, but some positions are simply never meant for commoners. Her ceiling is to work for someone else. If she's lucky, she might marry into a minor family. At that moment, Chen Kaiwei drove up from behind in a pink Lamborghini. Molly said from inside the car, quick, overtake your father. I want to persuade Lin Chen to come home and stop him from clashing with your dad. Chen Kaiwei hesitated for a moment, then decided it was best to handle this gently. After all, making a scene would bring shame to the Chen family. So she floored the accelerator and sped past. Seeing this, Chen Hai's face darkened, and he had no choice but to tell the driver to slow down. Honk, honk, honk. Chen Kaiwei kept pressing the horn. Molly anxiously stuck her head out of the window. Lin, son, I'm your mother. Don't you want me anymore? Lin Chen ignored her. Chen Kaiwei shouted angrily, Lin Chen, don't be so ungrateful. Stop right there. We're trying to save you, or else when Dad catches you, you'll be in for it. Lin Chen heard her, but didn't look back, and kept walking forward. The people in the car exchanged glances. Chen Kaiwei couldn't stand such humiliation, so she quickly drove ahead of Lin Chen and cut him off. Don't anyone get out. We can't provoke him. Molly opened the car door and stumbled out in a hurry. Be good, come home with mommy. She reached out to grab Lin Chen. Lin Chen immediately shook off her hand. Oh my god. Molly was incredulous at his behavior. Lin. Son, listen, you have to come home with mommy. The mistake you made is very serious. Lin Chen said coldly, Mrs. Chen, please just call me by my name like you have for the past 5 years. The way you addressed me just now makes you seem very hypocritical. Molly said with a bitter smile. Then will you come home with me? After all, when we brought you back we promised to make up for the 13 years of lost family affection. Lin Chen, can't you be more understanding of your mother? Molly said emotionally. I know you've been blaming Tiannan, and they've been blaming you for being too difficult, but only mommy knows it's not your fault. Lin Chen was taken aback, thinking, has this woman finally come to her senses? But Ma Li's next words infuriated Lin Chen. But it's not Tiannan's fault either. It's all mommy's fault. Mommy neglected your feelings. Molly stepped forward again to grab Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen dodged and walked away quickly. Lin Chen, since when did you become so stubborn? You won't even listen to your mother. Chen Kaiwei stormed out of the car and blocked Lin Chen's path with her arms outstretched. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with her and simply walked around her. Chen Kaiwei was so angry she wanted to slap her unworthy brother, but remembering Ma Li's instructions, she held herself back. Come home with mom right now and you still have a chance. Chen Kaiwei said coldly. Get lost, Lin Chen replied indifferently. Chen Kaiwei was stunned, then cursed in exasperation. Don't be so ungrateful. Mom came to save you. Lin Chen found it ridiculous. Save me from what? I've already cut ties with the Chen family. Even if something happens to me, it's none of your business. Chen Kaiwei fumed. Lin Chen, now that you've grown wings and found yourself a rich woman, is this how you treat your family? Lin Chen was both angry and amused. Over the past 5 years they had pinned all sorts of crimes on him. Cheating, stealing, the works. And now they were adding kept man to the list. Was that bastard's idea? Lin Chen pointed at Chen Tiannan in the car. I've already said no matter how I live my life outside you are not to interfere again. You don't deserve to. The Chen family has wronged me. Molly rushed forward and grabbed Lin Chen's hand tightly. Son, come back with mom. All that can be. You went astray because you were short on money, that's okay. Mommy will give you money. I admit I neglected your material needs before. How about 10,000 a week? Lin Chen violently shook off Ma Li's hand and sneered. You're still the same. Without any investigation you just assume I've found a sugar mommy. It's like talking to a brick wall. I have only one condition if you want me to come back and talk properly. Fine. Kick that bastard out of the Chen family. Give me back everything he stole from me. Molly covered her face and cried. Mom is begging you like this, why won't you reflect on your own mistakes? Chen Tiannan seized the opportunity to jump out of the car. Mom, stop crying. Brother, even if you want to admit your mistakes, you can't treat mom like this. She's your own mother. Lin Chen stared fixedly at Chen Tiannan. You despicable wretch. You even resorted to the lowly trick of accusing me of being a kept man. Even after I left the Chen family, you still want to ruin me. Lin Chen, I won't let you wrongly blame Tiannan. Tiannan even advised me to bring you home. Molly was genuinely angry. Ha, bring me home to destroy me. Stop harassing me. I'm going to be late for school. Lin Chen turned and walked away. Don't leave. I won't let you go astray outside. Molly hurriedly grabbed Lin Chen's hand again. A wave of grievance surged in Lin Chen's heart. He violently shook off Ma Li's hand. Lin Tiannan had somehow brought his face close. As a result, Ma Li's flung hand struck Lin Tiannan's face. Lin Tiannan fell to the ground. Molly was so horrified she stood frozen, as if a piece of her heart had been torn away. Oh, what a good actor, Lin Chen sneered as he looked back. Chen Kaiwei quickly helped Chen Tiannan up. Mom, Tiannan's arm is scraped, she exclaimed. Chen Hai's expression changed drastically, and he flung open the car door. The crowd of onlookers grew larger, and Chen Hai barely suppressed the urge to get out of the car. Molly cried out tearfully, Lin Chen, if you're still my good child, then apologize to Tiannan. This is my final bottom line. Lin Chen pointed at his own forehead. Your bottom line is truly high. I got 3 stitches after being hit by Chen Hai. Did anyone apologize to me? That wretched thing only got a scratch, and it was his own act. Yet you demand I apologize. Can you face your conscience without shame? Tiannan was bitten by you yesterday, and now he's injured again because of you. What more do you want? Why can't you just be sensible? Molly shouted in agitation. The Chen family has wronged me, but I have not wronged them. Since the agreement has been signed, don't look for me anymore. Without the Chen family, I will live a better life. Lin Chen cast a disappointed glance at her, then turned and walked away. Stop. You must apologize to Tiannan. Molly called out helplessly. Wasn't this her own child? If he were truly her son, a single word would have made him apologize. In the past, Lin Chen had always been obedient to Ma Li's every word, trying to curry favor with her. Moreover, she had assumed Lin Chen's departure was merely a fit of pique, that if given a way out he would return. but she never expected events to unfold differently than she had imagined. He was serious about severing ties. Had the Chen family wronged him so deeply that it broke his heart? Chen Tian'an suddenly stood up, clutching his injured arm, and said with difficulty, "It's okay, brother, I don't need your apology. This little injury means nothing to me. But I want to say to you, brother, one must have dignity. Someone is supporting you, giving you the confidence not to come home. But outsiders are ultimately outsiders. Who truly cares for you like family?" These words infuriated Molly. "Lin Chen, which woman is it that makes you treat your mother like this? Your mother has already set aside her pride to beg you to return. Do you want me to kneel before you agree?" Lin Chen replied, "You're hopelessly foolish. From now on, even if that beast Chen Tian'an brings ruin upon you, it's none of my concern." What? Everyone stood stunned. The bystanders sensed a juicy scandal and eagerly pulled out their phones ready to act. "Mom, get in the car quickly." Chen Tian'an suddenly rushed forward, pulling Ma Li into the car. Chen Kaiwei snapped to attention and urged, "Yes, Mom, more people are gathering. Luckily, they don't recognize us, but if we get photographed and it ends up on social media, the Chen family's reputation." Molly had no choice but to get into the Lamborghini, tears in her eyes. Inside the black Bentley, Chen Hai watched Chen Tian'an's actions and nodded approvingly. Tian'an has keen instincts, always thinking of the Chen family. He's a good child. By the way, old Lu, did anyone take photos just now? The driver replied, "Not yet." "Sir, what are your orders?" Chen Hai's face darkened. "Follow that rebellious son. I won't let him bring shame to the Chen family out there." Inside the pink Lamborghini. "Saiwei, follow him. Don't lose your brother," Molly said, her voice choked with tears. Chen Kaiwei was deeply disappointed. Lin Chen is utterly inhuman saying such things in public. And he even cursed us, saying Tian'an would be our ruin. How could anyone say that? Molly's expression was dazed. That child has been deeply hurt. Yes, he feels we've hurt him deeply, but what about Tian'an? Was he wrong? Tian'an has always been targeted by him, and now he's injured too. Chen Kaiwei said indignantly. Molly glanced at Chen Tian'an's scraped arm and couldn't help but shudder. She quickly pulled him close and blew on his wound. Chen Tian'an said, "Mom, I truly don't blame my brother. In the future, please don't ask him to apologize to me. It only provokes him." Ma Li and Chen Kaiwei felt a warmth in their hearts. If only Lin Chen were even 1/10 as sensible. Why couldn't he be? Why are people so different? Chen Tian'an sighed. Brother must have been ruined by his adoptive parents, completely out of sync with our elite family's values. So everything we say he thinks is wrong, he's only swayed by petty gains. But that's not the worst. Now he's being kept by a bad woman. Before, he never disobeyed Mom or hurt me. What if in the future he listens to that woman and does something even worse to our Chen family? Brother is Mom's biological son, so of course, he should be cherished. But the more we indulge him, the worse he gets, because now he only listens to that bad woman. If we don't get strict with him, now he'll be corrupted by bad company. By the time he turns into a real criminal, it'll be too late. Molly clenched her fingers so tightly they dug into her flesh. "Stop the car. It's deserted here. Stop quickly." She stood up from the back seat and frantically pushed the steering wheel. Chen Kaiwei was startled and slammed on the brakes. Molly then opened the car door and rushed out, blocking Lin Chen in a temporarily empty alley. "Lin Chen, kneel down and apologize to your mother right now," she shouted in agitation. Lin Chen figured it wouldn't be long before he reached school, so he rolled his eyes at her and tried to walk around. Molly was heartbroken and chased after him again. "You're truly beyond hope. You won't even listen to your mother. I sent you to school to study hard, not to do shameless things." In a fit of rage, Molly reached out her hands to grab Lin Chen. Lin Chen turned back and was startled to see this. The usually gentle, indecisive woman was now so furious she looked terrifying. But what did it have to do with him? They had already severed ties. Lin Chen dodged, and Molly fell to the ground. "I can't take this anymore." Chen Hai stormed out of the black Bentley. He charged over like a madman. Chen Hai roared, "You despicable wretch, today you dare to hurt your mother. He'll beat you to death." Chen Tian'an ran over to help Molly up. "Brother, I've never cursed you before, but today I must. Who is closer to you? Mom and Dad, or that old woman? Whose words are you heeding?" Chen Hai bellowed. "You're worthless. As an older brother, you often stoop to vile acts, and now you willingly let an old woman keep you. How did I father a son who brings such disgrace to the whole family? You've lived with the Chen family for nearly 5 years. Why can't you learn from your younger brother?" "Fine. They'll learn from him." Lin Chen shouted. "What?" The others thought they had misheard. "Too late," Chen Hai said, unwilling to let his disappointing biological son off easily. "Not too late." Lin Chen suddenly darted forward. With a sharp slap, he struck Chen Tian'an's fair face. This slap left Chen Tian'an dazed. He sat on the ground, clutching his burning cheek. "You beast! Unfilial son!" Chen Hai erupted, rushing over with his hand raised. "They all blamed me, but what right did they have to accuse me?" All the grievances of the past surged in Lin Chen's heart. He moved faster than Chen Hai, striking him across the face with a resounding slap. Chen Hai staggered back, holding his aged face, staring in disbelief at his once timid son. Ma Li Chen Tianan, and even Chen Kaiwei, an old driver Lu in the car, watched Jaws agape. A rebellion. The world had turned upside down. The once weak eldest son of the Chen family had not only grown assertive, but had endured 5 years of his father's insults and beatings. Now he had even learned to strike his father, a slap no less. Everyone was dumbfounded. A flicker of dismay crept into Chen Tianan's heart. It seemed events had spiraled beyond control, far from the smooth course he had imagined. Chen Hai roared in fury. Why? Because I finally had a full meal today. This is the first full meal in 5 years. And a full stomach makes me faster. Lin Chen shouted. You claim you gave me the best conditions and education. But what did you really give me? Before you took me in, I was a model student, a top performer, a promising candidate for the best high school. After you brought me home, I was never fed well or clothed warmly. I wasn't allowed to eat at the same table as you. I had to scavenge or earn money for my own meals. Even my school fees. You claim you paid them, but was it just talk? Did you ever check if the money actually reached my account? If I could have saved the tuition I paid myself, I wouldn't have gone hungry every day. And the clothes I wore, cheap rags from street stalls. A servant in the wealthy Chen household had 100 times better. The Chen family ruined my life, and you still dare to lecture me. What did you ever give me besides blood and flesh? All you did was destroy me. Ma Li's mind went blank. Was all this true? But looking closely, it seemed true indeed. The boy was thinner than others, dressed worse, and for 5 years he had never shared a meal or sat at the family table. Son, I never meant to force you. I just wanted you to have a good life, she sobbed. Lin Chen stared at her coldly, noticing she still clung to Chen Tianan, as if afraid he might harm him. A wave of disgust washed over him. Madam Chen, to be honest, now that I've woken up, I find you utterly hypocritical. I don't know what spell Chen Tianan and Chen Hai cast on you, but for 5 years all I've seen is you treating him like a treasure and me like trash. I admit I was wrong, I just neglected you. Molly cried. Not neglected. You never saw me as a person, not even worthy of being an object. Lin Chen pointed at her. Even the busiest mother would ask, have you eaten? Wouldn't she? Did you ever do that? In 5 years, did you ever call me to a meal? Did you ever care about my grades, or call my... You only joined others in criticizing my academic decline, never offering a word of encouragement. Do you even know which class I'm in? What's my teacher's name? What's their number? Any mother would know this. If you can answer just one, I'll kneel and apologize right now. It's... Molly stammered. Then how tall am I now? How much do I weigh? Am I not your son? Lin Chen shouted passionately. Molly lowered her head, tears and a bitter smile mingling. Lin Chen suddenly pointed at Chen Hai. You're the most disgusting of all. You keep saying I've spent your family's money. You're the head of the house, a shrewd businessman. But besides your words, what have you actually spent on me? It's all in your imagination. How ridiculous. Why don't you use that imaginary generosity in business and see how your partners despise you? And you think you'll suffer outside and beg to come back. But everyone knows your filthy thought is that it'll disgrace the Chen family. What disgrace? My surname is Lin, my household registration is with the Lin family. Taking me back is the real disgrace, understand? Chen Hai stared at Lin Chen, momentarily forgetting the sting on his face. Yes, a simple check of the accounts would reveal how much was spent on Lin Chen. Chen Hai, a businessman, kept records. This was easy for him. Chen Tianan hurriedly said, Brother, don't blame Mom and Dad. They truly care for you. You bastard, don't make me sick. I'm disgusted by them, but you. I want to spit on you. Lin Chen roared. I won't dwell on the traps you set for me, but take our birthdays, just days apart. The whole family celebrates yours, ignoring me completely. You throw leftover cake in the trash rather than share it with me. I once told you my birthday hoping you'd remind them, but care for me, my ass. You took everything from me. You're the last dog fit to say that. As he spoke, the injustice overwhelmed Lin Chen, and he pointed at every Chen family member present. 3 years ago, Chen Tianan got a Tibetan Mastiff, and your family even threw a birthday party for that dog. So what am I to you? For 5 years I've been worse than Chen Tianan's dog. None of you are human. Every Chen family member's head buzzed with shock. Because Lin Chen's words weren't just anger, they were facts. Every single one was a truth that had happened. What's going on here? Some students passing by on their way to school noticed the commotion. Fearing family shame, Chen Hai hurried into the black Bentley. Chen Tianan, reading the situation, pulled Ma Li in as well. Old driver Lu floored the accelerator and sped away. Ma Li sobbed in the back seat, pounding the rear window, her eyes fixed on Lin Chen's direction. Act. Keep acting. 5 years of it, and they'd play the part forever. Lin Chen found them utterly repulsive and had no intention of forgiving them. Chen Kaiwei hadn't left. Unfazed by the students' stares, most of whom weren't allowed phones at school, she swiftly put on large sunglasses and a mask, then got out of the car. Lin Chen, calmed down. I won't push you to come home. I just want to know, did you really poison Hui Hui? Lin Chen sneered. Do you need me to prove I didn't? Then why not tell the son of a dead old man who went to the bank to claim money to prove the dead man was his father? Chen Kaiwei was left speechless by the retort. Lin Chen suddenly thought, since I've cut ties with the Chen family, anyway I might as well make sure that bastard Chen Tianan doesn't have it easy. Chen Kaiwei, you've been the general manager of the Chen group for ages. You're sharp and Dad's no fool either, so let me ask you this: who poisoned Huihui? It's a petty matter, but do you have the guts to get the cops involved? And you casually claim him being kept by some old woman. Use that pig head of yours for once. Could it be that this is something the Chen family could easily look into? If you can't even figure that out, then you deserve to let the family's efforts benefit someone else. Lin Chen tossed out these words, turned around, and left for school. Chen Kaiwei stomped her foot in frustration. Since she started managing the Chen group, for Chunhai she had been doing quite well. No client or subordinate had ever dared to question her or speak to her like that. If it weren't for her preconceived accusations against Lin Chen, how could she in all reason and conscience have failed to investigate these disgraceful deeds he supposedly committed? With a heavy heart, Chen Kaiwei also drove away. Back at the Chen residence, Chunhai was smashing things. That ungrateful wretch. None of you are to let him back in. Otherwise he'll kick you out too. Dad, your face is swollen. Let me apply some medicine. Chen Tianan personally fetched the ointment and carefully dabbed it on Chunhai's face. Ah, if only Lin Chen were as sensible as you. Chunhai always muttered this. Seeing Chen Kaiwei return, he instructed him off to negotiate a big deal with the Li family. Handle the company affairs. Molly, stop crying. Call Tianan's teacher and say he's injured and needs to rest at home. Don't worry about his studies. Oh well, hire a tutor. He'll keep up. Besides, Tianan is so clever. Even missing a few classes won't set him back. Molly hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I was just thinking that. He'll go now. Take good care of yourself, sweetie. Molly, still concerned, checked the scrapes on Chen Tianan's arm before going to call the teacher. Chen Kaiwei recalled Lin Chen's warning. After Chen Hai left, she went alone to the backyard and called the police. Miss, if we had to look into every dead cat or lost dog, would be swamped. Homicides and arsons happen daily. Which cases do you think we should prioritize? If you insist on filing a report, you can register here. But as for when your case will be investigated, you'll just have to wait. My Persian cat is a purebred with heterochromatic eyes. It cost 200,000. Well, send officers right away. Soon the police arrived. Molly had just finished calling the homeroom teacher and ran out to ask what was happening. Kaiwei, I've already forgiven Lin Chen. Why can't you? He's still your own brother. Don't provoke him anymore. He's had a tough time out there. Chen Kaiwei comforted her. It's okay, Mom. We're just checking. Chen Tianan was unconcerned and smiled. Big sis is probably upset that Dad and I got hit by brother today. But sis, some things shouldn't be brought into the open. Let the police investigate, but don't let it implicate brother. The tutor will be here soon, so he'll go prepare. All right. Chen Kaiwei smiled faintly. After the police arrived, they reviewed the surveillance footage from the night the Persian cat was poisoned. They noticed some parts of the hallway footage seemed to have been erased. As for the room, it had no cameras for privacy reasons. The officer stated, clearly the culprit is connected to whoever deleted those surveillance segments. The killer erased the poisoning. Who has access to the server room? The lock wasn't tampered with. Chen Kaiwei frowned. Usually the butler manages it, but the key isn't exclusive to him. Every family member has one. She paused, realizing that Lin Chen was the only one without a key to the server room, meaning Lin Chen was the least likely to have poisoned Huihui. The police exhumed the cat's body. Well-run tests, but don't get your hopes up, Miss Chen. It's probably rat poison. It's a controlled substance, so if purchased through normal channels we can trace the source. But plenty of this poison is sold on the black market or in rural areas. If the killer is clever enough, we likely won't find the buyer. Chen Kaiwei saw the police out. She mocked herself. The first one ruled out is Lin Chen. Apart from him, anyone in the Chun family is more likely to have poisoned Huihui. Next, she called Chunhai for the sugar mama's phone number. Chunhai said impatiently, I checked. It's a virtual number. Untraceable. Chen Kaiwei was slightly angry. If she dared to keep Lin Chen and call us to taunt, she's not afraid of the Chen family. So why be so secretive? If she truly were keeping him, shed, either hide it for him, or shed reveal herself and go against the Chen family. Beyond that, I can only think of one reason: she's framing Lin Chen. Chunhai was on his way to meet a client. Knowing his eldest daughter's acumen, he hesitated after her reminder. Enough. Stop investigating. Chunhai snapped angrily. Even if that bastard wasn't kept by anyone just for slapping me, he's never setting foot in this house again. From now on, don't you dare speak up for Lin Chen, or I'll remove you as general manager. Chen Kaiwei hung up and headed to the company. Her assistant Mao Xiaomiao was a cute Lola-type beauty and a top graduate from a prestigious 985 university. She was also Chen Kaiwei's confidant and best friend. They closed the office door and tangled affectionately on the sofa for a while. After a long moment they parted. Chen Kaiwei couldn't help but confide her family scandal to Mao Xiaomiao. Mao Xiaomiao chuckled. As they say, the outsider sees most of the game. I think the chairman is quite shrewd. In any normal family, even if the biological son were a total wreck, they'd pour resources into cultivating him. They wouldn't mistreat their own son for 5 years just for an adopted son. Chen Kaiwei shook her head. You think it's mistreatment? Wasn't it discipline, and didn't he bring it on himself? Besides, Tianan has been so sensible since childhood. Isn't it only right that we treat him well? And being good to Tianan was meant to set an example for Lin Chen, who knew had never take the right path. Mao Xiaomiao sighed. I told you the outsider sees clearly. You think treating Lin Chen this way is justified, but to every outsider it's baffling. Chen Kaiwei fell silent. Mao Xiaomiao lowered her voice. I said the chairman is clever. He can't be ignorant that a foster son isn't the same as his own. So why the double standard between Chen Tianan and Lin Chen? Think about it. Could he be my father's son too? No, that can't be. Tianan doesn't look like our parents, or any of us. Chen Kaiwei exclaimed. Mao Xiaomiao's eyes sparkled as she said, that's one possibility. For now, try to get a sample from Chen Tianan and have it tested. If that's not the case, then I can only think of one other reason. I'm sorry, my dear Caiwei, but I can't tell you yet. It might cloud your judgment. They'll tell you once the test results are out. Is there really no way to find out about that sugar mama? Chen Kaiwei asked, unwilling to give up. There's another way. Mao Xiaomiao whispered. Mao Xiaomiao flipped her ponytail and said the big data of Guanyuan City have been networked and the Chen family is eligible to use it. If only we could get her recording, even if not mobilizing the Chen family's commercial investigation department to thoroughly probe, would likely uncover that woman's background. However, if you do that, the chairman will know it's you, the general manager, because the investigation department is accountable to the chairman. Overstepping might displease him. Chen Kaiwei frowned slightly. He'll first find a chance to verify Tianan's relationship with me. At that moment, a servant came to inform her that the family tutor hired by Chun Hai for Chen Tianan at a high salary had arrived. Chen Kaiwei instructed the servant to call Chen Tianan over for lessons. She suddenly recalled that this tutor charged 1,000 yuan per hour. But in the past 5 years had the Chen family spent more than 1,000 yuan on Lin Chen. Apart from providing Lin Chen with a servant's room, they didn't even feed him, nor did they send him to see a doctor when he was ill. Was there anywhere else they spent money on Lin Chen? At No. 7 Middle School, Class 31. Lin Chen spent the entire morning reading. He also took out graded test papers to memorize. To his astonishment, his memory was far superior to that before his rebirth. For instance, after reading an entire classical Chinese essay, he could recite it verbatim with the book closed. He memorized 50 digits of pi after a single glance. He wondered if it was related to his existence as a soul for decades before rebirth. His spiritual power had undergone terrifying growth. His current mindset might also be influenced by the tempering of his spirit. In any case, this was his capital for turning things around. His deskmate Li Yang was a short, bespectacled boy who ranked in the top 10 of the class. He chuckled. Lin Chen, you've been reading all morning, skimming through pages and tossing them aside. You're probably just putting on a show for yourself, fooling yourself with wishful thinking. You haven't paid attention to the teacher's lectures or marked key points. You'll likely end up last in the next mock exam. By the way, you're currently third from last, so you'd better work hard. Lin Chen continued browsing rapidly. Lend me your notes later, thanks. I swear I'll make significant progress this time. I won't aim too high, just the top 20. Of reaching for the stars. Though Li Yang sneered at Lin Chen's boast being kind-hearted, he still lent him the note. Lin Chen, come out. 3 boys appeared at the classroom door. Li Yang quickly said, don't go out. Pretend to faint, and he'll take you to the school clinic to avoid them. Li Yang, thanks for your concern. Some things must be settled once and for all. If you're willing to help record it for me. Lin Chen stood up and followed them out. The 3 troublemakers looked at him with surprise. Wasn't this kid always trembling and on the verge of tears when they came for him? Why was he so willing to go with them now? Li Yang watched helplessly as Lin Chen was taken away, too afraid to speak. In fact, even ranking in the top 20 of this ordinary high school was nothing to boast about. In this school, everyone slacked off, students and teachers alike. So these 3 troublemakers could brazenly extort money. The teachers, following the principle of avoiding trouble, would punish both sides equally whenever incidents occurred. The consequence was that the bad students grew bolder while the good ones became more timid. The vast majority of No. 7 middle school students had no hope for the college entrance exam. In previous years, only a handful could get into second-tier universities, 2 or 3 into first-year, and almost no one into 985 universities. Most either paid for private colleges or entered the workforce directly. Li Yang, having been Lin Chen's deskmate for so long, knew that Lin Chen was far smarter than him and the other students. But with your homework torn up every day, scolded by teachers and beaten by those 3 hooligans until you skip class, even if you were a genius, you'd never have a chance to rise. Lin Chen, what a pity. Someone like you shouldn't belong to this lousy school. Who did you offend? Li Yang had no choice but to sit down, take out his phone, and play Honor of Kings to relieve stress, since the teachers wouldn't care anyway. But just as he was selecting a hero, he suddenly remembered Lin Chen's words, if you're willing to help record it for me. With a determined expression, Li Yang grabbed his phone and left the classroom. Lin Chen followed the 3 troublemakers to the wall near the school sports field. Same rule, 100 yuan protection fee. The yellow hair, their leader, lit a cigarette as the three of them smoked. Lin Chen knew that even if he paid, they would still beat him. The only difference was whether he'd get 300 punches or 200 fewer. Get lost, he gritted out. What? The three hooligans thought they had misheard. Cigarettes dangling from their fingers, they gaped. You ungrateful bastard. Yellow hair flicked his cigarette away and lunged at Lin Chen. Lin Chen grabbed him tightly and bit down with his teeth. Yellow hair's piercing scream echoed across the field. Let go, you madman. With a physique no better than average, Lin Chen could only rely on his sharpest weapon, his teeth. He had to create a peaceful environment for study. This incident caused a stir at school. Both Lin Chen and Yellow Hair were sent to the hospital. Evening. No. 7 middle school. Lin Han and Lin Ling walked into the principal's office. The principal said with a dark expression, your son used to be quite well behaved and never caused trouble for the school. But today he got into a fight with a classmate and both ended up in the hospital. This has a significant impact on, considering it's his first offense. I plan to give your son and the other student a serious demerit. If there's a next time, he'll be expelled. Principal, please give him a chance. Don't record it in his file. He's a good kid. He must have been provoked into fighting back. Chen Han pleaded with a pained expression. The principal sneered. What chance do you want me to give him? In 2 years of high school, he's always been at the bottom, and how can such a person be called a good kid? Lin Ling retorted angrily. Does poor academic performance mean he's not a good kid? Is being good at studying the only criterion? Who says so? Which class are you from, daring to speak to me like that? The principal fumed. Brother did nothing wrong. I asked other students. Those three are troublemakers who constantly extort and fight. Lin Ling said anxiously. Oomph. The principal slammed the table. Bad students are all poor at studying, because they waste precious study time on fighting and bullying. Your brother is third from last. What about him resembles a good student? I even received a mysterious call today claiming he's being kept by a rich woman. My brother being kept by someone. Nonsense. Lin Ling said indignantly. You're not from No. 7 middle school, are you? The principal sneered. Which school are you from? What right do you have to interfere in our decision? Have your teacher contact me immediately. Let me teach your teacher how to discipline you. The principal said angrily. The other student who fought and ended up in the hospital accepted his serious demerit without complaint. It's only you two who keep babbling. Lin Ling couldn't help but argue, because they were the bullies. They know they're in the wrong, so they don't argue. But my brother didn't do anything wrong. He was just defending himself, trying to create a stable learning environment. He's been bullied and beaten at school every day. You couldn't protect vulnerable students like him who want to study, so he had to protect himself. Third from last in exams. Where does he show any desire to study? He's just a slacker wasting his youth. The principal slammed the table again. This is intolerable. I'm now placing Lin Chen on disciplinary probation. If he misbehaves, he'll be. Principal, please give this child a chance. Lin Han pleaded. Lin Ling cried. Dad, don't yield to this evil force. Let's report him to the Education Bureau. The principal roared. Go ahead and report me. The fact that Lin Chen bit someone and sent them to the hospital is ironclad. You as his family come here to make a scene, so he'll just expel him directly. He won't need to attend No. 7 middle school anymore. Principal, we're sorry. We accept this serious demerit. Lin Han's face turned pale. Lin Ling was at a loss. If that happened, wouldn't she have made things worse for her brother? How could she ever live with her conscience? The principal stood up and waved his sleeve dismissively. I don't want to waste any more words with you. Security, show them out. Please leave. 2 burly security guards rushed into the office ready to drag the Lin family father and daughter away. Please give my brother a chance. I was wrong, principal. Lin Ling begged. Something terrible has happened. At that moment the dean burst and his face flushed. The principal tensed up, knowing the dean was a slow-tempered, bold man. For him to be so agitated, it must be. Throw them out first, the principal said impatiently. The security guards dragged Lin Han and Lin Ling out. The dean closed the door and took out his phone to show the principal. It was a video on a popular video site. It showed Lin Chen being called out of class 31 by the 3 troublemakers, then followed to the wall near the football field. The 3 troublemakers were smoking and extorting money. But Lin Chen, who looked frail, refused to submit. Yellow Hair struck first. Then the other 2 joined in beating Lin Chen. Lin Chen, preferring death to surrender, bit Yellow Hair tightly and refused to let go. Eventually a crowd of onlookers gathered, but no one dared to intervene. After Lin Chen and Yellow Hair passed out, an elderly teacher finally arrived belatedly. The video had over 1,000 likes. Over 2,000 comments. Top comment. Where were the teachers? The good student was beaten. Why did it take so long for someone to come? Which school is this? I'll tell my friends and family not to attend this school. Call the police. Why haven't they called the police? I think this school wants to sweep it under the rug. Everyone like and share to make it trending. I'm from this school. I heard that the student who bravely resisted got a serious demerit. The principal slumped into his office chair drenched in sweat. If this blew up and the Education Bureau got involved, he would be the first to be removed as principal. Those two people just now were. The director finally asked. They're the parents of that bullied good student, the principal said with a bitter smile. Off. The director's face turned pale. The two quickly realized and opened the door, chasing after them at a sprinter's speed. Finally, at the entrance of the administrative building, they blocked Lin Han, who was lying on the ground. Mr. Lin, let's go back to the office and sit down. I'll personally brew you a fine cup of tea, and we can talk about your son's matter. The principal put on a benevolent smile. Lin Han sat up from the ground and exchanged a bewildered glance with Lin Ling, unsure of what scheme the old fox was concocting. We bow to you. The principal hastily pulled the director to bow together. Lin Han and Lin Ling returned to the principal's office with a mixture of doubt and belief. The principal then took out his phone, showed it to Lin Han, and tactfully suggested that Lin Chen delete the video immediately and publicly state that it was not the school's fault. As compensation, the school could revoke Lin Chen's major demerit. Dad, we don't need to come to school to plead anymore, Lin Ling said excitedly. As expected of my brother, he handled everything himself. Lin Han murmured. Chener seems to have become a different person, but this is a good thing. So Lin Han took out his phone and called Lin Chen, who was in the hospital. But Lin Chen's response was that he would only delete the video, not issue a public apology, because it was entirely the school's fault. It was the school's inaction that allowed vulnerable groups to be repeatedly bullied by delinquent students, thus tarnishing the entire school's atmosphere and contributing to the low enrollment rate at No. 7 high school. Lin Chen demanded that the school not only give the yellow-haired student a major demerit, but also give the other two students who participated in the beating major demerits. Furthermore, he required strict supervision of those habitual bullies, and if any bullying occurred, it should be promptly addressed and announced school-wide for criticism. Finally, the school was to fully reimburse Lin Chen's medical expenses. Lin Chen's videos spread rapidly on online platforms. Compared to these demands, the school's reputation and the principal's future were clearly more important. The principal had no choice but to agree to Lin Chen's demands. Lin Chen then deleted the video, but he kept a backup, not worried about the school reneging on its promise. In the evening, Lin Chen asked Lin Ling to bring his textbooks and exam papers to the hospital. He intended to use this time of undisturbed hospitalization to study diligently. His deskmate Li Yang came specially to visit him. Lin Chen, you've become a big name at our school now. Many students are grateful to you. Now that those thugs are under strict control, those of us who want to study can finally focus in peace. Lin Chen smiled and said, you deserve some credit too. Li Yang grinned, then thought of something and said with concern, oh, by the way, the comprehensive test is in a week and you're hospitalized. I'm afraid your grades will suffer. But Lin Chen showed no concern. They will be affected, but only for the better. Originally, I only wanted to advance 30 places, but now the situation has changed, and so has my goal. I want to be in the top 10. You're just bragging. Li Yang naturally didn't believe him. Lin Ling came to deliver food to Lin Chen, and seeing his body covered in bruises couldn't help but cry sorrowfully. Today, Dad and I went to No. 7 high school and talked to the students in class 31. They said those 3 bad kids have been bullying you for 2 years, and they targeted you specifically. What deep-seated grudge do they have against you to bully you like this? Is this why your grades plummeted, brother? Lin Chen naturally knew that Chen Tianan was behind it all, but to keep his sister from worrying, he didn't reveal it. Though he had created a quiet environment for studying, just proving himself wasn't enough. By the way, Linger, you and Chen Tianan are in the same school. How are his grades? Lin Ling thought for a moment and said, they say he's pretty good. But even if he weren't, getting into a top 985 university is a sure thing. After all, our No. 1 high school is a key school with several guaranteed admission slots. There are precedents. Don't forget the third daughter of the Chen family got into a 985 university through guaranteed admission. Such is the privilege of the wealthy and powerful. A child from a poor family merely studying hard could never rival a young master like Chen Tianan. Lin Chen recalled his past life where he spent decades as a soul. Later, Lin Han and Han Mei wept at his grave, revealing that shortly after his death, the Chen family's second and third daughters died in succession, followed by Chun Hai and Ma Li, with the eldest daughter being the last to perish, allowing Chen Tianan to seize control of the Chen group. Under Chen Tianan's management, the Chen group expanded to a scale even greater than during Chen Hai's time, achieving some success in foreign markets. This was enough to demonstrate that Chen Tianan possessed superior cunning and strategy. Later, Lin Ling was recruited into the Chen group, only to be killed by Chen Tianan as well. Lin Chen would no longer grovel before the Chen family in this life, nor would he allow tragedy to befall his sister. He had to become more powerful and wealthier than the Chen family. But relying solely on studying was impossible. Lin Chen knew his own strengths. As the saying goes, prolonged illness makes a doctor. Over the past 5 years, every time he was injured by Chen Tianan's schemes, the Chen family never provided him with medical treatment. To survive, he spent more time studying traditional Chinese medicine on his own than he did on academics. Had it not been for this effort, he would have likely died young. Facts prove that he had a talent for traditional Chinese medicine. Before he was drowned, his proficiency in it had reached at least the level of a private clinic. Afterward, in his soul state, he did not waste those decades. His spiritual power underwent extensive training. On the mountain where he was buried, he discovered a reclusive, old, traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who had lived from the Republic of China era to the present, nearly a century old. Sensing his time was limited, the old practitioner wrote a medical treatise in the mountains while treating the local villagers, curing many difficult and complex diseases with his remedies. Chen followed and learned from him until the old practitioner died of natural causes, unaware that he had a spiritual heir in the world. Chen believed that with his photographic memory, getting into a top-tier university like the 985 project would be effortless, and he wouldn't need to spend much time on his studies. Thus, he could save time to start his own business. He wanted to open a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, but lacked the capital. His foster parents worked from dawn till dusk, taking on multiple jobs, but the money was meager. Chen would not touch that money. It was set aside by his foster parents for Ling's future education. When Chen chose to leave his foster parents and return to the Chen family, it was precisely to avoid burdening them with this money and delaying his sister's future. The next morning, while scrolling through videos, Chen discovered that a week later the city would host a live memory challenge variety show. The winner would receive a prize of 100,000 yuan. Chen would be discharged in 5 days, just in time to participate in the full mock exam at school, and then seamlessly join the variety show. So he signed up, needing no training, only to improvise on the spot. At the Chen mansion morning, the Chen family sat at the dining table eating breakfast prepared by the servants. Sausages, bacon, fried potatoes, roasted tomatoes, and scones. Eat well today, no one is to mention that prodigal. Chen Hai warned before the meal. That slap from Chen left an indelible impression on Chen Hai. The chairman of the Chen group had never been struck before, let alone slapped in the face. And it was by his own biological son. It made him irritable every day, nearly causing a slip-up during yesterday's business negotiations with the Li family. Chen Kaiwei deliberately sat next to Chen Tianan, occasionally staring at him. "Big sister, is there something on my face?" Chen Tianan asked with a smile. Chen Kaiwei said with concern and worried, "Your wound might leave a scar." Chen Tianan looked touched. "Thank you for your concern, big sister. But I don't blame my brother. He thinks I took everything from him. No matter how much he bites or hits me, I can take it. Son, don't think the worst. You and Chen are both mama's good boys. Let me apply medicine for you." Molly quickly took out a medicinal ointment she carried and applied it to Chen Tianan. "Don't mention that prodigal again." Chen Hai erupted in fury, suddenly overturning the dining table. Everyone was startled and dared not speak. Chen Kaiwei noticed a strand of Chen Tianan's hair stuck to the chair. After confirming it was correct, she carefully picked it up and stored it in a sealed bag. After work, she called in her assistant Mao Xiaomiao and locked the office door. The two of them spent some intimate time together at the desk. After pulling apart, Chen Kaiwei handed the sealed bag to Mao Xiaomiao. "Inside are my hair and Tianan's. I collected them myself to ensure reliability." "Xiaomiao, how long will it take to get the results?" Mao Xiaomiao replied, "Usually 1 to 2 weeks, but if I handle the identification, about 5 or 6 days. Good, I look forward to your results." Chen Kaiwei was a little nervous. Whether Chen Tianan was biologically related or not, the three sisters all had deep feelings for him. After all, they had watched him grow up, raised him, and played with him since childhood. But if Chen Tianan turned out to be their half-brother, Chen Kaiwei would be even happier. After all, throughout history, no family, whether in sentiment or reason, would will their estate to an outsider. As long as the bloodline was preserved, even a collateral branch could serve as emperor in ancient times, and the royal family could accept it. So Chen Kaiwei could also accept a half-brother inheriting the Chen family's legacy. Awaiting the test results, Chen Kaiwei couldn't sleep well for the next 5 days. During this period, Chen was hospitalized. The troublesome classmates were disciplined and placed under supervision by the school. Chen Tianan recuperated at home. In his rage, Chen Hai ordered the Chen family not to contact Chen. Chen enjoyed the rare peace of the past 5 years. All high school knowledge was covered in the first and second years. The third year was about drilling with problems. Chen spent only 3 days memorizing all the textbooks. The remaining 2 days he finished memorizing all the test papers. Afterward, he was discharged from the hospital and returned to No. 7 high school to take the comprehensive mock exam. The comprehensive test was not overly difficult for Chen, though he did encounter some questions that required comprehension to fill the gaps. During his hospitalization, he had relied entirely on rote memorization. Even so, he believed he had already answered over 90 of the questions correctly in the first day's Chinese and mathematics exams. With nearly a year remaining, there was ample time to strengthen his knowledge. This comprehensive test served as the first assessment for senior high school students, spanning 2 days. Afterward, certain students would receive focused training from the school. Of course, the focused training at No. 7 Middle school only aimed to help students get into an average undergraduate program. After school that afternoon, Liang ran over and asked Lin Chen, "How did you do?" "Let me start first. I'm confident I'll make it into the top 20 of the class in this mock exam. By the way, Yang Xiao and his gang haven't been bothering you, and those other scumbags from other classes give you a wide berth now. Do you know why? They say you're a madman. They just wanted to extort money and show off. There's no need to be as foolish as Yellow Hair, who ended up sending himself to the hospital." "Huh. Oh, Lin Chen, don't be too discouraged if you bombed this exam. You were hospitalized after all. Without their harassment, I believe your grades will improve. A third-tier college in a year shouldn't be a problem." Liang wasn't looking down on Lin Chen, but no matter how gifted a person was, if they wasted 2 years without building a solid foundation, it was truly impossible to catch up. After all, the amount of knowledge students had to master nowadays was enormous. Getting into a third-tier college was already Li Yang's optimistic estimate for Lin Chen. Expecting a student ranked third from the bottom in the class to get into a university was nothing short of a miracle. Lin Chen, however, said, "They'll do better than you this time, no problem." "What the hell?" Liang was stunned. In his memory, Lin Chen was very insecure, but had a gentle temperament and no bad habits. Over these 2 years of high school, Liang had been willing to befriend this underachiever. But Lin Chen had never been this arrogant before. Liang couldn't help touching Lin Chen's forehead. Though he wasn't feverish, Liang was convinced that those 3 delinquent students had damaged Lin Chen's brain, causing him to hallucinate. In the Chen group's dark underground parking lot, Chen Kaiwei sat anxiously in her pink Lamborghini. After a moment, Mao Xiaomiao hurried over panting and knocked on the tinted window. Chen Kaiwei quickly opened the door to let her in. Then she stepped on the accelerator and left the company. She drove the Lamborghini to the suburbs, stopping by a deserted roadside temporary parking spot. Mao Xiaomiao chuckled, extending her slender arm to wrap around Chen Kaiwei's fair, elegant neck. "Saiwei, darling." Chen Kaiwei pushed her away, urging, "Let's get down to business first. All right, I know this is the most important thing to you." Mao Xiaomiao rolled her eyes at Chen Kaiwei, then pulled a stack of freshly printed documents from her white handbag. Chen Kaiwei took it and quickly scanned through it. In the process, she already had an answer in her heart. After reading the end, she was deeply disappointed. "Kenan and I have no blood relation." She was bewildered. Mao Xiaomiao pointed at the data in the document and said, "The probability is so low it's crystal clear. And the samples were collected by you personally. If you don't believe it, I can switch to another lab for verification." Chen Kaiwei shook her head. "No need. Actually, I could tell from his appearance that Kenan doesn't look like dad or mom at all. Not a bit." Despite her disappointment, Chen Kaiwei could barely accept it. After all, she had watched Chen Tiannan grow up since childhood, and an unbreakable bond had formed. 5 years ago, after Lin Chen was brought back to the Chen family, the 3 sisters had known about Chen Tiannan's status as an adopted son, and they had gone through a 5-year adjustment period. Chen Tiannan lived up to expectations. He was virtuous, excelled, academically filial to his adoptive parents at home, and respectful to his 3 sisters. More importantly, other wealthy families also highly recognized his intelligence. Those patriarch-level figures all said that if the Chen family business were to be inherited by Chen Tiannan, it was uncertain whether he could expand the family's influence, but at least the Chen family would not decline. Mao Xiaomiao couldn't help but fan the flames. "Hey, raise the key point, darling Kaiwei. You're an heiress of a wealthy family. Since ancient times, has any noble family ever willingly handed over the family fortune to an outsider? Take the emperor, for example. If the direct line is gone, the throne would go to collateral branches, sharing the same surname and bloodline. If an outsider wanted to seize the empire, the only possibility would be to wage a devastating war. Not far off, look at the wealthy families in Guanyuan City. There was a case 10 years ago. Jiang Feihuan of the Jiang family had leukemia and was running out of time. Because of his health issues, he couldn't have his own children. But he didn't give the inheritance to his adopted son. Instead, he left the adopted son some money and asked him to carry on the family line in his stead. The Jiang family genealogy already recorded the adopted son's descendants as unrelated by blood, meaning that branch could never again lay claim to the family estate. In the end, the Jiang family business was passed to Jiang Feihuan's own younger brother. After hearing this, Chen Kaiwei said reluctantly, "But no one knows that Tiannan is an adopted son." "You're so naive," Mao Xiaomiao said, anxious for her. "I know you want to fight for personal feelings, but you have to be rational. Your Chen family is a wealthy clan, but it's only the Guanyuan branch. It's the main Chen family in the capital that provides resources, industrial chains, and financial guarantees to branches in various cities. That's how your father has thrived in Guanyuan. Inheritance is such a huge matter involving the interests of the capital Chen family. How could they not investigate?" Chen Kaiwei sighed. "If that's the case, Tiannan is actually quite pitiful. He works so hard, and everyone, but because he's an adopted son, he's destined never to inherit the Chen family business. His efforts will never receive the rewards they deserve. So we should cherish the present and be good to Tiannan. Why don't you say be good to Lin Chen?" "Mao Xiaomiao, I'm not joking with you." Chen Kaiwai's expression changed. Mao Xiaomiao leaned on Chen Kaiwai's shoulder. I said 5 days ago if Tianan is confirmed not to be your half-brother, then there must be another reason why the chairman treats him so well. Chen Kaiwai frowned slightly. Tianan is sensible, filial, and outstanding. Isn't that natural? Mao Xiaomiao sneered again. You are the general manager, a strong woman. You've reached this position, I don't believe your emotional intelligence could be that low. Chen Tianan is an adopted son with no blood relation to the Chen family. Why aren't you worried? Who will inherit the Chen family business in the future? Because I still have 2 younger sisters, Chen Kaiwai said softly. They are so outstanding. There are plenty of good men eager to marry into the Chen family. We can simply arrange a son-in-law for either of them. The child born from that union would carry the Chen bloodline. By then the capital Chen family will surely support that bloodline to inherit the family business. During the transition period, I wouldn't mind if the family business is managed by my 2 sisters. Are you sure? Mao Xiaomiao gave a sly smile. Mao Xiaomiao sat up from Chen Kaiwai's embrace and sneered. The chairman is shrewd. Even if he meticulously selects a son-in-law who marries into the family, so what? I don't mean to belittle us women, but most men, especially traditional men like the chairman, hold the old-fashioned belief that a married daughter is like water poured out. She belongs to her husband's family. Even with a son-in-law who marries into the family, who can guarantee that your second and third sisters won't eventually side with their own husbands? Who can guarantee their husbands won't carve up the Chen family's assets for their own relatives? Xiaomiao, then tell me the reason. Speak. Why did the chairman act against the family's noble lineage and treat Tianan so well? Chen Kaiwai grabbed Mao Xiaomiao's shoulders excitedly. Mao Xiaomiao said mysteriously, don't rush. Let me first tell you about something that happened to me. It's related to the chairman. Related to my dad. Chen Kaiwai abruptly released her grip. Mao Xiaomiao took out a makeup mirror from the car and applied lipstick. I think the chairman must know about us. One day as I was leaving the office I ran into him. He suddenly said to me with deep meaning that as long as I don't tarnish the Chen family's reputation, he won't stop me. Chen Kaiwai was startled by this and leaned back against the car door. After a long pause she said, still dazed, that's it. Yes, that was all the chairman said to me. But the information contained in those words is very complex and profound. Mao Xiaomiao remained calm and composed. He knows about us. Yet he didn't blame either of us. Chen Kaiwai's mind went blank. Mao Xiaomiao said seriously, why did the chairman put you in the position of general manager? Why does he support you wholeheartedly, but not give any power to your second and third sisters? This is just my speculation, but it's very realistic. If he truly intended to find husbands who would marry into the family for your second and third sisters in the future, he should start grooming them now. He should give them a foothold in the family business, but he hasn't. Instead, he is fully training you, practically ensuring that you will lead the Chen family in the future. Chen Kaiwai shook her head and said worriedly, the Chen family in the capital won't agree. They won't allow a woman to be in charge. Mao Xiaomiao scoffed, they would agree if you carry the Chen family's blood in your belly. Xiaomiao? I'm telling you again, I'm not joking. Chen Kaiwai shouted. Mao Xiaomiao said softly, let's calm down and analyze this carefully. Never underestimate the chairman's intelligence. A man who sits in that position knows better than anyone. I think the main reason he dislikes Lin Shan is that Lin Shan still has feelings for his adoptive family. If Lin Shan inherits the family business in the future and gives benefits to his adoptive family, the chairman would never accept it. Mao Xiaomiao put away her lipstick and leaned closer to Chen Kaiwai, her beautiful eyes sparkling. But Chen Tianan has been raised in your Chen family since childhood. He's an orphan with no parents, so all his affection can only be given to the Chen family. What does that have to do with me? Chen Kaiwai shouted excitedly. Of course it does. Mao Xiaomiao smiled. The chairman knows you will never get married, never marry any man, never betray the Chen family for any man. You are the child he trusts the most. His efforts to train you and delegate power to you are the best proof of that. On the other hand, he has favored Chen Tianan since he was a child. Even though Lin Shan is his biological son, he treats his adopted son better than his own. That's another ironclad proof. So what is the only possibility? Can't you guess even if I don't say it? Fine, I'll spell it out. As long as you and Chen Tianan have a child, the Chen family's corporation will forever remain in the hands of the Chen family. Shut up. Slap. Chen Kaiwai left a bright red handprint on Mao Xiaomiao's cheek. You know I can never do that with Tianan. I only have familial love for him. Mao Xiaomiao tossed her disheveled hair and laughed happily. So what? You don't have to get married. Technology is advanced enough these days. We can extract it and do IVF. You don't have to do anything. As long as the child is biologically yours and carries the Chen family bloodline, it's fine. And Chen Tianan knows the child is his, so he will devote himself wholeheartedly to the Chen family. Besides, you said he has good character. The Chen family watched him grow up and trust him the most. Also, I won't marry a man either. Isn't this the best outcome for us? Get out. Get out of the car. Chen Kaiwai screamed hysterically. Mao Xiaomiao was stunned for a moment, then said with a poignant smile, I know you need time to adjust to this reality. But you spent 5 years accepting that Chen Tianan is an adopted son. I think you'll also come to accept the chairman's arrangement. He'll give you time. He'll always love you. Mao Xiaomiao sighed softly and got out of the car looking a bit dejected. Chen Kaiwei was very upset. She hastily pulled out her phone and brought up the numbers for Chen Kailan and Chen Kaiyan. But after hesitating for a long time, she didn't take the next step. This would be a huge scandal for the Chen family. One sister was a public figure, and the other was the student council president. Neither could be trusted to keep a secret. After thinking it over, she dialed Lin Chen's number instead. But it was quickly hung up. What time is it now? She quickly checked the time. Damn, it's already time for school to let out. She floored the gas pedal and sped towards No. 7 middle school. When she arrived, she found the students had already left. She had no choice but to drive quickly towards Lin Chen's adoptive parents' home. As she neared the old neighborhood, she finally spotted Lin Chen. The old neighborhood was poorly planned with narrow roads that the car couldn't navigate. She had to pull over and chase after Lin. Brother. She started to call out, but stopped. She saw Lin Shun walking with Lin Ling, and Lin Ling was carrying an 8-inch chestnut cake. A cake? Whose birthday? Was it that girl's? Brother. Chen Kaiwei finally decided to catch up. Lin Shun turned around in surprise hearing this big sister call him brother for the first time. Ms. Chen Kaiwei, did you get it wrong? He said coldly. Chen Kaiwei panted, no brother, come home, please. Are you crazy? Lin Ling couldn't help but curse. Lin Chen had been back for a few days, so of course she knew about the inhuman treatment he had suffered in the Chen family. He was the brother who had protected her since childhood. She cherished him like a treasure and couldn't bear to let outsiders mistreat him like this. Lin Ling only had deep hatred for the Chen family. Chen Kaiwei was very embarrassed. Originally, she disliked children from common families like this. They were ill-mannered and particularly good at arguing, and worst of all, this family had corrupted her own biological brother. But for the sake of her biological brother, she endured it. Chen Kaiwei forced a kind smile and said, hello, little sister from the Lin family. Today is your birthday. Oh, I came in a hurry and didn't prepare a gift. Here, if you don't mind, happy birthday. She took off a sparkling diamond necklace from her neck. This necklace was worth over 1,000,000 yuan. Giving it away would surely leave this girl stunned. And after receiving such a favor, the girl would help her speak well of Lin Chen, wouldn't she? Chen Kaiwei was lost in her fantasies when she was suddenly interrupted by a sarcastic remark. Are you out of your mind? Is it my birthday today? Lin Ling snapped. Isn't it? Chen Kaiwei panicked as if she had guessed something. Your entire Chen family is a bunch of villains. Lin Ling waved her little fists. Brother has been with your Chen family for 5 years, and you don't even know his birthday. Your whole family only remembers the fake young master's birthday, don't you? This alone shows what kind of person you, the eldest miss of the Chen family, really are. Stop your hypocritical overtures. Don't bother my brother with small matters, and even less with big ones, because he has nothing to do with the Chen family anymore. Chen Kaiwei was stunned by the scolding. But this younger sister of the Lin family was not wrong. In 5 years, the Chens had never celebrated Lin Chen's birthday, even once. Now his foster parents' family was celebrating Lin Chen's birthday. It was a joyful day. How could she have the face to ask Lin Chen to return? Brother, let's go. Don't mind that wicked woman. Lin Ling pulled Lin Chen's hand and ran anxiously towards home. Chen Kaiwei couldn't help but call out, brother, come home with me, please. We were all wrong. He'll definitely make up for your birthday. I can order a cake for you right now. How about a 20-inch one? Miss Chen. Lin Chen turned around. I've told you time and again, it's either him or me. It can't be both. Never come looking for me. Chen Kaiwei shouted excitedly, but what fault is Tainan's? He's not wrong either. Back then when you were lost, he was adopted by our parents. He couldn't have decided that himself. Brother, hold this first. Lin Ling handed the cake to Lin Chen. Then she walked up angrily. Slap. She gave Chen Kaiwei a resounding slap. Chen Kaiwei was dumbfounded. Who was she? The eldest miss of the Chen family. Who had ever hit her? Who would dare? And now she was slapped by such a lowly girl from a poor family. You wretch. Chen Kaiwei raised her arm ready to strike back. But suddenly Lin Chen reached out and grabbed her. Stop. Heavens, you would treat your own sister like this for the sake of your foster family's sister. Chen Kaiwei looked at Lin Chen, deeply disappointed and incredulous. And how did you treat my brother? You abused your own blood brother for the sake of an adopted son. Lin Ling shouted angrily. 4 or 5 years you've tormented my brother, treating him worse than that fake young master's dog. I heard you even celebrated the Tibetan Mastiff's birthday. Humph. I'm just wondering, after such differential treatment, how do you still have the nerve to ask my brother to return? Actually, Chen Kaiwei's heart ached with pain. It was a pain born of guilt. After calming down and thinking carefully, she realized that the Chen family had indeed treated Lin Chen, their own biological son, in an utterly absurd manner. Lin Ling sneered, why do you want my brother to go back? Is it to gang up with the others in the Chen family and bully him? My brother was just beaten into the hospital by some delinquent students. The doctor said it's a miracle he's alive, given his constitution, which is weaker than anyone else's. That's all due to the long-term abuse from your Chen family. Can you guarantee that your beastly fake brother and your father, who can't tell right from wrong, won't bully my brother anymore? Yes, can I guarantee that? Can I change father and my sister's minds? Chen Kaiwei stood frozen in place. My surname is Lin. I have nothing to do with the Chen family anymore. Don't look for me. Lin Shen pulled Lin Ling and continued walking forward. That's right. Brother's family is me, not you, you wicked woman. Stay away from us. Lin Ling turned back and snapped her fingers. This made Chen Kaiwei's face turn pale with rage. Of course she was only angry at Lin Ling and felt only guilt towards Lin Shen. She shouted unwillingly, I dare guarantee that Tianan won't bully you. Don't you remember he used to plead for you often? As for father, ill reason with him. Utterly foolish. Lin Shen threw out these words and finally decided to ignore Chen Kaiwei, disappearing with Lin Ling into the old neighborhood. Chen Kaiwei actually had a thick skin, one couldn't manage a large company without it. She gritted her teeth and followed, climbing the stairs after the siblings. There was no elevator, which made her complain inwardly. Reaching the 5th floor, she was so tired she had to hold her waist. But she couldn't catch up to the siblings and found the door locked. Open the door, Lin Shen. Come back with me. This house you're living in is too old. This neighborhood should have been condemned as a high-risk building long ago. How about this, for the sake of your foster family, I'll allow you to bring them along. If you don't want to stay in the Chen family home, I'll arrange a bigger, more spacious house for you. You and your foster family can move in first. Then we siblings can work together slowly and try to persuade father. What do you say? Hearing this from inside the room, Lin Shen was somewhat surprised and taken aback. In his memory, his eldest sister was the most mature and proud. She had never been so shameless, lowering her pride to beg anyone. Although Chen Kaiwei had yet to realize Chen Tianan's insidiousness and ruthlessness, her actions towards him already proved a shift in her thinking. However, now that Lin Shen had stopped groveling to this family and had his own opinions, he was no longer a fool. Chen Kaiwei, is there some situation where you want to use me as a shield, and that's why you're being nice to me? I know you. A very profit-driven woman, which is why Chen Hai likes you so much. But I'm not you. I won't be deceived and sold out by you again for such petty immediate gains. Brother, I know you value loyalty and affection. Chen Kaiwei continued knocking. Click. The door opened, revealing Lin Ling's angry face. Tell your brother to come out, Chen Kaiwei said in a commanding tone. Lin Ling snorted coldly and suddenly splashed a basin of cold water. Splash. Chen Kaiwei was drenched like a drowned rat. You're not welcome in my home. Don't come back. If I hadn't bathed yet, I'd have let you taste the footbath water. Bang. The door slammed shut. Open the door. You lunatic. Come out. Chen Kaiwei pounded on the door in fury. Inside the house, Lin Shen sighed. Just sending her away was enough. There was no need. Brother, are you worried she'll get sick? When you were sick in the Chen family, did they ever care about you? Lin Ling said angrily. It'd be good if she got sick. Let her experience your pain. Lin Shen fell silent. 4.5 years ago, he had caught the flu. The school teachers didn't call to check on him. His family didn't look for him. He just lay in the cramped servant's room, left to fend for himself. When thirsty, he crawled to drink tap water. When hungry, Aunt Zhang secretly handed him a few snacks. Luckily, he pulled through. It was only after that he began to self-study traditional Chinese medicine. Chen Kaiwei continued knocking, but then she heard the cheerful singing of Happy Birthday coming from inside the house. Her hand, which was pounding on the door, unconsciously lowered. Yes, I'm not worthy, especially on his birthday. I truly am not worthy to ask him to come back at such a time. Chen Kaiwei thought carefully. If Lin Shen went home with her, no one in the Chen family would celebrate his birthday, because even she herself had forgotten Lin Shen's birthday. Moreover, Lin Shen would have to face the sour faces of the other Chens. Today was supposed to be Lin Shen's little brother Achu. He'll come to take you home someday. Chen Kaiwei left these words behind before departing in dejection. Inside the room. Brother, tomorrow is the last day of the comprehensive placement test at No. 7 High School. You must strive for success. You have no idea how the principal kept calling you an academic failure when Dad and I begged him last time. Infuriating. A dog that looks down on others. Lin Ling stood up and fed Lin Shen a piece of cake. Lin Han, his face flushed, took a sip of the 50-proof liquor and asked cautiously, Chainer, do you have confidence? You've been hospitalized for 5 days. If you don't do well this time, it's not your fault. Just work hard from now on. Lin Han was filled with self-reproach. Back then, the Chen family had forbidden them from contacting Lin Shen, claiming that Lin Shen was their biological son and that his adoptive father should not disturb his life as it would cause him psychological stress. If only he had known Lin Shen was being abused like this, he would have stormed the Chen residence every day and refused to leave until they returned Lin Shen to him. The kind are always bullied. Lin Han silently repeated this to himself. Eat more, dear. Han Mei kept piling food onto Lin Shen's plate. Lin Shen smiled bitterly. Mom, I really can't eat anymore. Han Mei hastily said, just eat what you like, it's fine to leave the rest. Besides, tomorrow evening you have to participate in that memory competition. I heard many organizations, schools, and individuals have signed up. You won't be home for dinner tomorrow night. Mom feels sorry for you, so eat more now. Lin Chen didn't want Han Mei to worry, so he forced himself to keep eating. Lin Ling asked worriedly, "Brother, after your exam tomorrow you'll go straight to the competition, right?" Lin Chen replied with a smile, "It's just the preliminary round. It's simple and finishes in a day. Then the show airs the day after." "Wonderful. My son is going to be on TV." Lin Han felt a surge of pride. Han Mei shot him a glance. "Chainer hasn't even competed yet, and you're already saying he'll win. Aren't you putting pressure on him?" Lin Ling held a piece of cake in one hand and propped her chin with the other, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Chen. She felt she could never get enough of looking at her brother. Han Mei noticed this scene, and a faint smile crept onto her face. Chen Kaiwei returned home in deep disappointment. The moment she stepped inside, she forced a smile onto her face. "Big sister, did you get caught in the rain? Go change your clothes quickly, or you'll catch a cold," Chen Tianan said with great concern. After listening to Mao Xiaomao's words this afternoon, Chen Kaiwei felt extremely awkward around this adopted younger brother. She instinctively took a few steps back. Chen Tianan seemed not to notice and rushed to the bathroom, returning with a clean towel to drape over Chen Kai. He helped dry her hair. "Aunt Zhang, please prepare clean clothes for big sister," he called out. Chen Kaiwei felt a warmth in her heart seeing Chen Tianan so considerate, but then she shook her head with a wry smile. Lin, Chen, why must you force us to choose between the two? I don't want to lose either brother. Losing either one would be like cutting off a piece of my flesh." Tonight Chen Hai couldn't make it home for dinner due to business. At the table sat Ma Li, the three Chen sisters, and Chen Kaiyun suddenly announced in a loud voice, "Tomorrow evening at 7 I'm going to the preliminary round of the memory challenge. Though it's a preliminary, I'll just make an appearance and then leave. After all, I am the student council president of the 985 universities sophomore year. I've already secured spots for a few classmates from Yuan University in the semifinals the day after tomorrow." Heh. Chen Kailin elegantly ate her steak and smiled. "Third sister, it's truly kind of you to go through the preliminaries with the common folk. So do you have confidence in winning the competition?" Chen Kaiyun sneered, "Except for a few memory experts who need special attention. As for the rest." Second sister, think about it. Yuan University is a top-tier institution practically gathering the brightest minds from the entire city and beyond. If we don't take the top spot, who will? Chen Kaiwei interjected. "Third sister, just go through the motions tomorrow. But when you're on TV the day after, you need to put in real effort. Although the prize money of 100,000 yuan is trivial, it's an opportunity to boost the Chen family's visibility. You must seize it." A piece of cake. Chen Kaiyun was brimming with confidence. Then she turned her attention to Chen Tianan with concern. "Is your school sending you to participate?" Chen Tianan smiled gently. "Our school only cares about the college entrance exam. Even if they send someone, it would be a teacher." Chen Kaiyun scoffed. "We don't care about your college entrance exam. You'll get into a top-tier school anyway. Tianan, your birthday is in a week." Chen Kailin said softly, "I'm going to Nanyang tomorrow for a film shoot. Tell me what gift you want. I'm preparing a gift for my little brother too. I've already got it ready." Chen Kaiyun raised her hand. Ha ha ha. The family was in harmony. They all remembered Chen Tainan's birthday every single day. Chen Kaiwei looked at this scene, and a pang of sorrow struck her heart once more. Should she remind them that today was Lin Chen's birthday? Molly suddenly slapped her thigh in regret. "Speaking of birthdays, I almost forgot. Today is Chainer's birthday." Chen Kaiwei felt a flicker of joy. So Mom remembered Lin Chen's birthday. "Lin Chen, how could you bear to leave your mother? Leave this home." But Chen Kaiyun said discontentedly, "Mom, tomorrow is my preliminary round. Why bring up that thing? And Tainan's birthday is in a week. Don't put Lin Chen on the same level as Tianan." Molly quickly tried to soothe her. "They are both my sons. It's Lin Chen's birthday now, and I haven't sent him my wishes. I think he must be very sad." Chen Kailin sneered. "Without Lin Chen here, look how happy we've been these past few days. Why bring him up? Have you considered our feelings?" Molly stood up anxiously and spoke earnestly. "But Lin Chen is my biological son after all. You share the same blood. Even if he's been led astray outside, that doesn't change the fact that he's your real brother. You should help him become better." Chen Tianan suddenly began massaging Molly's shoulders to comfort her. "Mom, I support you in calling brother to wish him a happy birthday. You're my good child, who I haven't loved you in vain." Molly happily kissed Chen Tianan on the cheek. She sighed again. "If only Lin Chen could be as considerate as you." Chen Kaiyun muttered discontentedly. "Mom is comparing that waist to Tianan again." Molly eagerly took out her phone and dialed Lin Chen's number. But the call was quickly rejected. She tried several more times with the same result. "You call Lin Chen? Oh, he wanted." Molly was on the verge of tears. Only a fool would call him. Chen Kaiyun turned her icy face away. Chen Kailin was absorbed in her phone, ignoring her. Chen Saiwei, however, silently took out her phone. "What are you doing, big sister?" Chen Kaiyun fumed. Chen Kaiwei said nothing, dialed Lin Chen's number, but the call was also rejected. At that moment her heart ached even more. Chen Kaiyun clapped her hands mockingly, a waste who willingly lets a kept woman support him, an unfilial son who struck his own father. If any of you still hold hope for him, I'm sorry. I want to eat this meal. He'll return to my room for memory training humph. At 9:30 in the evening Chen Hai returned home exhausted. Dad, dinner. Chen Tianan dutifully stepped forward to take Chen Hai's coat. Chen Hai smiled. I've already eaten out. By the way, Tianan, I need to talk to you. At that moment Chen Saiwei, who was playing on her phone in the living room, immediately perked up her ears. Chen Hai said earnestly, you can take the college entrance exam however you like, you don't have to study domestically. I've already had your transcripts prepared. Once you graduate high school, I'll send you to Harvard. Thank you, Dad. I'll work hard. Chen Tianan exclaimed with delight. Chen Hai continued, after you complete your studies you are welcome to join the management of the Chen group. Suddenly, Chen Kaiwei hastily stood up, returned to her room, closed the door, and locked it. Father had never been so doting to anyone. All three sisters were sent to top-tier 985 universities. And he never promised that they could enter management upon graduation. She became increasingly convinced that Mao Xiaomao's speculation was true. Trembling, she dialed Mao Xiaomao's number. Hello? Saiwei, darling, the slap you gave me this afternoon. A coquettish voice came through the phone. I'm sorry, Xiaomiao. I was too impulsive during the day. Please forgive me, Chen Kaiwei apologized. It's okay. I like that slap. Is there something on your mind? Xiaomiao, I plan to use the family's investigation department to find out who that woman is. Aren't you afraid the chairman will find out and hold you accountable? It doesn't matter if Dad scolds me afterward. I've already been designated by him as a breeding tool, a temporary proxy. Saiwei, darling, if you don't want to be a tool, there's only one way: make Lin Chen return to the Chen family. Of course, you also have to hope that your own brother hasn't been kept by a rich woman. If he really is being kept, a person of that quality, even if he inherits the Chen family fortune, would lead it into the fire. Alright, let's leave it at that. I must find out who that woman is. Chen Kaiwei hung up, walked out of her room, and went to the living room. She discussed business matters with Chen Hai. Chen Tianan listened attentively by the side. Hearing Chen Hai's promises, he was overjoyed. The boy who once only cared about studies and family began to show a keen interest in the family business. Chen Kaiwei did not leave. She continued discussing various aspects of business with Chen Hai. At a little past 10, Chen Hai's phone rang. He took it out, and his expression drastically changed. Speak. Who are you? Lin Chen is no longer a member of the Chen family. No matter what shameful things he does outside, no matter how much he disgraces the family, it has nothing to do with the Chens. Are you mistaken? His surname is Lin. Of course it has nothing to do with the Chen family. Dad, let me talk. Chen Kaiwei snatched the phone. A woman's voice chattered on the other end. Let me tell you, Lin Chen is my man. Past, present, and future. I protect my man. Don't you dare bully him anymore. I swear I will turn Lin Chen into a successful man and make the Chen family regret it. Lin Chen will surely reclaim the family fortune, and then you all will be begging on the streets. How arrogant. Chen Kaiwei couldn't help but exclaim angrily. What? A woman's voice. Which mistress of Chen Hai are you? The woman on the phone sneered. Impertinent. Who gave you permission to grab my phone? Chen Hai snatched it back, glaring with fury. He then stormed upstairs to take a shower. The next morning Chen Kaiwei arrived at the office early and found Mao Xiaomiao waiting at the door. They entered the office and locked the door. As soon as Mao Xiaomiao leaned in, Chen Kaiwei pulled out a voice recorder. Hey, erase the recording of my conversation with that woman yesterday. Mao Xiaomiao's eyes lit up. She took it and listened for a while. Then she smiled. She didn't use a voice changer, but deliberately spoke in a strained tone. Even so, I can guess she's in her 30s or 40s. With this recording, we should be able to trace her origins. Yes, I also noted down her phone number. Even though it's a virtual number, the investigation department has experience with such cases. Chen Kaiwei closed her eyes, picked up the landline, and dialed the investigation department. Today, the comprehensive test at No. 7 high school covered other subjects. Lin Chen breezed through it, and even handed in his paper early. After school, he ate a bowl of noodles at a shop near the school, and then took the subway to the commercial building rented by the Memory Challenge program. The preliminary selection was simple. First, they had to memorize numbers. The program gave a string of digits and contestants had 1 minute to remember them. The one who remembered the most scored highest. After the digits, they had to memorize text, a random sequence of common characters placed irregularly. For example, Sa Lao Jiefong de Long Kong Sa Lang Sa Lao Dao Chong, Lao Dang a Hinua. This was even more mind-boggling than memorizing digits, and many confident contestants stumbled here. But for Lin Chen it was nothing. He passed. Finally, the program selected the top 100 contestants based on scores who advanced to the semifinals. That would be broadcast live on television at the prime time of 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. At 9 in the evening, Lin Chen took the subway home. On the way, he received a call from Liang. How did it go, man? I passed easily. Oh, then you'd better prepare to lose tomorrow. Don't take it the wrong way. Many experts and wealthy families have also entered. Although the prize of 100,000 yuan is just a drop in the bucket for them, the fame that comes with it is their real goal. Lin Chen asked, "Are you saying there will be underhanded dealings?" "Isn't that obvious?" Liang said in a low voice. After returning to the Lin family, Lin Chen shared the good news of entering the semifinals with his adoptive parents and family. The family decided to put aside their work tomorrow evening and go to the scene to cheer for Lin Chen. At the Chen mansion, Dad, Mom, Big Sister, Second Sister Tianan. I'm going to participate in the memory challenge tomorrow with a few people from Yenda University's student council. It'll be on TV. Will you come watch? Chen Kalin asked expectantly. Chen Hai took a puff of his cigar and said, "My time is so precious, I earn a fortune every hour. How could I possibly go to the show?" Chen Tianan comforted her. "Third sister, I'm free tomorrow. They'll go to the scene to cheer you on. Tianan is truly the best, no wonder he's my good brother." Chen Kaiyun was deeply moved. Did it really matter who was a biological child and who was an adopted one? What mattered most was who treated her well. However, Ma Li quickly waved her hand. "No, your father said Tianan needs to prepare for Harvard. His studies are demanding, so he shouldn't go." Chen Tianan looked quite aggrieved. "Sorry, third sister. Mama's been very sad lately because of brother's matters. I must stay by her side." Chen Kaiyun felt somewhat disappointed, but she knew that Ma Li doted on Chen Tianan and couldn't bear to have him leave her sight for a moment. Ma Li even planned to accompany Chen Tianan to Harvard as a chaperone. "Then you can cheer for me on TV at home, right?" Chen Kaiyun asked, still hopeful. Chen Hai flicked the ash from his cigar expressionlessly and said, "The whole family will have dinner at 8 o'clock tomorrow. We'll catch your competition then." Hearing this, a smile finally appeared on Chen Kaiyun's face. However, she harbored a deep hatred for Lin Chen in her heart. How sensible Chen Tianan was, the only one in the family who agreed to watch her competition. Where could one find such a good brother? Now Lin Chen's heartlessness had broken the whole family's hearts, and only Chen Tianan could ease their parents' sorrow. It was all Lin Chen's fault that Chen Tianan couldn't come to the scene to cheer her on tomorrow night. This made Chen Kaiyun even less able to forgive Lin Chen. The next evening, Lin Chen arrived at the show on time to participate. The staff gave him a round number plate with 32 on it to wear on his chest. These numbers were randomly assigned and had no special meaning. However, not everyone's numbers were random. For instance, Chen Kaiyun's number plate was 1. This naturally made people wonder, why was her number 1? Could it be that she ranked first in the auditions? This made Chen Kaiyun the center of attention, drawing the most eyes in the entire venue. The director's camera occasionally panned over her as well. Lin Chen was not surprised that Chen Kaiyun had made it to the semifinals. After all, this third sister was the student council president of a prestigious 985 university in the city. For a competition that could enhance the school's reputation, she was certainly pre-selected to appear. A total of 100 participants attended the semifinals, all seated in the VIP section. With not too many people in the semifinals, Chen Kaiyun easily spotted her biological brother Lin Chen. Why? How could he be here? During his 5 years in the Chen family, the Chens had never seen a single merit in Lin Chen, but they could find a whole list of flaws. Lin Chen was an utter academic failure. Chen Kaiyun remembered that vividly. He always ranked at the bottom in exams and attended the dreadful No. 7 middle school. Could someone like that make it to the semifinals of a memory challenge? Not even a dog would believe it. There must be foul play. Chen Kaiyun pretended not to know Lin Chen. If her classmates found out she was related to a waste from No. 7 middle school, she would be utterly humiliated. Thus, Chen Kaiyun continued chatting and laughing with her classmates and some well-known figures in the VIP section, not casting another glance at Lin Chen. At the Chen family mansion, Chen Hai and the others sat at an exquisite dining table, enjoying a lavish dinner prepared by the servants. Chen Tianan turned on the 100-inch television and switched to the local channel. "Look, the show has started. Third sister is really on it. The camera keeps focusing on her. Her number is 1. Chen Tianan jumped up joyfully, as if the brighter the halo around Chen Kaiyun, the more glory reflected on him. Chen Hai smiled and said, "This is what people call popular support. Tianan, when you go to Harvard, you must also strive to be a role model among students. Dad'll follow third sister's example." Chen Tianan said humbly. Chen Kalin couldn't help but add, "When I was studying, I also stood out and was even recognized as the school beauty. But I wasn't as flashy as third sister since she became the student council president." Chen Kaiwei was not as lively as usual, her mind preoccupied with her fate of being used as a tool by Chen Hai. Molly watched TV while serving food to Chen Tianan. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure on the screen. Huh. She stood up instinctively. "What's wrong with you?" Chen Hai frowned. As a refined lady, Molly had never been so undignified at the dinner table. "My son is on the show," Molly said, pointing at the television. Everyone was baffled. Chen Tianan said with concern, "Mom, I'm right here. I promised to stay with you, so I didn't go to the scene to cheer for third sister. Are you feeling unwell? Should I call Dr. Lu to come and check on you?" Molly said anxiously. "I'm not talking about you, I mean Lin Chen. I just saw him on TV. Impossible. How could a failure like him be on TV?" Chen couldn't help but mock. But the next second her smile froze. When the camera zoomed out, it indeed showed Lin Chen sitting in the third row. "My son has made something of himself," Molly said happily. "Impossible. I don't believe it," Chen shouted loudly. Chen Tianan looked at the TV in surprise. Chen Kaiwei quickly turned her head to stare at the screen. Even Chen Hai couldn't help but take a second look. How could this failure be on TV? Almost everyone thought so except Molly. Chen Hai's face darkened. Did the show find out he's Chen Kaiyan's brother and give him special treatment? Who spread this news? Chen said angrily. "I certainly wouldn't. Having him as a brother is embarrassing enough," Chen Tianan said in a low voice. "Although I hope brother can get on the show on his own merits for the sake of the Chen family's reputation, I still think he shouldn't accept everything arranged by that bad woman." Chen Hai had been harassed by that rich woman for days, and upon hearing this he flew into a rage. "This beast has left the Chen family and is still bringing shame to us. What does he want? Why can't he just leave our family alone?" Molly had initially felt gratified that Lin Chen was on the show, but hearing everyone criticize him, she began to think he had done wrong again. "Alas, it's all my fault for neglecting him these past 5 years, for not teaching him well and correcting his bad habits." Chen comforted her. "Mom, don't blame yourself. People like him never change. Don't expect a pig to climb a tree." Sigh. Chen Kaiwei also looked like she was disappointed in him. "Lin Chen, why must you be so lacking in self-respect? How can I persuade father to let you return to the Chen family? Can't you just behave for a while until I find out who that woman supporting you is and rescue you from this mess?" At the show's venue, the refined and elegant host announced into the microphone, "This round adopts a quick answer format. The production team will present questions, and contestants must press the red button in front of them to answer. Each question has conditions to pass. A correct answer earns 10 points. However, if the challenge fails, there is a price to pay, a deduction of 10 points. Those with negative scores will be eliminated first. Therefore, every contestant here must be cautious when answering the first question. Each question allows 1 minute for memorization. In principle, after 1 minute you must answer. However, if any contestant feels confident enough, they may answer during the memorization phase. Now let the production team present the first question. The first question was a string of numbers. Lin Chen immediately recognized it as pi. The other contestants also wore expressions of sudden realization. The host smiled and said into the microphone, "Now begins 1 minute of memorization. The condition to pass this question is to remember 30 digits after the decimal point. Start." During the memorization phase, someone pressed the red button. Before anyone could react, the host smiled and announced, "Contestant number 1, please answer." Chen Kaiyun stood up and recited pi on the spot, reaching 35 digits effortlessly. The host declared loudly, "Truly a young prodigy. Congratulations to contestant number 1 for earning 10 points." The other contestants showed regretful expressions. The first question had been an easy pick for contestant number 1, as they all prided themselves on being memory masters. Reciting 30 digits of pi was not difficult. At the Chen family mansion, Chen Tianan said, cheerfully, "Third sister, as the student council president of a top 985 university, shall surely win first place in this challenge show." Chen Hai felt gratified. Yuan University has sent an elite lineup to secure first place. Sending Kaiyun shows she has real strength and has earned recognition. Molly worried, "I hope Lin Chen doesn't feel too much pressure." Chen Kaiwei ate silently, not joining the conversation, secretly wishing the show would end quickly. She didn't want to see Lin Chen embarrass himself or endure the family scolding. At the venue, the host spoke into the microphone. The first question was just an appetizer. How could the semi-final questions be so simple? Next, the production team will increase the difficulty with questions none of you have seen before. Present the second question. The second question was to recite an obscure ancient poem. From the Zhou dynasty, an anonymous poem from the Book of Songs, Wei Feng Shuren. Tall is the lady in brocade robes with a plain garment over. Abbreviated. The host chuckled. "This is my first time seeing such an obscure poem with many characters I don't even know how to read." The condition to pass is to recite it completely and accurately. Now 1 minute of memorization begins. This question left everyone stunned. Not only was complete recitation impossible, but some characters were entirely unfamiliar. Contestants were not allowed to bring phones, so they couldn't look up the dictionary. Now they truly grasped the difficulty of this memory challenge semi-final. "What do we do?" a Yuan University student asked worriedly. Chen Kaiyun whispered, "Let others handle this question. We absolutely cannot afford to lose points. Remember, this is a points-based show. First ensure no deductions, then answer." Every contestant's expression grew grave. Outside the production studio, Chen Han and his family were blocked. "Why won't you let us in? We have tickets. We're the family of contestant 32. The staff member smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, there's no space left. Everyone arrived 1 or 2 hours early to secure seats. You came too late, so please watch the outdoors." Lin Han regretted. "We all had to work and only just finished. Can't you make an exception?" Han Mei anxiously said, "What do we do now?" Will Chainer blame us for not being there to cheer him on? Lin Ling blamed herself. I should have come early to say, wait, is that brother? He actually answered. It's really Chainer. Our Chainer. Lin Han and Han Mei looked up at the screen and shouted with joy. Someone nearby mocked. Don't get too excited yet. Look at the question. Answering rashly means your son will be the first eliminated. The 1-minute memorization phase had passed, and no one answered. The host announced that they would enter a random draw to select a contestant to answer. This decision sent chills down the spines of all 100 contestants. It was sudden death. Whoever was picked would be eliminated. A Yuan University student whispered to Chen Xiyun, President Principal, Ma told me we can rest assured about this random draw mode. Hearing this, Chen Kaiyun's tense heart relaxed, meaning they wouldn't be selected. Suddenly the bell rang. Someone pressed the red button. Even the host was surprised. After a long pause he announced in disbelief, Contestant number 32, please answer. All contestants and audience turned to Lin Chen in shock. Who would willingly volunteer to be the first eliminated? Standing up so selflessly as a shield for others. How noble. Chen Kaiyun saw Lin Chen answer and gave a cold, icy smile. A junior student suddenly whispered, Senior, doesn't this handsome guy's brow resemble yours? Chen Kaiyun's heart tightened, and she quickly denied. Not at all. I don't know him. She didn't want outsiders to know she had such a poor-performing brother. Especially since he attended the underperforming 7th middle school. That would tarnish her status as a wealthy heiress and a student at a top 985 university. Lin Chen stood up and took the microphone. Obscure characters. That was no problem for him. He had just finished memorizing the entire Xinhua dictionary 2 days ago. This poem, less than 100 characters, he memorized after scanning it twice. Then under the astonished gaze of the entire venue he recited the obscure Zhou dynasty poem flawlessly. Impossible. Chen Kaiyun's first thought was that there must be inside information. Yes, since she had inside information, others must too. Logically it made sense. Besides, who was Lin Chen? After 5 years in the Chen family, everyone knew how poor his academic performance was. The other contestants stared at Lin Chen as if he were a monster, worried about the sudden emergence of such a form. In the opulent Chen residence, Molly held Chen Tianan's hand with joy and said it must be the blessings of the Buddha. I hope that in the next quiz Lin Chen won't be so reckless. Chen Hai's expression softened slightly as he muttered, humph, that unfilial son nearly brought shame upon the Chen family. But he won't be so fortunate next time. Chen Kaiwei also breathed a sigh of relief and pleaded, Lin Chen, could you please keep a low profile? Only then can I help you. Chen Kalen sneered, I'd rather enjoy watching this worthless fool disgrace himself out of sheer arrogance. After all, no one knows he's a member of the Chen family. Chen Tianan grew increasingly anxious. Outside the program studio, Lin Han and Han Mei embraced each other excitedly, while Lin Ling clapped her hands in delight. The family of three seemed to be exchanging joyful words, but their voices were drowned out by the surrounding noise. The program team then presented the third question. It was a maze resembling a QR code with a red dot marked on it. The contestants were given 1 minute to memorize. After the minute elapsed, the program team continuously rotated the maze. When it stopped, the red dot had vanished, and the maze's orientation was completely different from its original state. The host raised the microphone and announced, enter the buzzer round. Contestants, please buzz in and come on stage to mark the original position of the red dot. How absurd. To memorize the appearance of a QR code, have it flipped several times, and then pinpoint the previous location. How could this memory challenge be so excruciatingly difficult? The entire audience erupted in an uproar. Chen Kaiyun and her group huddled together, whispering among themselves. Who among you has seen this question before? I have. Principal Ma brought it to me yesterday to memorize, and he even marked the red dot's location. But now that the maze has been flipped, I can't quite recall the orientation. Quick try to remember. We need to score points on this one if possible. A buzzer rang. Someone had answered. It was Lin Chen again. The host chuckled, young people can be a bit impulsive. Contestant number 32, please come on stage and perform. However, if you're wrong this time, you'll only lose 10 points, which will offset the 10 points you earned earlier. Contestant 32 will still remain in the competition. Lin Chen walked onto the stage and asked, how do you know it'll be eliminated? The host replied awkwardly, it seems contestant 32 is quite confident. Then let me first congratulate him on his victory. Haha, everyone laughed along, though no one knew exactly why. Soon their laughter faded. Because Lin Chen had correctly marked the position on the QR code maze. He earned another 10 points. In the opulent Chen residence, everyone involuntarily set down their chopsticks, unable to believe the scene unfolding before them. Chen Tianan murmured, a coincidence. The others were equally skeptical. Outside the program's studio, Lin Han's family of three leaped for joy again, shouting that they were the relatives of contestant number 32. Consequently, the crowd around Lin Han's family swelled. People began inquiring about Lin Chen's background. When they learned he was from the lackluster 7th high school, they were utterly astounded. At the venue, Chen Kaiyun's first thought was that the answers had been leaked. She cast a contemptuous glare at Lin Chen. If not for the live broadcast, she would have rushed over to confront him. For the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th questions, Chen buzzed in during the memorization phase every time. He answered each one with flawless accuracy. He had amassed 60 points, far ahead of Chen Kaiyun in second place with only 20 points. All other contestants had 0 points. The situation was spiraling beyond the program team's control. Backstage, the director asked anxiously, "Contestant 32, is Chen? He's virtually unknown. Who recommended him?" "No one did," a staff member replied after checking the records, his voice tinged with disbelief. The director exclaimed in shock, "No connections at all. Halt the program immediately." Upon receiving the message, the host sighed and forced a smile as he announced into the microphone, "Due to technical difficulties, there has been an uncontrollable malfunction in the broadcasting equipment. Technicians are working on repairs. Contestants, please take a break and move freely." Chen leaned back in the VIP seat, closing his eyes to rest. The memory experts were desperate to boost their reputations through this program. However, Chen was determined to win the first-place prize. It would be his initial startup capital. To prove himself, he was resolved to start a business and live a better life than the Chen family. In the opulent Chen residence, Chen Tian'an suddenly whispered, "Could it be that wealthy woman who arranged this? Did she leak the answers to him? Since she dared to call and declare Chen is her kept man, it shows she has the financial power and influence to challenge our Chen family." "Chen, you beast." Chen Hai fumed, so enraged he wanted to overturn the table. Molly was deeply worried and quickly closed her eyes to pray. "Chen, you are still my son. Please don't keep making mistakes. Come back and don't listen to outsiders." Chen Kalen was furious. No wonder he's grown so bold. Someone's backing him. But he's an ungrateful wolf. "Mom, Dad, why did you ever give birth to him only to have him plague our Chen family now?" Chen Kaiwei was astonished. Although she was still investigating the wealthy woman's identity, she had come to believe that Chen was indeed being kept by a powerful and affluent woman. After all, his performance in the competition was too absurdly unrealistic. Backstage, director Principal Ma is here. "Hello, Principal Ma," the director said, extending his hand warmly. Principal Ma thundered, "Our University is the biggest sponsor of this program. It's imperative that one of our people wins first place. Figure something out immediately." The director wiped his sweat profusely and replied, "I understand. My idea is to switch to an elimination format, and then..." At the venue, the host returned to the stage with a microphone, his expression somewhat strained. "Next, there will be 4 more questions before the program moves to the elimination round, where the top 5 contestants with the highest scores will compete against each other." The venue immediately buzzed with commotion. Wasn't it a points-based system? I never heard about an elimination round. Why the sudden change? Is the elimination round more thrilling and exciting? The audience was puzzled, but they didn't object as long as it promised more excitement. The program team then presented the next 4 questions, which were surprisingly simple. For instance, reciting by Ji Song of the Pipa or memorizing a phone number. Any decent student who had attended school could probably answer them. Contestants buzzed in rapidly. Soon 4 more people had claimed the fruits of victory, including Chen Kaiyun. As a result, exactly 5 contestants had the highest scores: Chen with 60 points, Chen Kaiyun with 20 points, 3 others with 10 points each, and the remaining 95 contestants with 0 points. Before the elimination round, there was a 10-minute break. Backstage of the program. "Principal Ma, we're sorry we have failed your expectations." The student council members, their faces flushed with embarrassment, bowed to apologize. Principal Ma said irritably, "A bolt from the blue. This Chen, who on earth is he?" A student replied, "I know the families of Guangyuan City like the back of my hand, but I've never heard of him. Could he be an illegitimate child of some wealthy clan?" Chen Kaiyun's heart tightened, and she hurriedly said, "Let's not talk about him for now. We should focus on how to win the competition and uphold Yuan University's reputation." Principal Ma's mood eased slightly. "Chen Kaiyun, you are our only hope at Yuan University. We are a 985 institution. If we lose this competition, we will become the laughingstock of other rival schools, and it will affect our next enrollment plan. Kaiyun, you bear a great responsibility." "I know. I'll do my best," Chen Kaiyun said nervously. Principal Ma squinted and asked slowly, "Doing your best may not be enough. Do you have the confidence to win first place?" Chen Kaiyun was instantly speechless. In the past, if asked whether she had confidence, of course she did, because her biggest rival was that slacker brother of hers. But now Chen Kaiyun began to doubt her past judgment. Was this brother really that useless? Anyone with a functioning brain could see from the show that Chen was a top-tier genius. She also wondered if the wealthy woman supporting Chen had leaked the exam questions to him. But she had overheard Principal Ma and the director's conversation. The program team had no idea Chen even existed. Then had he truly relied on his own abilities? Chen Kaiyun found herself lacking any confidence to face this unfamiliar brother on stage. At the Chen family mansion. "I get it now." Chen Tian'an suddenly pointed at his ear. That rich woman gave him an invisible earpiece to cheat. Chen Hai slammed his teacup down in anger. "Shameless." Why can't he use such tricks for the right path? Molly quickly interjected. Lin Chen did this to avoid disgracing the Chen family. Please forgive him this once. Chen Kalen sneered, it must be cheating. Thinking back, he often framed Tianan over the past 5 years. He has a record of that. Chen Kaiwei advised, Lin Chen has gained some fame through this competition. If his identity as a member of the Chen family is revealed, it won't be too embarrassing for us, will it? Chen Hai was stunned for a moment, his expression softening. But Chen Tianan whispered, I know brother means well for the family, but he lacks judgment. What he's doing will harm third sister. Third sister is the student council president. If she doesn't win first place, she might be blamed by Yuan University, a 985 school, which would affect her future and resume. Wretched. Chen Hai punched the wall. He's truly an ungrateful wolf. Even after leaving the Chen family, he still hurts his own. How could the son I raised be so wicked? Molly hastily urged, why not let him return to the Chen family? Even if we keep him at home, give him a life of luxury, it's better than letting him cause trouble outside. He is our son. Chen Hai sighed helplessly. He'll consider it, but on one condition, he must kneel and apologize to Tianan. Kneel. Backstage at the program. The director produced a miniature Bluetooth earpiece no bigger than a black bean. Chen Kaiyun, put it in your left ear and test the sound. He handed the earpiece over. Chen Kaiyun guessed what tactic the program team was about to use. Though she felt disgusted, her hand involuntarily reached out to take it. She placed it in her left ear and tested it. Even in a noisy environment, the sound was crystal clear. The director instructed the camera operator, although the earpiece is well hidden to be safe, make sure the camera avoids Miss Chen Kaiyun's left side during the live broadcast. Principal Ma felt somewhat relieved and asked, can this ensure Yuan University takes first place? The director said confidently yes. Chen Kaiyun asked reluctantly, do we really have to do this? Principal Ma spoke earnestly, Kaiyun, you don't want to lose, do you? Losing will not only affect Yuan University, but also the Chen family. How would your father see you then? I know you're under a lot of pressure, but rest assured Yuan University will bear it with you. This is also a valuable social experience you couldn't learn at school. I understand, Principal. Chen Kaiyun agreed, her heart heavy with disappointment. She couldn't fathom why she had to resort to such underhanded tactics against a slacker brother she had looked down upon and bullied for 5 years. Was she the worthless one? All right, go back and compete, Kaiyun. It's time, Principal Ma reminded her. Under the expectant gazes of the Yuan University faculty and students, Chen Kaiyun stepped onto the elimination round platform. He Jiong picked up the microphone. Before the elimination round begins, we'll have an interactive segment. The 5 contestants have one chance at truth or dare. You can ask any other contestant any question, and they must answer truthfully. Truth or dare. Chen Kaiyun grew nervous. At school, she often played this game and always became the center of attention. After all, she was a wealthy heiress, beautiful, the student council president, and a campus belle. From childhood to adulthood, she had never lacked male admiration and female envy. Everyone was eager to know her little secrets. You'll go first, said contestant number 11 into the microphone. I'm curious, contestant number 32. You were unknown before, but you've shown brilliantly on this show. What's your background? Could you be a secret ace student trained by some academician? Chen Kaiyun stared blankly at Lin Chen upon hearing this. Everyone in the Chen family mansion also tensed up. I hope that unfilial son doesn't reveal he's from the Chen family. Chen Hai said worriedly. On stage, Lin Chen replied, my surname is Lin. I come from an ordinary family, just a regular student at No. 7 middle school. What? The audience erupted in an uproar. Countless doubtful gazes fell upon Lin Chen. Was some big shot here to show off and fool everyone? You say you're from an ordinary family, and even No. 7 middle school? How could such a genius be in a slacker school like No. 7? Contestant number 32 should have been secretly recruited by a top high school like No. 1 middle school long ago. But even if Lin Chen was lying, there was no penalty, no one could verify the truth, and the program's rules weren't. At the Chen family mansion. For some reason, the fact that Lin Chen didn't reveal he was a Chen left everyone feeling a little disappointed. Because this moment of glory had nothing to do with the Chen family. Chen Tianan whispered, the rich woman is helping brother cheat. If he's not caught, it's fine, but once discovered, he's ruined. Yet he said his surname is Lin, at least he has some conscience. Hearing this, Chen Hai and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Chen had said his surname was Lin on the show, nothing to do with the Chen family. No need to share in the disgrace. At the competition venue, contestant No. 7 took the microphone and turned to Lin Chen. Please tell me your name and why your memory is so astonishing. I believe you're destined to be the champion. I'm merely curious about you not seeking to compete. Lin Chen smiled. My full name is Lin Chen. I've always possessed excellent learning aptitude. I was merely dormant before, and now I've awakened. Awakened? A slumbering lion once roused commands, awe in all directions. Chen Kaiyun unconsciously clenched her fists, palms damp with sweat. Contestant No. 45 was a handsome young man. As he stepped onto the stage, his eyes kept drifting toward Chen Kaiyun, clearly captivated by her beauty. Chen Kaiyun felt a surge of nervousness as No. 45 took the microphone, imagining what question he might pose and how she should respond. No. 45 smiled and asked, "I'm the third young master of the Fong family. I'd like to ask contestant No. 32 if she's free after the competition. Perhaps we could have a meal together." Laughter erupted across the venue, even the host joining in. Chen Kaiyun felt a profound sense of disappointment. The Fong family was no less prestigious than the Chen family. Observant spectators recognized that the third young master of the Fong family was extending an olive branch to Lin Chen. For an ordinary person, this opportunity could surpass even being admitted to a top university in realizing life's ambitions. Lin Chen replied, "Sorry, I'm not interested in men, so I'll pass on the meal." Huh. The third young master of the Fong family was taken aback. Chen Kaiyun couldn't help but laugh. She wondered whether her younger brother was genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance with such wit. Contestant No. 1, it's your turn to ask. The host handed the microphone to Chen Kaiyun. She took it and inquired, "I'd like to ask contestant No. 32, why did you enter this competition?" "For the money," Lin Chen answered. Chen Kaiyun grew irritated. "What nonsense. With me around, isn't your wealth sufficient? Why must you come here and stir things up?" The host, startled, quickly interjected to smooth things over. "It seems contestant No. 1 is quite familiar with contestant No. 32 to joke like that. Such banter among friends is common even for me." Backstage at the production team's area, Principal Ma's heart was racing with anxiety. He lamented with frustration. Kaiyun is the student council president. How could she utter such irrational words? Now she's made our Yuan University a laughingstock. Since the winner was predetermined, she should have kept a low profile. At the Chen family mansion, Chen Hai was stunned, then a wave of disappointment washed over him by saying that Kaiyun might as well have hinted at Lin Chen's connection to our Chen family. Disgrace. At the venue, it was Lin Chen's turn to pose a question. He took the microphone and said, "I have no questions, let's begin." Everyone was speechless. Then the elimination round commenced. It was a rapid response format. However, the questions were extraordinarily difficult. Each correct answer earned 10 points, and the first to reach 100 points would win. What followed was a duet between Lin Chen and Chen Kaiyun. Almost as soon as the host finished reading a question, both would rush to press the red buzzer. How is contestant No. 1 so formidable? People had already witnessed Lin Chen's prowess. Yet Chen Kaiyun, who had performed modestly earlier, now matched Lin Chen blow for blow, astonishing everyone. But recalling her status as the student council president of Yuan University, the best institution in Guangyuan City, a gathering place for the brilliant, her current display of skill seemed fitting. Lin Chen had long noticed Chen Kaiyun's peculiar behavior. Her eyes frequently darted toward the cameras as if she were worried about something. Moreover, her right hand often covered her left ear. Half an hour later, Lin Chen answered a question correctly, and both contestants had 70 points. "This match is incredibly intense. It's time for a break," announced the host. Backstage, Principal Ma anxiously told the director, "Change the questions immediately. He'll decide the content. Give me the microphone. I'll speak to Chen Kaiyun myself." "Yes, Principal Ma, well, follow your instructions," the director said, wiping sweat from his brow. Only those involved in the rigging understood the extreme difficulty of the questions they had prepared. They had also witnessed Lin Chen's terrifying strength. Who was this young man? Principal Ma suddenly summoned his assistant and instructed that Lin Chen, 18 years old, probably hasn't entered university yet. Investigate him immediately. Regardless of the competition's outcome or his high school grades, expedite his admission to our Yuan University. Don't let other schools snatch him away. "Principal, you're truly brilliant," the assistant exclaimed with delight. On the platform, Chen Kaiyun heard Principal Ma's voice through her hidden earpiece. "Kaiyun, listen carefully. They'll dictate, and you just repeat it. For the next question, don't rush to answer, but pretend to think deeply." Chen Kaiyun nodded slightly. The elimination round resumed. The question presented by the production team left everyone in the venue stunned. Even the television audience erupted in protest. An ancient script, Oracle Bone script, to be read aloud. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. This was utterly shameless. Liang had mentioned a fix, and now Lin Chen sensed it himself. He had expected the production team to be more covert, but this was blatant. Unless one specialized in archaeology, even a genius with an IQ of 200 would score 0 trying to read it aloud. The host reluctantly introduced the question and quickly announced a 1-minute memorization phase. Lin Chen's face darkened. He made no move. Chen Kaiyun pretended to be deep in thought. The host said bitterly, entering the rapid response phase. The buzzer rang. Chen Kaiyun answered first. Then she recited the Oracle Bone script, albeit haltingly, but correctly. "Contestant No. 1 earns 10 points, total 80, the host announced with a wry smile. Lin Chen turned his head and stared coldly at Chen Kaiyun. She felt a pang of guilt, wishing she could disappear into the ground. But she held back. Yuan University could not lose, and the Chen family could not lose either. The live audience, those outside the studio, and the television viewers were divided into two factions. One faction cheered for Yuan University's invincibility, the other cried foul play. The production team then presented the next question, which was equally absurd, leaving everyone bewildered. Even the host stood dumbfounded for a moment before snapping back. Sing the national anthem in Russian. I object. How can anyone answer this without a Russian language background? Is this a Russian exam or a memory challenge? From the large screen outside the studio, Lin Ling's aggrieved voice rang out. Other viewers stared at the screen in disbelief. Some shook their heads in disappointment, while others loudly decried the rigging. Even those who had supported Chen Kaiyun fell silent. Could the wealthy be so unreasonable? Lin Chen, reduced to a commoner's adopted son, seethed with anger. Chen Kaiyun, her face flushed, pretended to ponder briefly. Finally, trembling, she pressed the buzzer. Amidst a chorus of boos, she sang the national anthem in halting Russian. Congratulations to contestant No. 1 for reaching 90 points. One more correct answer and she wins, the host announced awkwardly. Backstage of the show, the director pleaded with Principal Ma, it's all over. Every social media platform is flooded with criticism of us. Principal Ma, you are our sponsor, but we cannot sacrifice the future of this industry just for Yuan University's generosity this time. For the final question, please don't let the audience feel you're favoring anyone too much, okay? Principal Ma knew he had gone too far, and it would harm Yuan University's reputation. He smiled. Since it's just one more question to decide the winner, he'll come up with something everyone can participate in. The director forced a bitter smile. I hope it can improve the audience's perception of us. Soon the host received the new question. He announced, we all know every snowflake is unique. Now please memorize this snowflake. The show then displayed a picture of a snowflake. Lin Chen glanced at it and remembered it. Chen Kaiyun pretended to study it seriously. After a minute, the host had the staff remove the picture. Then on the large screen it switched to a high-definition image. The image showed countless snowflakes, each as tiny as a grain of rice. The host smiled wryly. Please contestants, find the snowflake you just saw among these hundreds of thousands. What? Everyone was stunned. Only a machine could find it right. Even with a comparison photo, it would take days. How could a human rely solely on memory? Even international memory competitions never set such a Chen Kaiyun heard Principal Ma's voice in her earpiece. We've marked the snowflake with a computer. Its position is at z-axis 6,534, y-axis 2,354. Determine the coordinates using the snowflake on the left edge. This statement left Chen Kaiyun completely bewildered. Even knowing the answer, how could she count? Could she count up to 6,000? If she made a single mistake, all effort would be wasted. Chen Kaiyun hesitated for a long time, not daring to press the buzzer. Principal Ma sneered, I know it's demanding. How about this, neither of you buzzes, and we enter a random draw mode. Then we'll arrange for Lin Chen to go up and lose points. In the end, he'll be the one who answered wrong, not us denying him a chance. That way public opinion won't target us. Sure enough, neither of them buzzed. After a minute, the random selection began. Lin Chen was chosen. He walked to the screen. This one, he said, pointing to a snowflake in the lower right corner. Correct answer plus 10 points. Contestant 32 now has 80 points. The host announced in a triumphant voice. The scene was silent at first, then erupted in thunderous cheers. Of course, some questioned whether Lin Chen had cheated. But who cared? The Yuan University side had been far more outrageous. If Lin Chen won, they would feel vindicated. Chen Kaiyun was dumbfounded. The backstage staff were all wide-eyed. It must be luck. No human could answer that question. Principal Ma's expression was unreadable. He handed a new question to the production team. Similar to the snowflake picture this time, they had to find a different soybean. Lin Chen answered correctly again. He and Chen Kaiyun were tied at 90 points. Principal Ma, please think of something. The Yuan University student council members urged anxiously. Principal Ma gritted his teeth. Fair or not, for the final question, your president will definitely win. He then passed the question to the director. The director took the question and exclaimed, this will provoke public outrage. Principal Ma snapped, if Yuan University's sponsorship goes down the drain, your show is finished. In Guangyuan City, many wealthy families and investors are alumni of Yuan University. If this show's reputation is ruined, you can try to win it back next time. But if you don't follow my instructions, pack up and leave Guangyuan. It's your call. The director had no choice but to comply. The host receiving the question had to read it with a stiff upper lip. The question, an image of an epitaph, was shown, and they had to recite it. It was similar to the Oracle Bone script question, but this time it was in Tibetan. Tibetan was Principal Ma's second specialty. Surely only someone proficient in Tibetan could read it. Seeing the question, Lin Chen smiled. During his hospital stay, he had asked Lin Ling to bring back textbooks and test papers from school. Unexpectedly among them was a Tibetan encyclopedia. The book belonged to his deskmate Li Yong, who had left it on Lin Chen's desk. Lin Ling, unaware, brought it back. Li Yong had planned a family trip during the May Day holiday and had prepared the book in advance. Lin Chen finished memorizing his required materials quickly and while still hospitalized started reading the Tibetan book. Chen Kaiyun pretended to be memorizing. Sayun, don't hesitate, buzz in. Principal Ma urged anxiously. Ding 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 ding. Lin Chen pressed the buzzer. Chen Kaiyun's mind went blank. Lin Chen stood up and accurately recited the Tibetan epitaph. Congratulations, contestant 32, for winning first place in this memory challenge. No. Chen Kaiyun's legs gave way and she nearly fell to her knees, but she quickly steadied herself on the table. Oomph. In the Chen family mansion, Chen Hai overturned the dining table in anger. No one in the family dared to make a sound. Backstage, Principal Ma sat down with a grim face, silent. After a while, Chen Kaiyun returned to the backstage area trembling. Principal Ma pointed at her and said mournfully, on the last question we could have won. Chen Kaiyun hastily defended herself. You set the question, but no one knew Lin Chen could read Tibetan. Indeed, Lin Chen couldn't read Tibetan. In the 5 years Lin Chen had lived in the Chen household, Chen Kaiyun could swear that her younger brother definitely couldn't. So when she saw the host read the question, she felt victory was certain. But in the end, Chen Kaiyun lost, and Yuan University lost. It wasn't just the first place that was lost, but also the reputation of the 985 university. Principal Ma fumed. If you had pressed the buzzer in time, the result would have been different. Chen Sayun, I think you're tired. After returning to school, step down from the student council president position and take a break. With those words, Principal Ma walked away with his hands behind his back. Chen Kaiyun's face turned pale. She didn't leave immediately, but waited in the hallway for Lin Chen. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen emerged beaming, holding the prize money. Lin Chen, why are you opposing me? Chen Sayun, ignoring the surprised stares of others, stormed forward. Lin Chen's expression hardened. How, the third miss of the Chen family, how dare you come and accuse me? Chen Kaiyun cursed Lin Chen. Because of you, I'm no longer the student council president. I know you hate Tiannan deeply, but I never thought you would disregard our past connection. Don't tell me you didn't know how important this competition was to me. Why did you take my first place? Lin Chen said coldly, my surname is Lin. What does that have to do with the Chen family? In this competition, I want the first place prize money, and I want fame. Why should I yield to an outsider to the Chen family? Because you are. Chen Kaiyun almost blurted out there, but noticing the growing crowd of onlookers, she clamped her mouth shut to preserve the Chen family's dignity. Move aside. Lin Chen brushed past Chen Kaiyun. Chen Kaiyun suddenly whispered resentfully, just you wait, Lin Chen. You've embarrassed me on the show and disgraced the Chen family. Even if you kneel and beg us later, the Chen family will never take you back. Lin Chen halted and said, I dream on. The Chen family wronged me, but I owe them nothing. I will live better than the Chens. From now on, I'll build my own arrow with my own hands. TCH, you must have hit your head. Chen Kaiyun couldn't help sneering. You're a disowned son of the Chen family with no power or influence. If everyone knew you were Chen Hai's biological son, perhaps you'd be a rare commodity and some would invest in you to curry favor with the Chens. But you're Lin Chen, and from the moment you were sent away until your return, you've lived in the shadows. No one knows your connection to the Chen family. In Guangyuan, a saturated market where resources and key positions are divided among the wealthy, how will you make a name for yourself? Of course, this was her inner thought, not daring to voice it publicly. She wanted to continue mocking Lin Chen, but suddenly realized he had already left the studio. Chen Kaiyun reluctantly chased after him. She froze in shock. Brother. Lin Ling joyfully leaped onto Lin Chen's back. Chen Han and Han Mei also embraced Lin Chen. I knew my son would succeed. Of course. Before he was sent to the Chen family, he was always top 3 in exams. Lin Chen smiled. Mom, Dad, Linger, let's go home. I have prize money, so we'll all have a late night snack. And Linger, thank you for helping me win first place. Thank me for what? Lin Ling asked, curiously resting on it. Han Mei blushed. Haha, let's talk about that when Lin Ling comes of age. Let's go home. Go home. Lin Ling listened, lost in thought. Seeing this warm scene, Chen Kaiyun suddenly grew angry. Her mood inexplicably sank. This whole family is a bunch of paupers. Just 100,000 in prize money, and they're over the moon. No wonder my parents look down on them. A ringtone of an English song called Bubbly suddenly rang out. Chen Kaiyun quickly pulled out her phone and pressed the answer button. A gloomy voice came through. Still disgracing yourself out there. Get home now. Yes, Dad, Chen Kaiyun replied hastily. 40 minutes later, she nervously returned to the Chen family. Chen Hai sat sprawled on the crocodile leather sofa on the first floor waiting. Dad, I lost. I'm sorry for bringing shame to the Chen family. Chen Kaiyun knelt down. Chen Kailin, painting her nails nearby, didn't speak up for her. This second daughter thought that since the Chen family was wealthy and had provided ample resources, Chen Kaiyun's failure to win such a competition made her a hopeless case. Chen Kaiwei poured tea for Chen Hai and also stayed out of it. She was equally angry. Even if Lin Chen had that wealthy woman's help, Chen Kaiyun had the Chen family and the entire Yuanda University behind her. How could she lose to Lin Chen? Chen Kaiwei began to realize it was the Chen family who had wronged Lin Chen, but in her memory his overall abilities were still quite poor. She believed that with Chen Kaiyun's superior intelligence and background, failing to secure first place was deeply disappointing. Molly suddenly interjected, they're all siblings, it doesn't matter who wins. It does matter. Chen Hai roared. Molly flinched, and Chun Tianan quickly grasped his foster mother's hand. Molly felt slightly reassured looking at Chun Tianan with added tenderness. Chen Hai fumed at Chun Saiyun, why didn't you get eliminated in the qualifying rounds like the others? Once you made it to the knockout stage, you became the city's focus. With that exposure, you should have fought tooth and nail to win glory for the Chen family. Do you know that some of my friends are already mocking me over your performance on the show? Dad, I'm sorry, I didn't know Lin Chen was that. Chen Kaiyun wept. Chun Tianan suddenly said softly, blame my brother for being too cunning. Though I like him and have defended him before, I can't forgive him this time. Everyone turned to Chun Tianan in surprise. He said with pain, brother cheated by wearing a hidden earpiece. Only a computer could compete with him. So third sister was set up by him and that wealthy woman from the start. It's not her fault that anyone would have fallen for it. Chen Hai frowned, wasn't the production team under Yuanda's control? Chun Tianan smiled bitterly, it's like a double agent situation. Whoever offers more benefits gets their loyalty. But they also use small favors from the big backer to fool the other side. Kneel for an hour before going to bed. Chen Hai stood up and headed upstairs. Chen Kaiyun breathed a sigh of relief knowing she was forgiven. Thank you, Tianan. Chen Kaiyun was deeply touched, glad she hadn't spoiled this brother in vain. Chun Tianan leaned down and whispered in her ear, putting myself in your shoes, third sister, I'll never forget what you did for me 3 years ago. I'll always see you as my best sister. Ordinarily, Chen Kaiyun would have been even more moved as Chun Tianan lived up to his name as a grateful person. She recalled 3 years ago when Chun Tianan was just 15 and she played with firecrackers at home with him. He accidentally set Chun Hai's study ablaze and firefighters had to be called to put it out. But contracts worth tens of millions were destroyed in the fire. Afterwards, Chen Kaiyun didn't hesitate to cover for him, acting as a witness to pin all the blame on Lin Chun. As a result, Lin Chun was beaten so severely by Chun Hai that he lay bedridden for over a month. Chun Tianan's mention of this now brought Chen Kaiyun some comfort over his gratitude. Yet for some reason she felt an inexplicable pang in her heart, even a twinge of guilt. Because the cheating the younger brother spoke of wasn't Lin Chen's doing. It was hers and all of Yuanda's. As a gifted girl groomed to be an elite from childhood, Chen Kaiyun felt ashamed of her cowardice. She continued kneeling, a single thought echoing in her mind. Was it truly the Chen family who was wrong? Lin Chun had been a prodigy, a genius of extraordinary caliber. Was it the family's years of coldness, oppression, and even abuse that had turned this thoroughbred into a gaunt, ridiculed figure? Now that he had left the Chen family, he finally shone brilliantly on this stage. Chen Saiwei, come to my room. Chen Hai's angry voice came from the second floor. Yes, Dad. Chen Saiwei, who was scrolling through Douyin on the sofa, quickly stood up and trotted upstairs. Chen Kaiwei entered Chen Hai's bedroom and found him wrapped only in a bath towel, glaring at her with fury. Chen Hai's hair was still dripping wet and beads of water clung to his body, clearly indicating that something urgent had happened, forcing him to rush out before finishing his bath. Dad, what's wrong? Chen Kaiwei asked nervously. Chen Hai roared, look what you've done. I am the head of the Chen family. Did you think I wouldn't know that you took it upon yourself to mobilize the commercial investigation department to look into some woman? Chen Kaiwei was taken aback. She had underestimated her father's grip on the Chen group. She thought she had been discreet and that it would take him at least a week to find out, but he discovered it much sooner. She had no choice but to use the excuse she had prepared. Dad, I did this for the Chen family's good. Even though having the commercial investigation department look into such matters might delay the company's profits. If we don't eliminate the woman backing Lin Chen, the future losses for the Chen family will be far greater. Chen Hai fell silent for a moment, his anger subsiding slightly. It's a matter of trade-offs. From your third sister's appearance on television, I sensed the malice and threat posed by the woman who is keeping Lin Chen. We can't let this slide. Fine, go ahead and investigate that woman thoroughly. You must find out who she is. If you fail, the general manager position will be replaced. From now on, you must report to me in advance before using the commercial investigation department, or there will be known next time. Understood, Dad. Chen Kaiwei breathed a sigh of relief. In the old neighborhood at the Lin residence. Cheers. The family raised their glasses of orange juice in celebration. Brother, you've got money now. How do you plan to use it? Lin Ling asked with a smile. Han Mei quickly interjected. Girl, don't get any ideas about your brother's money. Chainer, don't touch this money. Save it, you'll need a lot for college expenses. Lin Chen, however, said, I want to open a private Chinese medicine clinic. Huh? The Lin family was stunned. You're opening a Chinese medicine clinic? We don't know anyone who practices Chinese medicine. If you want to be a boss, 100,000 yuan won't be enough to hire experts. Lin Chen smiled. Mom, Dad, don't worry. 100,000 is enough. The location doesn't matter. If I target ordinary people, it'll never catch up to the Chen family. I plan to focus on the wealthy. All I need is to build a reputation, and people will come to me like treasure hunters. As for experts, I won't look for that kind of person. Anyone with basic knowledge of Chinese medicine will do. They can handle the minor ailments and it'll take care of the difficult cases. Lin Han and Han Mei exchanged bewildered glances. Lin Chen knew how to practice medicine. Compared to the Chen family, who only raised him for 5 years and showed little concern for him, the Lin family had raised him for 13 years. His adoptive parents knew everything about his personality, life, interests, and habits. Moreover, Chinese medicine is the most complex subject. Even medical students haven't fully mastered it after 5 years of study. Lin Chen was just a high school student with no formal training. How could he possibly understand Chinese medicine? Lin Chen said with anticipation, "Mom, Dad, once my clinic is up and running smoothly, I'll have you come help. The profits will be substantial, and you won't have to work 2 or 3 jobs anymore." Han Mei grew anxious. "Chainer, if you want to start a business, we support you. You could begin with something like handicrafts, and your father and I will back you up completely. Once things stabilize, we can slowly expand and develop other ventures. How about that?" Lin Han also advised, "Yes, Chainer, don't act on impulse. You're still a student and don't know the hardships of starting a business. 100,000 yuan is no small sum. You need to be careful with it." Lin Chen let out a long sigh. He also wanted to be more cautious to reassure his adoptive parents. But after 5 years in the Chen family, he knew full well what a behemoth the Chen family was in Guanyuan City. Even if he worked hard and had 100 such handicraft shops as Han Mei mentioned, he could never rival the Chen family. And that beast who would inherit the Chen family in the future could crush you in an instant. "Mom, Dad, that's my decision. Please allow me to be willful this once. I'll prove him right with my actions in the future." Lin Chen stood up and bowed to his parents. Lin Han and Han Mei, who had always cherished Lin Chen's soft, "Chainer, focus on your studies. We'll help you find a storefront. Your mother works outside all day and knows every street and alley in Guanyuan City well," Lin Han said with a wry smile. After Lin Chen and Lin Ling went to bed, Lin Han and Han Mei continued discussing Lin Chen's business plan in hushed tones. "Honey, I still think Chainer's plan is too risky. We just need to support whatever he wants to do. If the clinic fails, we can use the storefront to do more handicraft work to help him recover the losses. That's the only way. They'll go look for a suitable storefront for Chainer tomorrow." 3 days later, Han Mei sent Lin Chen a pin location on her phone. "This shop is on Old Street, but it's in a somewhat remote area. I checked it out. There's very little foot traffic. However, because of that, the rent is cheap, but the landlord requires a 1-year lease. With the simple renovation and rent, it'll probably cost 60,000 yuan. The remaining 40,000 will only be enough for you to buy some equipment and medicinal herbs." Starting a Chinese medicine clinic in Guanyuan City with only 100,000 yuan is really tough. If business is bad, the place can only be used as a warehouse. "Your father and I have discussed it, and we want to give you some of our savings. We can't come up with a large sum, but 50,000 is doable. That way you could rent a better location on Old Street." "Mom, what are you saying? That money is saved for my sister. I absolutely cannot take it." Lin Chen quickly refused. "But you're our son too. We talked to your sister, and she agreed." Han Mei insisted. At that moment, tears welled up in Lin Chen's eyes. He held back his sobs, paused for a while, and felt composed enough. Only then did he force a smile and say, "Mom, Dad, I'm very grateful for your sacrifice, but I really can't take this money. Let's just go with the storefront you mentioned earlier." Before long, Lin Chen arrived alone at the storefront on Old Street. To his surprise, the landlord was an elderly woman living alone. An old lady surnamed Yuan, over 70 years old. Her husband had died in the war of 1979. Her son had married into another family over 20 years ago. Granny Yuan's rent was the cheapest in the same area. She said she wanted to see the person first. If she felt a connection, the price could be negotiated. At her age, she didn't need much to live on, and she was quite comfortable. Renting the storefront to someone she could chat with seemed like a good idea. "For you, the rent can be cheaper." Granny Yuan was satisfied with Lin Chen. He was a fair-skinned, slender boy with an aristocratic air. Much better than the shady characters or cunning old-timers who might rent her storefront. In the end, Granny Yuan only charged Lin Chen 2,000 yuan a month, just enough to cover her living expenses. With a 1-year lease, it came to just over 20,000 yuan. This way, Lin Chen could save some money and carry out his. Lin Chen spent another 30,000 yuan on simple decorations. He then spent over 30,000 yuan on basic equipment and medicinal herbs. In the end, he had only a little over 10,000 yuan left. He purchased a small advertisement slot on a local recruitment website for over 100 yuan, seeking to hire a traditional Chinese medicine doctor with a licensed practitioner certificate. There were no restrictions on education or age, but the candidate must be able to treat minor ailments. The starting salary was 3,000 yuan, rising to 6,000 in the second month. With the little money he had left, this was the only way he could proceed for now. To open a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, a licensed practitioner certificate was essential. With that, everything else would fall into place. However, with such conditions, he could probably only attract an ordinary employee. In truth, Lin Chen was also a bit anxious. It was unlikely that an experienced doctor capable of treating patients and holding the necessary certification would apply for this position. At noon, Lin Chen had just finished his class and was heading to the school cafeteria to get lunch when he suddenly received a phone call. The voice on the other end was a sweet, coquettish female voice. She said, "I'd like to apply. I meet your requirements. When would be convenient for an interview?" Lin Chen replied with a smile, "Sure, how about in 2 hours?" "Okay. Your voice sounds quite young. How old are you?" the woman asked skeptically. "As long as I can pay your salary, that's all that matters," Lin Chen said. "All right," the woman replied, her voice tinged with disappointment. Lin Chen quickly bought some buns in the cafeteria, then called Li Yang to ask him to request an afternoon leave for him. Li Yang chuckled, "Ask for leave. Sure, I'll just write a note and toss it on the podium. But if the teacher scolds you later, don't expect me to defend you." Lin Chen laughed, "Got it, thanks. By the way, Lin Chen, how did the competition go that night?" Li Yang couldn't help but, "Didn't you watch it?" Lin Chen countered. "I'd rather spend that time playing Honor of Kings," Li Yang scoffed. "I got first place," Lin Chen answered. "Hi, you're full of it," Li Yang laughed uncontrollably. After the call ended, Li Yang took out a pen, thought for a moment, and using his unskilled left hand scribbled a leave note crookedly and signed Lin Chen's name. "This way no one will recognize my handwriting," he muttered as he stealthily tossed the note onto the podium. The first class in the afternoon was Chinese literature, taught by homeroom teacher Wan. Teacher Wan was a bald 37-year-old man, with glasses, thin and gaunt. He arrived with the results of the comprehensive test. He had come in a hurry and hadn't had time to look, but he didn't hold much hope anyway. Class 31, like all classes with the number 1, was supposed to be a key class for each grade. However, the overall performance of his class had been declining every year. If this trend continued, the principal would likely strip him of his position as homeroom teacher. As soon as teacher Wan entered the classroom, he noticed 3 empty seats and flew into a rage. In a poor school like No. 7, high student truancy was common. Some were playful, some helped their parents due to family poverty, and there were various other chaotic reasons. But teacher Wan had previously instructed that everyone must be present for the announcement of the first diagnostic comprehensive test results. Everyone must be here or don't bother coming to this school anymore. Teacher Wan slammed his hand heavily on the desk. "Let me see who has taken my words as mere whispers." He spotted the leave note. Lin Chen. He frowned. TCH. A bottom-ranking slacker. He cursed inwardly. Then he roared, "Lin Chen, you've got guts. He doesn't need to come tomorrow. Does everyone understand? Let this be a warning." Li Yang covered his forehead and smiled bitterly. Brother, I can't take this blame for you. Just rest at home for a few days. Whether you study at school or at home, it doesn't make much difference to you. You're equally a slacker." Although Lin Chen had written a leave note, because he was a poor student, teacher Wan planned to call Lin Chen's foster parents after class and tell them not to send him to school the next day. There were 2 other students who hadn't written leave notes, and one of them was the class academic monitor. The entire class stared wide-eyed at teacher Wan. Teacher Wan took out his phone and found a text message from the academic monitor Zhang Xueta. It read, "Teacher, my mother is ill. I'm accompanying her for the day. Please excuse my absence." Teacher Wan immediately held up the phone to show the class, "A good child. Classmates, do you see? Filial piety to parents, excellent academic performance. A student of both virtue and talent. I decide to forgive Zhang Zui's truancy, but this is the last time." The other truant student was also a poor performer. "Su Xiaomei doesn't need to come tomorrow either." A girl immediately raised her hand anxiously. Her mother collapsed while working at a construction site. "She didn't have time to ask for leave and asked me to tell you." Teacher Wan shouted, his face flushed red. "The teacher knows who is honest and who is lying. I know every single one of you too well. The classmate who speaks for Su Xiaomei shares the same guilt." The girl had no choice but to sit down. "Next, I will announce the results of the first comprehensive test," Teacher Wan called out angrily. He began reading the rankings from lowest to highest. 19th place, Li Yang. Starting from the top, 20. A smile began to appear on Teacher Wan's face. Li Yang excitedly snapped his fingers, feeling that his efforts had paid off. When he got home, his father wouldn't scold him for playing Honor of Kings. 5th place, Lin Chen. "While everyone should learn from this classmate," Teacher Wan said smoothly. The whole class stared at the podium, jaws agape. Teacher Wan paused, then quickly looked down to check the name carefully. No mistake. It really is Lin Chen. He then checked the handwriting. It was also Lin Chen's. Although Lin Chen usually had poor grades, his handwriting was the most beautiful, showing a solid foundation in writing, making it highly recognizable. Lin Chen is 5th. Teacher Wan was speechless. Li Yang was also dumbfounded, looking at Teacher Wan as if to ask if he had heard correctly. Not only Li Yang, but all the students thought they had misheard. After all, only a few days had passed since the end of last semester and the start of this one. Even if he were a genius, even if he had been taught by a renowned master, how could someone who was in the bottom 3 suddenly jump to 5th place? But Teacher Wan was certain that this was Lin Chen's exam paper and named no doubt about it. This ruled out the possibility of a swapped paper. Could he have cheated? Who did he copy from? That seemed the only possibility. But whatever. Because of Lin Chen's sudden rise, the overall performance of Class 31 would no longer be at the bottom of the grade, meaning Teacher 1 wouldn't have to worry about being scolded by the principal. While Lin Chen performed exceptionally well on this exam, and I still want to commend him, I hope he can do the same next time. However, his truancy is a matter of attitude. Skipping class is skipping class, the rules are strict, and it cannot be equated with academic performance. After finishing the lesson, Teacher 1 whistled as he walked towards the grade office. A female teacher suddenly came over and said, "The principal wants to see you in his office in the administration building. It seems to be about a student named Lin Chen in your class." What else could the principal want with a poor student? It must be bad news. Teacher 1 couldn't help but grow nervous, eager to pry more information from the female teacher, but she just smirked and walked away. This only made Teacher 1's heart tighten further. He couldn't help but scowl. "Lin Chen, you villain, always causing me trouble. The fight with a classmate that landed him in the hospital isn't even over yet, and now you're stirring up more mess." Then with trembling hands he pulled out his phone and dialed Han Mai's number. "Hello, are you Lin Chen's guardian? Sorry, my mom is busy working and left her phone with me. I'm Lin Chen's sister." Lin Ling answered the phone. Hearing the hostile tone on the other end, her heart tightened. Teacher 1 said in a deep voice, "Tell Lin Chen he doesn't need to come to school this week. Don't come back to Class 31 to cause me more trouble." After hanging up, Teacher 1 felt a bit better. Only then did he nervously walk toward the principal's office. "Principal, come in." The principal of No. 7 High School sat in his executive chair, smiling warmly at Teacher 1. Teacher 1's heart jolted, knowing well that a smiling face often hid ill intent. "Haha, principal, what can I do for you?" Teacher 1 asked humbly. "Where's Lin Chen from your class?" "Go." The principal laughed. "It's over, just as I feared." Teacher 1 panicked and quickly said, "I'm sorry, principal. It's my fault for not disciplining him properly, letting Lin Chen violate school rules. I'll punish him severely." The principal looked surprised. Lin Chen violated school rules. What did he do? Teacher 1 studied his expression, thinking, could I have been wrong? Did I guess wrong? "Principal, why did you want to see Lin Chen?" Teacher 1 asked cautiously. The principal laughed heartily. "This Lin Chen, I underestimated him before." Teacher 1 blinked. "Wait, principal, are you praising Lin Chen?" The principal's face immediately darkened. "What? He brought honor to No. 7 High School. Should I not praise him, but scold him instead? He brought honor to the school." Teacher 1 gaped in confusion, thinking he had misheard. Without another word, the principal took out his phone and opened a news article. Slap. He placed it on the desk in front of Teacher 1. Teacher 1 looked down and saw the headline. No. 7 High School's Lin Chen participates in memory challenge, defeats all competitors, and narrowly beats the Yuan University Student Council president to claim first place. The principal exclaimed excitedly, "This is the first time No. 7 High School has made the city news for something good. And it's the headline." What surprises me even more is that some parents of 9th graders have already called to inquire about our enrollment plans for next semester. Oh, good news. Teacher 1 breathed a sigh of relief, but he was still astonished. Although he hadn't watched the memory challenge show, he knew of it. A very popular variety show. Could it be that Lin Chen really did score 5th in the class? After all, winning first place on a show like Memory Challenge in front of millions of viewers takes genuine talent. What are you standing there for? Go get Lin Chen. I want to commend him. The principal waved his hand. Teacher 1 swallowed hard and said with a bitter smile, "Lin Chen had some family matters, so I let him go home to handle them. That kid is brilliant. He scored 5th in the class on the mock exam. That's not his true potential." The principal's expression turned serious. Teacher 1 quickly bowed and smiled. "Yes, a genius who can defeat the Yuan University Student Council president can't possibly only score 5th in the class. He'll surely achieve better results next time." The principal grinned. Teacher 1, great minds think alike. Your task from now on is to focus on cultivating Lin Chen and strive to help him become the top student one day. If you can't manage that, step down as homeroom teacher and just be a regular subject teacher. I'll do my best. Teacher 1's legs trembled slightly. The principal said sternly, "During tomorrow morning's flag-raising ceremony, I want Lin Chen to come on stage and share his thoughts. I will publicly commend him for his contributions to No. 7 High School. I'll call him in." Teacher 1 said with a wry smile. He slinked out of the principal's office and, still in the hallway, quickly pulled out his phone and dialed Chen Mai's number. "Hello." Lin Ling answered. Teacher 1 said amiably, "Hello, is this Lin Chen's family? Please tell Lin Chen he must come to the flag-raising ceremony tomorrow. Also, he scored 5th in the comprehensive test this time. The teachers and classmates all like him very much. He must come to school." Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. "Hello? Hello. Please be sure to pass this on to Lin Chen." Lin Ling said coldly, Not long ago a bad teacher told my brother he didn't need to come to school anymore." Teacher 1 shuddered and quickly forced a smile. "How could that be? Lin Chen is an excellent student with good character and grades. All the teachers and students at No. 7 High School like him." Someone must be impersonating a teacher, trying to sow discord. We mustn't fall for the villain's tricks. Lin Ling said angrily, my brother won first place in the competition and got some money, but I'm worried some bad students at No. 7 high school might try to extort him. For his safety, I'd better advise him to stay home and not go to school. Teacher Wan was furious but held back. Please rest assured, Lin Chen's family. Our school will absolutely prevent such things from happening. They'll deal with those bullies right now. Lin Ling declared triumphantly. If that's the case, he'll tell my brother to go to school tomorrow. After hanging up, Lin Ling covered her mouth and laughed. Teacher Wan's face, flushed, walked back into the principal's office. That day, all the third-year students at No. 7 high school who had a history of bullying were called into the hallway. Each one held a chair and stood in punishment for an entire afternoon. Word had it that by dismissal some students had leg cramps and lay on the ground crying. Unexpectedly, the atmosphere at No. 7 high school improved significantly for a long time afterward. While riding the bus to Old Street to recruit employees, Lin Chen suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the carriage. It was a short, plump guy wearing glasses with a spiky hedgehog haircut. Short, stout guys usually sport such tall hairstyles to make up for their lack of height. Zhang Xueta. Zhang Xueta was the exemplary study monitor of Class 31. Teacher Wan said you were at home taking care of your sick mother. Lin Chen pointed at him. Zhang Xueta smiled awkwardly. I fooled him. Since I do well in class, he indulges me. Actually, I'm planning to meet an online date. I'm a bit nervous. Lin Chen was curious. You're going to meet someone in person. You're into online dating. Zhang Xueta chuckled. I have a close female friend. I've known her since freshman year, and we've been dating for 2 years. In short, our relationship has weathered countless trials in this world, and finally we've merged perfectly together, you know. Oh. Lin Chen turned his head toward the car window, admiring the scenery whizzing past. Zhang Xueta raised an eyebrow, speaking smugly. Anyway, someone as love-deprived as you wouldn't understand. After I meet my close female friend, I won't go home tonight. Guess where I'll be staying? I don't know. Lin Chen was absent-minded, thinking about how to handle the interview later. Seeing Lin Chen ignore him, Zhang Xueta felt a bit bored and casually asked, by the way, Lin Chen, what are you skipping class for? Don't you usually walk home? To meet a woman, Lin Chen answered. What? Zhang Xue's mouth dropped open in shock. He looked Lin Chen over again. Well, he was indeed taller and more handsome than him. But what use are handsomeness and height? A man needs to be excellent in both character and studies and come from a good family to win a goddess favor. Haha, Lin Chen, you're finished, you know that. If Teacher Wan finds out you skipped class to chase girls, you won't have to come to school anymore. As for me, even if Teacher Wan knows I'm going to meet someone, he won't punish me. Because I have excellent grades, I'm destined to get into a second-tier university in next year's college entrance exam. Then I'm destined to get into a 985 university. Lin Chen laughed. Zhang Xueta was a bit frustrated. He had wanted to retort more, but he held back, thinking Lin Chen was mentally a lousy student, a pauper. He wants to learn to chase girls. And he thinks he can get into a 985 university. In every college entrance exam, if No. 7 high school has one student who gets into a 985, they should burn incense and pray to Buddha. Zhang Xueta shut his mouth, gazing at Lin Chen with pity. The bus stopped at Old Street. Lin Chen and Zhang Xueta got off at the same time. Same way, The two looked at each other in surprise. Which way are you going? Zhang Xueta asked hurriedly. That way, Lin Chen pointed indifferently. Zhang Xueta sighed in relief. Few good thing it's not the same direction. I don't want to be a murderer. What? Lin Chen thought he misheard. Zhang Xueta sneered. If you see me holding hands with my close female friend, you'll be so jealous you'll kill yourself. Good luck. Lin Chen waved his hand, bidding farewell to this overly confident guy. He arrived at the shop on Old Street and found Grandma Yuan chatting with a girl in her 20s. It was obvious that Grandma Yuan was very pleased with the girl. The old lady's face was kind and amiable, her wrinkles and eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she smiled. The girl had fair, clean skin, was slender and tall, about 1.7 meters. In high heels, she was only slightly shorter than Lin Chen. Her face was like a smooth, oval egg with big eyes, a high nose bridge, and a single ponytail. Overall, she gave off a clean, youthful, and energetic beauty. Lin Chen was a bit surprised. A girl with such looks and figure actually had a coquettish voice. Young lady, the shop owner is here. You two talk. Grandma Yuan said cheerfully. The girl turned around, saw Lin Chen, and was astonished, unable to believe her eyes. A boy in a high school uniform. He's the shop owner. He recruited me. Is he an adult? But the old lady wouldn't lie, would she? With countless question marks, the girl stood up, slightly disappointed. Hello, I'm here to apply for the job. Have a seat. Lin Chen gestured happily. The girl sat down again, feeling a bit awkward being interviewed by this high school student. If not for the kind old lady beside her giving her trust and security, she would have turned and left long ago. Lin Chen said expectantly, let me see your resume. The girl took a resume from her bag. Lin Chen glanced at her bag. He couldn't help being surprised because it was a Chanel Le Boy Rose handbag. He had seen his second sister Chen Kalin with a similar Chanel bag worth over $1 million. This girl's bag was probably about the same price. He looked at the girl's resume. Fang Chuxue, 24 years old, graduated from the Capital Medical College. She had a licensed pharmacist certificate. Although she had no formal work experience during college, she had 2 years of internship at the Capital Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. Expected salary 3,000 yuan for the first month, 6,000 for the second. Lin Chen was secretly delighted. The Capital Medical College was also a 985 university, and the girl was so beautiful. She would be a great attraction for customers. Lin Chen clapped. Congratulations, you're hired. Let's sign the contract. By the way, you'll borrow your licensed pharmacist certificate later to process the relevant documents. They'll also give you 3,500 yuan per year as a licensing fee. How about it? Fang Chuxue thought for a while and said with some distrust, okay, but I'm not satisfied with you. I need to add a condition. Such a young boy, clearly a high school student. Probably some rich kid playing at running a shop. Anyway, this kind of boy couldn't treat patients at all. He definitely wanted to reap without sowing. Normally Fang Chuxue would have turned and left without a second thought. But thinking of her current predicament, she had to compromise. She gathered her courage and said, I changed my expected salary. I don't want a base salary anymore. I want half of the profits. But if you treat the patients, he'll take nothing. Okay, Lin Chen thought he was getting a bargain, so he agreed decisively. His original intention was to have the recruited doctor handle minor ailments and mind the shop. Lin Chen didn't expect treating minor illnesses to amount to much. But through Fang Chuxue's work, the money earned should be enough to cover the shop's rent, utilities, materials, and other operating costs. And even make a small profit. Fang Chuxue relaxed, then signed the contract with a blush. After signing, she said nervously, I don't have a place to stay yet. Grandma Yuan, your place is quite empty. Can I rent a room? Sure, I'll only charge you 500 a month for rent. For others, ID ask 1000. Grandma Yuan said, increasingly pleased. Next, Lin Chen took Fang Chuxue's licensed pharmacist certificate to apply for a private clinic business license. Most of the procedures were done, and it would be approved in a while. However, Lin Chen decided to start operations the next day anyway. This place was remote, so the relevant authorities wouldn't come to inspect. At 6 in the evening, Fang Chuxue still had to move her things over. Lin Chen walked her to the roadside and suddenly noticed a familiar figure on the opposite side. It was the study monitor Zhang Xueda. Beside him stood a woman in her 40s with a barrel-shaped waist. You lied to me, you love fraudster. You're nothing like your photo. The middle-aged woman pointed at Zhang Xueda and cried out in sorrow. You're not like your photo either, Zhang Xueda retorted, even more agitated. As he spoke, he suddenly noticed Lin Chen across the road. He also saw Fang Chuxue beside Lin Chen. Zhang Xueda was stunned, his small eyes gleaming with an intense light. She was breathtakingly beautiful. She was an angel, the snow white of his heart. The woman followed Zhang Xuede's gaze and saw Lin Chen. Comparing him to the dwarf beside her, she felt increasingly aggrieved. Slap. She gave Zhang Xuede a resounding slap. As he cried out, she followed up with a vicious kick. They'll never believe in love again, the woman wailed as she ran off. Zhang Xuede, mortified at being seen in such a pathetic state by Lin Chen, quickly turned and fled. See you tomorrow, boss. Fang Chuxue got into a taxi and left. Lin Chen was curious about her background. How could such a privileged girl seek a job at his newly opened humble clinic? And why was she renting a room in Granny Yuan's old house? More importantly, she owned a luxury bag worth over $1 million, but it didn't matter as long as it didn't interfere with his plans. Lin Chen felt that although he had only taken a small step forward, he would soar higher in the future. The Chen family. Without you, I will live a more brilliant life. Lin Chen suddenly remembered an important date and took out his phone to check. It's Chen Tainen's birthday. A deep hatred flickered across Lin Chen's face. He remembered it vividly because during his 5 years with the Chen family, every birthday and familial warmth he had yearned for and dreamed of was overshadowed by the lavish celebrations for Chen Tianen. If you didn't love me, you shouldn't have given birth to me. If you didn't love me, you shouldn't have taken me back. If you didn't love me, you shouldn't have given me hope. Lin Chen boarded the bus and went home. To his adoptive parents' home. That evening at the Chen family mansion. At just 7 o'clock, Chen Haima Li and the 3 Chen daughters had all returned early. Because it was Chen Tainen's birthday. Unlike her usual self, Chen Kaiyun did not immediately fuss over Chen Tianen. Instead, she entered the room where Lin Chen had once lived. It was a cramped 10 square meter servants' quarters. Only a bed remained. The bedding and pillows were gone, burned by the servants on Chen Hai's orders. He lived here for 5 years. Chen Kaiyun felt a heavy heart. She remembered entering this room for the first time on the day Lin Chen left the Chen family. Back then she found it repulsive and wished she could burn it all down, even resenting that Lin Chen had so few clothes to fuel her anger. Now, however, a wave of desolation washed over her. A genius living in such a place. Had this narrow, cold room stripped him of his former brilliance? Or was it the Chen family's repeated neglect, indifference, and even abuse that had caused his decline? It was only after participating in the memory challenge show that Chen Kaiyun began to understand her biological brother. But it was too late. The Chen family has wronged me, but I will not wrong the Chen family. Lin Chen's furious words echoed. A sudden pang of pain struck her heart, and she clutched her chest, falling to her knees. Why are you here? A surprised voice came from behind. Chen Kaiyun turned and saw Chen Kaiwei. Big sister him just looking around, she said, quickly standing up, but unable to hide her distress. Chen Kaiwei surveyed the empty room. We didn't even give him a desk, she said bitterly. How did he study before? Chen Kaiyun suddenly asked curiously. Chen Kaiwei looked at her younger sister in surprise. It was unexpected that someone else in the family besides herself cared about their biological brother. Chen Kaiwei tried to calm her heart and smiled. Third sister, if we think carefully, we can imagine how he studied in the Chen family over the past 5 years. Without a desk, he had to lie on the bed to read and do homework. With no food, he had to study hungry. How could he concentrate with an empty stomach? He often came home from school covered in bruises, but he had to endure the pain to study. How could he remember anything? At this point, Chen Kaiwei paused, her eyes red, unable to continue. Chen Kaiyun took over. He was beaten by Dad so badly a few times that he couldn't get out of bed. He couldn't go to school or study, missing out on a lot of learning time. No wonder his grades plummeted. It was only after he left the Chen family that I realized how outstanding he really was. The Chen family wronged him, but he did not wrong the Chen family. The two sisters fell into a moment of guilt. Chen Kaiwei was the first to snap out of it, looking at Chen Kaiyun in surprise. Was her third sister starting to reflect? That was good, because now she was no longer alone in this matter. Third sister, there's something very important I want to tell you, but you must promise not to tell anyone else yet, Chen Kaiwei said expectantly. Is it about Lin Chen? Chen Kaiyun's expression turned serious. Chen Kaiwei nodded eagerly. Yes, the others still have prejudices against Lin Chen, so we won't tell them for now. Chen Kaiyun felt a little sad. Can't we even tell Tianan? He has such good character, and has spoken up for Lin Chen several times before. Chen Kaiwei trusted Chen Tianan too, but when she thought of Chun Hai's hidden arrangements, she only saw Chen Tianan as a brother. Even if it meant IVF, she could never accept him as the father of her child. The only hope was to bring Lin Chen home. I trust Tianan, of course, but the time isn't right to tell him. Third sister, swear you won't tell anyone, and then he'll tell you this secret. But don't worry, Dad already knows. Alright, I swear. Chen Kaiyun was eager to learn more about Lin Chen. She felt an unprecedented urge to know more about her biological brother. Only then did Chen Kaiwei speak cautiously. I've used the Chun Group's business investigation department to look into the identity of the wealthy woman who is supporting Lin Chen. Dad knows and told me to investigate thoroughly. Chen Kaiyun's eyes lit up. When will we have the results? In a few days, Chen Kaiwei replied. Chen Kaiyun was still uncertain. Big sister, do you think Lin Chen is really being kept by someone? Chen Kaiwei wasn't sure either. I hope not. What if he really is? Chen Kaiyun pressed anxious. No, I hope not. Chen Kaiwei repeated the words, a look of confusion on her face. Chen Kaiwei was not entirely certain whether Lin Chen was being kept as a sugar baby. Yet if he truly was being supported by a wealthy woman, all hope of his return to the Lin family would be utterly dashed. The exceedingly traditional Chen Hai would never acknowledge such a son. Nor would the Chen family in the capital permit anyone with a tarnished reputation to become the head of the Chen branch. Chen Kaiyun fell silent as well. Was Lin Chen a kept man or not? If not, how could he have triumphed over her cheating in the Memory Challenge show? Perhaps, as Chen Tianan had suggested earlier, the show's production team were double agents, granting Lin Chen even more advantages than Principal Yuan Dama, due to his connection with a wealthy woman. Big sister, third sister, what are you doing upstairs? Hurry down, Tianan's birthday party is starting. Chen Kaiyun's cheerful voice rang out from below. Coming right down. Chen Kaiwei and Chen Kaiyun scampered downstairs with equal delight. This time, Chen Tianan's birthday banquet was held in the courtyard of the Chen mansion beside the swimming pool. Over 300 of Chun Hai's wealthy friends and celebrities attended. The per-person dinner cost reached as high as 10,000 yuan, with total dining expenses exceeding 2 million yuan. Chen Hai even gifted his beloved adopted son a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth 5 million yuan as a birthday present. He also invited a host of famous singers like Wang Yuan and Zhang Liangying to perform live for Chen Tianan's celebration. Chen Tianan, wearing a birthday crown crafted from gold and rubies, approached the 2-meter-tall luxurious cake. He happily made a wish and blew out the candles. A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Then these wealthy individuals began flinging and tossing this cake worth over 1 million yuan at one another in playful chaos. Everyone had a wonderful time. The next day, the Chen family's lavish birthday celebration for their youngest son Chen Tianan trended on social media. Lin Chen happened to come across this news. Brother, we don't have to compare ourselves with them. We can't win, Lin Ling said soothingly. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh and turned off his phone screen. Unlike his past feelings of loss and envy, he was now consumed by anger. Days earlier, on his own birthday, none of the Chen family knew about it except for Chen Saiwei, who had stumbled upon it by chance. The birthday cake his foster parents had prepared for him cost just over 100 yuan. Uneaten, it still sat in the refrigerator saved for another day. Yet at Chen Tainen's birthday banquet, the cake, casually thrown and smashed for amusement, was worth over 1,000,000 yuan. That was more money than most ordinary people could earn in a lifetime. Not to mention the Rolls-Royce Phantom worth 5,000,000 yuan that Chen Hai gave to his adopted son. Even though he had severed ties with the Chen family, Lin Chen still couldn't understand. The DNA test report had proven that he was the biological son of Chen Hai and Ma Li. So why had they abandoned him at birth? After being brought back to the Chen family at 13, he endured 5 more years of manipulation and abuse. What fault had he ever committed? Could it be that bearing the Chen bloodline was itself the greatest mistake? Similarly, the news of Chen Tainen's extravagant birthday party placed immense pressure on Lin Chen. The Chen family remained a formidable giant among the wealthy elite of Guangyuan City. To make a name for himself, he had to fully leverage his own strengths. Lin Chen was waiting for an opportunity, a chance to step legitimately into the world of high society. Last night, Lin Ling told him that teacher Ruan had called, humbly asking him to attend the morning flag-raising ceremony at school. Somewhat surprised, Lin Chen decided to go to school in the morning and request leave in the afternoon to handle the shop opening matters. Morning arrived at No. 7 Middle School, Class 31. Zhang Xueta arrived early at school. Though he had applied medicine to his face, it was still red and swollen. He hadn't expected his online sweetheart to be so harsh. Clearly, meeting in person had left her deeply disappointed. But I'm even more disappointed in you. Zhang Xueta lamented bitterly. 2 years of his youth and affection had all been given to a woman old enough to be his mother. His mind involuntarily conjured the image of that angelic girl with a single ponytail and long legs whom Lin Chen had met in person that night. She was the dream girl of every man. I can't take it anymore. Zhang Xueta slammed the table in jealousy. He scurried into the great office. Teacher Ruan, he shouted excitedly. Teacher Ruan had just arrived for work and hadn't even had a sip of tea yet. Seeing Zhang Xueta, a smile immediately spread across his face. What's the matter, class monitor? Zhang Xueta asked angrily. What was Lin Chen's excuse for taking leave yesterday? Teacher Ruan paused for a moment before replying slowly. He said there was something at home. Zhang Xueta sneered. He lied to you. Actually, he went to meet a female netizen yesterday. I saw it with my own eyes. Teacher Ruan's expression shifted. Lin Chen is a good student. That can't be. If he said something was up at home, then it's true. Zhang Xueta insisted. It's true, I swear. He really did go to meet her. It's so shameless. All right, let's drop this matter. Teacher Ruan, with patience wearing thin, ushered his favorite student out of the office. Something was off. Zhang Xueta stood in the hallway deeply perplexed. Only when the bell rang did he snap out of it, rushing down with the other students for the flag-raising ceremony. At the ceremony, Lin Chen was invited to the stage to share his thoughts on winning the Memory Challenge Championship. The principal of No. 7 Middle School also took the microphone, commending Lin Chen for his contributions to the school and urging students to follow his example. This was all so fake. Zhang Xueta grew even more bewildered. He thought he was dreaming and pinched his cheek hard. It hurt. Back in the classroom, he remembered he hadn't checked the comprehensive test results yet. So he asked a classmate for the score sheet to study it. First place, Zhang Xueta. A grin crept across his face. The kingdom of Class 31 was still his. He began searching for Lin Chen's ranking from the bottom, growing more anxious with each name. Finally, at the very top, he found Lin Chen's score. 5th place, Lin Chen. Suddenly, Zhang Xueta shot up from his seat, flushed, and hurried over to Lin Chen. What do you want? Lin Chen looked up curiously. Lin Chen, I'm going to crush you academically, Zhang Xueta declared passionately. After shouting this, he returned to his seat, his mood somewhat improved. Lin Chen scratched his head, finding the whole thing baffling. But he had no time to dwell on Zhang Xueta. After just 2 classes, he requested leave to depart. Lin Chen, you're asking for leave again. Tell me the reason. Teacher Ruan asked with a troubled expression. Lin Chen replied, I find studying at home more efficient than at school. How much more efficient? Teacher Ruan pressed. Next comprehensive test, you'll be first in the class, Lin Chen said confidently. Fine, I approve. But don't forget your promise today. Teacher Ruan slammed the table in excitement. Deep down, Teacher Ruan knew his own limitations. He was only fit to teach at a subpar school like No. 7 Middle School. The principal had tasked him with nurturing Lin Chen to achieve top grades. How could he possibly manage that? It was better to leave it to this unassuming student to handle on his own. Teacher Ruan could only pray that Lin Chen would surprise him, otherwise he would lose his position as the homeroom teacher of Class 31. Lin Chen left the school to pick up the custom-made sign Lin's clinic. Beneath the sign, large characters read Memory Challenge Champion. He arrived at the clinic, borrowed a ladder from Grandma Yuan, and climbed up to install the sign himself. Fang Chushua walked out in a white lab coat, looking up curiously. Are you the Memory Challenge Champion? Yeah, Lin Chen replied, tightening screws on the ladder. Fang Chushua quickly pulled out her phone to search for related news. She paused, looked up, and studied Lin Chen's face carefully. Then she looked down again, scrutinizing the relevant photos. It really is you, Fang Chushua exclaimed in surprise, gently covering her mouth with her fair hand. She never expected her boss to have such an identity. She had originally been forced to work for Lin Shun, but now her resentment had lessened. After installing the sign, Lin Shun put the ladder away and instructed Fang Chushua that they could start operating. He told her to accept all kinds of illnesses. If it was a serious disease that she thought couldn't be cured, she should call this number. Which number? This one. Lin Shun gave Fang Chushua the phone number of his adoptive father Lin Han. Is this some famous expert? Fang Chushua asked curiously. It's the assistant of a famous expert, Lin Shun said, forcing himself to say it. Oh, okay. Fang Chushua. Since Lin Shun, the memory challenge champion, had competed alongside many experts, it was only natural that he had support from big names in the medical field. Next, Lin Shun and Fang Chushua were checking the medicinal herbs when an uninvited guest suddenly arrived. It was a man in his late 20s with a straight posture and oily shine on his face from skincare products, and dressed in a full set of Playboy shirt and trousers. He held a bouquet of vibrant purple roses. Chushua, I finally found you. The man exclaimed excitedly. Lin Shun and Fang Chushua both looked up in surprise. Lin Shun frowned with displeasure. Is he here to confess his love? Ahem, Chushua, work comes first. If you want to date on your own time, I won't interfere. Fang Chushua blushed and said angrily I didn't agree to him. She felt extremely repulsed by this man. She had come all the way to work at such a remote clinic, and yet this clingy man could still find her. Zhongyu stood at the clinic entrance, peering inside curiously. After confirming that the girl in the white lab coat was indeed the Fang Chushua he had been longing for, his heart blossomed with joy. He also noticed Lin Shun beside Fang Chushua, wearing a high school uniform. Oh, the landlord's son. Or maybe one of Fang Chukshu's employees. Zhongyu ignored Lin Shun. He walked excitedly into the clinic. Chushua, please accept these purple roses. Roses are the flowers of love, and purple gives a sense of nobility and elegance. Purple roses symbolize the pure love between us, representing mutual admiration. Chushua, you possess a captivating, noble, and elegant aura. Chushua, I love you. How cheesy. Even Lin Shun, who was listening, couldn't help shivering. Fang Chushua was furious. Zhongyu, what relationship do we have? Remember your place. Take your purple roses and leave. And don't come looking for me casually anymore. Get out. Grandma Yuan suddenly emerged from the inner room, angrily wielding a broom and shooing him away. Hey, don't dirty my clothes. Zhongyu fled in embarrassment. After being chased out of the clinic, he turned back to look at the shabby place. Frowning, he couldn't understand why someone of Fang Chukshu's status would come to a place that even a wealthy family's dog would look down upon. Perplexed, he took out a mirror from his pocket and examined his face. The reflection was quite handsome. If he went to nightclubs or other nightlife spots, he believed that with his looks and wealth he could easily take a woman home every night. But when it came to attracting Fang Chushua, he still fell short. Fang Chushua, during her time at Jingxing Medical University, was the campus belle admired by all the boys. Her sweet voice, even when angry, seemed adorable, stirring a primal urge in men. The Zhong family was eager for him to win Fang Chushua. He himself was deeply infatuated with her. Zhongyu believed that a successful man could have many different women in his life. But his wife must be the most beautiful, someone who could hold her own in public. And that wife could only be Fang Chushua. Chushua, just wait. He'll have you in my hands. Zhongyu made this resolve and left for now. Since he now knew where Fang Chushua was staying, and it seemed she planned to work at this rundown clinic for a while, he would have plenty of opportunities. Inside the clinic, Fang Chushua was distracted. You don't like him? Lin Shun asked with a smile. Fang Chushua rolled her eyes irritably. Even a pig could tell. Then it's simple. Lin Shun asked Grandma Yuan for a piece of cardboard from a box. He wrote on it with a marker, no entry for Zhongyu and dogs. Then he hung it under the clinic sign. Uffed. Fang Chushua couldn't help but laugh, feeling a bit relieved. Today Lin's clinic quickly received its first patient. A woman in a floral dress, looking at the sign, walked in and asked curiously, no entry for Zhongyu and dogs. Who is Zhongyu? Fang Chukshu's big eyes lit up. Auntie, you keep holding your waist when you walk. Do you have a herniated lumbar disc? The woman was startled and hurriedly said, young lady, you have some skill. I've been to several hospitals but haven't recovered. It's related to my job. I sit for 10 hours a day. Lin Shin stood by watching. He could cure this kind of illness in no time. However, he didn't intervene, wanting to test Fang Chukshu's abilities. In the end, she didn't disappoint him. Fang Chushua was very clever, with the medical knowledge of a top student from the 985 Jingxing Medical University and 2 years of internship experience. Not only was she more than qualified for this small clinic, but she could even serve as an attending physician at a major hospital. Lin Shun was overjoyed. He had struck gold. After that, Lin Shun confidently entrusted the clinic's operations to Fang Chushua. The news of a young, beautiful, and highly skilled female doctor at Lin's clinic on Old Street quickly spread through the gossip of middle-aged men and women. Gradually, more people came to see the doctor. A few days later, Lin's clinic soon got on track. Fang Chushua became busy and complained that Lin Shun was not handling the work. She said angrily to Lin Chen, I must tell you a secret that I can't fully disclose. My identity is somewhat shocking. I came to work here out of necessity. But given my status I can't stay here long term. If you continue to be a hands-off boss I won't hesitate to fire you. Lin Chen quickly comforted her, alright I'll find you a nurse. Lin Chen crunched the numbers and discovered that at this rate the clinic's revenue exceeded the combined earnings of his adoptive parents working 3 jobs a day. He then invited Han Mei to work at the clinic, but Han Mei, having no exposure to traditional Chinese medicine, hastily waved her hands in refusal. With no other choice, Lin Chen had to post a help-wanted advertisement again. Before long, he found a nursing graduate from Guangyuan Chinese Medicine College named Xiao Li to assist. Xiao Li had an ordinary appearance, wore glasses, and lived in the old neighborhood. She mentioned that she lacked work experience and wanted to go out for a job, but her parents forbade it, insisting she work close to home and find a local husband. Thus she applied at the Lin family clinic expecting a salary of 300 without commission. Xiao Li appeared honest and obedient to her parents, a personality that would likely make her compliant with her boss as well, and she lived nearby. Lin Chen was very satisfied and immediately hired her. Now he had both a doctor and a nurse. Lin Chen noticed that Fang Chuxue wore a contemplative expression after hearing Xiao Li's introduction. With the help of Fang Chuxue and Xiao Li, Lin Chen could comfortably play the role of an absentee boss. Remember, if you can't hear someone, call this number. He also gave Lin Han's phone number to Xiao Li. Another week passed. On the campus of Yuanda University, Chen Kaiyun was rehearsing a chorus with student council members. In preparation for the upcoming school anniversary. Senior, your phone. A girl with pigtails waved and called out. Coming. Chen Kaiyun handed the baton to a student council member and walked over to her Chanel bag, pulling out her phone. Big sister, you need something from me, she asked in surprise. Chen Kaiwei lowered her voice and said, I found that woman. It's a bit unexpected. Listen, come to the general manager's office at Chen Group right after school. Okay, I'm on my way now. Chen Kaiyun was nervous. She quickly asked the newly appointed student council president for leave, then ran to the school parking lot, got into her red Ferrari, and drove off. Upon arriving at the company without bothering to call Chen Saiwei, Chen Kaiyun took the elevator to the 5th floor of the Chen Group building, stopping at the general manager's office door. Bang, bang, bang. She knocked anxiously on the door. After a moment's delay, the door opened. Mao Xiaomiao emerged with disheveled hair, bowing and saying, Good afternoon, third miss. Chen Kaiyun said coldly, What were you doing just now? Took you ages to open the door. I was just delivering materials to the general manager, Mao Xiaomiao replied, without changing her expression. Third sister, come in quickly. Business matters are urgent. Chen Kaiwei's weak voice came from inside the office. Chen Kaiyun glanced at Mao Xiaomiao with disgust. Though she had only met this assistant general manager a few times, for some reason, she intensely disliked Mao Xiaomiao. There was something different about the woman's eyes compared to others. But Chen Kaiyun couldn't pinpoint exactly what was off. She entered the office and found Chen Kaiwei lounging lazily in her office chair. Take a look for yourself. Chen Kaiwei smiled and handed over a stack of documents. Chen Kaiyun took them and nervously flipped through. Huang Beefin, female, 38 years old, employee at No. 18, Peace Street Beauty Salon. The documents also included a covert photo. Plump with spindle legs, pale and fleshy, heavily made up yellow permed hair draped over her shoulders, and an ordinary face. This is the rich woman. Chen Kaiyun couldn't help but laugh. Of course not. Chen Kaiwei snapped. I've already sent Mao Xiaomiao and some people to interrogate her thoroughly. This old woman was stubborn at first, but after Xiaomiao and her team slapped her a few times and threatened to take her to the police station, she caved. Turns out a mysterious person had her call our dad regularly, pretending to be the rich woman supporting Lin Chen. As payment, the mysterious person would leave a few thousand yuan in cash in the trash can outside the salon every so often. Chen Kaiyun said angrily, That bitch would do anything for money. Did you hand her over to the police? Chen Kaiwei looked displeased. I've recorded her confession on video. The police will punish her. However, our business investigation department couldn't trace the mastermind. The phone number used to contact Huang Beefin was registered to an elderly person living alone. That elderly person said they had recently lost their phone but didn't know how to cancel the number, so they did nothing about it. Chen Kaiyun said excitedly, No matter what, this is good news for the Chen family. Let's tell Dad quickly. Once Dad sees this video, he should let Lin Chen come back. Alright, let's head home immediately. Chen Kaiwei was all. Lin Chen wasn't being kept as a kept man, so the Chen family's reputation wouldn't suffer. There was even a possibility that Lin Chen could inherit the Chen Group in the future. Then Chen Hai probably wouldn't force her to have something happen with Chen Tianan. The two Chen family heiresses happily drove. At 8 in the evening, the family gathered around, feasting on the delicious roast lamb prepared by the servants and sipping splendid red wine. Chen Kaiwei suddenly stood up. Dad, I found out the truth. Can I speak in front of everyone? Chen Hai looked at his wife, then at the others. Regardless of the outcome, Lin Chen was still Ma Li's son. Go ahead. Chen Hai was also a bit nervous, lighting a cigar and taking a puff. Chen Kaiwei then took out her phone, connected it via Wi-Fi to the 100-inch TV at home, and played Huang Baifan's confession video. Chen Hai, we wronged our son. Let him come back, Molly said emotionally. Chen Hai remained silent, continuing to smoke. Chen Kalen sneered, I never thought someone would frame that waste, but I don't get it. He's at the bottom of his class, a habitual thief liar, and even frames his own family. Someone so rotten, an incorrigible failure. How could anyone bother framing him? He's not even worth framing. Could it be that he orchestrated this himself to gain sympathy and make us call him back? Chen Kaiwei couldn't help but scold, second sister, don't talk nonsense. Lin Chen isn't as bad as you think. Chen Kaiyun also quickly defended Lin Chen, since no one was supporting him, then winning that TV competition championship was his genuine achievement. Dear sister's mom, dad, and Tianan, have we ever wondered why he turned into such a scoundrel? Was it because he wanted to be bad? Or was it our fault? What did you say? Chen Hai looked at Chen Kaiyun in surprise. When had this third daughter started speaking up for that worthless son? Chen Kalen was also taken aback. Hadn't her third sister been the one who criticized Lin Chen the most in the past? Molly couldn't hold back her tears, pleading, no matter what, Lin Chen hasn't disgraced the Chen family. He even won a championship and brought honor to the Chen family. Chen Hai, call him back. Dad, can we bring my little brother home? Chen Kaiwei said, suppressing her inner joy. Think about it. He hasn't crossed any unforgivable lines, which means there's still hope. For the sake of the Chen family's reputation, I also think we should bring him home and hire a renowned teacher to guide him to success. Bring Lin Chen home. Chen Hai pondered for a moment, but still did not immediately agree. Although Lin Chen was not kept by a wealthy woman, the Chen family would not suffer such a loss of face. However, that unfilial son had slapped him. This anger had lingered in Chen Hai's heart, until now making forgiveness difficult. Chen Hai, I beg you. Though Lin Chen has been raised to be useless, he is still our own son. Molly suddenly grabbed Chen Hai's arm, with a look of urgency. Chen Tianan, who had remained silent all along, suddenly let out a long sigh, his expression deeply melancholic, which successfully drew the attention of the entire family. What's wrong, Tianan? Do you have something on your mind? Molly asked her adopted son with concern. Son, if you have worries, speak them out and don't bottle them up, or you'll make yourself sick. Thank you for your concern, mother. I was just thinking about brother's matter. I also feel that we should bring him back as soon as possible. Chen Tianan gently held Molly's hand. What? Do you also think we should bring that unfilial son back? Chen Hai frowned displeased. Chen Tianan said worriedly, brother may not have been kept by a wealthy woman, but I don't think anyone framed him either. Because he has indeed done something even more harmful to our Chen family than being kept by a wealthy woman. What did you say? Chen Hai grew anxious upon hearing this. The wealthy woman incident had already troubled him. If there was something more serious, how could life go on? Molly's heart tightened as she gripped Chen Tianan's hand. Son, your brother may be a bit useless, but he's timid. How could he possibly do anything to harm the Chen family? Chen Kaiwei looked at Chen Tianan with some surprise, and said worriedly, Tianan, though I know you wouldn't lie, when it comes to Lin Chen we can't rely solely on speculation. Chen Kaiyun also urged anxiously. Yes, maybe we should care more about Lin Chen and get to know him better. Perhaps we'll find he's different from what we imagine. Elder sister and third sister, have you lost your minds? Chen Kalen found it unbelievable. What had gotten into these two sisters today? Always defending that waste Lin Chen. Chen Kalen's emotions flared. A long road tests a horse's stamina, and time reveals a person's heart. Haven't the 5 years he spent with us been enough for us to understand him? A waste is a waste. Let Tianan speak first. What has Lin Chen done that's more harmful to our Chen family than being kept by a wealthy woman? Tianan grew up under our watch. He wouldn't deceive us. Let's hear his opinion. Chen Hai said impatiently. Enough, stop arguing. Tianan, you first tell us about that unfilial son's matter. Chen Tianan sighed softly, his tone sorrowful. I truly hoped brother would improve, so I hired a private detective to investigate him, only to uncover a big secret of his. That's why he had the courage to leave home. And sister, the recent setbacks in the business you manage are likely related to him. You're saying he's connected to my business troubles? Chen Kaiwei's expression shifted. Tianan, everything requires evidence. Molly was concerned about something else, and asked curiously, son, where did you get the money to hire a private detective? Chen Tianan, like a child who had done wrong, whispered nervously, Mother, the pocket money you gave me each time telling me to buy more food and engage in meaningful activities. I didn't spend it, I saved it all intending to honor you with it in the future. But with what happened to brother, I couldn't bear it and used the savings on him without permission. Oh my good son, no wonder you've grown thinner. Mother's love for you hasn't been in vain. Molly caressed Chen Tianan's head with affection. Chen Kalen exclaimed excitedly, how infuriating. Does Lin Chen deserve to have Tianan spend money on him? That money was saved by Tianan to honor our parents. Chen Kaiwei urged with a pale face, Tianan, get to the point. What did the private detective find? Chen Tianan gritted his teeth, gathered his courage, and reluctantly pulled out a few photos from his pocket. He laid them out one by one on the table. Everyone curiously leaned in to look. The first photo showed an old storefront called Lin's Clinic. The second photo depicted Lin Chen climbing a ladder to install a sign with a woman in a white coat looking up at him. The third photo showed Lin Chen and the young woman in white counting medicinal herbs inside the clinic. Molly said with pity, "Has Lin Chen run out of money so soon after leaving us? Reduced to working in such a shabby place." Chen Hai called him back quickly. "The money he earns in a month might not even match our servants." "How pitiful." Chen Tianan suddenly pointed at the woman in the white coat, saying with indignation, "The key is this woman." "Brother, what were you thinking? Who did you have to fawn over?" "Fawning over her." Molly looked closely and smiled slightly. "This girl is beautiful no less than Kaylin." No wonder Lin Chen pursued her. At the mention that someone was no less than her, the star, Chen Kaylin felt a surge of competitiveness. Upon closer inspection, her expression changed instantly. "Isn't this Fong Chushue of the Fong family?" The Fong family. Chen Kaiwai's heart trembled with disbelief. How could Lin Chen be involved with someone from the Fong family? "Second sister, how do you know?" Chen Kaiyun pressed urgently. Chen Kaylin snorted coldly, slightly angry. "Of course I know. In middle school and high school, we were both school beauties in the same grade, the two belles of Guangyuan City. Everyone often compared me to her. Later I was admitted to the Provincial University of Arts, and the Fong family planned for Fong Chushue to debut. But she didn't follow their arrangements and insisted on applying to that Beijing Medical College, so our rivalry ended. I never expected her to end up running a shop in such a rundown place." With that, Chen Kaylin's mood lightened considerably. This meant she had won their years-long competition. "Is she really from the Fong family?" Chen Kaiwei trembled with excitement. "No doubt about it. I'd recognize her even if she were reduced to ashes." Chen Kaylin said smugly. Chen Tianan said gravely, "Brother may not have been kept by that fake wealthy woman. But I firmly believe that the one who contacted the fake wealthy woman must be Fong Chushue. She is also the reason brother dared to sever ties with our family." Molly was stunned, her mouth agape. "Good heavens, so your brother is being kept by Fong Chushue." Chen Kaylin flew into a rage upon hearing this. "Pa, who does Lin Chen think he is? Does he even deserve to be kept by Fong Chushue? After all, in school Fong Chushue was compared to her. If Fong Chushue kept Lin Chen, then Chen Kaylin's own status would be diminished. Even if he publicly revealed his identity as a member of the Chen family, he still wouldn't be worthy of Fong Chushue." Chen Kaylin continued indignantly. Chen Tianan quickly consoled his second sister. "Of course brother isn't worthy of Fong Chushue, since she's the jewel of the Fong family. Brother, at least the current brother. Even ordinary girls wouldn't look twice at him. Of course if he could change for the better, that would be another matter. But he's definitely fawning over Fong Chushue, acting as her lackey, as the Fong family's a mole." Chen Kaiwei slammed the table in fury. It must be said that the eldest daughter of the Chen family bore a certain resemblance to Chen Hai. After all, she was his own flesh and blood. Chen Kaiwei was utterly loyal to the Chen family. Apart from her personal emotional entanglements, she placed the family's interests above all else, which was precisely why Chen Hai had entrusted her with such authority. Suddenly Chen Kaiwei recalled that the Chen family's business had been plagued with misfortune lately. Many projects they were confident of winning had been thwarted by the Fong family. Rage blazed within her. Lin Chen. I still held out hope for you, but I never imagined you'd collude with the Fong family. Big sister, it might not necessarily be Lin Chen's doing. He's never been to the company, nor could he meddle in the Fong family's affairs." Chen Xian, thinking of her own talented younger brother, believed that a man of brilliance must possess pride, just like herself, and would hardly stoop to being another's lackey. Chen Tianan, however, spoke with grief. "I wanted to believe in brother too. For these 5 years, whenever you all spoke ill of him, I was the one defending him. But now that the interests of the Chen family are at stake, I can no longer trust him. The evidence is all here. Moreover, the private detective told me he saw Lin Chen kneeling to offer flowers to Fong Chushue. Fong Chushue didn't accept them. She threw the flowers into the trash, and he knelt down to lick the soles of her shoe. Ungrateful wretch. Disgusting. A disgrace." Chen Hai, who had been restraining his fury, suddenly exploded with rage. His eyes reddened as he roared. "Even if he's infatuated with Fong Chukshue's beauty, he is still my son, Chen Hai's son. Yet he debased himself like a lowly commoner, throwing away his dignity to grovel at a woman's feet. He shames not only himself, but me, Chen Hai, and the entire Chen family." Chen Kaylin hastily interjected, "Dad, please don't ever reveal that Lin Chen is a member of the Chen family. It's too humiliating. I don't want my fans to know I have such a despicable brother." Molly's mind was in turmoil. How could Lin Chen have turned out like this? "It's all my fault for neglecting his upbringing. I was wrong. We should bring him home and discipline him properly." Suddenly Chen Tianan felt a vibration in his pocket. A barely concealed flash of joy crossed his face before he swiftly replaced it with a sorrowful expression. "I actually have more evidence against brother. I want to go to my room to get it." "Go get it immediately." Chen Hai angrily stubbed out his unfinished cigar into the ashtray, twisting it into a mangled mess. Chen Tianan dashed back to his room, closed the door, and locked it. He took out his phone, a simple elderly model, attached a voice changer, and made a call. A brash voice laughed from the other end. Haha, you finally answered. I want to know the Chen family's maximum budget for Qingxing Yuan. Chen Tianan then revealed the bottom line price. After speaking, he chuckled, 500,000 as payment. Transfer it to this account. Hanging up, he quickly grabbed a prepared dossier and rushed downstairs. Mom, Dad, and all my sisters, look at these documents. They were brought home from the company by Dad and Big Sister for overtime work. Also, I found a hidden camera in the hallway. Chen Hai and Chen Kaiwai's expressions turned grim upon. I understand now. Chen Kalin cursed angrily. It was that ingrate Lin Chen. He's always swindled and deceived his family. He must have sneaked into Dad and Sister's workspace while we were away or asleep to look at these materials. He's a repeat offender with cunning methods. Even after leaving the Chen family, he installed a hidden camera to spy on our trade secrets. It's over. I have no future left. Chen Kaiwei shed bitter tears. She felt that Lin Chen had betrayed her trust and crossed the Chen family's ultimate line. There was no forgiveness. If Lin Chen ever inherited the Chen family's assets, even she couldn't rest easy. That lust-driven ingrate would likely hand everything over to Fang Chushua. The phone rang abruptly. Chen Hai, suppressing his fury, answered the urgent call. A frantic voice from the Ministry of Commerce reported, we lost the bid for Qingxing Yuan at the last moment. The Fang family snatched it away. It seems the Fang family knew our budget in advance and outmaneuvered us completely. All our preliminary work and investments have gone down the drain. A loss of over 10 million. Lin Chen, you beast. Chen Hai hung up and overturned the table in a violent rage. Molly was stunned speechless. Her own son had committed such a grievous act against the family. Forgiveness seemed impossible. Chen Kalin's brows knitted in fury. Dad, let's bring Lin Chen home. Chen Hai checked the time and said urgently, that clinic will be open until evening. Let's go immediately and drag that unfilial wretch back. Chen Saiyun, still clinging to a shred of hope for Lin Chen, hastily interjected, Dad, please calm down. When we see Lin Chen, let's ask him properly. Maybe Fang Chushua has some leverage over him. Shut up. Do you think I can't tell you're defending that beast? Chen Hai pointed at Chen Kaiyun's nose, shouting, you're not going anywhere. Stay home. If you dare step out tonight, they'll cut off your allowance. Third sister, you've lost your mind. Did that last competition make you stupid? Chen Kalin shoved Chen Kaiyun's head angrily with her finger. Then Chen Hai, Ma Li, Chen Saiwei, Chen Saiyun, and Chen Tianan all piled into a black Bentley and sped off toward Old Street. Old Street, at 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Chen was still at the clinic reviewing the account books. He hadn't expected the clinic's progress to exceed his expectations. In less than half a month, the net income was 5 times what he had projected for an entire month. And this was in such a remote area. Lin Chen knew this achievement was entirely due to Fang Chuxia's hard work. After all, he was truly an absentee boss. You two are exceptional talents. You've worked hard. Let me treat you to some milk tea. Lin Chen presented 2 cups of cantaloupe-flavored milk tea. Nurse Xiaoli took the milk tea and sipped through the white straw, but couldn't help complaining, Boss, don't use the excuse that you're still a high school senior. Apart from coming here after school, every day you leave almost all the work to Dr. Fang. Lin Chen felt extremely embarrassed and quickly said, then I'll spend more time helping out at the clinic from now on. Xiaoli suddenly joked, why don't you and Dr. Fang become a couple? That way no one else can steal her away. Fang Shushua blushed and hastily said, don't talk nonsense. The boss is still a student. Xiaoli said triumphantly, so once the boss is no longer a student, Dr. Fang can be with him. Just wait a few more years. Outside the clinic, a black Bentley drove to a secluded spot and stopped. Inside the car, the Chen family saw Lin Chen and Fang Chushua talking and laughing in the clinic. This unfilial son. He's truly bewitched by beauty. Chen Hai punched the car window. This is no longer just a moral issue. It's betrayal, treachery. A rebel. Chen Kaiwei said mournfully, Dad, let's go bring him back. Don't let him run wild out here. Bringing him back is easy. He's so frail that either Tianan or I could easily bundle him into the car. But family disgrace shouldn't be aired, especially with Fang Chushua of the Fang family here. If she catches hold of this and takes photos, the Chun family in Guanyuan City will become a laughingstock. Then let's wait. Don't frighten the child, Molly said with concern. She had been clutching Chen Tianan's hand tightly, though it was unclear whether the child she cared about was her biological son or her adopted one. At around 9 in the evening, Xiaoli left work first. Fang Chushua had intended to let Lin Chen leave first while she tidied up and closed the shop, since she rented a room at Granny Yuan's place. But Granny Yuan suddenly came downstairs and asked expectantly, Are you off work, young lady? I've been waiting specifically for you to finish. There's a lantern show on West Street in the old quarter. I can't walk well, so I wanted someone to accompany me. Then I'll go with you, Granny. Oh, Lin Chen, you take care of locking up, Fang Chushua said considerately, then helped Granny Yuan leave. Chen Hai finally saw his chance. With the others, he charged aggressively out of the black Bentley. Lin Chen quickly packed up and walked to the door. Just as he was about to pull down the rolling shutter, a figure suddenly rushed up. Without a word, the person raised a hand and swung it toward Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen, quick-eyed and nimble, grabbed the arm and shoved hard. The figure let out a startled "ah" and stumbled backward. Coincidentally, another young figure who had caught up from behind steadied the first. Lin Chen recognized the newcomers and was suddenly enraged. The one who had tried to slap him was Chen Hai. Chen Hai turned to look at Chen Tianan, who had caught him, and felt a flicker of relief. Then he turned back to glare at Lin Chen with burning eyes. Chen Kalen rushed up from behind, pointing at Lin Chen's nose and cursing angrily. "You ungrateful wretch. You even hit your own father. Are you even human?" Lin Chen found this utterly ridiculous. "I'm damn fed up with your whole family. You rush up and try to slap. Do you think I'm easy to bully? If I don't fight back, should I just stand there and let you hit me? Back then in the Chen family, I barely ate or slept and was weak and sickly. Back then you hit me and I couldn't resist. But today Lin Chen has eaten his fill and won't be bullied by you anymore." Chen Hai and the others were stunned and stepped back a few paces. But as he thought of what Lin Chen had done, Chen Hai's anger flared, and he pointed at Lin Chen, shouting, "Lin Chen, though your surname is Lin, you carry the blood of the Chen family. No matter how worthless you are, you should not collude with the enemy. You've cost the Chen family dearly." Chen Hai was utterly disappointed in Lin Chen. His own biological son, after being raised by a poor family for 13 years, had become a little villain. Now that he had left the Chen family, he had turned into a big villain. This villain cheated, poisoned Hui Hui, and now stretched his hand toward the Chen family's business. Had the entire family wronged him in a past life, causing him to be reborn into the Chen family for revenge? Lin Chen remained calm. He recalled the 5 years in the Chen family. Every time he was falsely accused, he had tried desperately to prove his innocence. But each time the family mercilessly pinned all the blame on him, subjecting him to injustice and punishment. "Come on, tell me, how exactly have I caused the Chen family to suffer such heavy losses this time?" Chen Kalen snapped, still pretending it's none of your business. "You fawn over the owner of this clinic, sell out the Chen family's interests to her, and then she gives the Chen family's trade secrets to its competitors." Chen Kaiwei said disappointedly. "You never went to the company, but on the day you poisoned Hui Hui, you had the skill to cut the surveillance feed. That shows you also had the ability to sneak into Dad's study and my room to steal some trade secrets. Lin Chen, you've let me down so much. Do you know how hard I tried to plead with the family on your behalf?" Lin Chen looked coldly at this eldest daughter of the Chen family. He had no intention of forgiving Chen Caiwei, nor would he place any hope in her. The last time he had revealed some information to Chen Caiwei, it was only to make things difficult for Chen Tianan. So he would show no courtesy to this family. "Lift your dim-witted head. Can you read?" "Read that out," Lin Chen said, pointing at the sign above. "Lin Family Clinic." Chen Kaiwei murmured. "That's right, this clinic is mine. What female owner? Get lost," Lin Chen roared. Chen Kaiwei shivered and fell silent in fear. No respect for elders. Chen Kalen rushed up in fury, raising her hand to strike. Lin Chen sneered, caught her wrist, and shoved her away. Chen Kalen shrieked and landed on the ground with a thud. "What, you sure want to hit me too? I told you. Today's Lin Chen won't let you bully him anymore." Lin Chen sneered coldly. Chen Kalen sat on the ground, both shocked and furious. "Even a fool knows you're fawning over that woman. She funded your clinic. How much could a clinic in such a remote location cost? She could casually open 10,000 of these clinics. It's all because of your sycophantic behavior that you've betrayed the Chen family's interests." Lin Chen watched her finish her tirade like a circus performance before he retorted, "Should I slap the estrangement agreement onto your face, oh great celebrity? What gives you the right to teach me how to live? You?" Chen Kalen was so enraged, she couldn't speak, and Chen Kaiwei quickly helped her up. Chen Hai was also somewhat worried. Although this place was remote, that was only from a business perspective. There were still many laborers living here, a motley crew of all sorts. This matter couldn't be dragged out for long. Fine. Since you, an unfilial son, show no regard for the Chen family, then I will show you no mercy." Chen Hai declared angrily, deciding to play his trump card. "I order you to come home with me immediately and be an obedient son who stirs up no trouble. Otherwise this clinic won't last. No matter how many shops you open or what business you do, I can crush them all. You've been in the Chen family for 5 years, you know I have the power to do this." Lin Chen's heart sank upon hearing this. He knew Chen Hai wasn't just making empty threats. He hadn't expected Chen Hai to go this far. After being abused for 5 years, even after leaving, they wouldn't let him go. They wanted to cut off his lifeline. "Chen Hai, don't push me." Lin Chen gritted his teeth. "It's because you've changed. You've become someone I despise even more. I wish ID never had a son like you." Chen Hai roared with self-righteous indignation. Molly, worried that the father-son argument would attract attention, quickly urged, "Child, just listen to your father and come home. Be obedient like before and well like you again." "Shut up." Lin Chen glared furiously at Molly. Molly's heart leaped in shock and fear. She couldn't understand why Lin Chen would turn on her like this. "Obedient? If I act like before, you'll like me." Lin Chen laughed heartily. It was a laugh of self-mockery at his former pathetic self. 5 years ago when I first came to your Chen family, I knelt in the hallway for a whole day and night, just because you told me to. Would that make you like me, Madam Chen? You might have forgotten due to your lofty status, but I remember it crystal clear. I fainted from kneeling back then, and the next day you used it against me. You told me to be obedient again and kneel to apologize to your adopted son. Huh. Molly hurriedly explained. I remember that. It's because you stole Tianan's sapphire fountain pen worth millions the moment you arrived. We were just being strict to correct the bad habits you picked up from that poor family. It was your fault to begin with. Huh. Hypocrite. Get out of here, all of you. Lin Chen roared in disappointment. You unfilial wretch. How dare you speak to your family like that? Tianan dragged him into the car. Chen, he decided he couldn't waste more words on this rebellious son. First take him home, then whether it was scolding, beating, or reasoning they could deal with it there. The main thing was not to let this prodigal son run amok outside and do anything else to harm the Chen family's interests. Brother, just listen to mom and dad. Chen Tianan smiled as he walked toward Lin Chen. Inside he was thrilled. With the stain of harming the Chen family, Lin Chen was now completely disqualified from being the family heir. Once he was under house arrest and the Chen family had 100 ways to break him down even more, just like the past 5 years. Chen Tianan's eyes gleamed as he scanned Lin Chen looking for any wounds. That way he could inflict even more pain on him. Ha! A glob of spit suddenly landed on Chen Tianan. Chen Tianan yelped in shock, completely flustered. Disgusting. So disgusting. Where's the tissue? I need tissue. Though he was a fake young master, he was accustomed to a real young master's luxurious life. Lin Chen seized the moment and threw a punch, landing it squarely on Chen Tianan's nose. My son, Molly cried out, embracing him protectively. It hurts. Chen Tianan wept in Molly's arms. This time the pain was real. Unlike his usual Oscar-worthy performances, this was genuine anguish. Seeing this, Lin Chen's fury boiled over. Damn it, you're sickening. You just turned 18, old enough to have kids, and you're still bawling in another man's mother's arms. Neither men nor women suit you. You're better off as a hermaphrodite. Lin Chen. Molly trembled with rage. She was utterly disappointed in her biological son and finally exploded. Is this how you treat your brother? You murderer. Murderer. Lin Chen was thunderstruck. He recalled how he had died in his past life. His own birth mother was now cradling a fake young master with no blood relation to her. The very murderer who had killed him, calling her own son a murderer. He'll fight you all. None of you are human. Lin Chen's face ashen, he walked into the clinic. Chen Hai looked at Chen Tianan with concern, then bellowed. You unfilial wretch. How dare you run? Get back here and kneel to apologize to Tianan. Chen Kailan sneered coldly. That coward's scared. He's going inside to pack up and come home with us. Soon Lin Chen emerged from the clinic. He was holding a carrying pole in both hands. Wait, you unfilial son, what do you think you're doing? Chen Hai's eyes bulged with rage, but his answer came in the form of a sharp blow from the pole. Oh, you brat. Chen Hai hopped a few times, clutching his rear as he dove into the car. Mom, hurry. Chen Kaiwai's expression shifted dramatically. She couldn't fathom how her meek younger brother, whom she had bullied for 5 years, could have become so unyielding. She quickly helped the panicked Ma Li into the black Bentley. Chen Kailan's scalp tingled with fear. When she realized Lin Chen had set his sights on her, she retreated in a fluster. Only Chen Tianan was left lying on the ground, crying like a lost child abandoned by his mother. Lin Chen's rage intensified, and he brought the pole down without mercy. Chen Tianan took several blows to his head, shoulders, and back. Unable to keep up the act, he scrambled into the Bentley. Chen Hai, both shocked and furious, stuck his head out the window. You wretch. Do you think that nobody like Fang Chushua can protect you? Just you wait. With that, he drove the black Bentley away in disgrace. They're talking about Fang Chushua. Me fawning over Fang Chushua. Huh. Lin Chen suddenly understood and couldn't help but find it amusing. No matter what he did, those people always thought he was wrong, even dragging Fang Chushua into it. Still, that had felt incredibly satisfying. Chen Hai and the others returned to the Chen family mansion in a gloomy mood. Dad, you didn't do anything to Lin Chen, did you? Chen Kaiyun ran down from the second floor looking somewhat worried. Chen Hai's body still ached from the beating with the carrying pole. Upon hearing Chen Kaiyun's words of concern for Lin Chen, his fury flared, and he was on the verge of cursing the third daughter. But suddenly Ma Li wept sorrowfully. My child, my poor child. Those unaware of the truth might have thought she was mourning a deceased son. She hastily lifted Chen Tianan's arm and said anxiously to the family, look, it's all bruised. How could Lin Chen be so ruthless? Chen Kailan, witnessing this, spoke with grief and indignation. Someone who can be so cruel to his own kin is beyond the description of a beast. He's not even human. Chen Kaiyun was stunned. Did Lin Chen do this? That can't be. Dad, please investigate further. I've been beaten by him myself. What more investigation is needed? Unable to contain himself, Chen Hai suddenly leaped up and delivered a resounding slap to his third daughter. He'll cut your allowance for a week. See if you still defend that unfilial wretch. Having never been struck by her father before, Chen Kaiyun covered her face, wept, and ran upstairs, locking herself. Chen Tianan, clutching his wound, spoke in a feeble tone, "Dad, don't blame third sister. It's my brother's fault. He's too good at acting. He made us believe he was being kept by a wealthy woman, when in truth, he leveraged the Fong family's power. Third sister is so innocent, still a university student, untouched by the world's hardships. She was deceived by our brother, and it's not her fault." Chen Hai slammed the table in rage. "They'll make that unfilial wretch regret this deeply. They'll make him kneel and beg for my forgiveness." He turned sharply to Chen Saiwei, his gaze deep and intense. "Launch a series of commercial attacks against the Lin Clinic immediately." Chen Kaiwei said sorrowfully, "All right, Dad." Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. But final make Lin Chen apologize soon. Subsequently, Lin Chen attended school, as usual, and after school helped at the clinic. Half a month later, the nurse Xiao Li said, "We're out of medicine, boss. Hurry up and restock." Naturally, this task fell to Fong Chushue. Fong Chushue called the supplier, but the reply was that the Lin Clinic had offended some big shot, and they could no longer wholesale medicine to them. Stunned, Fong Chushue contacted several other suppliers only to receive the same answer. "Is it because of me?" She wondered, a bitter smile gracing her fair face. "I'm sorry, Lin Chen. I've caused you trouble. If I resign, no one will target you anymore." She felt a deep sense of guilt toward him. Though Lin Chen often acted like an absentee boss through over a month of interaction, she knew he was essentially good-natured, kind-hearted, hard-working, and intelligent. Someone like him, once he stepped into society after school, was bound to achieve great things. Lin Chen quickly comforted her. "It's not your fault. I'm the one who offended someone." Xiaoli didn't think it was Lin Chen's doing either, believing it was just his way of comforting Fong Chushue. She asked with concern, "Dr. Fong, did you refuse to yield to some rich playboy's tyranny, and now he's taking revenge?" Fong Chushue still didn't want Lin Chen's efforts to go to waste. So she shook her head with a wry smile, and said, "Thank you for your comfort, but it really is my fault. He'll resign tomorrow." Lin Chen then realized the gravity of the situation. Fong Chushue was excellent, beautiful, kind-hearted, and diligent. In short, she was a crucial ally on his path to rise. He couldn't let her leave. "It's absolutely not your fault. Don't overthink it," Lin Chen said, flustered. "Actually, They both began at the same time." They both froze. After some thought, Lin Chen decided not to reveal his relationship with the Chen family. The Chens found it shameful to have a son raised in a poor household. Conversely, wasn't Lin Chen equally pained by the Chen family's casual trampling of familial bonds? He no longer wished to acknowledge them. Fong Chushue lowered her head with a melancholy gaze and smiled bitterly. "If I went home, I could surely resolve your clinic's problems. But some things cannot be compromised, so Lin Chen, I'm sorry. I have to resign. If fate allows." She stood up and bent down to gather her things. Suddenly, Lin Chen grabbed her hand. "Don't go. I need you." Fong Chushue was taken aback. This young man needed her. Yet this large hand truly gave a sense of security. Fong Chushue couldn't help but scrutinize Lin Chen more closely. When she first arrived at the clinic, Lin Chen had been quite thin. But in just over a month, he had become much more robust, his face gaining sharper contours. She could even see the muscles on his arms. Xiaoli was off to the side cracking melon seeds and thoroughly enjoying the drama. Lin Chen said anxiously, "What's the rush? We're not at a dead end yet. You can't leave." "Why can't I leave?" "That reason alone isn't enough," Fong Chushue said, blushing. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said awkwardly, "Granny Yuan will miss you." Huff Xiaoli scoffed from the sidelines. Lin Chen quickly released Fong Chukshu's hand. He said, "As for the herbs, we'll buy them from various pharmacies for now. Even though we won't get wholesale prices, we won't lose money. We can still earn from consultation fees. Let's get through this period first. He'll figure something out. Then you figure it out. For certain reasons, I can't help you. It's all on you." In truth, Fong Chushue was also reluctant to leave. During her month plus at the Lin Clinic, despite the busyness, it had been the most carefree time in her over 20 years of life. She was truly grateful to Lin Chen. Xiaoli clapped happily. "Oh, you two appreciate each other." Nonsense, Fong Chushue shot Xiaoli a glare, but she wasn't angry. Next, Lin Chen had the two women continue running the clinic while he took the bus to various pharmacies in the city to restock. For the time being, the clinic's business was stabilized. The next day, a new problem arose. Officials from the relevant department arrived claiming a customer had reported the Lin Clinic for poor hygiene. After an inspection, they indeed nitpicked and found some unsanitary spots. They ordered the Lin Clinic to cease operations pending inspection. "Chen Hai, you've gone too far." Lin Chen fumed. "You two go home first. I promise we'll be back to work tomorrow," he said to the women. Xiaoli pursed her lips, unconvinced. "Don't tell me you know someone important. If we can't open tomorrow, I'm going on a—" Fong Chushue looked at Lin Chen with some concern, saying nothing, but nodding lightly. Yet as the Lin Clinic's doors closed, a heavy stone settled in her heart. She was astonished, for she had never worried so much about anyone before. Facing the plight of his hard-built clinic perishing before it could even succeed, Lin Chen's anger was ignited. A devious idea came to mind. Lin Chen pulled out his phone and with an expressionless face dialed Chen Hai's number. Chen Hai's voice came through the phone smug and triumphant. You unfilial wretch, finally deigning to call me on your own accord. Now you're begging to come home, are you? You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Lin Chen suppressed his rage and forced a smile. They'll come home with you, but you must lift the sanctions on the Lin clinic. At the Chen group, Chen Hai temporarily muted the phone's audio and turned to ask Chen Saiwei, what do you think? Chen Kaiwei said worriedly, logically Fong Chuxue is the most favored second daughter of the Fong family patriarch. Given how we've been targeting her clinic, she should have retaliated. Yet in reality, she hasn't made any move at all. This is very strange. Besides, this clinic's revenue and location are utterly insignificant. I suspect this is the Fong family's feint to the east while attacking the west, a tactic to divert our attention with the Lin clinic. Chen Hai said with slight anger, you have a point. Last time the Fong family snatched the Qingxing Yuan order from us, costing us over 10 million. We should focus more on the upcoming bidding process and not let that unfilial son's affairs throw us off balance. Then Chen Hai reactivated the phone's audio and barked sternly, you must be home before 8 o'clock tonight, and only then will I lift the sanctions on the Lin clinic. Otherwise I will use the Chen family's influence to shut down the Lin clinic. After hanging up, Chen Hai relayed this news to the family group chat. Molly couldn't hide her joy. Wonderful, my son is finally coming home. I will no longer neglect his feelings and must treat him well. Chen Kaiyun said with relief. Lin Chen, once you're home, you must study hard. Strive to get into a top-tier university next year. I believe you can do it. Perhaps I can even help you review. Chen Kalin scoffed. This good for nothing has suffered outside and now knows to submit. Let's see if he still acts out. Chen Tianan said happily, great, my brother has turned over a new leaf. He hasn't let down my expectations. When he comes home, I will treat him well. Chen Hai fumed. Lin Chen licking Fong Chuxue's boots is an act of defection unforgivable. From now on, keep him confined at home, not allowed to go anywhere. That's to save the Chen family from more trouble. Don't let him attend that lousy No. 7 high school either. When it's time for his college entrance exams, we'll use connections to let him take the test at any random venue. At the Chen group in the general manager's office, Mao Xiaomiao closed the door and shared a tender moment with Chen Kaiwei. They parted reluctantly, but Chen Kaiwei's face was still etched with worry. What's wrong, Saiwei, my love? Are you dissatisfied with how Lin Chen was handled? Mao Xiaomiao asked with concern. Chen Kaiwei sighed softly. Lin Chen's defection has already ended any chance of him inheriting the Chen family business. How could he be so foolish? Committing such a principled error. I had such high hopes for him. Does that mean my only path forward is to have a child with Tianan through IVF? Mao Xiaomiao felt a secret joy and comforted her. Actually, this is a good outcome for me. After all, you won't have to truly marry him, and we've always wanted a child. Then you carry it. Chen Kaiwei suddenly pushed Mao Xiaomiao away, a hint of anger on her face. Mao Xiaomiao wasn't offended, but said sorrowfully, I could if it's for you. But with whom? Chen Tianan. If it's for you, I wouldn't mind making that sacrifice. But a child without the Chen bloodline would mean the Chen family's ruin in your hands. I know. Chen Kaiwei lay back in her chair, her face ashen with despair. Mao Xiaomiao took out a compact mirror and began applying bright red lipstick. Chen Kaiwei's eyes suddenly lit up with a flicker of excitement. Just when there is no road through the mountains and rivers, a village appears in the dark. I thought the path was dead, but it turns out it's still alive. Xiaomiao, you will carry the child. But not with Tianan, with my own blood brother Lin Chen. Aunt. Mao Xiaomiao was so shocked, she trembled, dropping her lipstick to the floor. Can you bear to part with me? She asked, her voice trembling. Unable to accept the idea of bearing a child with a man, Chen Kaiwei comforted Mao Xiaomiao. Since we will eventually have our own child, it's better to raise your brother's child than to adopt a stranger's. This preserves the true Chen bloodline. No matter how useless Lin Chen is, as long as I raise the child, I believe my father will rest assured handing the Chen group to me. The Chen family won't have to worry about a successor. Mao Xiaomiao couldn't accept it and said frantically, how now you emphasize the importance of the true Chen bloodline. Then why do you treat Chen Tianan, your fake brother, better than your real one? Chen Kaiwei stroked Mao Xiaomiao's head and smiled gently. For the good of the Chen family, of course, the true bloodline is more important. But for my personal feelings, does it matter if he's my real brother? As long as affection grows over time, I'll like him. Just like how I feel about you, Mao Xiaomiao. Mao Xiaomiao gritted her teeth and made a decision. Saiwei, you know I can't accept being intimate with a man. But we're running out of time because the chairman has already started heavily grooming Chen Tianan. He's gradually delegating authority to him, letting him get involved in the Chen family's business. After the college entrance exams in a little over a semester, he'll be sent to Harvard. By the time he graduates, he'll smoothly become the second or third in command of the Chen group. By then, it'll be too late. The chairman will insist you marry Chen Tianan. So having me bear Lin Chen's son and you raising him is the urgent priority. Chen Kaiwei's face lit up with surprise and joy. Father is a traditional man. If he has a grandson, he'll be even happier than having a grandson-in-law. Didn't Emperor Kangxi love his grandson Hongli so much that he passed the throne to Yongzheng? Rest assured Xiaomiao, he'll arrange everything before this year's college entrance exams. I won't let you suffer. They'll find a way for you to do IVF, and we can even decide the child's gender. Chen Kaiwei was more than anyone genuinely overjoyed that Lin Chun was returning to the Chen family. At No. 7 High School, the afternoon dismissal bell rang. Teacher Wan kept Lin Chun behind alone and asked nervously, Lin Chun, there's only 1 week until the second comprehensive test. What score are you expecting? First place, Lin Chun replied. In the past had been nervous before every exam because there was truly nothing in his head, and he feared that if he failed he'd be scolded when he returned to the Chen family and his parents and sisters would despise him. But now Lin Chun felt that studying was the easiest thing in the world. This change wasn't just because Lin Chun had gained a photographic memory, but more importantly a shift in his mindset. Teacher Ruan excitedly slammed the table. Great. If you get first place, whatever you want as long as it's within my ability, I'll do my best to fulfill your request. Lin Chun thought for a moment and said cheerfully, my request is simple. If I disappear during school hours, please cover for me and ask for leave. Okay. Teacher Ruan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A moment later, Lin Chun walked out of the school. He took out his phone and dialed Lin Han's number. Dad, please tell Mom and my sister that I won't be home tonight. Because of the clinic matter, I need to go on a business trip. He'll be back in a day at most. Yes, just away for 1 day. He hung up. He was ready to go to the Chun family to gather some capital. At 7 in the evening within the Chun family mansion, Chun Hai answered his assistant's call. He asked unhurriedly, Xiao Zhao, what rank did that rebellious son achieve? 5th place in the last comprehensive test. What? Chun Hai was taken aback, somewhat astonished. Then reconsidering, he thought what use was a 5th place in a mediocre school like No. 7 middle school? Barely enough for a second-tier university. Truly disgraceful. Did you check his previous grades? Yes, for the past 5 years he's been at the bottom. But 5 years ago in elementary and middle school, he was in the top 20 of the entire grade, and those were good schools. Chen Hai was stunned upon hearing this. He fell into deep thought. The 5 years of bottom-tier grades coincided with the years since he brought Lin Chen back to the Chen family. What did that imply? Chairman, the teachers at No. 7 middle school refused to grant Lin Chen a leave of absence. They say Lin Chen's surname is Lin and his household registration is with the Lin family, so we have no right to do so. They also claim Lin Chen is now very important to No. 7 middle school, a role model for all students. How is that possible? Chen Hai's mouth fell open in surprise as if learning about his own son for the first time. Having built the Chen family business to such heights, he was no fool. If not for his preconceived notions dominating his thoughts, calming down and thinking carefully, he would realize that the Chen family might have harmed Lin Chen, causing his academic performance to decline. Filled with guilt, he paced a circle and sat down on the crocodile leather sofa. Oh, it hurts. He jumped up hastily, remembering the bruises on his buttocks from the carrying pole. Instantly, his expression grew dark. At 8 o'clock, Lin Chen arrived at the Chun family villa's gate and pressed. A familiar, kindly face opened the door, smiling with tears in her eyes. Young master. Aunt Zhang. Lin Chen joyfully embraced her. Aunt Zhang was the only person who cared for him during his 5 years with the Chen family. Several times when he was sick with no one to tend to him, she risked being fired to secretly bring him some snacks. Also, Aunt Zhang brought him clothes her own son no longer wore. Young master, you're back, but the master and the others are still eating. Perhaps. Aunt Zhang suddenly pulled out 50 yuan from her pocket. She said with concern, go have a meal outside first, then come back. Otherwise you'll go hungry. Aunt Zhang remembered that the Chun family had never allowed Lin Chen to sit at the dining table. Don't worry, Aunt Zhang, I've already eaten my fill before coming. Lin Chen was deeply moved, but he didn't take the money. Was the young master able to afford meals? Aunt Zhang looked puzzled, her impression of Lin Chen still rooted in those 5 years with the Chen family. I just came to take a look. They'll leave tomorrow. Aunt Zhang, I'm going inside now. Lin Chen patted the dust off his clothes and walked into the mansion whistling. Aunt Zhang stared blankly at his broad back. Suddenly, she realized the young master's physique had become much sturdier. His features were more defined. He was no longer the frail, sickly figure he used to be. It seemed he was better off outside the Chen family. Lin Chen, carrying a backpack, strolled leisurely into the living room, finding Chun Hai and the others eating. On the table were fragrant roast suckling pig and delicious braised goose, along with several bottles of brightly colored red wine. Oh, living the good life. Lin Chen greeted them proactively. Chen Kalen glanced at him and mocked with schadenfreude. Couldn't make it out there, so you're back. Chen Kaiwei smiled gently at Lin Chen, her demeanor seemingly kind, but her eyes held a strange glint. Chen Kaiyan seemed to want to welcome him, but her face still stung, and she dared not provoke Chen Hai's nerves, so she kept her mouth shut. Molly said somewhat excitedly, Lin Chen tired. Go to the kitchen and have the servant heat up some food for you. Brother Mom specially saved those dishes in the kitchen for you. Chen Tianan said with great enthusiasm. Lin Chen's gaze automatically ignored that bastard staring coldly at his biological mother. She constantly claimed she wanted what was best for him to make amends, saying both he and Chen Tian'an were her sons, and she loved them equally. Now that he was back, she remembered to tell him to eat. But she sent him to the kitchen to eat by himself. Such hypocrisy was disgusting. However, Lin Chen wasn't sad. He had long known what kind of people this family was. His return to the Chen family didn't mean he forgave them for their treatment of him over the past 5 years. Why trouble everyone? No need. Lin Chen said with a grin. Brother must have eaten at school. Let's continue with our meal. Chen Tian'an pretended to be kind, trying to smooth things over. He reached with his silver chopsticks for the roast suckling pig in front of him. This isn't for a mongrel. Lin Chen was faster, breaking off a pig leg and starting to gnaw on it. Oomph. Chen Hai slammed his chopsticks down on the table in fury. You ungrateful wretch. How dare you insult your brother like that? You're becoming more and more ill-mannered. I told you to eat in the kitchen. Oh, it's not like we didn't prepare anything for you. What are you grabbing for? Lin Chen ate while laughing. Ill-mannered. Then, am I your biological son? Shouldn't you be responsible for that? If you want to take responsibility for your own son, do you blame someone else's family? You? Chen Hai was left speechless. Lin Chen taunted further. So you still haven't woken up? Let me teach you from another angle. If you don't take responsibility for your own wife, are you going to take responsibility for someone else's wife and support her? Shut up. Chen Hai was so angry he saw stars. This rebellious son had truly changed. In the past, if he wasn't allowed to eat, he wouldn't dare utter a single complaint. In the past, when punished with hunger, he would truly starve for a whole day and night. Now he had become so brazen, uttering such heretical words. Yet he couldn't refute it. It's dirty, I'm not eating. Chen Kalen pointed at the suckling pig with the leg Lin Chen had broken off, complaining discontentedly. Chen Hai waved his hand impatiently. Aunt Zhang, take this dish and throw it away. Perfect, throw it to me. Lin Chen took the entire plate of roast suckling pig. You? Chen Hai's mouth hung open. Are you determined to oppose our whole family? Chen Kalen also slammed her chopsticks like Chen Hai. Molly quickly tried to appease everyone. Lin Chen just came back. Oh, let's all accommodate him a bit. We can gradually urge him to correct his bad habits later. Like talking to a brick wall. I'm going to my room. Lin Chen turned and walked up to the second floor. Stop. Chen Hai shouted, his face livid. If you're back, behave yourself. Then I can still guarantee you a life of wealth and honor. But if you keep doing those despicable things like before, you will forever lose what matters most to you. Lin Chen turned back, curious. What is the most important thing to me? This family. The life of a wealthy household. Chen Hai said with immense pride. Don't make me sick. Before in your house, I was thinner than the dog your adopted son kept. Does this deserve to be called a wealthy household? Lin Chen tossed out these words and climbed to the second floor. Infuriating. Chen Hai stood up abruptly, ready to flip the table. Chen Kaiwei quickly held him back, urging, Dad, calm down. Lin Chen, be nicer to Dad, and you'll benefit in the future. Chen Hai growled, enough, leave him be for now. He'll eventually mold him into an obedient boy. Lin Chen returned to his old room, finding it empty. No blankets, no pillows. Everything had been burned away. They didn't even prepare this for me, yet they told me to come back and stay. Huh. Lin Chen was fed up with this family's shamelessness. Luckily, he came prepared, pulling a hammock, a few nails, and a hammer from his backpack. Bang, bang, bang. Is it an earthquake? What's happening? Chen Hai and the others panicked and rushed to that rebellious son must be causing trouble again. Everyone had the same thought. The whole family burst into Lin Chen's room, finding him hammering up a hammock. Stop. The house is going to collapse. Chen Kalen screamed, clutching her head. Chen Hai trembled with rage. Lin Chen, do you know how much it costs to renovate our villa? Can you afford to pay for it? If I can't, then kick me out. Lin Chen turned back with a sneer. All right, Chen Hai, don't let anger ruin your health. Let's go first. Molly quickly interjected as a peacemaker, pulling the family members out of Lin Chen's room. With an anxious expression, she said, he just came back. Give him some time to change. Don't scare him away again. Chen Hai's face flickered with uncertainty before he suppressed his rage. Fine, fine. At least it's better than letting this degenerate ruin the family business. Chen Tian'an suddenly wore a sorrowful expression, hesitating, as if on the verge of speaking. Son. Molly panicked upon seeing this. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't keep it bottled up. If you fall ill, be worried to death. Chen Kalen said discontentedly, isn't it all because that useless Lin Chen pissed him off? Actually, I'm not angry at brother. Chen Tian'an quickly defended. I believe he never meant to cause trouble for the Chen family, but he's been controlled by his bad habits over the years. It's like a hyena that can't resist going for the anus the moment it sees a prey's back. Brother is controlled by... Actually, there's a simple way to make him better. I know the principal of a reform school. Some troubled students undergo strict military-style management there, and soon become well-behaved. Chen Hai's face relaxed into a smile, but then he frowned with worry. Know that degenerate might do anything now. If he goes to that school and harbors resentment toward the family, he might embarrass us by talking about his relationship with the Chens. Chen Tian'an said confidently, don't worry, we don't need to send him to school. We can pay them extra to come to the Chen residence and help discipline brother. I believe that after a few sessions on the electric chair, he'll become good. Chen Kalen said with relief. It's baffling that Lin Chen has a brother like you who always thinks of him, yet he doesn't appreciate his fortune and even tries to frame you. Chen Kaiwei originally objected, but now she hesitated, thinking to herself, now that Lin Chen has become so stubborn, making him agree to IVF would be extremely difficult. It's better to let someone else straighten him out first, turn him into an obedient child, and then things will be much easier. Tianan, go contact that school now. Chen Kaiwei sighed. Chen Hai patted Chen Tainan's shoulder approvingly. Son, you've grown up, become sensible, and can share the burden. Chen Kaiyun originally wanted to defend Lin Chen, but when she saw that even her eldest sister who had been on the same side agreed, she didn't know what to say. Chen Hai instructed Chen Saiwei, since this degenerate is back living here from now on, don't bring any company documents home. Otherwise that ungrateful wolf might sneak a peek. Chen Kaiwei quickly replied, don't worry, Dad. I even hired anti-espionage experts to inspect the house and confirm there are no hidden cameras. Chen Hai still felt uneasy. The lock on the server room has been replaced, but given this degenerate's habit of stealing, it's hard to guard against. Temporarily shut down the surveillance system for now. Since it was still early, the family members went about their own business. Chen Kaiyun suddenly entered Chen Kaiwei's room and said discontentedly, Sis, how could you agree to Tainan's plan? What's wrong? Tianan is doing this for Lin Chen's good, Chen Kaiwei retorted. Chen Kaiyun looked worried. I know Tianan means well and wants to change Lin Chen, but this method might not suit him because I saw Lin Chen's progress in studies after he left home. If given time, I believe he can change. He was just held back by the pressure of being a son of a wealthy family, which stifled his talent. Chen Kaiwei's expression instantly hardened. Little sister, you're still a student. There are many things you don't understand. But you only need to know that everything I'm doing now, whether Lin Chen likes it or not, is for his own good. Give me a year, and it'll make you see a complete 180 in the family's attitude toward Lin Chen. Especially Dad's attitude. It will change entirely. Really? Chen Kaiyun was skeptical. Have I ever lied to you since we were kids? Alright, go back now. You have school tomorrow. Chen Kaiwei pushed Chen Kaiyun out of the room. She had no intention of telling Chen Kaiyun about her plan to elevate her status through her son, as such a matter was too embarrassing for Chen Kaiwei to discuss. In the middle of the night, Lin Chen slept soundly on his hammock. Suddenly, Chen Kalen's scream pierced the silence. My ring is gone. Lin Chen, get out here. Instantly, lights flickered on in every room and corridor of the Chen mansion. Family members and servants all gathered in Chen Kalen's room. Lin Chen also followed, curious, blending into the crowd. Chen Kalen, wearing a seductive camisole, fumed with rage. That ring of mine. I bought it while filming on location in the South Seas. It's a limited edition worth several million. Lin Chen, give it back immediately, or he'll fight you to the death. All eyes suddenly turned to Lin Chen. You come back and things go missing. Huh? Don't think that just because the surveillance is off nobody knows you stole it. Chen Hai laughed in anger. Lin Chen didn't defend himself. In 5 years, how many times had he faced such accusations? Without a word, he immediately strode toward Chen Tainan's room. Son, be obedient, don't make a fuss. Molly caught up, anxiously trying to persuade him. Just return your second sister's ring, and Mom will protect you. Protect me. Or your precious adopted son. Lin Chen turned back and cursed. How can you talk to your mother and brother like that? Molly was on the verge of tears. It's fine, Mom. Let brother search my room, Chen Tianan said with a fearless air. Although Lin Chen had never dared to enter his room in 5 years, let alone request a search, Chen Tianan had long been prepared. He casually pulled up his pants. Lin Chen understood instantly. He suddenly turned and lunged like a fish, tackling Chen Tianan to the ground. Then he frantically searched through every pocket inside and outside Chen Tainan's clothes. What are you doing? Chen Tianan struggled desperately in panic. But he was shocked to find that Lin Chen was strong. What he didn't know was that over the past 2 months Lin Chen had been eating well and his body had become much stronger. Moreover, having opened a Chinese medicine clinic, he used the clinic's herbs and a formula from a reclusive old doctor to concoct a tonic that strengthened his physique. His body was growing stronger day by day, surpassing ordinary people and reaching at least the level of a soldier. You degenerate. How dare you hurt your brother? Chen Hai, both shocked and enraged, rushed over to pull Lin Chen away, but was astonished to find he couldn't budge him. Don't you hurt Tianan. Chen Kalen, like a frantic beast, grabbed a pillow and kept striking Lin Chen's back. Lin Chen, don't hurt my son. Molly wept in desperation. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen felt a wave of nausea. Although Chen Hai disliked him, he always showed it openly. But Molly was truly hypocritical. Only in moments like this could one see who mattered more in her heart. When Lin Chen pulled a ruby ring from the pocket of Chen Tainan's underwear, all sounds abruptly ceased. Everyone stared at Chen Tianan in utter shock. Keep screaming. What's this? Lin Chen flung the ruby ring onto Chen Kalen's astonished face. You dog. He turned and delivered a resounding slap to the fake young master's face. Chen Tianan winced in pain and jumped up, clutching his cheek. A bunch of idiots. Lin Chen chuckled disdainfully and strode back to his room to continue sleeping. Dad, Mom, sis. I really didn't steal it. You have to believe me. Chen Tianan's panicked voice echoed from the hallway. Everyone was stunned, for they had all witnessed with their own eyes Lin Chen apprehending Chen Tianan and pulling the ruby ring from the pocket inside his underwear. This was catching him red-handed. If Lin Chen had been in such a situation, it would have been equivalent to a death sentence, but Chen Tianan was different. Molly quickly grabbed Chen Tianan's hand, pulling him behind her to shield him, and anxiously pleaded with the crowd. I raised Tianan myself since he was a child. Don't you all know his character? This ring could not possibly have been stolen by Tianan. Kalen, you must trust your little brother. Chen Kalen hesitated for a moment, then could only pat Chen Tianan on the head and comfort him. Tianan has never lied since he was young, nor has he ever stolen anything. He hasn't even made us angry. So rest assured, Tianan, this incident won't change my good impression of you. Good children are always bullied by bad children. This must be a frame-up by Lin Chen. Aunt Zhang, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel contempt. He was caught red-handed, so how could it be a frame-up? How did this end up being the thief crying stop thief? Nothing had changed from the situation 5 years ago. The eldest young master returning to this heartless home was truly pitiful. Chen Kaiwei felt sorry for Chen Tianan and quickly urged, it's all my fault for turning off all the surveillance cameras, otherwise we could have proven Tianan's innocence. Although Chen Kaiyun believed in Chen Tianan, she also didn't want Lin Chen to be wrongfully accused. She hastily reminded them, but it wasn't Lin Chen who stole it either. Then all eyes in the room turned simultaneously toward Chen Hai. Chen Hai also couldn't believe that the always well-behaved and sensible Chen Tianan would steal his sister's belongings. He pointed at the watching servants and warned angrily, if I find out that any of you framed Tianan, I will make you pay a heavy price. Trust me, the Chen family has the power to do so. And so the crisis that had befallen Chen Tianan passed just like that. Chen Tianan returned to his room to sleep. A large patch of cold sweat had already soaked through his back. That brother whom he had always manipulated so easily had actually driven him into a corner today. Chen Tianan himself knew it was his good image cultivated over more than a decade that had allowed him to bluff his way through. But if a few more incidents like this occurred, he would inevitably face a crisis of trust with his family. Lin Chen, just you wait until tomorrow. It'll make you regret ever being born. For the past 18 years I've had you firmly in my grasp. So now I can just as easily keep you under my heel. Early the next morning, the Chen family members went to work or school as usual. Before leaving, Chen Hai warned Lin Chen, last night, as soon as you came back you caused chaos in the Chen household, and that made me very angry. I order you not to go out anymore, and you don't need to go to school either. As for your studies, I will hire a private tutor to teach. From now on you will stay in the house and cause no more trouble for me. Otherwise I will still suppress the Lin family clan. Lin Chen said coldly, his face like frost. Yesterday Chen Tianan was caught red-handed, and you still want to pin it on me. You have some nerve. Chen Hai was left speechless. His face dark as iron, he waved his hand dismissively and drove away. The vast Chen mansion was left with only Lin Chen and the servants doing housework. At 10 o'clock in the morning, a servant received a call from Chen Tianan and went to open the gate for a van. Lin Chen saw this scene from the window. A van with red paint on its side drove in, bearing the words Guangyuan City Youth Special Training Institution. The van stopped in a parking space, the door opened, and 4 burly men stepped out in succession. They also carried out a strange-looking chair. They carried the chair to the first floor, plugged it in, and began to adjust. Lin Chen watched for a while and understood that this was some scheme by Chen Hai or Chen Tianan. After more than 10 minutes, a servant came up and knocked on Lin Chen's door. Lin Chen, the masters downstairs are asking you to come down. Having worked in the Chen household for so long, the servants were almost all snobs except for Aunt Zhang. For 5 years they hadn't even wanted to serve Lin Chen, let alone those men downstairs. If it hadn't been for Chen Tianan's instructions, they wouldn't have opened the gate for that beat-up van. After delivering the message to Lin Chen, the servant turned and left without looking back. Hello everyone, Lin Chen said as he walked down the stairs alone. Are you Lin Chen? A burly man took out a photo, compared it to Lin Chen, and his expression became puzzled. Because the Lin Chen in the photo was very thin, looking like a weak, malnourished little boy who lacked exercise. But the Lin Chen before him was sturdy with sharp features and looked like he might have had some training. Hello masters. I am Lin Chen's older brother. He'll be back in a while. Lin Chen said with a genial smile. Finally meeting a young master from a wealthy family who looked them in the eye, the leading burly man was delighted. He quickly handed over a document and said with a grin, this is the contract. Lin Chen took it and quickly scanned it. He found that it essentially stated that Lin Chen had very serious bad habits and a severe internet addiction, that his family was at their wits' end and desperate, and that they hoped the Guangyuan City Youth Special Training Institution would correct his behavior and help him return to the right path as soon as possible. The contract was signed by Chen Hai and Chen Tianan at the bottom. Lin Chen returned the contract to the leading burly man. At noon, Lin Chen saw that the time was about right and made an excuse to go out for a while. Having lived in the Chen household for 5 years, he also knew Chen Tainen's habits. This rich second generation found the living conditions at Kino, one high school inferior to those of his luxurious home. While the students slept in the school dormitories at noon, he often came home to enjoy himself. When he was younger, Chen Hai had arranged a dedicated driver for him. Now he drove back in the Rolls-Royce Phantom that Chen Hai had given him for his last lavish birthday party. He got out of the car, but didn't leave immediately. Instead, he walked around the luxury vehicle, a proud smile spreading across his face. Suddenly, Lin Chen's figure appeared in the distance. "Yo, big brother, good afternoon. Have you eaten? Want me to toss you a piece of dog food?" Chen Tian'en waved smugly. "Little brother, there are guests at home. I've come to take you back," Lin Shan said with a malicious grin, suddenly producing a sack and some rope. Seeing this, Chen Tian'en was struck by a sense of foreboding and frantically turned to run away. Lin Shan rushed forward, grabbed him from behind, and the two of them tumbled to the ground together. After a brief struggle, Lin Shan bound Chen Tian'en with the rope, taped his mouth shut, and stuffed him into the sack. Chen Tainen's heart raced with panic and fear. After the fights last night, and just now, he had to begrudgingly admit that he was no match for Lin Chen. Lin Shan dragged the sack back into the mansion's first floor with effort, speaking with heartfelt pain. "This younger brother of mine is truly wicked. Reasoning with him is impossible, so I had to tie him up and bring him here. He's all yours. Having a brother like you is his fortune across 3 lifetimes." The 4 burly men took the sack and pulled out the disheveled Chen Tian'en. Chen Tainen's eyes widened in shock as he took in the scene, and he began to wail. The 4 men, seemingly accustomed to such situations, expertly placed him in an electric chair and secured him with specialized restraints. "Wah!" Chen Tainen's eyes bulged with terror as tears spilled out. Lin Chen taunted. "You've been crying to your foster mother since you were a kid. Now you're all grown up and still crying. Do you think tears will help, eh? Do you think if you cry hard enough others will give in to your demands, eh?" The lead man offered Lin Chen a cigarette and remarked, "This is a common ailment. Bad habits in some youngsters spoiled by their parents. But don't worry, we'll cure him. A few jolts and he'll behave." "Captain, he seems to want to speak," an employee suddenly said. The man looked concerned and said, "Remove the tape. Otherwise, if he inhales his mucus and tears during the shock, it could be life-threatening." Snap! The tape over Chen Tainen's mouth was torn off. "I'm not Lin Chen. He cried. The captain grinned. "Sure, everyone says that. From now on, be a good boy and stop making your family angry." The young man in the electric chair now was only slightly more robust than Lin Shun as seen in the photo. The photo they had of Lin Shun was from his first year in the Chen family when he was in 7th grade, and he had changed a lot. From that perspective, Chen Tainen's build resembled the boy in the photo more. Zap him. Wah. The ordeal lasted half an hour. Lin Shin saw off the 4 sturdy employees of the youth training facility and welcomed them to return tomorrow. Chen Tian'en lay on the mansion floor, unable to rise, with frothy saliva still clinging to his lips and chin. A maid who had been mopping in the distance finally recognized the figure on the ground as the young master of the Chen family. She rushed over to help him up. "Bitch, where were you just now?" Chen Tian'en slapped her hard in a fit of rage. After that, no other maid dared to approach. After lying on the floor for about 20 minutes, his phone rang. He answered weakly, and his sorrow turned to joy. He scrambled to his feet and limped out of the mansion. The large iron gates swung open and several luxury cars of various colors drove into the courtyard. 8 young men and women stepped out of the vehicles one by one. They were all dressed in designer labels, their every move exuding an aristocratic air. "What's wrong, Master Chen? Are you unwell? You look so weak. Were you secretly fooling around with a maid?" "Master Chen, you reek of sweat. Go wash up." Such remarks filled Chen Tainen's ears, filling him with shame. He had invited these wealthy classmates from first high school to his home for fun. He hadn't expected to embarrass himself in front of them, which deeply displeased Chen Tian'en, who was usually so mindful of his image. Lin Chen suddenly emerged from the house. Chen Tian'en broke out in a cold sweat again. "Hey, who's that? He looks so sunny," several young ladies remarked, their eyes lighting up. Lin Chen greeted them warmly. "Hello, are you Tainen's friends? Welcome to the Chen home. I'm Tainen's brother." Chen Tian'en was startled and quickly pretended to be crazy, dancing around to divert their attention. He frantically signaled Lin Shan with his eyes to leave immediately. "Brother, do you have an eye problem? Come, let me drag you inside for some medicine," Lin Chen said with concern as he approached. "Master Chen, he just said you're his brother." A plump young master who loved drama reminded him. Chen Tian'en hastily shouted, "He's the son of a servant named Aunt Zhang in our household. He often stays here and treats me like a younger brother." A young lady smiled. "No wonder you don't look alike. But since he's the son of a servant, we'd rather not invite him to play with us. After all, there's a difference in status." "Yeah, hanging out with him would lower our class," another wealthy young master added disdainfully. "Leave now," Chen Tian'en said coldly to Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and smirked. "We don't look alike. Wait until his parents come home, then you can see for yourselves." What do you mean? The group was bewildered as Lin Chen's words were ambiguous. But Chen Tianen understood perfectly and was terrified as Heir, standing on end. He quickly draped an arm over Lin Chen's shoulder and whispered, "Brother, did Aunt Zhang send you to find me? Come, let's talk over there." Then he turned to his friends and called out, "I have some private matters to discuss with Aunt Zhang's son. You all go inside and have fun. I've instructed the servants to take good care of you." Chen Tianen led Lin Chen to the front gate and pleaded with clasped hands, "Brother, I'm begging you, please don't cause me any more trouble, okay?" "Fine, I'll go back to my room," Lin Chen said, turning around. "I mean, leave this house." Chen Tianen begged, as if praying to Buddha. Lin Chen had only been back for less than a day, and already he had Chen Tianen walking on eggshells. How could he endure if he stayed longer? Wouldn't it drive him to a nervous breakdown? He was truly scared. Since his inheritance of the Chen family business was a done deal, it was better to send this troublemaker away. Lin Chen's expression darkened, and he snapped, "You wish, you bastard. It's easier to invite a god than to send one away." Chen Tianen recoiled in shock. After a moment he seemed to calm down, and said, "Name your price." 5 million, Lin Chen sneered. Chen Tianen's jaw dropped. "Why don't you just rob a bank?" Although he had previously used the leverage of leaking the Chen group's trade secrets to undermine Lin Chen, Chen Hai and Chen Kaiwei had responded by no longer discussing business at home. They had also hired a counter-espionage firm to thoroughly sweep the house. This meant that unless Chen Tianen became directly involved in the Chen group's operations, he couldn't rely on his petty schemes to make extra cash anymore. So when Lin Chen demanded 5 million, he couldn't accept it. Lin Chen roared, "Stop your damn blabbering. I know you have the money. Besides, isn't it all mine?" Chen Tianen could no longer defeat Lin Chen in a direct fight, and he feared that underhanded tactics might backfire. He couldn't help but glance back at his aristocratic friends reveling in the mansion, his heart filled with unease. He had no choice but to grind his teeth and say, "Fine, I'll give you the money, but you must not go back on your word. You have to leave this house and promise never to return." Lin Chen urged impatiently, "Do you think I want to come back? Stop wasting my time. Are you giving it or not? If not, I'll just go acknowledge the relatives." Chen Tianen was startled and quickly said, "They'll give it. Remember, after I give it to you, you're never to set foot in this house again." Lin Chen opened his phone and chuckled, "Don't try any tricks with me, and I won't come back. Transfer it to this account." Now, Chen Tianen, eager to rid himself of this nuisance, took out his phone and made the transfer. Moments later, Lin Chen received the confirmation of the successful transaction. Staring at the additional 5 million in his account, he felt a mix of glee and exasperation. He never imagined that his first big fortune would come from that bastard. Lin Chen suddenly pocketed his phone and turned to walk back toward the mansion. Chen Tianen jumped up in fury. "What are you doing? Going back on your word?" "Just getting my luggage," Lin Chen replied with a grin over his shoulder. "They'll get it for you." Chen Tianen rushed into the house frantically. "Young Master Chen, come have a drink," his friend. Ignoring them, Chen Tianen hurried to Lin Chen's room, desperate to send away the plague. He saw a bulging backpack on the bed, the only item there. It dawned on him that Lin Chen had never planned to stay long. He had already packed his things. "I've been duped." Chen Tianen gnashed his teeth in hatred. Though he had realized the truth, it was an open scheme, and he had no choice but to swallow his pride, for he dared not keep Lin Chen any longer. He picked up the backpack, finding it rather heavy. Dismissing the thought, he dashed out of the room and down to the first floor, where he saw his friends lounging on an electric chair. "Young Master Chen, what kind of chair is this?" "A massage chair. Looks a bit cheap, huh? I didn't think your Chen family would have such shoddy stuff." "Oh, there are straps on it. You're into some kinky stuff, young Master Chen." At the sight of the electric chair, Chen Tianen shuddered reflexively, his legs trembling, and even a drool of fear escaped him. He bolted out the door, leaving the wealthy young masters and ladies exchanging bewildered glances. Lin Chen took his backpack and strode away from the Chen family with an air of nonchalance. He hadn't even stayed a full day. First, he called the clinic to check on its operations. Fang Shushue replied cheerfully, "This morning the suppliers resumed normal deliveries of herbs, and the relevant authorities have lifted the restrictions." Lin Chen knew this was because last night he had bargained with Chen Hai to lift the sanctions on the clinic in exchange for returning to the Chen family. But now that he had left, Chen Hai might well resume his crackdown. To eliminate this threat, Lin Chen asked, "Can we source herbs from outside the region? The Chen family's influence doesn't reach major cities like the provincial capital." Fang Shushue said worriedly, "We could, but suppliers usually require a minimum order of several 100,000 yuan, and we don't have that much capital. Besides, our clinic's patient volume isn't that high. If we buy too many herbs, they'll go bad before we can use them, and we'll take a loss." Lin Chen said proudly, "I can solve both the funding and the patient volume issues. To be honest, I secured an investment last night. Now I have money." "How much?" Fang Shushue asked curiously. Lin Chen had intended to impress her, but then he remembered her bag alone was worth over 1 million, and he felt deflated. So he laughed awkwardly and said, "Just focus on running the clinic for now. Leave the rest to me." Lin Chen then went through an agency and found a 3-story building in a prime location on a bustling commercial street. The annual rent was a whopping $200,000. But since it was a prime location, he understood. Now that he was financially secure, he paid the deposit and secured the lease. Next, he spent over $100,000 to hire a professional renovation company. They promised to finish within half. With all the miscellaneous tasks and paperwork, half a month was about right. Determined to prove himself, Chen worked with great efficiency and had everything sorted by 6 in the evening. He then called Fang Chuxue to inform her. Wow, is the boss really a secret millionaire? Xiao Li's eyes sparkled with admiration. My mom won't let me work far away, but if it's on a commercial street like that, she'll definitely agree. Fang Chuxue was surprised that Chen had invested so much money, but she didn't lose her composure like Xiao Li. She had originally planned to stay at Chen's small clinic as a temporary measure, waiting for her personal issues to calm down before moving to a big hospital to pursue her dreams. But seeing how hard Chen was working, she pursed her lips and decided to help him a while longer. After all, she was only 24, still young with plenty of time to plan her future. Alright, I'll stick with you for now, Fang Chuxue said cheerfully. Chen breathed a sigh of relief and said expectantly over the phone, next he'll start posting job ads. You plan what staff we need, and you'll handle the interviews too. How shameless. You're quite the hands-off boss, Fang Chuxue scolded playfully, but her heart felt sweet. Chen added, from now on you'll still get half the cut for the patients you treat. This truly surprised Fang Chuxue. Given Chen's plan to open a clinic in a prime location, the revenue would multiply dozens of times over. And he still wanted to split it 50-50 with her. Was there such a generous man? The nurse Xiao Li, eavesdropping on their call, said jealously, isn't it obvious? You're his other half, so of course you split it evenly. His confession couldn't be clearer. Fang Chuxue's face flushed a delicate pink at the remark. To ease the awkwardness, she playfully scolded into the phone, then Dr. Lin, you'd better prove your skills in treating serious illnesses soon. Don't just be all talk, humph. After hanging up, Chen was baffled. They had been discussing business so smoothly, and suddenly she sounded like a resentful wife. As night fell, Chen took a taxi home. Back to the Lin family. When he arrived, Chen Han and Han Mei had just returned from outside as well. Lin Ling had cooked the rice, washed the vegetables, and was now doing her homework. Linger. Chen opened the door cheerfully. Brother, you're back. Lin Ling put down her pen excitedly and ran to greet him. Though Chen had only been gone for a day, it felt like a year to Lin Ling. She felt terrible not being able to see. She was terrified of losing him again. She remembered how before she turned 11, she had always followed Chen around. Then one day, he suddenly disappeared, rumored to have gone to live with another family, leaving her all alone. Though she was cute, pretty, and smart, and boys often flocked to her, none of them gave her the same sense of security and dependence that Chen did. Hey, what's in your backpack? It's so heavy. Lin Ling offered to take his bag. Chen suddenly remembered this item and hastily called out toward the kitchen. Mom, just stir-fry some greens for dinner, we have food. He opened his backpack. Wow, roast suckling pig. Lin Ling jumped up in excitement. Chen sneered. I had dinner with some wealthy folks last night. This little bit cost over 1,000 yuan. I don't know how it's made, but it's quite fragrant. We're in for a treat. Lin Han and Han Mei walked over. At the Chen family mansion, Chen left. That ingrate dares to leave. He treats my words like a passing breeze. Chen Hai roared in fury. Chen Tianan cried pitifully that I wanted to stop him, but I couldn't beat him. Chen Kaiwei had turned off the indoor surveillance, but the courtyard cameras were still on. So Chen Hai pulled up the courtyard footage and saw Chen tying Chen Tianan up and stuffing him into a sack. Beast! Chen Hai's face turned ashen with rage. Molly hurriedly checked Chen Tianan's injuries. Son, does it still hurt? Chen was out of line. Oh, we'll teach him a lesson for you. Chen Kaiwei was also furious and asked, where did he take you in the video? Chen Tianan dared not mention the electric chair. Only unruly kids sat in such a chair, and admitting it would be too shameful. So he nervously lied. He dragged me back to the room in the sack and beat me some more. Chen Kailan cursed angrily. I knew that Waste had no decency, but I never thought he'd be so ruthless to his own family. Dad, you shouldn't have given him a chance. She never considered that Chen Tianan and Chen shared no blood ties and weren't family. Chen Hai also regretted being too lenient with Chen and continued reviewing the surveillance footage. In the video, Chen Tianan and Chen spoke at the door, then both took out their phones and performed some operations. Chen Tianan ran inside and brought out Chen's backpack, handing it over. Finally, Chen left triumphantly. What's this all about? Chen Hai asked, perplexed. Chen Tianan replied sorrowfully. Brother told me he no longer needs family ties and made me delete his contact info. He said he was cutting ties with the Chen family and deleted all your contacts too, making me witness it. Chen Kailan was furious. He's inhuman. We tried to save him, but he bites the hand that feeds him. Chen Tianan continued crying pitifully. He made me do his bidding, fetch his backpack, and threatened to beat me if I didn't comply. Molly was deeply regretful. It's all my fault for not raising Chen right, for abandoning him at birth. Lin Chen, if you must hate someone, hate me. Why bully your little brother? He's innocent. Chen Hai roared, both disappointed and enraged. Enough. It's not your fault. It's that ingrate's fault. Blame the Chun, blood running through his veins. Chen Kaiwei suggested anxiously. Dad, let's bring Lin Chen back. This time we must hire professional bodyguards to watch him constantly. Chun Tianan was startled at the suggestion. He dared not let that jinx return to live with them. The false young master's face changed, and he said indignantly, today the educational institution made him sit in the electric chair, but it couldn't change him. It shows his bad habits are incurable. Even if we hire someone to watch him, it's useless. If he harms himself, it'll only hurt us. If he experiences the hardships of life and the sorrows of poverty, he'll realize how good home is. Chen Hai said helplessly, that ingrate is beyond saving. It'll bring the Lin Clinic to utter ruin. Chen Hai then began using the Chun family's influence to once again cut off the Lin Clinic's supply of medicinal herbs. The next day his assistant reported, Chairman, no pharmacy in this city will supply herbs to the Lin Clinic. Chen Hai's anger lingered. Have the relevant authorities seal it up. A day later the assistant brought surprising news. The authorities sealed it, but found most of the contents had been moved out. It seems the clinic can't continue operations. Chen Hai finally vented his anger and sneered, shutting down so soon. Ingrate, I'll wait for you to beg me. But even if you kneel, I won't forgive you. Unless you kneel and kowtow to Tianan for 10 consecutive days. Lin Shun had already arranged for a moving company to gradually relocate the Lin Clinic's belongings to the 3-story building in the prime location. The relevant permits had been approved, and some herbs sourced from other provinces were already on their way. Now they only needed to finish renovations and hire enough staff to open for business. 3 days later, the second comprehensive test at No. 7 high school began. This time Lin Shun took the exam with great ease. In recent days he had memorized hundreds of exam papers using his photographic memory and added his own understanding, so he performed even better than the first time. The results came out, and as expected Lin Shun secured first place in Class 3 of senior year. His total score exceeded that of the second place Zhang Xueta by 20 points. Zhang Xueta was both shocked and furious, completely losing his composure. He rushed to Lin Shun's desk like a madman, checking Lin Shun's exam paper over and over, finally confirming that Lin Shun had indeed solved the questions. This score was not only the best in the class, but also the top in the entire grade. If you suspected Lin Shun of cheating, who could he have copied from? He could only have copied himself. No one else was better. Teacher Wan had been overjoyed these days, experiencing for the first time what it meant to be a winner by doing nothing. He hadn't taught Lin Shun anything, he simply let Lin Shun study on his own and ended up with a top-grade scholar. There's still over half a year until the college entrance exam. With more effort, Lin Shun might get into a top-tier university. Teacher Wan excitedly reported to the principal. The principal of No. 7 High School was speechless with excitement, as the school hadn't had a student get into a top-tier university in a decade. Lin Shun gave him hope. The day after the results were announced, Lin Shun noticed Zhang Xueta limping to school. The ever-curiously Yang went over to ask what happened. My mom beat me because I lost first place for the first time in high school, Zhang Xueta replied dejectedly. Li Yang couldn't stop laughing and hurried over to whisper in Lin Shun's ear. Our study monitor's mom is fierce. She hit him with a rolling pin last night. Just now she called to scold him again, saying she knows about his online romance, and that he'll get another beating when he gets home for not studying. Oh, and her name sounds tough. Zhang Saijun or something. Zhang Saijun. Isn't that Aunt Zhang? A warmth filled Lin Shen's heart as he realized that Zhang Xueta was Aunt Zhang's son. Aunt Zhang was quite remarkable for raising such a son who was at least exceptionally accomplished among ordinary people. Aunt Zhang was the only person who had cared for Lin Shun during his 5 years in the Chen family, and he felt deeply grateful. From then on he took the initiative to exchange learning experiences with Zhang Xueta. With Lin Chen's guidance, Zhang Xueta suddenly felt enlightened, gradually mastering problems that had previously baffled him. While somewhat flattered, Zhang Xueta also gained a deeper understanding of Lin Chen, feeling a sense of helplessness in trying to catch up. At the same time, he wondered why Lin Shun had suddenly become so kind to him. Could it be that Lin Shun had realized he was handsome? After a failed online romance, Zhang Xueta had suffered a great blow, but extremes led to reversal, making him even more overconfident. Principal Ma of Yuanda University in Guangyuan City learned that Lin Shun had achieved first place in the grade in the comprehensive test. Not bad. If he works hard, he might get into a first-tier university in the future. In such a poor school, he could still achieve such results. If he had been studying at No. 1 high school, he would have easily gotten into a 985 university. Principal Ma gave a very fair evaluation. This Lin Shun is a talent. What I value is his potential to represent our university in various activities and bring us a good reputation. Teacher Lu, in a few days you will represent our school and negotiate with No. 7 Middle School to allow Lin Shun to be recommended for admission to Yuanda University. Teacher Lu, in charge of admissions, took a sip of tea and said calmly, I've looked into it. Lin Chen comes from an ordinary blue-collar family. His mother sweeps streets and does odd jobs at restaurants. His father works at a phone repair shop and has a lame leg. It's hard for a child from such a family to rise above. If he knows Yuanda is offering him a guaranteed spot, he'll be so moved he'll hug Principal Ma's leg and call him father. Then he'll await teacher Liu's good news. Principal Ma laughed heartily, clearly pleased. Meanwhile, Chen Saiyun, the third daughter of the Chen family, was also looking into Lin Chen's grades. She learned that Lin Chen had achieved first place in the grade at No. 7 middle school. Overjoyed, she exclaimed, "It's only been 2 months, right? He went from 5th in the class to 1st in the grade. I have to tell my sisters this great news." Everyone misunderstood him before. At dinner, Chen Kaiyun noticed Chen Hai's gloomy expression and dared not mention Lin Chen. After dinner, when everyone was free, she slipped into Ma Li's room. Mom, Lin Chen came first in the grade in this comprehensive test. She reported the news to Ma Li with some trepidation. "Is that so?" Ma Li seemed delighted. Even though No. 7 middle school is a poor school, it's still impressive that he got first place. I hope he can maintain this result. After the college entrance exam, he might get into a first-year university. Then we can have your dad pull some strings to get him into Yuanda. Chen Kaiyun was a sophomore this year, soon to be a junior. If she could be alumni with Lin Chen, she would feel relieved. But Dad hates Lin Chen now. Will he really help Lin Chen get into Yuanda? Molly comforted her gently. No matter what, Lin Chen is still your dad's biological son. Even a tiger won't eat its cubs. As long as Lin Chen is willing to improve, your dad will still help him. Chen Kaiyun was overjoyed. She then ran to Chen Kaiwai's room and shared the news. What? Lin Chen got first in the grade at No. 7 middle school. He might get into a first-tier university. Chen Kaiwei was naturally surprised. Could he really have changed for the better? In such a poor school as No. 7 middle school, without any tutoring, achieving first place in the grade was nothing short of a miracle. If Lin Chen's children could inherit this intelligence, Chen Hai would surely approve of Lin Chen more. Chen Kaiwei was still troubled about how to persuade Lin Chen regarding Mao Xiaomiao. Chen Kaiyun left her eldest sister's room and then shared the news with her second sister Chen Kailin. Chen Kailin sneered dismissively. What's so great about that? Even if he maintains his grades, he still can't get into a 985 university. And even if he does get into Yuanda by a stroke of luck, do you know how many students there are? Can you guarantee every one of them will succeed? Plenty of graduates end up delivering food or packages. Third sister, don't bother telling me about anything that waste does from now on. Just mentioning him gives me a headache. Chen Kaiyun left Chen Kailin's room feeling dejected and went to Chen Tainan's door. After thinking for a while, she ultimately did not enter. Although she liked Chen Tainan's obedience and thoughtfulness, there was a rift between Lin Chen and him, so it was better not to provoke him. On her way back to her room, Chen Kaiyun suddenly heard an argument coming from Chen Kailin's room. Curious, she leaned closer and overheard that her eldest and second sisters were arguing about Lin Chen. Chen Kaiwei had surprisingly brought up a very sensitive topic, asking for Chen Kailin's support. There are many misunderstandings between Dad and Lin Chen lately. In fact, Lin Chen is very smart. He got first in the school. If he gets the Chen family's support to transfer to No. 1 high school and receives quality tutoring, there's a high chance he'll get into Yuanda. Chen Kailin was nearly frantic, demanding, "What are you and third sister up to? She just spoke up for that waste, and now you're doing the same. What is your real goal?" Chen Kaiwei patiently explained, "I just want you to support Lin Chen. Let's convince Dad together to welcome Lin Chen back home again. Of course, this time must be different. We must publicly reveal Lin Chen's identity so everyone knows he is actually the young master of the Chen family." "You're crazy." Chen Kailin's jaw dropped in shock. Second sister, calm down first, Chen Kaiwei advised soothingly. Academically, Lin Chen got first in the grade at No. 7 middle school, which doesn't disgrace the Chen family. Last time on the TV show, he came first and brought honor to the Chen family. If we reveal his identity, now the wealthy families of Guangyuan City will welcome him too. Moreover, he is our biological brother, Mom, and Dad's own son. What reason is there to stop him from reclaiming his family name? There are plenty of reasons not to let him take the Chen name. Chen Kailin shouted angrily. Last time he came back, he made Mom and Dad angry. He made us angry. And he gave Tianan a severe beating. I can't accept that. If Lin Chen's identity is made public, what about Tianan? They're about the same age, but don't look alike. They can't be biological brothers. Then everyone will know Tianan is a fake. Tianan can treat Lin Chen well, but Lin Chen won't treat Tianan kindly. You've seen how vicious and ruthless Lin Chen is. He beat Tianan last time, and in the future he could harm him to death. The sisters argued until there was no resolution, and Chen Kaiwei had no choice but to leave in disappointment. As soon as she opened the door, she immediately ran into Chen Siyun, who had been eavesdropping outside. "You heard everything?" Chen Kaiwei paused, showing no anger. Chen Kaiyun nodded awkwardly. "Then do you support revealing Lin Chen's identity?" Chen Kaiwei asked expectantly. Chen Kaiyun felt conflicted, knowing that once Lin Chen's identity was made public, Chen Tainan's identity might also be questioned. After all, the wealthy families of Guangyuan City knew that Ma Li and Chen Hai had been expecting only one child back then. After much thought, Chen Kaiyun finally voiced her thoughts. Neither Lin Chun nor Tianan is at fault. They were too young to decide their fate back then. The fault lies with our parents. But over these 18 years, the Chen family has showered Tianan with care, giving him everything an ordinary person could dream of: status and a bright future. The Chen family has not wronged Chen Tianan. However, Lin Chun, our biological brother and our parents' own son, has received nothing. Everything Lin Chun has now he earned through his own efforts. Think about it. During his 5 years in our family, he lived worse than with his foster parents. Yet just 2 months after leaving, he has made remarkable progress in his studies. It is the Chun family that has wronged Lin Chun. So if we truly want what's best for our brother, we should reveal his identity. However, we must find a compromise. One that allows Lin Chun to return to the Chun family with dignity, while also considering Tainan's feelings. Ideally, Tainan's status as an adopted son should remain hidden. Chen Kaiwei looked at Chen Kaiyun in surprise, never expecting that her youngest sister, still in school and lacking social experience, could be so insightful. I think the same way. We must sincerely make amends to Lin Chun, but also help Tianan conceal his identity as an adopted son. Then with a mysterious air she added, "Third sister, please come to my room. He'll share a plan with you." The two women left the corridor. 5 minutes later, Chen Kailan stormed out of the room fuming. What's wrong with those two sisters? Why do they support that waste Lin Chun returning to the family? 18 years of sibling affection with Tianan, and they just throw it away. Furious and unable to comprehend, she knocked on Chen Tainan's door. "Second sister, what's the matter?" Chen Tianan appeared flustered, as if he had been doing something secretive in his room. Ignoring this, Chen Kailan relayed the news that their eldest sister supported revealing Lin Chen's identity. "That's good," Chen Tianan said, his heart pounding, but he forced a tearful smile. "I also hope my brother returns. After all, he is our parents' biological son and eldest sister's true brother. As for me, the one who isn't blood-related, to avoid causing him any discomfort, trouble, or rivalry over the Chen family estate, once his identity is officially announced, I will silently leave this world." "Don't talk nonsense. I won't let you die." Chen Kailan, frightened by his words, quickly stroked his head. "Don't worry, I won't support Lin Chen's identity being revealed, and you can rest easy about father. No matter what schemes Lin Chen has, he slapped father and even beat him with a shoulder pole. How could father genuinely accept him as a son? That would be an ingrate. Once his identity is made public and power is given to him, wouldn't that harm father himself?" Hearing this, Chen Tianan felt somewhat relieved and quickly said, "Though I support revealing my brother's identity, deep down I worry he might not be filial. When our parents grow old, he might mistreat them. So now I definitely oppose his return." Despite Chen Kailan's support, he remained uneasy. What had happened to Lin Chun? Before turning 18, he was a cowardly boy whom he could bully at will without complaint. But after turning 18, he had bared his fangs, started to fight back, and even stolen the love of his eldest and third sisters. "Lin Chun, don't push me. Even a cornered dog will jump over the wall." Chen Tainan's expression turned terrifying. After seeing Chen Kailan out, he quickly locked the door and checked his phone to see how much money he had earned over the years. With money came confidence, enabling him to do things ordinary people wouldn't dare imagine. Back in her room, Chen Kailan grew angrier the more she thought about it. The three sisters had always been united against him for the past 5 years. How could their attitudes toward Lin Chen change just 2 months after he severed ties with the Chen family? Lin Chen must have deceived them. I absolutely cannot let Tianan suffer. She suddenly remembered that the day after tomorrow was the weekend. Lin Chen wouldn't have school and would surely seize the opportunity to do something bad, something detrimental to the Chen family. To make her eldest and third sisters see the truth, she called her celebrity assistant and canceled a scheduled slot for the day after tomorrow. She planned to gather evidence of Lin Chen's misdeeds, then hoping to open their eyes. Chen Kaiwei returned to her room and also locked the door. Then unhurriedly she explained her insemination plan to Chen Kaiyun. "Are you insane, eldest sister?" Chen Kaiyun reacted fiercely. Chen Kaiwei had anticipated this, knowing her third sister was the most straightforward and had the clearest sense of morality likely due to her life as a student. Chen Kaiwei patiently reasoned. "You and I both know that the Chen family has wronged Lin Chen all these years. He deserves compensation the most, but the final decision rests with father. You're also father's daughter, you know his character. A very traditional man. No matter how much the Chen family has wronged Lin Chen, or how well he does in the future. Unfortunately, just because Lin Chen slapped father and beat him with a shoulder pole, father will never allow Lin Chen to return to the family. Father wants an excellent heir, but he believes that if Lin Chen could hit him today, he could become an ingrate in the future." Hearing this explanation, Chen Kaiyun realized the gravity of the situation. After much deliberation, she could think of no way to help Lin Chen. It seemed that her eldest sister's proposal was the only one that could cater to Chen Hai's profit-driven nature. Chen Kaiwei took a sip of tea and said confidently, "If father had a legitimate grandson of Chen blood, A child who could be raised from childhood to be wholly loyal to the Chen family. Then Lin Chen, as the father of that child, might have hope of being accepted back. So your proposal is to have that Mao Xiaomiao bear Lin Chen's child? Chen Kaiyan sneered. Yes, Chen Kaiwei replied without flinching. I agree with this insemination plan, but I absolutely refuse to let that Mao Xiaomiao be the mother. Chen Kaiyun said angrily. Chen Kaiwei quickly urged, but Mao Xiaomiao has already agreed. If we can convince Lin Chen, we can help him immediately. Isn't Mao Xiaomiao beautiful? I think she's fine. Chen Kaiyun firmly opposed. She is pretty with a kind of lowly beauty, but there's something strange about that woman. Besides, what is her background? A wealthy family. Huh. Even if Lin Chen lacks discipline now, he is still the legitimate heir of the Chen family. She is utterly unworthy of him. Hearing these dismissive words about Mao Xiaomiao, Chen Kaiwei grew slightly irritated. Then you should also know that with Lin Chen's current circumstances, no girl would fancy him. Mao Xiaomiao's willingness to sacrifice for him is his blessing. Chen Kaiyun retorted, if Lin Chen reveals his identity, there will certainly be a swarm of women throwing themselves at him. Besides, Lin Chen isn't bad-looking. Chen Kaiwei never expected that her third sister would oppose her on the matter of choosing the mother of the child. She couldn't help but look disappointed. In the eldest sister, you have to listen to me on this. Chen Kaiyun insisted, sister, I'm advising you from the perspective of what's best for the Chen family and Lin Chen. Even if we casually match Lin Chen with an heiress from a wealthy family, even an illegitimate daughter the child born would have skyrocketing status. Then dad would surely favor this grandchild more and gradually accept Lin Chen. No matter how I think about it, this proposal is more suitable than choosing that Mao Xiaomiao as the mother. Big sister, tell me why choose Mao Xiaomiao. Do you have some agreement with her? I really don't understand. How could Chen Kaiwei dare to reveal her secret? She had to approach it from a different angle. Aren't I just worried about Lin Chen? I'm afraid that being neglected by the Chen family for too long might make him do something rash. Chen Kaiyun stood up abruptly, making a victory sign, and said excitedly, he's only 18. There's plenty of time before marriage and children. As long as he gets into Yuanda University, I can take care of his happiness. Even though I'm no longer the student council president, I have a wide network. There are many heiresses on our Yuanda campus. I can help him choose a gentle, virtuous one from a good family. That would be far more noble than having Mao Xiaomiao as the mother, and it would please dad much more. The two sisters had a fundamental disagreement and could not reach a consensus. After seeing off her third sister, Chen Kaiwei's expression turned grave. Her original intention was to gain a supporter, but how did it end up creating a competitor? Chen Kaiwei was filled with regret, but she also became more determined to expedite her plan. The next day, Friday, Teacher Lu from Yuanda University contacted No. 7 Middle School in advance and came to visit the principal's office at 9 in the morning. Teacher Lu discussed with the No. 7 Middle School principal the matter of recommending Lin Chen for admission to Yuanda University. The principal was overjoyed. It had been 10 years since No. 7 Middle School had a student admitted to a 985 university. Now Lin Chen didn't even need to take the exam. His admission to Yuanda was a done deal. The principal would also gain fame. Of course, I personally agree, but we still need to get the student's opinion. Naturally, this is just a formality. How could Lin Chen possibly disagree? The principal then called Teacher Wan to have Lin Chen come to the office. Upon receiving the news, Teacher Wan was so elated that he jumped up in the grade-level office. His position as homeroom teacher was secure, and he would also receive enviable bonuses. His colleagues looked at him in astonishment, wondering what had gotten into the balding teacher today. Let me tell you, Lin Chen from my class 31 has been recommended to Yuanda University. Teacher Wan ran out of the office laughing. The other teachers watched his retreating figure with envy. Teacher Wan sprinted to the class 31 classroom, found the class in the middle of a math lesson, and eager for everyone to know, announced on the spot, Lin Chen, go to the principal's office right now. You've been recommended to Yuanda University. The entire classroom erupted in uproar. Countless eyes filled with surprise and envy turned towards Lin Chen. Liang stared at his deskmate as if he didn't recognize him. This was too absurd, wasn't it? Just over 2 months ago, he had advised his deskmate to study hard, hoping he might escape the fate of ranking last in exams. And now Lin Chen had scored 5th in the first comprehensive test, 1st in the grade in the second, and now he was being recommended to Yuanda University. This could no longer be described as a miracle. It was simply outrageous and unreal. Zhang Shuada, who was still diligently working on math problems, looked up in shock at Lin Chen upon hearing the news. A wave of despair washed over him. He couldn't catch up, not even if he studied for a lifetime. Lin Chen rose helplessly, and under the gaze of everyone left the classroom. He walked to the principal's office and knocked before entering. The principal personally brought him a chair and asked him to sit. This is Teacher Lu from the Yuanda University admissions office. The No. 7 Middle School principal introduced cheerfully. And this is our student Lin Chen. Teacher Lu sized up Lin Chen and found him to be in excellent spirits, healthy, bright, and handsome. If he were to represent University in various intellectual activities in the future, he would certainly enhance the university's reputation. I've known of Chen for a while. After all, he's been on TV, a celebrity. Teacher Lu said amiably. All the teachers in the office laughed joyfully. Only Chen remained slightly embarrassed. Teacher Lu quickly explained to Chen about Yuanda's intention to recommend him. Chen found academics almost effortless. As for getting into a 985 university, couldn't he do it with his eyes closed in the future? Moreover, the cheating incident at Yuanda during the last show had made him extremely averse to them. He declined. "I'm sorry, I want to get into university through my own efforts." Teacher Lu was a bit surprised, but then smiled. "I understand that you young people have drive and want to prove yourself. You can still take the college entrance exam, but no matter what score you get, you'll just come to our Yuanda University for further." The No. 7 middle school principal also urged anxiously. Chen being recommended to Yuanda is a safer bet. Please consider it. Chen, however, said nonchalantly, "I guarantee you, I will get into a 985 university in the future. More importantly, I want to study medicine. But unfortunately, Yuanda University is not a medical school. What are your chances of getting into a 985? The principal pressed. 100%. Chen replied confidently. The principal was overjoyed. Chen's score in the second comprehensive test was already approaching the cutoff for 985 universities. Recalling Chen's performance on the Memory Challenge show, he felt confident about Chen's future. "Sorry, Teacher Lu, our student Chen is determined to study medicine. Please take your leave." Teacher Ma panicked and quickly said, "Our President Ma from Yuanda said we can waive your tuition." The No. 7 middle school principal was taken aback and looked at Chen. Chen couldn't care less about the tuition. Not only did he have several million yuan now, but his pharmacy had also opened in a prime location on the commercial street, and his income would only keep growing. "I only want to study medicine." Chen stood up and turned to leave. Remembering President Ma's instructions, Teacher Lu hastily shouted. President Ma said that if you win awards in various activities representing our school in the future, you can keep all the prize money. Yuanda only needs the fame. "Oh my God!" the No. 7 middle school principal exclaimed in astonishment. Was Yuanda making such concessions just to get Chen? Chen remained unmoved and sighed. "I only wish to study medicine. The prize money for such shows ranged from a few thousand to tens of thousands, with 100,000 at most. Moreover, how many times a year could one participate in such shows? Thus it was not as fast as making money through his own business." Chen left the principal's office without hesitation. Teacher Lu, feeling deeply disheartened, returned to Yuanda before daring to relay the news to Principal Ma face to face. Principal Ma slammed the table in fury. "Humph! How much does he look down on our Yuanda? Just because he has a bit of cleverness, he thinks he can disregard this prestigious 985 institution with 100 years of glorious history. He still wants to study medicine. Dream on. He'll have all the medical schools in Guangyuan City blacklist him. Then his only path will be to enter our Yuanda as a special recruit. Yuanda is the only 985 institution in Guangyuan City, and its alumni hold key positions across the city's major sectors." Principal Ma believed he had the influence to sway the admissions plans of various colleges in Guangyuan City. The next day was Saturday. With school on break, Chen arrived early at the clinic on Old Street to help. Upon arrival, he saw Granny Yuan holding Feng Chukshu's hand, weeping sorrowfully. "Xiaoxua, must you really move away? Can't you stay? If you leave, I'll have no one to chat with." Feng Chukshu's heart ached as well, and she quickly comforted her, saying, "In a few days we'll be moving to Golden Pedestrian Street, but I'll come back to visit you whenever I'm free to chat and go shopping with you." Granny Yuan choked up, still sad, and said, "I know people strive for better like water flowing to lower ground. You should go there for big business, but my heart aches and I can't bear to let you go." Is this girl's heart so kind? Chen was somewhat surprised. In fact, he had already guessed Feng Chukshu's hidden wealthy status from her bag worth over $1 million. But he hadn't expected a wealthy heiress who cared so little about social status and was so compassionate. At least her attitude was far better than that of his 3 snobbish sisters. "Young boss, you're here. You must be tired. Have some tea." Xiaoli greeted cheerfully, quickly serving him tea. She also hoped to work in a bigger place, so her attitude toward Chen had improved greatly. Granny Yuan wiped her tears and hobbled upstairs. At 10 in the morning, Feng Chuxue received a patient. Although she diagnosed the symptoms, she had never treated such an illness before and lacked relevant experience, leaving her perplexed. Chen offered subtle hints, and Feng Chuxue suddenly saw the light, quickly prescribing a suitable remedy for the patient. After seeing the patient off, she asked in amazement, "Do you really understand medicine?" "Just traditional Chinese medicine," Chen smiled. "So I plan to study Western medicine in the college entrance exam to fill the gaps in my knowledge." "Then let me test you with a few questions," Feng Chuxue said, slightly unconvinced, quizzing him on TCM knowledge. Chen solved them all with unique, concise techniques. What she knew, he knew. What she didn't know, he also knew. "Where did you learn all this?" "You're only in your senior year of high school," Fang Chuxue admitted defeat. It's a secret, Lin Chen said, naturally not revealing his extraordinary experience. Then teach me some treatments for illnesses I've never handled before. Fang Chuxue said expectantly. Lin Chen gladly agreed, and the two of them sat at the same table, studying various medical cases. Fang Chuxue knew that once the clinic moved to Golden Pedestrian Street, she would have no such leisure time, so she cherished these days of learning from Lin Chen. As for Lin Chen not yet attending university or receiving systematic medical training, what did it matter? Fang Chuxue herself was a doctor, an expert seized the craft, and she knew Lin Chen was truly a hidden master of traditional Chinese medicine. Xiaoli didn't understand and thought Lin Chen and Fang Chuxue were in love, feeling envious of Fang Chuxue. Her boss was truly remarkable, investing $1 million or $2 million in the new clinic. Marrying such a boss would be the best. Xiaoli went out to take out the trash and suddenly noticed a blue Audi slowly approaching. The door opened, and a flashily dressed Zhong Yu stepped out. In his hand, he held a bouquet of red roses, symbolizing passionate and intense love. Are you here to see a doctor? Xiaoli asked curiously. I'm looking for Dr. Fang. Is she in? Zhong Yu flashed a charming smile. Yes, she is. Xiaoli. What is she doing? Zhong Yu asked instinctively. The Zhong family had given him a strict order when Fang Chuxue. To increase their chances, the Zhong family had sent Zhong Yu the most handsome of the younger generation. Xiaoli said bluntly. What else could she be doing? She's in love, of course. What? In love? Zhong Yu was so shocked his mouth fell open and the red roses in his hand nearly dropped. Who is she in love with? I don't believe it. Zhong Yu hurried toward the clinic entrance only to find Fang Chuxue sitting shoulder to shoulder with Lin Chen at a table studying something. The two were chatting and laughing, looking deeply affectionate. They sat so close that strands of Fang Chuxue's hair drifted onto Lin Chen's face. The thought of his dream girl breathing the same air as the man who had cuckolded him made Zhong Yu tremble with rage. Chuxue, no wonder you never agreed to be with me. You're with him. He trailed off. Because he recognized Lin Chen's face. Good heavens. Fang Chuxue, are you so low as to date your employee? You have status and position. Surely you don't have such poor taste. Is it just because he's young? Because he's sturdy? Zhong Yu felt deeply humiliated. How could this wet-behind-fears brat have beaten him? Fang Chuxue's expression darkened, and she snapped. Zhong Yu, who are you to me? What right do you have to control me? Zhong Yu shouted excitedly. Then first tell me, are you two in a relationship or not? What business is it of yours? Get out. Fang Chuxue shouted angrily. If you don't tell me, I'm not leaving. Zhong Yu decided to cling to her, clutching his red roses as he plopped down on the patient's chair. Fang Chuxue said with a grim expression, don't occupy the patient's seat. We still need to do business. Zhong Yu in a foul mood sneered, no way. Unless you tell me your relationship with him, I won't let you run your business. Dr. Fang, I have a stomachache. Please take a look, an elderly man said, hobbling over with a cane. Get lost. This clinic isn't seeing anyone today. Zhong Yu turned and snarled fiercely. Who do you think you are? What business is it of yours whether Dr. Fang sees patients? The old man retorted. Huh? You dare ask who I am to Fang Chuxue? Zhong Yu laughed darkly. As the young master of the Zhong family, he had pursued Fang Chuxue for 4 or 5 years since college without even holding her hand. How could he tolerate a lowly employee stealing his goddess? Of course he didn't believe that a woman of Fang Chuxue's taste and background would fall for a poor loser, especially since they had only known each other for a few days. In truth, his aim was to force Fang Chuxue to admit outright that she had no relationship with Lin Chen and then take advantage of her in the process. Fortune favors the bold. If he could win Fang Chuxue's heart, the Zhong family would rise. Then the position of family head that Zhong Yu coveted would be within his grasp. Thus he decided to go all out and lied, shouting, I am betrothed to Dr. Fang. Have I no right to interfere? I said no business today, and there will be none. The elderly man, intimidated by Zhong Yu's ferocity, stammered, I want see the doctor. Ill leave. Wait. He has nothing to do with me. Sir, let me treat you. Fang Chuxue called out, anxiously unwilling to bear such an unjust accusation. Seeing Fang Chuxue flustered, Zhong Yu felt a strange thrill and pressed his advantage, shouting, If we had nothing between us, why would I send you flowers? He then proffered the bouquet of red roses. Fang Chuxue knocked them away, angrily retorting, This clinic isn't mine. I'm just an employee here. Zhong Yu laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, the esteemed second miss of the Fang family working for someone else. Who would believe that? Chuxue will give you a chance. Accept these roses and I'll leave immediately. Fang Chuxue's face paled with rage. Women in business or employment dreaded such men who caused trouble, disrupting their lives and spreading malicious gossip that tarnished their reputation. If Fang Chuxue refused the roses, Zhong Yu would surely continue his harassment. Soon the old neighborhood would gather to watch, and Dr. Fang would become a laughingstock. This might even get back to the Fang family, where gossips would fabricate a relationship between them out of thin air. But if she accepted the roses, Zhong Yu would boast about it everywhere, and this persistent nuisance would be even harder. Xiaoli watched from the side, fuming with anger. She longed to rush in and help Dr. Fong, but knowing Zhongyu arrived in a luxury car, someone her common status couldn't afford to offend, she held back. Where did the boss go? Xiaoli then remembered that Lin Chun had hidden himself in the back room ever since Zhongyu entered, wondering what he was up to. Just as Fong Chuxue and Zhongyu were at a stalemate, Lin Chun leisurely emerged from the back room, holding it. Fong Chuxue, grasping at straws, quickly pointed at Lin Chun and exclaimed, "He's my boyfriend. Don't hurt him." Zhongyu turned to Lin Chun. Rage surged within him. He had painstakingly pursued Fong Chuxue for 4 or 5 years without success. How could some young upstart beat him to it? I am the young master of the Zhong family. You spurn me for this pretty-faced commoner. I won't accept it. Burning with fury, he immediately redirected his wrath at Lin Chun. Brat, I order you to break up with Fong Chuxue now, or he'll shut this clinic down. Lin Chun handed him the tea with a smile. I'm sure you have the power to do that. Your voice must be hoarse from all that shouting. Have some tea to soothe it. You're quite spineless trying to appease me. Zhongyu sneered contemptuously at Lin Chun's deference, reaching out. Fong Chuxue and Xiaoli exchanged glances, puzzled by the tea's odd color. Though the clinic brewed tea, they handled the purchasing and had never bought this kind. Zhongyu brought the cup to his lips, then sniffed it suspiciously, demanding, "Why does this tea smell sour? Is this even tea?" "It's a laxative," Lin Chun said, his expression turning cold with a sneer. What? Zhongyu's face contorted in shock. Was this boy so audacious? Was he resorting to brute force? He guessed right. Lin Chun was indeed using force. Even being polite to you disgusts me. With that, he threw a punch. Zhongyu cried out in pain, seeing stars as he crumpled to the ground. His nose felt hot, and sore blood seemed to be trickling out. Lin Chun suddenly pinched his nose shut. Panic-stricken, Zhongyu opened his mouth to scream for help. But Lin Chun took the opportunity to pour the special tea down his throat. Satisfied, Lin Chun stood up, sensing strange gazes upon him. Turning his head, he saw Fong Chuxue and Xiaoli staring at him, as if he were a monster. Was the boss always this brutal? Yet it was so satisfying. Zhongyu scrambled to his feet, shrieking, and pointed at Lin Chun in fury. You're finished. They'll call the police and have you locked up. No sooner had he spoken than he let out a foul fart. Then he lost control. Good heavens! The elderly patient exclaimed in shock. This prodigal was truly weak. The old man hadn't reached the age of incontinence, yet he already had. This was a potent laxative Lin Chun had concocted from a hermit doctor's formula. Its effect was instantaneous, taking effect in just 10 seconds. Get out. Don't dirty my clinic, Lin Chun said, violently dragging Zhongyu out the door. Then he took out his phone and filmed the spectacle. If you harass Fong Chuxue again, I'll make this video public. Trust me, I have the means to do it. Lin Chun mimicked Zhong's earlier threatening tone. Why does it smell so? That kid crapped himself. Some nearby old residents couldn't help but curse loudly. At that moment, Zhongyu, he had never suffered such humiliation in his life. Hastily covering his face with one hand and supporting his heavy lower half with the other, he crawled pathetically into his luxury car. The blue Audi sped away in disgrace, leaving a trail of gray exhaust. Lin Chun called out to the old man, "Come in for your checkup." "Off. Okay." The old man snapped out of it, glancing fearfully at Lin Chun, then hobbled into the clinic on his cane. Fong Chuxue and Xiaoli finally came to their senses, looking at Lin Chun with strange, almost unfamiliar eyes. A blush crept onto Fong Chuxue's cheeks. While diagnosing the old man, she kept stealing glances at Lin Chun. The old man noticed and suddenly chuckled. "Young man, you've got it. Reminds me of myself back in the day. When I was 20, I was working in the fields when a scoundrel came to bother the girl I liked. I got so angry I just picked up my hoe and gave him a good thrashing. What a satisfying feeling." Xiaoli asked curiously, "And then what happened?" "The girl became my wife," the old man said with a proud grin. Fong Chuxue's blush deepened upon hearing this. Lin Chun stared at her for a moment, feeling an inexplicable flutter in his heart. Xiaoli couldn't resist gossiping. "Dr. Fong, could you possibly fall for the boss?" Fong Chuxue was mortified. Despite being beautiful, kind, and from an illustrious family, she had never been in a relationship and didn't know how to respond. Soon the old man finished his checkup, collected his medicine, and left the clinic. Fong Chuxue's heart still raced, especially when Lin Chun was near. Just then an uninvited guest barged in. "Lin Chun, how is your clinic still open? Hasn't father shut it down?" "Oh my god, it's the big star!" Xiaoli exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the newcomer. Chen, a famous star, arrived at this remote place, escorted by 4 burly bodyguards. Fong Chuxue saw her and exclaimed in surprise, "Chen." "Fong Chuxue, surprised to see me. But I knew you were here all along." Chen smiled proudly. The two had been constantly compared since elementary school through high school. Both were equally talented and stunning campus beauties. However, their rivalry ended after the college entrance exams, when they chose different majors and universities. Yet in Chen heart, she had never truly suppressed Fong Chuxue, and it gnawed at her. Today, though her main purpose was to see Lin Chun, she also harbored a desire to humiliate Fong Chuxue. "Chuxue, how did you end up like this? Working in such a dump?" Chen mocked. "What are you doing here?" You're not welcome here. Fang Chushua said coldly, her face like frost. Chen Kalin's red lips curved into a triumphant smile. Seeing you so down and out, I actually feel sorry for you. I'm a household name now, a big star. Other than a pretty face, what have you achieved? Chushua life can't be replayed. You must regret not choosing an arts major back then. With that, she raised her arms and sneered. I've won. I'm so happy. Fang Chuksha's face showed no regret. Instead, she said firmly, those who follow different paths cannot make plans together. You chase fame and lead public trends. But I want to be a doctor who saves lives and makes a significant impact in the medical field. That is my life's. Chen Kalin laughed so hard she clutched her stomach. You're going to realize your life's value in this broken down place. Even one of my bodyguards makes 10 times your salary. Lin Chen couldn't stand his second sister's venom any longer. He growled, enough. Get out with your dogs. Chen Kalin's anger flared. Lin Chen, don't think I came to call you back. I'm not our eldest sister or third sister. Don't make me angry. You know each other. Fang Chushua asked in disbelief. Lin Chen had surprised her so much today. Take them out. I need to speak with Lin Chen alone. Chen Kalin commanded arrogantly. The bodyguards escorted Fang Chushua and Xiao Li out, blocking the door to keep everyone else out. Chen Kalin said smugly, now that we're alone, I'm warning you, Lin Chen. Don't you dare reclaim your family name. Reclaim my family name. Lin Chen was fed up with his self-righteous second sister. I've cut ties with the Chen family since I left. Don't get it twisted. I didn't seek you out. You're the ones begging me to come back time and again. I'm in a bad mood today. Don't provoke me. They'll say it once more, take your 4 dogs and get lost. Chen Kalin was stunned. Why was her brother so stubborn? Why had her 5-year-long dominance over him suddenly? Chen Kalin was furious and embarrassed. Fine, it's better if you don't come back. Since you're used to swindling in the Chen family, I demand you write a guarantee now. I'll draft the content. You don't need to read it, just sign your name. Huh? Lin Chen laughed in anger. Chen Kalin pressed on. Also call our eldest sister and third sister. Honestly, tell them that you framed Tianan for stealing my ring last time. I want them to give up on you. Did a door slam your head, oi? Lin Chen had enough of her. So what if she was a bit? You're stupid and foolish. You inherited Chen Hai's temper and Ma Li's idiocy. Lin Chen cursed. Last time I found your ring in that adopted son's underwear in front of everyone. Wasn't that solid proof? Chen Kalin, are you blind? Chen Kalin's temper was even fiercer. She stomped her foot and pointed at Lin Chen's nose. Don't think I can't see through your tricks. You've never done anything right, only swindled. I bet your first place ranking in the 7th grade exams was also achieved through dishonest means. And finding my ring in Tianan's underwear isn't surprising. Any petty thief or magician can use such tricks to deceive people. Unreasonable. Get out of my clinic. Lin Chen couldn't stand arguing with a brick wall and gave up. Your clinic? Ridiculous. How much money do you have? On the surface it's yours, but probably Fang Chushua paid for it. She's keeping you, isn't she? Chen Kalin taunted smugly. Mentioning Fang Chushua gave her a sense of superiority. She looked down on her useless brother, and only a loser like Fang Chushua would pick up what she discarded. Without another word, Lin Chen grabbed Chen Kalin's arm and forcibly dragged her toward the clinic door. Chen Kalin struggled in vain, shouting angrily, let go. How dare you lay a hand on me? Believe me, you'll have my bodyguards beat you. Lin Chen sneered. You're a public figure. If you set your dogs on me, your reputation is ruined. As for me, a commoner, even if I punch you a few times, I'll only be locked up for a few days. Think about whether it's worth it. Chen Kalin calculated in her mind. It really wasn't worth it. She had money and fame and was afraid of losing it all here. But for Chen Tianan's future, she quickly pulled a piece of paper from her pocket. She shoved it into Lin Chen's hand and commanded, sign this, and he'll leave immediately and never bother you again. Lin Chen glanced at it and saw it was a guarantee. The gist was voluntarily renounce all claims to the Chun family estate, never compete with Chun Tianan for inheritance. Sign it quickly and he'll overlook your shamelessness. Chen Kalin took out a pen and pressed it into Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen finally exploded. I may have nothing to do with the Chen family anymore. And there's no family bond left between us. But you want me to hand everything to that ungrateful wretch, Chen Tianan. Dream on. I'd rather feed it to the dogs than him. Lin Chen tore the agreement into pieces in fury. Then he flung his hand, scattering the shreds over her. Chen Kalin went berserk, grabbing his arm like a shrew. Lin Chen, you must write this agreement today. I'll dictate, and you'll write, or I won't let it go. Among the 3 Chen sisters, Chen Kalin had the deepest bond with Chen Tianan. When Chen Tianan was brought to the Chen family, he was just over a year old. The eldest sister was always groomed by Chen Hai, and the third sister was only 3 then. So Chen Kalin, being the most suitable age, often helped Ma Li play with Chen Tianan. They shared a true sibling bond. Like Ma Li, Chen Kalin doted on Chen Tianan, giving him whatever he wanted. Lin Chen remembered the 2nd year after returning to the Chen family. Chen Tianan came home from school one day, feeling down, claiming his father's 10,000 yuan pocket money was stolen right after he woke up, and he was starving. Without any investigation, Chen Kalen accused Lin Chen snatched the dozens of yuan he had painstakingly earned from collecting scrap paper and burned it all in front of him. Back then Chen Tianan had flashed a sinister smile. Now, Lin Chen had long left the Chen family. But this second sister, now a big star, had stooped so low. She came to bully him for Chen Tianan's benefit. Get lost. Don't think you can just take whatever you want. Lin Chen was furious and shoved Chen Kalen to the ground. Chen Kalen hit the floor stunned. He dared push me. This waist dared hurt me. She frantically took off a high heel and swung it at Lin Chen. Lin Chen wasn't about to indulge her. He blocked with his left hand. He raised his right hand high. He slapped her hard across the face. Smack. Chen Kalen was knocked to the ground. For everything you've done to me over these 5 years, a single slap is letting you off easy, Lin Chen declared, pointing at Chen Kalen from a position of superiority. Wah! Chen Kalen choked on her sobs from the pain. She had been slapped. Her ears rang with a dull hum. Filled with shame and fury, she wanted to stand up and fight Lin Chen desperately. Yet she had to admit that Lin Chen had changed. He was now ruthless toward these so-called family members. The searing pain on her face served as a warning it was best not to provoke Lin Chen further. Fear finally took hold of her. Lin Chen warned, "They'll say it again, get out. I owe the Chen family nothing, and I hope they stop pestering me." Chen Kalen scrambled to her feet, mindful of her celebrity status, quickly smoothing her hair and clothes. Then trembling, she said to Lin Chen, "Fine, don't sign the agreement. But I advise you not to play any more tricks again. Otherwise I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. And I know you're used to stealing. Even though we kick you out, I can't be sure you won't sneak back and steal from us. I'm warning you, if I catch you, I won't forgive you like big sister or mother. I'll show no mercy and drag you to the police station myself." Lin Chen smiled. He guessed that Chen Tianan would definitely take advantage of the time when the Chen mansion surveillance was down to steal something and then frame someone else. Not wanting to let Chen Tianan off easily, Lin Chen planted a trap. "You shouldn't have brought that up. But you'd better lock up all your valuables, or they'll soon go missing." Chen Kalen was both shocked and enraged. "You're utterly shameless. You want to steal from me so blatantly." Lin Chen sneered. "Isn't the Chen mansion surveillance turned off? In any case, a thief will come knocking. How dare you?" Chen Kalen shuddered. "What's going on?" The bodyguards rushed and worried. They had heard arguing and crying outside. Not wanting to air dirty laundry, Chen Kalen tried to appear calm, letting her left bangs fall to cover the red, swollen handprint. "We're done. Let's go." She left through gritted teeth. Fang Shushue approached concerned. "Lin Chen, do you know Chen Kalen? What's your relationship with the Chen family?" Completely disillusioned with the Chen family and unwilling to acknowledge them, Lin Chen said irritably, "My surname is Lin, hers is Chen. We have nothing to do with each other." Fang Shushue persisted with worry. "I thought Chen Kalen came to see me. I never imagined she came specifically. What is your relationship? Why did she send everyone away to talk to you? I feel nothing but hatred for them." Lin Chen let out a long sigh, then bid the two women farewell and headed to Golden Pedestrian Street to oversee the renovation progress of his new clinic. Little Li, never one to miss a chance to stir things up suddenly, said to Fang Shushue with a grin, "Did you hear that? The boss hates Chen Kalen, so they must be rivals. Since they're not relatives, being alone in a room together. That big star might have something going on with our boss. Big stars these days love secret romances. And when you look closely, the boss is quite handsome. Dr. Fang, you'd better keep an eye on him." "What do their quarrels have to do with me?" Fang Shushue said, feeling a bit down. Despite her words, she was filled with unease. She and Chen Kalen had been rivals since childhood, and they had never reconciled. Could it be that Chen Kalen had found out she was working at Lin's clinic and had come to steal Lin Chen from her? Fang Shushue had to admit that Chen Kalen as a big star had an advantage over her, since most young people were Dr. Fang, if I were you, I'd make the first move. Even a big star has her eyes on the boss, so he's definitely worth pursuing. Maybe he's secretly wealthy. The big star is chasing him to marry into money. Little Li analyzed with great seriousness. Chen Kalen sat in her red Ferrari racing between the skyscrapers. She recalled Lin Chen's arrogant words before she left. So this loser really wants to pursue Fang Shushue. Fang Shushue is a wealthy heiress. To win her over, you'll need a huge investment. You have no money, so you're planning to sneak back and steal from the Chen family, right? Fine. They'll let you steal. They'll make you regret it. Let big sister and third sister see your true colors. A sudden inspiration struck Chen Kalen, and she quickly called her celebrity assistant to buy a set of hidden surveillance equipment. Then, accompanied by her assistant, she returned to the Chen mansion and installed the equipment in her room. It was the weekend, so many members of the Chen family were free. In the afternoon, family members returned one by one. Chen Kalen deliberately wore a necklace made of 100 diamonds as she walked around the living room. Chen Tianan asked curiously, "Second sister, that necklace is so beautiful. Is it worth 2 million? Chen Kalen was slightly surprised. "Little brother, you have a good eye. It's worth 218,000 yuan. Having stolen and sold many jewelry pieces over the years, Chen Tianan had developed a keen eye. He said with concern, the house isn't safe. Don't flaunt your wealth. Because of Lin Chen. Chen Kalin let out a cold laugh. Chen Tianan said mournfully, brother trampled on our family bonds. He went too far. We must be wary of him. Don't worry. Chen Kalin said with confidence. If he dares to come, I'll expose his true face. After dinner, Chen Tianan strolled in the courtyard, picking his teeth with a toothpick. Suddenly, he noticed Aunt Zhang hanging laundry in the night. Curious, he walked over and saw she was hanging some cheap clothes. Aunt Zhang, how much are these clothes worth? He asked amiably. Over 100, Aunt Zhang said, shaking out a t-shirt and putting it on a hanger. Chen Tianan asked flatly, over 100? Those can't be brother's clothes. Are they your son's? In the entire Chen household, he was the one who cared most about Lin Chen, knowing that Lin Chen could only afford cheap clothes from street stalls. Aunt Zhang said sympathetically, yes, they're my son's old clothes. It'd be a waste to throw them away. I plan to wash them first, so if the young master comes back to live here, he'll have something to change into. Brother is lucky to have such a caring servant like you. Chen Tianan said, looking deeply moved. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Chen Kalin went out for a dinner engagement arranged by the film crew. Chen Tianan noticed she wasn't wearing her diamond necklace and reminded her, second sister, you should wear such an expensive necklace. You don't understand, Chen Kalin said mysteriously, then drove off in her red Ferrari. Chen Tianan's eyes lit up. He called Aunt Zhang and instructed, second sister left in a hurry and didn't tidy her room. Go clean it up. Young Master Tianan cares so much about the second miss. She'll be delighted to know, Aunt Zhang said cheerfully as she went to clean Chen Kalin's room. Where's Aunt Zhang? The dishes aren't washed yet. Molly asked, idly seeking something to say. Mom, I saw Aunt Zhang heading to second sister's room just now. Chen Tianan said with malicious intent. Where's Aunt Zhang? The trash hasn't been taken out yet. Chen Saiwei, lounging on the sofa while scrolling through videos, pinched her nose in disdain. Chen Tianan whispered again, big sister, I saw Aunt Zhang go into second sister's room earlier. What does she want? It's not time to clean the rooms yet. Chen Kaiwei frowned displeased. About 20 minutes later, Aunt Zhang came downstairs and went about her other chores. Humming a tune, Chen Tianan grandly announced to his family, Mom, Dad, sisters, I'm going back to study. Even though I've been admitted to Harvard, I can't let the Chen family down with my grades. Molly said joyfully, go ahead, Tianan. You've grown up and become sensible. Chen Tianan returned to his room, took out his books, and began reading aloud. Tianan is very diligent. Chen Hai, sipping tea on the first floor, looked up with great satisfaction. Chen Kaiyun suddenly spoke cautiously, Lin Chen is also very hardworking. Chen Hai frowned at this and said sternly, how can that unfilial son compare to Tianan? No matter how hard he tries in a lousy school like No. 7 middle school, the university he gets into will still be just as poor. Chen Kaiyun said proudly, I haven't finished yet. Lin Chen has been recommended for admission to Yuan University. I have a wide network in the student council, and I just found out. Oh, not bad. Chen Kaiwei put down her phone, her eyes gleaming. Yuan University wouldn't make a move without reason. This shows Lin Chen is smart, and any children he has will be smart too. Chen Hai lazily took a puff of his cigar and said discontentedly, Yuan University. Is their admissions office blind? Molly quickly interjected, but they did recommend him, which proves the child is hardworking. Think about it, who is he working so hard for? Isn't it to earn our recognition? Chen Hai's mood improved slightly upon hearing this. He sighed, his recommendation to Yuan University can at least save the Chen family some face. By the way, Tsayun, what's the number for their admissions office? Let me have a word with them. They can recommend Lin Chen, but since they've already done so, don't let him take the college entrance exam. It would be embarrassing if his exam results fell short of a top-tier university. Molly said with some worry, that's true too, after all Lin Chen isn't Tianan. If we didn't send Tianan to Harvard and let him get into Yuan University on his own, he'd have no problem. But Lin Chen is different, he's not as smart as Tianan. Chen Kaiyun said wryly, I wasn't finished. In the end, Lin Chen turned down Yuan University's recommendation. He said he wants to get into a medical school through his own efforts. A waste is a waste. Chen Hai flew into a rage, slamming his hand on the coffee table so hard it shook. The family was startled and looked at him in shock. The more Chen Hai thought about it, the angrier he became. He cried out in anguish, fate gave him a chance, and he doesn't know how to cherish it. What's so good about studying medicine? A prestigious school and connections are what matter most. The advantage of Yuan University is its alumni who have succeeded in all walks of life. Even if that waste just coasted through Yuan University and only built relationships with the young masters and ladies of other wealthy families, that would be enough to last him a lifetime. Stupid. Was he a pig in his past life to turn down Yuan University? Molly hurriedly soothed him. He's young and lacks life experience, but we can guide him step by step. With that, Molly immediately took out her phone to call Lin Chen, but the call didn't go through. She tried several times, and each time Lin Chen hung up. Chen Hai impatiently took out his phone and dialed Lin Chen's number, which was also hung up. Chen Hai's face instantly darkened, and he said coldly, humph. When I tear his clinic down to rubble, hell come crawling to beg me. He then called his assistant and urged, get some people ready in the next few days and make sure they're ruthless. Molly knew her husband was about to get rough with their son. She wanted to speak, but stopped, finally letting out a long sigh. Spare the rod, spoil the child. This is the only way left. She felt both helpless and disappointed with Lin Chen. Around 11 o'clock at night, Chen Kailin returned home travel-worn. Second sister wants some supper. Chen Kaiyun greeted her cheerfully. No, I'm on a diet. Chen Kailin rushed upstairs as if pressed for time and went into her own room. A moment later, her voice, filled with shock and anger, echoed through the mansion. My Tumul diamond necklace has been stolen. The whole family was stunned and rushed to Chen Kailin's room. Although her expensive diamond necklace was stolen, Chen Kailin didn't seem overly upset. There was even a hint of glee in her bright eyes. Molly was slow to react and asked urgently, no way, Kailin. That necklace of yours is very expensive. Did you misplace it, or was it really stolen? Chen Kailin quickly took out an exquisite jewelry box and said angrily, I put it in this box right on my nightstand. I remember clearly. Someone must have snuck into my room and stolen it while I was away. Chun Hai immediately roared in fury. No wonder he kept hanging up when I called him just now. He must have a guilty conscience. Didn't that unfilial son leave home long ago? How does he still have the nerve to come back and steal from us? Chen Kailin sneered. Exactly, I suspect Lin Chen stole it too. He's had his eye on my necklace for a long time, thinking I have no proof. Lin Chen, you're finished. This is 2 million. I'm calling the police to have you arrested. Molly shouted frantically. No. If you call the police, his life will be ruined. Let's just make him return it and apologize. Mom, you can't keep indulging him. Chen Kailin said, her face full of disappointment. It's because you spoil Lin Chen that he's become worse and worse, even turning against his own family. Chen Hai also thought she had a point and said angrily, this unfilial son can't be taught no matter what. I support calling the police. Let him rot in jail for a few years, maybe prison will reform him. I don't expect him to amount to anything anymore. He'll be satisfied if he just becomes a decent person. As always, whenever something went missing in this family, their first thought was that Lin Chen was to blame. Even though Lin Chen no longer lived in the Chen household, and even though the Chen mansion was equipped with a professional security system, they still believed he was capable of it. Chen Tianan suddenly spoke softly, Mom, Dad, sister, I have a different opinion. It might not be brother who did it. Tianan, you're too good to Lin Chen. You're speaking up for him again. Chen Kailin said with a pained heart. But have you thought about how he's treated you since he's heartless and ruthless, so you should learn to be just as hard-hearted. I don't want you to be taken advantage of. Chen Hai said with some affection. Tianan has this one flaw, he's too kind. He'll suffer for it out in the real world. Molly, however, consoled him. What's wrong with that? It's precisely because Tianan is kind-hearted that we can rest assured letting him handle the Chen group's affairs in the future. If you ask me, it's best to groom Tianan as the heir because he has a good heart and will treat Lin Chen well. Chen Tianan was overjoyed to hear this. In truth, he wasn't speaking up for Lin Chen. He knew that Lin Chen hadn't stolen it at all. Even if the police were called without evidence, Lin Chen couldn't be punished. Chen Tianan couldn't bear the thought of his efforts going unrewarded. Chen Tianan put on a righteous facade and declared loudly, I'm not shielding my brother, I'm on the side of reason. Everything must be based on evidence. I don't want to wrong anyone, but I will never let a single wrongdoer go unpunished. We all know that during the time second sister was away, only Aunt Zhang entered her room. You've reminded me. Aunt Zhang. She did go to Kailin's room then. Molly looked at Aunt Zhang in surprise. I saw it too. Chen Kaiwei was also startled and cast a doubtful glance at her. Impossible. Chen Kailin was taken aback. Why wasn't it Lin Chen, but Aunt Zhang? She found it hard to Aunt Zhang quickly stepped forward and explained nervously, no, I didn't steal. I just want to tidy the room. Chen Hai's face darkened as he asked, how long did you stay in Kailin's room? About 20 minutes. The second young lattice room was a mess. Aunt Zhang said anxiously. After speaking, she glanced at Chen Tianan, hoping this fake young master could testify for her. After all, it was Chen Tianan who had just instructed her to clean Chen Kailin's room. Chen Tianan sneered and turned his face away. Seeing this, Aunt Zhang's heart sank. Suppressing his anger, Chen Hai said with a grim face, Aunt Zhang, considering you've worked for the Chen family for 10 years, I'll give you a chance. Return Kailin's necklace. Then forfeit this month's wages and get out of the Chen family immediately. Aunt Zhang was on the verge of tears and said sorrowfully, Master, but I really didn't steal it. Heh. Chen Tianan stood by sneering. Whoever was kind to Lin Chen, he would target. Chen Hai roared, Aunt Zhang, if you don't cherish this chance, don't blame me. It really wasn't me. Please believe me. Tears streamed down Aunt Zhang's face uncontrollably. She was heartbroken. She now understood the pain Lin Chen had endured for 5 years. This family. Once they decided who was at fault, that person was surely guilty. Enough, call the police. Chen Hai said in utter disappointment. We have witnesses, and you have no alibi. Even if you've hidden the diamond necklace, you're still the prime suspect. Molly spoke with both disappointment and anger. Aunt Zhang. I understand the mentality of ordinary people wanting to get rich overnight. Kaylin's necklace is worth over 2 million. Stealing just one would set you up for life. Madam, it really wasn't me. I'm innocent. Aunt Zhang begged frantically. Thud. She fell to her knees. Chen Kaiwei sighed in disappointment. If it wasn't you, why be so panicked? Aunt Zhang cried out in grief and anger. I've worked for the Chen family for 10 years. Don't you know my character by now? But I trust the evidence more. Saiwei, call the police. Chen Hai shouted impatiently. Aunt Zhang's face turned pale, and she broke down, pleading with Chen Tianan, second young master, please testify for me. Chen Kaiyan sneered, you know Tianan has a good heart. He might have shielded Lin Chen before, but that doesn't mean he'll shield an outsider like you. Chen Tianan couldn't bear Aunt Zhang's pitiful gaze any longer. Impatiently, he spread his hands and pursed his lips. I want to help you, but everything requires evidence. Chen Kaiwei began dialing the police. Aunt Zhang was utterly desperate. She blurted out excitedly, it was the second young master who said the second young lady wanted me to clean her room. I didn't ask for the room to be cleaned. Chen Kailin was stunned, her mouth agape. Chen Tianan shook his head in disappointment. Blame me all you want, but I never said that. Besides, is this the time for cleaning? Aunt Zhang, I'm sorry. Chen Kaiwei said pityingly as she waited for the call to connect. 2 million yuan might not mean much to our Chen family, but for ordinary people like you it constitutes theft of an especially huge amount. You could face over 10 years in prison or life imprisonment along with fines or confiscation of property. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhang's mind went blank and she felt like dying. Going to jail was one thing, but she hadn't stolen the necklace. Where would she find the money to pay back? With a criminal record, her son Zhang Xueta would struggle to find a job. And his son too. It would affect 3 generations. Let me die? I want to die. Aunt Zhang wailed in despair. Wait. Chen Kailin suddenly grabbed the phone Chen Kaiwei was using to call the police. Chen Kaiwei frowned in displeasure and said, second sister, don't be soft-hearted now. Just leave it to the police. In truth, Chen Kailin wasn't being soft-hearted. She was more convinced that Lin Chen was the culprit. She clearly remembered that during the day Lin Chen had threatened her to keep her belongings safe. Wasn't that a blatant provocation? Everyone don't blame Aunt Zhang for now. If she did it, may she suffer a miserable death. But I believe it's most likely someone else. Chen Kailin said confidently. Aunt Zhang, as if grasping a lifeline, crawled over excitedly and hugged Chen Kailin's leg. Please, second young lady, seek justice for me. Suddenly Chen Tianan rushed over, grabbed Aunt Zhang's arm, and flung her 2 meters away. Don't dirty my second sister with your filthy hands and tears. Chen Kailin quickly opened her phone and shouted, everyone hold on. Everything is under my control. This was actually a trap, I said, and the bait has been taken. What? Everyone was stunned. Especially Chen Tianan, whose heart skipped a beat. Chen Hai was startled. What do you mean, everything is under your control? Chen Kailin said smugly, yes, I can guarantee. It wasn't Aunt Zhang who stole it, but Lin Chen. Chen Hai flew into a rage and took a fierce drag on his cigar humph. It's that unfilial son indeed. Chen Tianan frowned, wondering what game this second sister who inherited Ma Li's brain was playing. No, it's not the eldest young master. With his character, he wouldn't steal. Aunt Zhang quickly pleaded. Nonsense. Slap. Chen Hai leaped up and delivered a heavy slap to Aunt Zhang's face. Wu, the eldest young master, was kicked out of the house long ago. How could he steal? Aunt Zhang sat on the floor sobbing, holding her swollen face. Chen Hai roared angrily, you haven't cleared your suspicion yet, and you dare to defend that unfilial son. Even if it turns out to be him, I'll still fire you. Kailin, what evidence do you have? Show it now. All right. Chen Kailin felt proud of her cleverness. Since childhood, apart from Lin Chen, she had the worst grades among all the siblings. Everyone said she was just pretty but not academically bright. Even though she was now a famous star in many matters, she still needed her father and eldest sister to guide her. This made her desperately want to prove herself. Now was her chance. So she cast her phone screen onto the family's 100-inch TV. Then she opened the surveillance video from her room. You secretly installed a camera. Chen Tianan's voice cracked with agitation. Yes, why? Chen Kailin looked at Chen Tianan in surprise. The others also looked at Chen Tianan in surprise. Why had this younger brother suddenly lost his composure? Sister, you can't play it here. Chen Tianan's composure shattered. He had to stop it or his future would be ruined. The image he had painstakingly built over 18 years would be destroyed. Chen Tianan lunged at Chen Kailin with a ferocious expression, grabbing for the phone. Chen Kailin clutched her phone protectively and shouted, Tianan, I know you're still trying to exonerate Lin Chen. Please don't stop me. I'm not as kind-hearted as you. Today I must make eldest sister and third sister see Lin Chen's true colors. Was he trying to exonerate Lin Chen? Chen Tianan felt like crying, but had no tears. He was trying to exonerate himself. However, Chen Kailin's words sparked a flash of inspiration in him. Yes, I'm trying to exonerate my brother. Please give him a chance. We can't let family scandals be exposed in public. Their act was so convincing that even the others nearly believed Lin Chen was the thief. Chen Kaiwei still harbored hopes that Chen Hai would one day acknowledge Lin Chen and Mao Zhoumao's son, and she didn't want Lin Chen's reputation to suffer any further blows. So she hastily interjected, Tianan is right. I also think we shouldn't play the surveillance footage here. It's for the Lin. Chen Kaiyan thought about how Lin Shun had finally achieved a score that impressed Yuan University, and she couldn't let him have any more stains on his record, or else no institution would accept him in the future. She pleaded second sister let Lin Shun off this time. You've all been bewitched by Lin Shun. Chen Kaiyan shouted in exasperation. After all, he's my brother. Chen Tianan cried hypocritically, suddenly grabbing Chen Kaiyan's phone. In the chaos, Chen Kaiyan snatched the phone back and screamed frantically, Dad. In the past you forgave him for stealing. But he's even hit you now. He's no longer human. If we don't teach him a painful lesson, now he'll eventually ruin Tianan and all of us. Restrain the second young master. Chen Hai bellowed, having decided to give the prodigal son no more chances. Two servants rushed and grabbed Chen Tianan's arms and forcibly separated him from Chen Kaiyan. Chen Tianan was dumbfounded. You're too soft-hearted. How will you ever inherit the Chen family business? Chen Kaiyan rolled her eyes. This was the only thing she disliked about Chen Tianan. Finally, the surveillance footage was successfully retrieved. In the footage, Chen Kaiyan made a victory gesture at the camera. Then she deliberately placed the jewelry box on the nightstand, picked up her bag, and left. Not long after, Aunt Zhang entered to tidy the room. She saw the jewelry box, but didn't touch it. After finishing her work, she also left the room. Aunt Zhang, we wronged you. Don't work anymore, go take a shower, and rest well. Molly sighed, feeling remorseful as she helped Aunt Zhang up. Aunt Zhang had a whole family to support, and her husband was bedridden, so she couldn't afford to lose this job. She choked up and said hurriedly, Thank you for your concern, madam. Thank you, thank you. Chen Hai's face turned ashen as he roared, Even if it's not your fault, if you keep protecting that prodigal, you'll still be out of the Chen family. They had wronged someone, but the Chen family was still blameless because they were a wealthy clan. Chen Kaiyan eagerly pressed the fast-forward button on the surveillance video. At that moment, Chen Tianan displayed a tenacious will to survive. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, he broke free from the two servants, let out a fierce roar, and charged at Chen Kaiyan with a twisted expression. Chen Kaiyan was frozen in place by her younger brother's roar. Chen Tianan's face was contorted with anxiety, and his voice trembled as he shouted, I'm protecting my brother. I love my brother. Then with a grab, he snatched Chen Kaiyan's phone. With all his might, he hurled it against the wall. Crack! The phone hit the wall and tumbled to the ground. Chen Kaiyan's phone was custom-made. Worth over 30,000 yuan, it had excellent build quality. Hitting the wall only chipped its paint. The surveillance footage continued playing on the large projection TV. In the footage, Chen Tianan's figure appeared. He sneaked into Chen Kaiyan's room through the door. Everyone present was stunned at the sight. Chen Hai seemed to grasp the situation and roared anxiously, all servants get out. Anyone who is 1 second late will have a year's salary deducted. The servants, including Aunt Zhang, hurriedly scurried out. With things having come to this, Chen Tianan's legs gave way in fear, and he nearly collapsed. Molly, quick-eyed and nimble, caught him with concern. In the surveillance video, Chen Tianan moved swiftly and wore a relaxed expression, clearly indicating he was a habitual offender. He scanned Chen Kaiyan's room for a few seconds and locked onto the jewelry box on the nightstand. He immediately extended his hands, which were covered in plastic gloves, and opened it quickly. He took the diamond necklace inside and left without looking back. The whole process took less than a minute. After being exposed, Chen Tianan wished he could die. He stood rooted to the spot, his mind a blank, unsure how to react. Chen Hai stared at his once favored adopted son in utter disbelief, at a loss for words. Molly was also dumbfounded, unable to process what had happened. For some reason, Chen Saiwei, who had always adored her adopted younger brother, felt a flicker of displeasure for the first time. Chen Kaiyan looked at Chen Tianan in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this brother, who had always seemed so morally upright, could have done such a thing. Chen Kaiyan was taken aback. If it had been Aunt Zhang or Lin Shen who stole it, she could have accepted it. But she simply could not bear the thought that her most beloved adopted younger brother had committed this misdeed. If that were the case, then the time Lin Shen had pulled a ring from Chen Tianan's pants, caught red-handed, was also true. The first time could be dismissed as a misunderstanding, but what about the second? Since there was a first and a second time, what about all the valuable items the Chens had lost over the past 5 years? Back then, Lin Shen had repeatedly claimed he wasn't the one. But who had believed him? Could it be that we had all wronged Lin Shen? After the truth came to light, every member of the Chen family chose to remain silent. How is this possible? After a long while, Chen Hai still couldn't accept the outcome. Tianan, what is the Molly was on the verge of tears, covering her face as she asked agitatedly. Hand it over. Chen Hai stared intently at Chen Tianan. Chen Tianan's Adam's apple bobbed. He knew Chen Hai's character. He meant what he said. If he defied the head of the family, it would only invite more resentment. Chen Hai would summon bodyguards and a professional search team to conduct a search. Chen Tianan smiled, bitterly trembling as he took the diamond necklace from his pocket. He still tried to salvage his family's trust. Second sister, do you remember? When you left, I reminded you that you forgot to wear your diamond necklace. I did go into your room without permission, but I didn't steal it. I was just holding it for you. I planned to find an opportunity to give it to you, but I suddenly got busy and forgot. Chen Kalen took the diamond necklace with trembling hands. She might be naive, but she still had basic logic. If you took the necklace, why did you have to frame Aunt Zhang? If you were holding it for me, why did you wear plastic gloves to hide your fingerprints? Molly shouted excitedly. Kalen, what are you standing there for? Forgive your brother quickly. You've grown up playing together for over 10 years. Don't you know your brother's character? Besides, he's always been well provided for and lacks nothing. He has no need to steal your things and sell them for money. Enough. Shut up. Chen Hai suddenly roared, his eyes bloodshot. He couldn't bear to scold his adopted son, so he vented his anger at his wife instead. You're just a woman who knows nothing. What else can you do besides crying and making a scene? Don't add to my troubles. Go back to your room and stay there. Chen Tianan had deeply disappointed Chen Hai. How could a carefully nurtured heir stoop to stealing from his own sister? Chen Hai simply couldn't accept it. He would rather believe it was an illusion. Yet the surveillance footage provided irrefutable evidence. That it really wasn't me. Chen Tianan insisted, trembling with fear, but refusing to confess. Otherwise, his flawless image would be tarnished. Even though the truth had come to light, he adamantly denied it. After all, he was destined to inherit the Chen family fortune. Chen Hai stared at him coldly. Chen Tianan was extremely nervous, his eyes reddening as he said, Dad, I swear on my own life. It wasn't me. Upon hearing this, Ma Li's heart nearly shattered. She quickly grabbed Chen Tianan's hand and said with concern, Child, don't make such a terrible oath. A mere necklace isn't worth this. Even if you did it, it's your first offense. You can still mend your ways. Mom, believe me or not, it real. Chen Tianan brazenly persisted in his denial. Soft-hearted Ma Li immediately said with affection, I believe you. Admitting your mistakes and correcting them makes you a good child. Perhaps, as you said, you just took your second sister's necklace to give to her. Compared to Lin Chen, who stole so many things from our Chen family over 5 years, and we still forgave him. How could we be so harsh with you? That it really wasn't me. Chen Tianan desperately tried to shift the blame. If Aunt Zhang mistakenly thinks I harmed her, fine. He'll go apologize to her right now. Nonsense. Chen Hai roared. How could you apologize to those lowlifes? Even if you did it, you must never apologize. Let's drop this for now. Everyone go back. Chen Tianan breathed a slight sigh of relief, knowing that although Chen Hai still doubted him, he wouldn't pursue the matter further. There would be plenty of time to slowly win back this missing fatherly love. Everyone go back. This matter must not leave this room, or don't blame me for being rude. Chen Hai roared in fury, then sat down and furiously puffed on a cigar to vent his frustration. The family members dispersed one by one. Chen Tianan, feeling uneasy, didn't return to his own room, but instead knocked on Chen Kaiwei's door. What do you want? Chen Kaiwei felt uncomfortable seeing Chen Tianan. Chen Hai valued this unrelated brother so highly that she believed there was only one possibility: Chen Hai intended for her and Chen Tianan to carry on the family line. Chen Kaiwei couldn't accept it. Moreover, having secured the position of general manager, Chen Kaiwei was no fool. All the evidence pointed to Chen Tianan as the thief within the family. Big sister, you've been looking more beautiful lately. It's been a while since we had a meal together. Would you do me the honor of joining me for lunch tomorrow? I'd love to hear your wise guidance again, just like before. Chen Tianan tried to mend the rift in their relationship using the bond of over a decade of siblinghood. It must be said that Chen Tianan, pampered since childhood, had skin finer than most girls. With his slender build and trendy Korean-style attire, he looked like a noble scion of a chaebol. At the prestigious one high school, relying on his status and looks, he could go through over a dozen girlfriends in a single semester. In the past, a little coaxing toward Chen Kaiwei would get him whatever he wanted. Chen Kaiwei politely declined. The Chen group is currently dealing with competition from the Fong family. I need to develop a strategy, so we'll be busy for the next few days and can't do anything else. Although it felt strange to refuse Chen Tianan for the first time, she had already grown wary of this false brother and couldn't return to the way things were. Chen Tianan was stunned. Hadn't big sister always been easy to win over? Besides, how could she cruelly refuse such an adorable and handsome brother's request? Undeterred, he pressed on. I know you're busy and working hard, but you still need lunch, right? Tomorrow I'll come find you at the Chen group, and we'll have a quick lunch together. It won't take much time. Chen Kaiwei's expression turned icy. It will take time. He'll just order takeout and eat in my office. Chen Tianan's jaw dropped in shock. Was she doing this on purpose? Was she really angry at him? Impossible. When faced with difficulty, Chen Tianan began to reveal his true nature. Something unbefitting a proud aristocrat: relentless pestering. Big sister, I really like you. We've been together for over a decade, bound by deep sibling affection. I just want to have a meal with you. Can't you even grant me that? He plopped down onto Chen Kaiwei's bed with an expression that said, if you don't agree, I'm not leaving. Like me. Chen Kaiwei thought of something else entirely. Goosebumps rose on her skin. She quickly said, I have business to discuss with a client. I'm leaving now. With that, she grabbed her bag and hurried out of the room. Wait. Big sister, how can you abandon me? Chen Tianan was dumbfounded. For the first time in over a decade, his eldest sister had rejected him. Huh. Wait. Big sister was coming back. Chen Kaiwei rushed back into the room. Big sister. Chen Tianan put on an obedient smile. In previous years, she would have sat down lovingly and tousled his hair. But Chen Kaiwei hesitated for a moment, then quickly grabbed a pair of expensive earrings from the bedside table, stuffed them into her bag, and left without looking back. Was big sister guarding against him? Chen Tianan was stunned, grinding his teeth in anger. He finally confirmed it. Chen Kaiwei had grown disgusted with him. It's all your fault, Lin Chen. You stole big sister's love from me. I was living the luxurious life, just fine. Why did you have to come back? Why don't you just die? Chen Tianan vented his rage on Lin Chen. Without Lin Chen, he would be the Chen family's sole heir. No matter what mistakes he made, his family would forgive him. He never saw himself as the false young master. Lin Chen was the one who had usurped his place. Chen Tianan gnashed his teeth in hatred. All three sisters belonged to him. He would never let Lin Chen take them away. Head put big sister aside for now, and win her over with coaxing later. Among the three sisters, his second sister had the best relationship with him. So he'd start by appeasing her. With that, Chen Tianan left Chen Kaiwei's room. Soon he knocked on Chen Kalen's door. Second sister, I heard you're filming a variety show called Running Men tomorrow. That show is super popular. Can I come visit you on set? I can't wait to see you tearing off your opponent's name tags on the show. After saying this, Chen Tianan held his hands up like a puppy's paws. He blinked his adorable eyes, looking at Chen Kalen with eager anticipation. Chen Kalen had been playing with Chen Tianan since childhood. Because Chen Tianan was well-behaved and sensible, he never caused her any worry. But now the moment Chen Kalen laid eyes on Chen Tianan, she couldn't help but recall the furtive little brother from the surveillance footage. He actually dared to wear plastic gloves to steal her diamond necklace. And afterward he framed Aunt Zhang. Although Chen Kalen wouldn't hold a grudge against Chen Tianan over this. Faced with this fake little brother who had revealed his true colors, she could no longer treat him with the same ease and care as before. She had misjudged him. He wasn't well-behaved at all. Second sister. Seeing Chen Kalen's expression shift unpredictably, Chen Tianan couldn't help but feel anxious. Second sister, I want to visit you on your show. He stuck out his tongue like an adorable little puppy. No, I won't go to that show anymore. I'm not feeling well. Chen Kalen lowered her head, making up an excuse to refuse. Not feeling well. Oh, I'm so worried about second sister. He'll get you medicine and some hot water. I won't allow second sister to be sick. I am second sister's knight in shining armor. Chen Tianan hastily made a cheesy Ultraman gesture. In the past, when he did this, Chen Kalen would always be amused and take his hand to go out for sweets. Chen Kalen seemed unfazed, murmuring to herself, could it be that we have been wronging Lin Chen all along? What did you say? Chen Tianan thought he had misheard. For the past 5 years, hadn't second sister disliked Lin Chen the most because she cared about him. And now she was actually speaking up for Lin Chen. Tianan, go get me some medicine. Chen Kalen suddenly set her voice weak and frail. Okay, second sister, wait for me. Chen Tianan was overjoyed. It seemed his concern had paid off. With this, second sister should forgive him. But just as he stepped out of Chen Kalen's room, bang. Chen Kalen abruptly slammed the door shut. Huh. Second sister. Chen Tianan quickly turned around and tried the doorknob. Click, click. What was going on? Second sister had locked the door. She wouldn't let him in. Chen Tianan felt as if he had taken a critical hit of 10,000 points. Chen Kalen's voice came from inside the room. I'm sick, I don't want to move. I'm going to sleep now. They'll take the medicine tomorrow. Chen Tianan could only weep in frustration. Chen Kalen was an excellent actress. When it came to acting, she was even better than him, and she had actually tricked him. Second sister wouldn't even talk to him anymore. He clenched his teeth in hatred. Lin Chen, it's all your fault for taking away my two sisters. They'll kill you. They'll tear you to pieces. Chen Tianan leaned against the wall, scratching it with his hands. Molly heard the noise and opened her door. Seeing this scene, she was startled. Son, what's wrong? Don't hurt yourself. She hurried over, grabbed Chen Tianan's hands, and blew warm air. Mom, eldest sister and second sister won't talk to me anymore, boo-hoo. Chen Tianan leaned on Molly's shoulder and burst into tears. Molly's heart ached. She gently patted Chen Tianan's back and comforted him. They're probably angry because you stole Kalen's necklace. They'll get over it in a few days. Mom, I didn't steal it. Chen Tianan straightened up. Molly was anxious and coaxed. Mom knows you didn't steal it. You didn't. Don't worry, my precious son. Chen Tianan knew she was just humoring him. Molly didn't really believe he hadn't stolen it. The reason she forgave him was the bond between mother and child. Mom, come with me to see third sister. With you, their third sister will definitely forgive me. He eagerly hoped to use Molly to mend his sibling bond with Chen Kaiyun. Molly smiled. All right, Mom, will go with my precious son. Kaiyun is about your age, but she should understand you best, unlike your eldest and second sisters who have such fiery tempers. Thanks, Mom. Chen Tianan let out a long sigh of relief. The two arrived at Chen Kaiyun's door. Bang, bang, bang. Molly knocked impatiently. Who is it? Chen Kaiyun's impatient voice came from inside. It's me, third sister. Open the door. I want to talk to you. Chen Tianan called out gently. Chen Kaiyun thought about how the supposedly well-behaved Chen Tianan had turned out to be a thief in the family, and a flicker of displeasure rose in her heart. It's late. I want to sleep. Let's talk another day. She lowered her voice. Sayun opened the door. Molly called out angrily. Mom. Chen Kaiyun was surprised. Molly urged impatiently. I came to see you, and you won't even open the door for me. Helpless Chen Kaiyun reluctantly opened the door. Chen Tianan rushed and blocked the door, and struck a pensive David pose. At school he often did this with the prettier girls. His record was winning 1 over in an hour. Third sister was still an innocent college girl, she should fall for this. Even if she didn't develop romantic feelings, she would at least like him more. However, Chen Kaiyun couldn't help but think that this brother of hers was a habitual thief. The flashy clothes he wore were probably bought with money from stealing their sister's things and selling them. Say what you need to say quickly. Chen Kaiyun turned her face away, her eyes shimmering with disgust. Embarrassed, Chen Tianan quickly turned to Molly for help. Molly frowned and said discontentedly, Is this how you talk to your brother? Even if he stole, so what? It's his first offense. He's still a child. Can't you forgive him? Then who forgave Lin Chen? Chen Kaiyun retorted sourly. Chen Tianan suddenly burst into shameless tears. Mom, third sister, I really didn't steal. The video is all fake. Chen Kaiyun snorted with laughter. Was second sister's surveillance footage lying? Was second sister targeting him on purpose? But out of consideration for Molly's feelings, she didn't voice this thought. Chen Tianan seized the opportunity to warmly invite. Third sister, you're a college student. Your studies aren't too heavy. Tomorrow is Sunday. How about coming out to play with me? My treat. I want third sister to teach me what to watch out for when I go to college. What are you standing there for? Say yes to your brother. He's going to Harvard, and this is very important. Molly put on a face as serious as life and death. Chen Kaiyun had no choice but to force a smile. All right, tomorrow, wherever you want to go, just text me. It's settled. Love you, third sister. Chen Tianan snapped his fingers stylishly and left Chen Kaiyun's room satisfied. He was confident he could cheer third sister up tomorrow. Then, using third sister as a breakthrough, he would win over second sister and eldest sister, restoring his former status in the Chen family. The next morning, Chen Kaiyun got up early and suddenly heard footsteps in the hallway. Worried that Chen Tianan was up to something again, she quietly opened the door a crack to look. Huh? Why is it you? Where are you all dressed up to go? She asked in surprise. Chen Kaiyun had dressed herself up beautifully, donning a lace-trimmed sun hat and pink-framed sunglasses ready to head. Chen Kaiyun knew that her second sister doted on Chen Tianan the most, so she rolled her eyes and asked, Are you going out to play with Tianan? No. Chen Kaiyun replied, her mood somewhat low. She lowered her head in thought for a moment, then raised it again, hesitating as she said, Actually, I also want to go see Lin Chen. Go see him. Why? Chen Kaiyun was greatly surprised. She recalled Chen Kaiyun's consistently poor attitude toward Lin Chen and immediately grew anxious, urging, Don't go causing trouble for Lin Chen. Regarding your necklace, the surveillance footage is crystal clear, and as for the ring, Lin Chen took it out from Tianan right in front of us. This isn't Lin Chen's fault. You can't blame him. Chen Kaiyun felt a pang of shame and quickly explained, Don't worry, third sister, I'm not going to make a scene. I just think that maybe we've wronged Lin Chen in the past. He probably didn't steal from us. And even if he did, we should give him a chance to reform. After all, we've given Tianan a chance, so why not give him one too? He's also our own brother. But he hasn't. Chen Kaiyun felt a twinge of sadness. Chen Kaiyun said confidently, With me, a big star, personally asking him to come back, how could he possibly refuse? I'm going to find Lin Chen and talk to him now. Third sister, are you coming with me? No, I have things to do. Chen Kaiyun recalled that Chen Tianan had invited her out to play. She was very reluctant to go, but Molly had strongly insisted, and she couldn't refuse. Besides, although she was disgusted by Chen Tianan's thievery, he was still the younger brother she had played with for over 10 years, and she felt he deserved a chance to turn over a new leaf. Just as Chen Kaiyun stepped out the door, Chen Kaiyun received a call from Chen Tianan. Third sister, are you ready? We'll head out to play in half an hour. Chen Kaiyun asked with a wry smile. Have you decided where you want to go? Chen Tianan said excitedly. I want to go to Golden Pedestrian Street. I heard a new 5D cinema just opened there. With special equipment, it feels like you're really there. I want to watch a haunted house movie with you, third sister. But don't worry, third sister. Remember the hen incident. He'll protect you just like when we were kids. The incident Chen Tianan referred to was when they were both in the same elementary school. One day after school, as they walked home, a hen with chicks chased them. Chen Tianan picked up a stone and drove the hen away. This was what he believed would make Chen Kaiyun grateful forever. They'll go put on some makeup first. Chen Kaiyun's face darkened as she hung up. At Alpha Auto Repair Shop. Young Master Zhong, your Audi. To be honest, it's totaled. To get rid of the stench, you'll have to replace everything inside the car. The shop owner, pinching his nose, said regretfully to Zhongyu. Zhongyu waved his hand dejectedly. Then replace it. The owner asked curiously, which kid was so to leave such a huge pile in your luxury car? Did you forget to lock the door? I think you should call the police. Zhong Yu was both ashamed and furious. Lin Chen had filmed him shitting himself. How could he dare to call the police? At most, Lin Chen would be locked up for a few days. But if the video leaked, his reputation would be ruined. And the Zhong family would consider him a disgrace. He would lose all chance of being the heir. Stop your fucking babbling and fix the car. Zhong Yu roared in a rage. Okay. The owner, frightened, quickly turned to prepare the parts. He was bewildered. He had only been showing concern for Zhong Yu, so why did Zhong Yu suddenly get so angry? Naturally, Zhong Yu was furious. His handsome image had been utterly shattered in front of his goddess. Fang Chuxue was so beautiful and came from a distinguished family. The man she fancied would have to be top-notch too. Zhong Yu had always believed that Fang Chuxue was using Lin Chen as a shield just to anger him, because Lin Chen was just a student, a commoner, completely unworthy of Fang Chuxue. But now, because of the diarrhea incident, his image was ruined, and he would never have a chance to win Fang Chuxue's heart. Forget about a goddess, even an average-looking girl, who would accept him after such a disgusting incident. I swear to avenge this. They'll make you pay a heavy price. Zhong Qingyan gnashed his teeth in hatred. Just then, two of his lackeys came to visit him. Young Master Zhong, my girlfriend has her eye on a necklace. I hope you can help me out. I want to get a new fruit phone. Stop fucking bothering me. Zhong Yu roared, his face ashen. The two lackeys were startled. Young Master Zhong was usually so high-spirited and carefree. Why was he so furious today? Young Master Zhong, if something's bothering you, just tell us. Yeah, we'll help you out. The two lackeys' eyes gleamed. Zhong Yu said gloomily, "Sigh, someone's trying to steal my girl. I fucking want to kill him, but I don't want to reveal my identity. What should I do?" The two lackeys exchanged glances and grinned, offering malicious advice. Isn't that simple? We just put stockings over our heads, and no one will recognize us. We'll switch to a cheap car, and no one will suspect the wealthy young Master Zhong. Then we'll knock that kid out, and you can come in for the finishing blow. Who would know it's you? We'll tie up the girl you fancy, lock her in a room, and let you seal the deal. Great idea. Zhong Yu slapped his thigh in excitement. Fang Chuxue, once you become my woman, no matter how beautiful and proud you are, you'll have to follow your husband. Let's do it. Zhong Yu waved his hand grandly, asked the repair shop owner for a beat-up van, and got in with at the Chen Group. In the chairman's office, the assistant knocked and entered, saying respectfully, "Chairman, the men you asked me to prepare are all here." Chen Hai hesitated, muttering to himself, "He'll give Lin Chen one more chance. After all, some of those things weren't stolen by him, or we might have wronged him." With a guilty heart, Chen Hai dialed Lin Chen's number. This time it was answered after only 3 rings. Chen Hai was startled, then exclaimed joyfully, "You unfilial son. You finally admit your mistake. Good'll give you one chance to come back and live properly. I Chen Hai swear that even if you never amount to anything, he'll still grant you a lifetime of wealth and honor." Lin Chen's annoyed voice came through the phone. "I thought it was the renovation worker calling. I answered by mistake. What nonsense are you talking about?" Chen Hai was stunned. "You answered my call, which means you still have me in your heart as your father. Just come back, kneel, and apologize, and I'll forgive everything you've done. Get lost." Lin Chen cursed and hung up decisively. "Fuck. I give you a chance and you don't appreciate it." Chen Hai was so angry he could spit blood. "Since you won't show me any respect, I'll make sure you have no place left to stand. Assistant, tell them they can set off. Tear down the Lin Clinic." Chen Kalin drove her red Ferrari to Old Street. This time, she came alone, taking every precaution to avoid being recognized as the famous star she was. She not only wore a sun hat, but also sunglasses and a mask. "Lin Chen, this time I'll treat you a bit better. You'll be flattered, won't you?" she thought to herself with delight. She parked in a secluded spot, got out of the car, and cautiously made her way toward Lin's clinic. As she approached Lin's clinic, she noticed the front door was open. She quickened her pace, reached the entrance, and peered inside. Instantly, her face filled with astonishment. The clinic was empty. Many pieces of equipment and furniture had been cleared out. Only a few chairs and a basket of trash and waste paper remained. "What's going on?" Chen Kalin exclaimed in surprise as she ran into the clinic, checking everywhere. "Is anyone here? Lin Chen, come out," she called out in a commanding tone. Soon the sound of footsteps came from upstairs belonging to Grandma Yuan. She hobbled down the stairs, and upon seeing a woman with her face completely covered, her expression turned displeased. "Who are you to Lin Chen?" Chen Kalin glanced at Grandma Yuan and said indifferently, "You don't need to know who I am to him. Tell me, where has he gone? Why is this clinic emptied?" Grandma Yuan's first impression of Chen Kalin was unfavorable, and after witnessing her arrogance, she felt nothing but disgust. "I don't know why it's been emptied either. Leave my house now, you're not welcome here. Even if you wanted to rent my storefront, I wouldn't rent it to you." Chen Kalin felt as if she had heard the most absurd joke and couldn't help but mock. "Who the hell would want your place? Why would I ever rent your storefront?" Grandma Yuan shouted in anger. "You came looking for Lin Chen the moment you walked in. Are you trying to snatch him away from Xiao Shui? Don't think you can toy with people's feelings just because you have a bit of money. Lin Chen isn't that kind of person, and you'll never win against Xiao Shui." "What are you talking about? Me fighting her for a man? Fang Chuxue is a loser. Is she even worthy of competing with me, eh? Chen Kalen flew into a rage at the mention of Fang Chuxue's name. Their rivalry had started in school, deeply rooted, and reconciliation was impossible. Moreover, Chen Kalen now felt a sense of superiority over Fang Chuxue. She couldn't bear anyone saying she was inferior to Fang Chuxue even if it was a misunderstanding. Listen up, old hag. Fang Chuxue is already under my heel. Not just Lin Shan, but even if she liked some man I could just crook my finger and lead him away. Look at what she's become now, and she still wants to compete with me. Huh. In her next life. She spat out these words rapidly. Though not said in Fang Chuxue's presence, uttering them brought immense satisfaction. Just you wait, you wicked woman. Grandma Yuan suddenly hurried to the back room. TCH. Chen Kalen sneered, thinking to herself, what does this old woman who can barely walk intend to do? Is she going to hit me? Or try to blackmail me? Other people might fear blackmail, but I'm not afraid. At worst I'll pay you some money. There's no way you'll go to jail. With one word from my father, the police station will let me go. Chen Kalen made up her mind. If Grandma Yuan tried to discipline her for Fang Chuxue's sake, then she would throw aside any notion of respecting the elderly and slap this old woman first. Moments later, Grandma Yuan reappeared carrying a bowl of plain congee. You want to eat? Chen Kalen furrowed her brows. Splash. Grandma Yuan threw the congee all over her. Chen Kalen felt like she was going mad. This outfit. She had worn it specifically to meet Lin Shan to leave a good impression on this little brother. It was worth over 30,000. Though it was a small sum to her, it was a limited edition, and she loved it. Grandma Yuan cursed with satisfaction. If you dare look down on Xiao Shui. You dare compete with Xiao Shui for a man. You monster, you won't even show your real face. You must be hideous. Shut up. He'll teach you some manners. Chen Kalen lunged like a madwoman, reaching for Grandma Yuan's throat. Beep beep. Suddenly, a harsh horn sounded from outside the door. A silver van was approaching slowly. Chen Kalen broke out in a cold sweat. She couldn't let the commoners recognize her identity, or she'd end up on the front page. Since Lin Chen wasn't here, there was no reason for her to stay. They'll deal with you later. She cursed, then turned, and inside the van, Zhong Yu complained to his two underlings. Why did you honk? Aren't you afraid of being noticed? One underling chuckled. Young Master Zhong, you don't understand. This is what we call throwing a stone to clear the path. The other underling suddenly shouted excitedly. She's coming out. And judging by her figure, she's a real beauty. Young Master Zhong's eyes lit up. Quick, put on the hoods. The three of them promptly pulled stockings over their heads. Zhong Yu stuck his head out of the window and spotted Chen Kalen rushing out of the clinic. Hey, beautiful, nice figure. How about showing your face? He whistled, but the sound came out muffled through the stock. Why don't you show your mother's face? Chen Kalen cursed viciously. Still fuming over Grandma Yuan, she thought she had encountered a pervert when she saw Zhong Yu with a stocking on his head. Besides, someone driving a cheap van like that. How dare they speak to her? Zhong Yu's eyes flashed with menace. Bitch. Do you believe he'll take you down right now, eh? His underling quickly urged, don't get angry over a woman like that. I've seen plenty of these backview killers at bars. She must be ugly, covering her face with a mask and sunglasses. Otherwise, who would do that? Young Master Zhong, just focus on dealing with your rival and cook your goddess rice. Zhong Yu found the reasoning sound and shouted, Hey, ugly girl. You came out of the clinic. Did you see Fang Chuxue? Being called ugly infuriated Chen Kalen. You're the ugly one. You must be here for treatment because you're so ugly. Fuck him asking if Fang Chuxue is inside. Zhong Yu was shaking with rage. Yes, your Dr. Fang is inside. Go ahead and meet your death. Chen Kalen cursed. Zhong Yu's eyes lit up and he drooled. Brothers, grab your tools. As long as no one dies, you'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. The three of them picked up clubs, yanked open the van door, and charged out. Chen Kalen was frozen in place. What should I do? They're thieves. They must be after me. Have I been exposed as a celebrity? I'm going to be kidnapped. Chen Kalen regretted not bringing bodyguards. As a big star, she was worth a fortune. If only money could solve the problem. But she was even more worried about losing her purity. She remembered a female star named Lu something who had encountered such a vile situation. Yet what Chen Kalen feared didn't happen. Zhong Yu and his two men stormed into Lin's clinic with murderous intent. What was going on? They weren't after me. Chen Kalen felt a wave of relief at having escaped disaster. But before she could catch her breath, several black cars sped up behind her. A dozen burly men got out of the cars. Each of them looked ferocious, wielding clubs. The dozen burly men quickly dismissed Chen Kalen, who was wearing a mask and sunglasses. They were professionals and wanted to avoid any unnecessary trouble. The bald-headed leader pulled out his phone and called the assistant to the chairman of the Chen group. He spoke with concern. So this clinic is set up in such a remote place. We've arrived and are ready to smash the place. But what if the people in the clinic resist? The assistant replied calmly. The boss said we can fight. After all, that Lin Shan is used to being beaten, he won't die. But be careful not to hit his head, don't make him a fool. The bald man grinned with confidence. That makes things much easier. Boys, let's go. The dozen men charged towards the clinic with aggressive momentum. What was happening? Chen Kalin widened her eyes in shock. She quickly hid in a corner to watch secretly. Meanwhile, Zhong Yu and his two companions rushed into the clinic first. Granny Yuan thought thieves had broken in and frightened ran into the back room, quickly locking the door. She then remembered to call the police, but her senior phone was upstairs. Huh, no one here. Zhong Yu was dumbfounded. The clinic had been cleared out. Only a few chairs remained. Where was Lin Shun? Where was Fang Chuxua? Did they know we were coming and run away? A lackey asked angrily. You're asking me. Who am I supposed to ask? Zhong Ye's mind was full of question marks. They were about to leave when suddenly over a dozen fierce men wielding clubs surged in from outside. Zhong Yu and his companions were startled. Lin Shun. Zhong Yu shouted instinctively. Damn it. They had been set up by that bastard Lin Shun. He must have called these people. Lin Shun. Upon hearing this, the bald man's face twisted into an evil grin. He too was surprised to find the clinic empty when he entered. With nothing left, how could they smash the place? Fortunately, the people were still there. Now they could report back to their employer. He remembered the boss told them to deal with someone named Lin Shun. Boys, attack. Just don't hit the head. In an instant, the dozen men swarmed forward, beating Zhong Yu and his companions with their clubs. Outnumbered, Zhong Yu and his group were beaten into a howling mess. They quickly surrendered. But the men, having no outlet for their aggression, didn't let them off so easily. They tied the three to chairs and continued to beat them. They beat them until they cried for their parents, finally knocking them unconscious. Chen Kalin, hiding outside the clinic, watched the scene in fear and shock. However, she felt a sense of relief seeing those three perverts in stockings get beaten. Who exactly has Lin Chen offended? Is he alright? Chen Kalin worried about her younger brother for the first time. Inside the clinic, the bald man ordered his men to stop and then pulled off the stockings from the heads of Zhong Yu and his companions. He found their faces beaten beyond recognition. It didn't look much different from when they wore the stockings. Didn't I say not to hit the head? The bald man roared. We didn't hit the head, just the face, the subordinate replied. The bald man sighed, took photos of the three, and sent them to the assistant of the Chen group's chairman. A subordinate said worriedly, Boss, it's not enough just to beat people without wrecking the place. The bald man looked around the clinic, but found nothing to smash. He then pointed at the sign above the door and commanded, smash that thing. The professional demolition team immediately brought out a ladder and started pounding on the Lin Clinic sign. With a clang, the sign fell, and they deliberately stomped on it a few times. The bald man took another photo. Chen Kalin, watching from the shadows, said with some pity, It's just as well. Your clinic wasn't making much money anyway. Now that it's wrecked like this, you finally know that Fang Chuxua can't be relied on. Come home, and he'll support you in your career to make up for my neglect over the years. Finally, Chen Kalin left in a good mood. The bald man and his men untied Zhong Yu and his companions, called an ambulance for them, and then withdrew. At the Chen group, the assistant received the photos from the bald man and showed them to Chen Hai. Why is it so severe? Chen Hai exclaimed in shock upon seeing the photos of three young men with swollen faces tied to chairs. He couldn't tell which one was Lin Shun. After a moment of anguish, Chen Hai felt a pang of guilt. Had he been too harsh on his own son? In the 5 years at the Chen residence, he had never been injured this badly. After thinking for a while, Chen Hai sighed remorsefully. It's all because you wouldn't listen. You forced me to use the rod to make you a filial son, to make you see reason. Your clinic is destroyed and you have nowhere to go. It's time for you to come back obediently and apologize. Chen Hai stared blankly at the miserable state of the three in the photo, still uneasy. Won't this kill someone? He asked the assistant worriedly. The assistant quickly replied. Guang said they didn't hit the head, only the face. Though they were beaten unconscious, they are still breathing and have a heartbeat. There's no danger to their lives. Besides, they've already called an ambulance for Lin Shun and the others. Which one is Lin Shun? Chen Hai asked, bewildered. Guang said they weren't sure either. The assistant replied, beaten to the point where even his own father couldn't recognize him. Chen Hai's guilt deepened. When would this rebellious son heal and come home to apologize? Chen Hai eagerly anticipated seeing Lin Shun kneel and beg for forgiveness, clutching his leg and crying that he would never dare again. Which hospital were they sent to? Do you know the room number? Chen Hai couldn't wait for his son's apology. Yes, I do. The assistant nodded quickly. Get the car ready. They'll go. Even if you're in a cast, you still have to apologize to your father. Chen Hai shouted excitedly. After all, he was his own son, and no matter how much he disliked him, seeing him beaten like this was a loss of face. He planned to visit Lin Shun at the hospital. If Lin Shun would apologize and admit his mistake there, then he would take the rebellious son home to recover. Better than staying in the hospital and gossiping to others, bringing shame to the Chen family. I am still your father after all. This family conflict was finally coming to an end. Thus, Chen Hai and his assistant left the company in a black Bentley filled with anticipation. Suddenly, he took it out and saw it was his second daughter calling. Kalin having trouble at work. Chen Hai answered the phone. Dad, Lin Chen's clinic has been wrecked. Chen Kalin reported excitedly. I already knew. Chen Hai sighed deeply, a sigh filled with inexpressible melancholy. You already knew? Chen Kalen was stunned for a moment, then asked in shock, Dad, did you send those people? So I don't get involved in this. Chen Hai said impatiently. Dad, don't go looking for trouble with Lin Chen anymore. Chen Kalen pleaded worriedly. She now felt indebted to her brother and began to speak up for him. Chen Hai also knew he had gone too far, so he said solemnly, don't worry, as long as he admits his mistake, I won't hit him again. What do you mean? You beat Lin Chen. Chen Kalen was stunned. When did this happen? Chen Hai displayed an expression of exasperation as if lamenting that iron could not be forged into steel, and said angrily, I was indeed harsh on him. But you must not speak for him. This is the retribution he deserves. A son who is unfilial to his parents deserves to be beaten and punished. Alright, I am doing this for Lin Chen's own good. I still need to go to the hospital to see him. Goodbye. The two ended the call. Chen Kalen suddenly realized why she had not seen Lin Chen when she visited the Lin family clinic earlier. It turned out that Lin Chen had been beaten by his father and sent to the hospital. Chen Kalen felt even more guilt towards her younger brother. She blamed herself for not caring enough about Lin Chen in the past, for failing to educate him properly, which had led to such grave mistakes now. Golden Pedestrian Street. Skyscrapers lined both sides, their lights blazing brilliantly, and crowds of people flowed like a river. Rows of shop windows gleamed, eye-catching and dazzling. The streets and alleys were filled with all kinds of restaurants, cafes, and bars bustling with lively excitement. Chen Tianan and Chen Kaiyun walked side by side along the bustling thoroughfare. Third sister, many first-class families from our city, and even people from other provinces have opened shops on this street. Even foreigners do business here. I heard that our Chen family alone has 2 jewelry stores and 3 luxury goods shops on this street. When I return from Harvard after my studies, I will also ask father for a storefront here to practice my skills. Chen Tianan was so excited that he sprayed spittle as he spoke. He fantasized about starting from Golden Pedestrian Street, growing step by step, then inheriting all of the Chun family's assets, and conquering Guangyuan City with domineering force. Finally, he would build his commercial empire. The great name of Chen Tianan would be firmly etched into the world of the wealthy. In the past, Chen Kaiyun would have certainly looked forward to this foster brother's future. She would have even spoken words of encouragement. But after what happened last night, a knot had formed in her heart. Chen Kaiyun did not want to engage in conversation and instinctively distanced herself a little. Third sister. Chen Tianan's heart shattered at the sight. Third sister hated him. Was it just because he had stolen something last night, the first time he had been caught? Third sister, I think you must have some misunderstanding about me. It really wasn't me last night. But even if it were, it would only be my first offense. Think about it, in these 5 years brother has stolen so much. Compared to him, I have been very well behaved. Hearing this, Chen Kaiyun could not help but cast a contemptuous glance at Chen Tianan. At a time like this, you don't speak up for Lin Chen. Perhaps in these 5 years Lin Chen's thefts were also framed by you. Chen Kaiyun was actually very sad. After all, they had been together for over a decade, and she undoubtedly shared a deep sisterly bond with Chen Tianan. If Chen Tianan had bravely admitted his mistake this time, she would certainly have forgiven this foster brother. But this person stubbornly refused to confess. Chen Kaiyun was utterly disappointed. Third sister, the movie is about to start. Let's go. In the 5D haunted house, I will definitely protect third sister. Chen Tianan shouted excitedly, raising his arms in triumph. I'm not going. I'm tired. Chen Kaiyun had lost all interest. No way if you're tired. Chen Tianan half squatted down, pointing to his back. Come, I'll carry you. They'll just call a car. Chen Kaiyun quickly refused. They were both adults now. Oh, if she let him carry her, and someone saw, wouldn't it cause misunderstandings? Chen Kaiyun had arrived in the morning in Chen Tianan's luxury car, so she would have to take a taxi back. Seeing this, Chen Tianan panicked and realized that third sister now hated him just like eldest sister and second sister did. Why? Is it because I'm not a biological child? Is it because you are not my real sisters? Have our 18 years of familial affection been fed to the dogs by you? Chen Tianan seethed with hatred in his heart. Of course he hated Lin Chen the most. Next, he hated these sisters for their lack of loyalty to old ties. He quickly took out his phone and sent a message to Molly. Mom, third sister doesn't want me anymore. She won't watch a movie with me. I'm so scared, I don't want to live. Chen Kaiyun saw a taxi approaching and was about to wave it down. Suddenly her phone rang. It was Molly calling. Mom, is something the matter? She answered nervously. Your brother is so well-behaved and sensible. What do you mean by abandoning him? Molly's angry voice came through the phone. You must accompany him to finish this movie today. And you must comfort him. Don't let him dwell on what happened last night. He is your brother? A brother who has been with you for over a decade. If you don't complete the task, he'll kick you out tonight. I understand, Mom. Chen Kaiyun felt like crying, but had no tears. Go now or I won't acknowledge you as my daughter. Molly urged resentfully, then hung up. Tianan, let's go watch the movie. Chen Kaiyun said aggrieved. Hooray. I will protect third sister in the haunted house movie. Chen Tianan, like a sunny and cheerful big boy, jumped up excitedly. The two continued walking towards the 5D cinema. Suddenly, a beautiful woman was walking not far ahead. She wore her hair in a high ponytail. Her figure was graceful and alluring like a painting full of charm. Her slender form and sexy curves complemented each other, bestowing upon her a unique elegance. Isn't that Fang Chuxue of the Fang family? Chen Kaiyun said in surprise. She hadn't expected to run into her on Golden Pedestrian Street. Chen Tianan stared fixedly at Fang Chuxue's back, a lecherous glint flashing in his eyes. Somewhat unexpected. I didn't realize that after Fang Chuxue took off her white coat and changed into this fresh dress, she possessed a unique kind of beauty. Chen Kaiyun was somewhat moved. No wonder second sister regards Fang Chuxue as her lifelong rival. If Fang Chuxue had not studied medicine and instead pursued a career in entertainment, she could indeed compete with second sister. It's possible that the queen of the entertainment circle in Guangyuan City would be one of the two. Although Fang Chuxue was from the Fang family, Chen Kaiyun had to admit that Fang Chuxue's beauty was at the ceiling level. Third sister, let's not go to the movie. Chen Tianan suddenly licked his lips and said, Why, oi? Chen Kaiyun was very surprised. I'm going to pursue Fang Chuxue. Chen Tianan revealed a set of white teeth and made a victory gesture. You pursue her. She is from the Fang family. Do you want to anger father? Chen Kaiyun questioned angrily. Third sister, you're so angry. Could it be that you can't bear to part with your little brother? Chen Tianan was delighted, thinking that Chen Kaiyun cared about him. Can't bear to part with you. I'm worried about the Fang family's reputation being damaged. Just as Chen Kaiyun was about to respond, Chen Tianan excitedly interrupted. Third sister, you're so angry. Does that mean you think I'm sure to win her over? Chen Kaiyun frowned at this. She had to admit that this foster brother had been pampered since childhood. He ate health foods better than anyone else. He used skincare products superior to anyone else's. All these reasons gave him a kind of aristocratic pale beauty. Ordinary women indeed found it hard to resist Chen Tianan's charm. Moreover, when Chen Tianan was 16, he had begged Ma Li to take him to South Korea for plastic surgery. Thus, Chen Tianan, whether in temperament or appearance, had the ability to captivate the vast majority of women. Forget it. Although you have a high probability of winning, Fang Chuxue over father will be angry. Chen Kaiyun advised kindly. Chen Tianan sneered. I have an irresistible reason to pursue Fang Chuxue. Third sister, once you hear it, you will surely support me. Chen Tianan had already designated Fang Chuxue as his woman, saying confidently, First, I'm captivated by Fang Chuxue and won't go home. If I pursue Fang Chuxue, I can rescue my brother from his misery and he'll obediently return home. Second, the Fang family is our Chen family's sworn enemy. Fang Chuxue is deeply cherished in the Fang family. If I win her over, it will surely throw the Fang family into disarray, benefiting our Chen family. Third, my feelings for Fang Chuxue aren't genuine, just a game. That would humiliate the Fang family, and father would be pleased to hear of it. Although Chen Kaiyun now felt some disdain for her adopted younger brother, she still prioritized the Chen family's interests. Chen Tianan had switched to over a dozen girlfriends each semester at school. With him handling it, the chances of winning over Fang Chuxue were indeed higher. Lin Chun is captivated by Fang Chuxue. Can you guarantee you'll win her over, instead of being controlled by her? Chen Kaiyun asked worriedly. After all, Fang Chuxue was no ordinary woman. She had family background, stunning looks, and had been pursued by many handsome men since childhood. Familiarity breeds indifference, and Chen Kaiyun feared Chen Tianan might fail to win Fang Chuxue, and instead suffer humiliation. Chen Tianan shook his index finger dismissively. No matter how beautiful or wealthy Fang Chuxue is, she's still a woman. As long as she's a woman, I can win her over. Third sister, to be honest, I've grown up surrounded by the care of 3 sisters and our mother. During my school days, women constantly flocked around me. I believe Fang Chuxue won't be able to resist my advances. Is this the brother I knew? Chen Kaiyun stepped back in astonishment. The once well-behaved and sensible adopted brother actually had such a fickle side. For women, he was indeed somewhat dangerous. Chen Tianan was getting carried away, but seeing the wary look in Chen Kaiyun's eyes, he realized he had boasted too much. He cursed himself for being loose-tongued and quickly explained, Third sister, don't worry. I do like you, but it's the love of a brother for his sister. Third sister, you'll always be my beloved sister. Chen Kaiyun waved her hand hastily. All right, Fang Chuxue has almost disappeared. If you don't hurry up and chase her, you'll miss your chance. If you can win over Fang Chuxue and bring honor to our Chen family, they'll forgive what you did last night. I didn't steal anything last night. Chen Tianan shouted shamelessly. Even with surveillance footage and being caught red-handed, he adamantly denied it. He believed that persisting would create a subtle influence. Relying on the love his family had shown him over the past decade or so, they would eventually believe his lies. Chen Kaiyun said impatiently, Go ahead with your plan. It's best if you can rescue Lin Chen from that woman's clutches. All right, for my brother's sake. Chen Tianan excitedly gave chase. He noticed Fang Chuxue enter a rice noodle shop to eat. He sneered disdainfully, the esteemed second miss of the Fang family actually eats in a common street-side shop. Has she been influenced by my brother's bad habits while staying with him? However, Fong Chuksha's meal gave Chen Tianan time to prepare. He first found a flower shop nearby and bought 999 roses. Then he instructed the clerk coolly, I'm about to pursue a girl. Remember, she's very beautiful. When I walk up and make the I love you gesture, bring the flowers over. Got it? Got it. Good luck winning her over, boss. The clerk said, enviously, wishing such a wealthy, handsome man would pursue her instead. The female clerk's admiring gaze boosted Chen Tianan's confidence. He left the flower shop and found two middle-aged men chatting by the roadside. You two with your fat faces are perfect for playing villains who harass young women. Chen Tianan smiled slightly. Damn it, are you asking for a beating? You'll be just as fat when you're our age. The two men were furious, rolling up their sleeves to teach Chen Tianan a lesson. Chen Tianan suddenly pulled out several stacks of cash from his pocket, slapped their faces, and then handed the money over. The two men's tempers softened after taking the money. Chen Tianan inwardly sneered at these lowly people who were blinded by money. Then he ordered, I'm trying to pick up a girl. I want you to play the villains, and you'll be the hero rescuing the beauty. The reward is 5,000 each. They'll transfer 1,000 to you first. Chen Tianan then scanned QR codes to pay each of them 1,000. Boss. Got it. The two men happily agreed. Chen Tianan looked at them with disgust. His lunch alone cost over 1,000. Even if someone offered him $1 million to do a job, he wouldn't spare a glance. The poorer one was the lower their bottom line, so these two men were willing to be his dogs for the price of a meal. The three of them then waited outside the rice noodle shop. Soon Fong Chushua walked out stretching lazily. Whoa, what a beauty. The two men stared wide-eyed. Chen Tianan's face darkened as he warned, that's my woman. You can play the villains, but no groping. I can pay you to do the job, but I can also pay to have you dealt with, understand? Understood. Though somewhat displeased, the two men didn't argue with Chen Tianan for the sake of money. Go ahead. Chen Tianan waved. The two middle-aged men cracked their knuckles and drooled as they ran toward Fong Chushua, blocking her from both front and back. Hey beauty, how about a few drinks with us? Give us some face, or at least add us on WeChat. They grew more excited. The beauty before them was a once-in-a-century sight. If not for the crowd, they would have started touching Fong Chushua. She coldly glanced at them and decisively pulled out her phone to call the police. Huh. The two men were dumbfounded. Chen Tianan, standing nearby, was also stunned. Wasn't this supposed to go differently? She should have screamed and looked scared, or at least scolded these ruffians. In any case, they should have bickered for a while, giving Chen Tianan a chance to. Golden Pedestrian Street had the heaviest foot traffic in Guangyuan City. Patrol officers frequently roamed nearby. Within 2 minutes, several uniformed figures appeared. The two men's faces changed drastically. Perhaps due to past misdeeds, they felt guilty and fled at full speed. Stop! The patrol officers gave chase. Fong Chushua breathed a sigh of relief and walked away. Boss, where's your girlfriend? The flower shop clerk approached anxiously. Chen Tianan, already furious, jumped up and slapped the clerk. Is a slap worth the price of the flowers? I don't want the flowers anymore. Consider them feeding a dog like you. Boo-hoo, you rich people bully me. The clerk ran away crying. After venting, Chen Tianan felt a little better. Chen Kaiyun approached with a dark expression. Tianan, is this your plan to pursue Fong Chushua? Chen Tianan quickly explained, that was just a minor accident. As long as I can create a chance to be alone with Fong Chushua, I'll definitely win her over. Don't disappoint me next time, Chen Kaiyun said discontentedly. The two continued their pursuit. Soon they saw Fong Chushua enter a 3-story office building. The storefront appeared newly opened without a sign yet. But inside, all equipment was in place and the hired staff had already arrived. Looks like it's a sizable clinic. Why is Fong Chushua here? Chen Kaiyun asked curiously. Chen Tianan looked up at this clinic and said with great satisfaction, setting up a 3-story clinic in a prime location. The scale is indeed impressive. But that's only relative to ordinary people. Compared to our Chen family, it's still far behind. Once I take over the reins from my father, I will definitely buy this clinic. Then I'll give it to Fong Chushua, and she will absolutely adore me. Chen Kaiyun frowned. Chen Tianan kept saying, our Chen family, and my father, as if he were already part of the family. He clearly didn't consider himself an outsider. Having lived together for over a decade, the Chen family had never treated Chen Tianan as an outsider either. But did Chen Tianan truly believe he would inherit the Chen family's assets, leaving nothing for Lin Chen? And what was this nonsense about buying the clinic and giving it to Fong Chushua? What kind of nonsense is that? Fong Chushua went inside. Third sister, let's go in too. Chen Tianan turned around excitedly, revealing his white teeth. Inside the new clinic, Fong Chushua walked in wearing a dress. The clinic staff's eyes brightened. They hadn't expected Dr. Fong to be so beautiful. Her beauty was usually concealed by her white coat. You're here. A bit late, Lin Chen said with a smile. Something happened on the way, but it's resolved. Fong Chushua said casually, not wanting to worry Lin Chen. As a school beauty, the pinnacle of looks, she had been harassed by arrogant troublemakers since middle school. Even after entering society, she was still targeted by nouveau riche who thought they had money, and even by some flashy spendthrifts or freeloaders. But she always protected herself well and decisively dealt with those nuisances. Fang Chuxua changed into her white coat and secretly glanced at Lin Chen. She didn't know when it started, but she had grown accustomed to seeing Lin Chen every day. Having this big boy in her world brought her a sense of peace and a touch of joy. Shaoli called out happily, "Boss, everyone's here. We can start the meeting." Lin Chen smiled and gestured for silence, then began explaining the layout of the new clinic. The new clinic was spacious with 3 floors. The first floor housed the nurse station, consultation rooms, treatment rooms, procedure rooms, and infusion rooms. The second floor contained the pharmacy and operating rooms with a shoe-changing area, changing room, shower room, and air shower. The third floor had staff dormitories and a few storage rooms. Each floor had restrooms, and there was an elevator. Staffing in addition to Lin Chen, there were 10 employees, 4 doctors, and 6 nurses. The chief physician was Fang Chuxua. The head nurse was Shaoli. Lin Chen said to Fang Chuxua, "Now you can explain the clinic's plans." "Emma, my plan is." Fang Chuxua cleared her throat and prepared to speak. "Fang Chuxua, I've come to see." A man's voice suddenly rang out from the first floor. The colleagues immediately looked at Fang Chuxua. Some of the newly hired male employees grew nervous, thinking Fang Chuxua had a boyfriend. Lin Chen recognized the voice and his expression darkened. "A rotten apple has arrived. Don't pay any attention, I'll continue listening to Dr. Fang's speech." Then Lin Chen took the elevator and slowly descended. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Fang Chen Tianan ran over with a look of pleasant surprise. But the moment he saw the person stepping out, he was stunned. "Lin Chen, it's you?" "Lin Chen," Chen Kaiyun exclaimed in surprise. She had thought she would be forced to go to the movies with Chen Tianan today, but she unexpectedly ran into Lin Chen. What a stroke of luck, finding him without any effort. Lin Chen didn't greet them warmly. "How did you find this place? Who's looking for me?" Fang Chuxua suddenly emerged from the emergency exit. She realized she cared too much about Lin Chen. When she heard the lecherous voice from the first floor, she knew some scumbag had set his sights on her beauty. Worried that Lin Chen might get involved, she thought for a moment, handed the speech to another doctor, and ran down to. She glanced at Chen Tianan and Chen Kaiyun, not recognizing them. "Lin Chen, come home with me," Chen Kaiyun said with a complex expression. "She's looking for you." Fang Chuxua looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Though she was a rival of Chen Kailin, she didn't know the other young members of the Chen family. She studied Chen Kaiyun carefully, finding her quite pretty, youthful, and lively. Not as elegant as herself, but younger. Fang Chuxua said with a hint of jealousy, "She wants you to go home with her. Is she an ex-girlfriend?" "No," Lin Chen replied with a smile. "They're just some things I used to know." This remark infuriated Chen Kaiyun. She could accept that her own brother didn't want to acknowledge her given how badly they had treated him before, but likening her to a thing. Did he hate her that much, not even regarding her as human? Chen Tianan was also, because Fang Chuxua was jealous of Lin Chen. He had always been superior to Lin Chen in every way since childhood. If he had met Fang Chuxua earlier, would Lin Chen have had a chance? Seeing Lin Chen's cold stare, Chen Kaiyun felt uneasy and quickly nudged Chen Tianan's arm, signaling him to speak for her. Chen Tianan immediately put on a kind smile. "Brother, look how much third sister cares about you. She went to great lengths to find you. Why don't you come back with us?" Lin Chen felt nauseated and said coldly, "Don't pretend in front of me, you dog. Get lost." He turned to Chen Kaiyun with an icy glare. "You too. Don't come looking for me again. The sight of you makes me sick." He could never forgive this family. He would always remember his past life when he was drowning in a sinking boat, struggling desperately, while the Chen family, those heartless beings, rowed frantically to rescue the fake young master. Chen Kaiyun's face changed. Though this wasn't the first time Lin Chen had rejected her, she still held hope. But now, knowing how much he despised her, her mind went blank, and she couldn't find the words. Chen Tianan, however, saw an opportunity to mend his relationship with his third sister and also slander Lin Chen in front of Fang Chuxua. After formulating his speech, he immediately put on a pitiful expression. Chen Tianan's voice carried a bubbly nasal quality, like a wrong submissive. Anyone who heard it would feel, especially older women, would dote on him. During his years in the Chen family, he had used this trick, often successfully, earning the devoted care of his 3 sisters over the past decade. Now he employed this bubbly tone to evoke memories of sibling affection in Chen Kaiyun, and more importantly, to carve a place for himself in Fang Chuxua's heart. "I'm sorry, brother. I used to be obedient, but I don't know why I've annoyed you. Please don't hate third sister because of me. Come home with us, okay?" After speaking, he stole a glance at Fang Chuxua. She remained cold and indifferent, her eyes even revealing a hint of disgust. Chen Tianan's heart tightened. Did the second miss of the Fang family not fall for the cute little brother act? Chen Kaiyun said angrily, "Lin Chen, I know you inexplicably hate Tianan, but you shouldn't hate the rest of the family because of him. Listen, come back with us. I know we've wronged you all these years, and he'll make it up to you." Chen Tianan was delighted to see his act had worked on his third sister. He quickly pleaded, Brother, it's fine if you hate me, but your family still cares about you. Like third sister, second sister, big sister, mom and dad. They're all waiting for you to come back for a wonderful reunion dinner. You're named Lin, but are you a member of the Chen family? Fang Chuxue looked at Lin Shun in surprise. The Fang and Chen families were century-old sworn enemies. Even if they had left their respective families for personal reasons, the deep-rooted rivalry couldn't be resolved so easily. I told you my surname is Lin, and I have nothing to do with the Chen family. Lin Shen said furiously. Brother. Chen Tianan felt that continuing this way would surely stir up conflict between Lin Shun and Fang Chuxue, so he prepared to press on. You beast, don't call me that. Lin Shen could no longer contain his rage. He rushed forward and drove his knee into Chen Tianan's stomach. Chen Tianan doubled over in pain, tears, snot, and saliva streaming down his face. Chen Saiyun, seeing her once timid brother suddenly turn violent, was both shocked and angry. Security. Security, come out. Someone's attacking. What's going on? Two uniformed guards rushed in from outside. He hit him. Chen Kaiyun pointed angrily at Lin Shun. Although she felt she had wronged Lin Shun and wanted him back in the family, she couldn't accept the bad habits he had developed. It was time to discipline this wayward brother as an older sister, ideally molding him to be as obedient as Chen Tianan used to be. Get out, you bastard. Lin Shun leaped up and delivered a resounding slap to Chen Tianan's face. Up. Chen Tianan screamed, clutching his reddened cheek and glaring at Lin Shun with a twisted expression. He could tolerate being slapped, but not in front of a beautiful woman. With his image completely shattered, how could he ever pursue Fang Chuxue? Are you security blind? He hit me again. Chen Tianan sat on the ground, pointing at Lin Shun and cursing, get this villain out of here, or he'll complain to your boss and get you fired. The two guards exchanged amused glances. Fang Chuxue was also amused. What are you laughing at? Chen Tianan was both humiliated and furious. Chen Kaiyun was also confused and angry. Is there no law? If not, let me tell you, the Chen family is the law in Guangyuan City. If you don't give us an explanation, this clinic won't stay open. One guard, eager to please Lin Chen, quickly pointed to him and said proudly, this is our clinic's owner. What did you say? Chen Tianan thought he had misheard. Chen Kaiyun was momentarily stunned. The other guard immediately stood at attention and saluted, boss, your orders. Throw these two bastards out. Lin Chen said coldly. Yes. The two guards lunged at the siblings like wolves. They grabbed their arms and dragged them out of the clinic. Only then did Chen Tianan and Chen Kaiyun fully believe that Lin Shun was the owner of this new clinic. Chen Kaiyun couldn't understand how Lin Shun, without any support, had started from scratch and opened a clinic in such a prime location on Golden Pedestrian Street. She was still studying at Yuandai University, and her brother was already a boss. Was Lin Shun really that capable? Brother, come home with me. Chen Kaiyun refused to give up. The more outstanding Lin Shun became, the more she regretted her past actions. Her nature was to despise the weak, but respect the strong. If Lin Shun were still as useless as before, she wouldn't have given him a second glance. Go home. That was impossible. Lin Shun would never be a member of the Chen family again. During his 5 years with the Chen family, he gained nothing but persecution and regression in all aspects. After leaving, he wanted to run his business and change his life. But this family wouldn't let him go, using every insidious tactic to destroy his career. He would never forgive such despicable relatives. Drag these two things out. Lin Chen urged with disgust. Chen Tianan's hatred for Lin Chen deepened. He looked enviously at Fang Chuxue. How could this loser open a shop in this location? In such a large clinic? Was he living off a woman? It must be Fang Chuxue supporting him. So he continued to play the victim. Brother, forgive third sister. If you must hate someone, hate me. And that beautiful lady next to you, won't you persuade my brother too? After all, no matter how deep the hatred, we are still family. Beautiful lady, let's add each other on WeChat to discuss how to change my brother. Slap him. Lin Chen wasn't fooled. One guard immediately released Chen Kaiyun to help his colleague. Together, they pinned Chen Tianan down and rained slaps on him. Sis, save me. Chen Tianan, with blood at the corner of his mouth, panically begged Chen Kaiyun for help. Stop it, Lin Chen. You've disappointed me. Chen Kaiyun stamped her feet in anxiety. Take your grievances home. Don't hurt Tianan, or he'll look down on you. Heh. Lin Chen laughed in fury. The Chen family has always looked down on me. Don't play the hypocrite. You care about him, don't you? Fine. Lin Chen strode outside, stopping before Chen Tianan. He looked down at the fake young master crouched. Boss. The two guards were excited to see Lin Chen. Your bonuses will be doubled this month. Lin, thank you, boss. Their faces lit up with joy. Lin Chen, don't you dare. Let Tianan go. Chen Kaiyun rushed over frantically. Let the men handle this. Fang Chuxue appeared beside her unexpectedly and grabbed her wrist. Brother. Chen Tianan looked up, trembling with fear, at Lin Chen. Do you really want me to go home? Lin Chen asked, looking down with a gaze full of mockery. Chen Tianan couldn't help but shiver. Damn, how would I dare to let you go home? The painful memory of you making me sit on an electric chair last time at home. And you almost exposed my identity in front of my classmates. I still dream about it from time to time. The reason Chen Tianan had urged Lin Chen to go home earlier was just to appease Chen Kaiyun, trying to mend his relationship with his third sister. Huh, that didn't seem right. Suddenly a flash of insight struck Chen Tianan, and he turned to look at the new clinic. Then he looked back at Lin Chen in astonishment. Could it be that this clinic was really opened by this good for nothing? He used the 5 million he extorted from me to open it. Chen Tianan was so angry he felt his lungs might explode. After all this scheming, it turned out he was the one who helped Lin Chen succeed. I'm such a fool. Chen Tianan beat his chest and stomped his feet in regret. Tianan, what are you doing? You didn't do anything wrong, there's no need to regret it. Chen Kaiyun exclaimed in surprise. Hearing this, Chen Tianan spat out another mouthful of blood. I really do regret it. But not for mistreating Lin Chen in the past. I regret inviting him home in the first place. There's no way I'm letting him come home this time. Brother. Chen Tianan put on a kind smiling face. I just think you have a misunderstanding about third sister. If you don't want to come home, that's fine, but you must apologize to third sister face to face. After all, you threw her good intentions to the dogs. Hearing this, Chen Kaiyun felt a little relieved and wasn't so annoyed with Chen Tianan anymore. After all, this obedient and sensible younger brother was always speaking up for her. Although he might have made a mistake that night, it was probably his first time. His nature was still good. Fine, let me feed this dog of yours something right now. Lin Chen wasn't about to indulge this beast Chen Tianan like the Chen family did. He had come to cause trouble time and again, or if he let him off easily this time, he would only come back worse next time. So Lin Chen grabbed him by the collar and dragged him toward the trash can. Brother, what are you doing? Lin Chen, let me go. Let go. You're nothing now. I am the young master of the Chen family. You can't touch me. Chen Tianan's heart was racing. He guessed Lin Chen was going to humiliate him and quickly reached out to hit Lin Chen. Seeing this, the two security guards nearby rushed over angrily and started raining slaps down on Chen Tianan. What nonsense about being the young master of the Chen family. Who are you trying to fool? Do you know how much our boss invested in this clinic? 2 or 3 million. A guy like you couldn't earn that much. Behave yourself. Hearing the sarcasm from these two lackeys, Chen Tianan was so angry he spat blood again. For the first time, he understood what it meant to be looked down upon by dogs. Chen Kaiyun struggled free from Fang Chukshu's hand, rushed up anxiously, and grabbed Lin Chen's arm tightly. Let him go. Don't you dare hurt Tianan. And don't you dare set your dogs on him. Others might not know who he is, but you do. At home, Mom and Dad can't bear to hit Tianan. How can you let these two commoners beat him? Hearing his third sister's words, a fire of rage ignited in Lin Chen's heart. Yes, Chen Hai and Ma Li couldn't bear to hit Chen Tianan. But all of you Chens were willing to hit me. 4 or 5 years you bullied and abused me every day. What did you just say? I let 2 commoners beat this piece of trash. What is he? And what am I? Lin Chen laughed in anger. As soon as he said this, the air seemed to freeze. The 2 security guards stopped. Chen Tianan's mouth hung open. Chen Kaiyun's heart was in her throat. Fang Chushue was also surprised, her gaze darting between Lin Chen and Chen Tianan. Anyone could tell there was a secret between them. There was gossip. Some didn't want to hear Lin Chen say it. Others were itching to know what the gossip was. Lin Chen had started his business only to be sabotaged by this family time and again. He couldn't take it anymore. You beasts. Want to mess with me? Then let's hurt each other. Chen Kaiyun, you just said that Mom and Dad can't bear to hit this beast. You also said others don't know who he is, but I do. There are plenty of people here who don't know his true identity, not the surface one. Lin Chen's smile was full of playful malice. Chen Kaiyun seemed to know what Lin Chen was about to say and panicked. Lin Chen, shut your mouth. For the sake of me still being your sister, show some decency. Chen Tianan panicked too and quickly grabbed Lin Chen's pant leg. Brother, I was wrong. If you want to hate, keep hating me. I want to ask you to come home anymore. I'll never ask you to come home again. Just let me go and don't talk nonsense in front of outsiders, okay? Just think of me as a dog and don't bother with. Wow. How did this guy's attitude suddenly become so submissive? Was he really the flashy rich man he appeared to be? The 2 security guards and the onlookers all stared in surprise. Fang Chushue was also extremely surprised. From her observations, she confirmed that these 2 were the younger brother and sister of her lifelong rival Chen Kaiyun. That Chen Tianan was naturally the most favored only son of the Chen family. The Chen family had never publicly revealed Lin Chen's identity, so everyone, including Fang Chushue, thought the Chen family only had one son, Chen Tianan. But now it didn't seem to be the case. A young master from a prestigious family would never make such a pleading gesture to an ordinary person. Lin Chen looked coldly at Chen Tianan and sneered, "What are you afraid of something?" Chen Tianan's eyes darted anxiously between the surrounding crowd and Fang Chushue. Goosebumps rose on his skin and he quickly hugged Lin Chen's leg. Brother, the reason I call you brother is you are not my real brother. I swear to everyone he is not my real brother. If I'm lying, may I be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. He is Lin, I am Chen. Chen Tianan couldn't let his identity be exposed at any cost. He made this fierce oath first to pacify the curious onlookers. Besides, Lin Chen really wasn't his biological brother. One of the security guards, half understanding, said, "What do you mean? Were you good buddies, and then you did something to betray our boss?" Yes, you understand perfectly. Chen Tianan nodded frantically. It was fine if everyone thought that way, even if it meant being misunderstood as a traitor to his good friend Lin Chen. That was still better than having his identity as the Chen family's adopted son exposed. Fang Shushua, being sharper than most, suddenly questioned, "I don't think that's it. There must be a bigger secret. People from prestigious families have their pride. Even if they betray a so-called friend, they don't think it's a big deal. They're like warlords, who doesn't have their schemes. How could anyone be so extremely anxious just because they wronged someone for profit?" That made sense. The crowd turned their suspicious gazes back to Chen Tianan. Chen Kaiyun suddenly grabbed Lin Chen's arm excitedly and whispered, "Lin Chen, be obedient. Don't disappoint me. If you want to return to the Chen family, you must first consider the family's honor. Besides, Fang Shushua from the Fang family is here. Some things are best left unsaid." Chen Kaiyun's eyes revealed profound disappointment in Lin Chen. She had thought her younger brother had grown wiser, matured in mind, and become more steady in character. But he hadn't. Instead, he had become rash. The old Lin Chen would have endured. Couldn't this Lin Chen? Is it so hard for you? Brother, the bigger picture matters. We're both students. I understand this principle. Don't you? Chen Kaiyun wore an expression of exasperation. Get lost. Lin Chen shoved her hard. He pushed Chen Kaiyun away. She stumbled backward, staring at Lin Chen in shock. Lin Chen pointed furiously at Chen Kaiyun and yelled, "It's not me begging to return with you. It's you who came repeatedly begging me to come back. Get that straight. So don't flatter yourself. But you're right, it's time to calm down. Not for me, though. For this bastard to cool off." With that, Lin Chen grabbed Chen Tianan and dragged him toward the trash bin. Panic seized Chen Tianan, but he knew his only hope was to plead with his third sister. "Third sister, save me. I'm dying, he's going to kill me." The fake young master's cries sent a jolt of alarm through Chen Kaiyun. She rushed forward, grabbed Lin Chen's arm again, and snapped, "I forbid you from harming Tianan. I warn you repeatedly. Otherwise you'll lose my support, and father will never forgive you." Chen Kaiyun felt a pang of guilt, but it stemmed from her appreciation of Lin Chen's newfound intelligence. In terms of affection, her bond with Chen Tianan, whom she had known for over a decade, ran deeper. "Chen Kaiyun, are you out of your mind? Get lost." Lin Chen was both angry and amused. He shook his hand sharply, pushing Chen Kaiyun away again. Her expression shifted as she regained her balance and lunged forward once more, trying to stop Lin Chen. She was determined to rescue her well-behaved brother from Lin Chen's clutches today. This ignited Lin Chen's fury. "Don't think I won't hit you just because you're a woman. Go ahead. Hit me. He'll stand here and let you." Chen Kaiyun shouted angrily. "In front of everyone, let them see the clinic owner hitting a woman. Will your business survive that?" "You." Lin Chen hadn't expected her to play that card. "Heh." Chen Kaiyun smirked. Earlier, she had worried that a crowd would harm the Chen family's reputation. But now she welcomed the onlookers. The more the merrier, for it gave her leverage over Lin Chen. Just as she was gloating, a white shadow darted forward. Startled, she turned just in time to see the figure's face before a fierce slap landed on her. The sharp crack of the slap left everyone gaping in astonishment. Then a cheer erupted from the crowd. "Well done." Chen Xian, her face red and hair disheveled, glared at Fang Shushua. "How dare you hit me?" Fang Shushua replied coldly, "It's clear your family has said something terrible to Lin Chen. He was so kind and good-natured. For him to change like this shows how vicious you are. Since he can't strike you..." Chen Kaiyun fumed. "Fang Shushua, are you stupid? Attacking me? Do you want to ignite a full-scale war between the Chen and Fang families? You, the second daughter of the Fang family, can you bear that responsibility? The Fang family is the Fang family. Oh, I am myself." Fang Shushua said softly, her expression troubled, as if harboring a secret. "Is that so, you wretch?" Chen Kaiyun had always been a prominent figure at school. At the prestigious Yuan University, she even served as student council president. She had always been above others. How could she stomach such humiliation? How could she endure such a loss? Her beautiful eyes widened as she suddenly shoved Fang Shushua. Caught off guard, Fang Shushua stumbled backward. Chen Kaiyun seized the moment, stepped forward, and raised her hand, aiming a vicious slap at Fang Shuxia's cheek. Unsteady, Fang Shushua couldn't react in time. She stared in shock at the descending hand, bracing for the blow. But suddenly a large hand caught the descending palm. "Lin Chen, you." Chen Kaiyun stared at him, overwhelmed with grievance. Her own brother siding with a woman from the Fang family against her. Taking advantage, Fang Shushua delivered another resounding slap. Slap. A fiery handprint bloomed on Chen Kaiyun's reddened cheek. At that moment, she could no longer bear the injustice and collapsed to the ground. "Lin Chen, you're despicable." Chen Kaiyun wailed loudly. She felt all her efforts for Lin Chen had been thrown to the dogs. Chen Tianan jeered at Lin Chen. "You let a Fang woman hit third sister. You're an accomplice. You're finished. Now the whole family hates you. You'll never earn mom and dad's forgiveness." Lin Chen then remembered he hadn't dealt with this bastard yet. Was he getting cocky again? "Let's go." Lin Shun continued, dragging Chen Tianan toward the trash bin. Let me go? Third sister, save me. Chen Tianan struggled desperately. The two security guards rushed over and rained a flurry of slaps on him. Chen Tianan finally quieted down. At last Lin Shun hauled him to the trash bin. A foul stench emanated from it with flies and other nameless insects buzzing around. Chen Tianan took a whiff and immediately retched. Are you sober now, you beast? Lin Shun sneered. Lin Shun, what do you think you're doing? Remember your place. Chen Tianan shouted frantically. If this had happened during his 5 years in the Chen family, he would have fought back. He could have overpowered Lin Shun, punched him a few times, and forced him to kneel and apologize. Afterward, he could have twisted the truth, making it seem like Lin Shen's fault, turning the whole Chen family against him. But now he couldn't beat Lin Shen, so he had to appeal to reason and emotion. Brother, listen. At home, no matter how much father hates and scolds you, mother has always indulged and loved, and I am also the son mother deeply loves. If you dare to harm or humiliate me, mother will stop loving you. You'll lose the only one who loves you. You must consider the consequences. I've thought it through. Lin Shen suddenly grabbed Chen Tianan's head and shoved his face into the trash bin. But that wasn't enough to vent his anger. He then rubbed the bastard's face against the foul, oozing trash bin, scrubbing it up and down and side to side. The only one who loves you. That was the biggest joke Lin Shen had ever heard. He had long realized that the Chens they detested him to the bone. Molly, mother. She claimed to love him, but it was all hypocrisy. It was only to satisfy her pride as a mother. On one hand, she said things like, "You're both my sons, I love you." On the other, she found excuses such as Lin Shen lacks discipline and won't change. This helped alleviate her guilt for neglecting and manipulating him. Lin Shun felt his arm grow tired before finally releasing his grip. Chen Tianan gasped like a drowning man, suddenly, save jerking his head up. His head was covered in scraps of food, stinking water bags, and unidentifiable liquids. They drenched his hair and soiled his face. Drops of juice trickled down. Because his face had been scrubbed like a rag, flies and unknown insects were crushed and stuck to his skin. Lin Shen felt deeply disgusted and quickly moved away from the false young master. The others also stepped back, expressions of revulsion on their faces. Even Chen Kaiyun was stunned, hurriedly pinching her nose and retreating. She cared deeply for this adoptive brother, but she had to consider her own status as a lady of a noble family, didn't she? Chen Tianan wished he could die, having lost so much face in front of so many people. Yet he couldn't bear to give up his identity as the young master of a noble house. He still had the Chen family inheritance to claim in the future. Wah! He couldn't help but vomit. Boo! A wave of jeers erupted from the crowd. They found Chen Tianan even more repulsive. Some couldn't help but retch along with him. Fong Chux's gossipy curiosity was piqued. She asked, "What exactly is your relationship with him?" Lin Shen thought, "I can't let this bastard off easy. Revealing his identity wouldn't hurt him anyway. Let the Chen family squirm. Let Chen Hai deal with the final. Satisfy your curiosity." Lin Shun sneered, ready to spill the secret. "Don't push the Chen family, please." Chen Kaiyun begged urgently. "Brother." Chen Tianan suddenly fell to his knees with a thud. The young master of the Chen family, kneeling to Lin Shun. At this sight, Fong Chuxue was dumbfounded. The onlookers didn't know Chen Tianan's identity, but she did. He was the future heir to the Chen family's fortune. She grew even more curious about the connection between Lin Shun and Chen Tianan. Lin Shun glanced at Chen Tianan, showing no mercy. "Everyone this man is named. Wait, he'll pay." Chen Tianan whispered. "Hey." That made things easier. Lin Shun knew Chen Tianan had money. This bastard was full of schemes. He couldn't guarantee Chen Tianan wouldn't use money to hire someone to kill him. If Chen Tianan had no money, then he and his adoptive parents would be safe. He had to push Chen Tianan to this point. Only when this treacherous scoundrel was broke could he do no evil. "It's crowded here. Let's talk privately," Lin Shun said. Privately. Not being overheard was perfect. Chen Tianan breathed a sigh of relief. He forced a bitter smile. "Let me use your clinic shower to clean up first." Not only his head and face were filthy, his body was as dirty as a beggar sleeping in a dump. The bastard was so stinky that letting him use the clinic shower would ruin business. Still, it was unpleasant to stay near him in such a state. Lin Shen pointed to a nearby car wash. "Wash? What? You want to humiliate me like this?" Chen Tianan trembled with rage. "Boss, who is this person exactly? What's your relationship with him?" Other clinic colleagues came down to watch the drama. Chen Tianan panicked and shouted, "I'll go, I'll go." He ran to the car wash and used the high-pressure water gun to clean himself. Afterward, he looked as if drenched by a torrential rain. Though the surface grime and dirty water were gone, the stench had seeped into his pores. He still reeked. And the high-pressure water had pummeled him like hundreds of punches, leaving him in pain. Lin Shen took Chen Tianan into a private room on the first floor of the clinic for a secret talk. The onlookers sensed a big story and lingered outside waiting for the outcome. Chen Kaiyun was frantic. She couldn't let Chen Tianan's identity be exposed. Otherwise, her adoptive brother's life and future would be ruined. She quickly turned to Fang Chuxue and begged, talk to Lin Chen. This all started because of you. You have to take responsibility. What does it have to do with me? Fang Chuxue found it ridiculous. Chen Kaiyun fumed, because Tiannan wanted to pursue you, and that's how he ran into Lin Chen. You caused their conflict. You must be responsible. Fang Chuxue scoffed. Him? Pursue me? Who does he think he is? Fang Chuxue's disdain for her adoptive brother made Chen Kaiyun furious. Don't look down on Tiannan. In terms of background and looks, how is he not good enough for you? Fang Chuxue paused, then shook her head contemptuously. He may dress flashy, take better care of himself than a woman, and act all noble. But I feel he's inherently cheap. That cheapness can't be faked or acted. It's innate. Nonsense. Fang Chuxue, don't be so arrogant. My Tiannan is not to be insulted. Chen Kaiyun was livid. Fang Chuxue found it amusing. Others may fear your Chen family, but I don't. Besides, he just ate trash and knelt to Lin Chen. That's humiliating enough. Is my contempt worse than that? Chen Kaiyun was speechless. She tried to rush into the clinic to save Chen Tiannan, but 2 loyal security guards blocked her. You dogs, how dare you stop me? I'm from the Chen family. Chen Kaiyun ground her teeth in fury. Oh, the Chen family. What's that? One guard laughed as if had heard the world's biggest joke. The other guard sneered. Our boss invested millions in this clinic. Can your so-called Chen family afford even a tenth of that? You? Chen Kaiyun finally felt like she was talking to a brick wall. She wished she could drive her luxury car in to shock these guards. Let them understand what a colossal entity the Chen family was. Untouchable by commoners. But she had come in Chen Tainan's car today. She didn't have the keys. Frustrated, Chen Kaiyun quickly pulled out her phone and dialed Chen Hai. The call connected. Chen Hai's angry voice boomed. I said I'm busy. I need to see that unfilial son. Talk later. Wait, Dad. Do you know where Lin Chen is? Chen Kaiyun asked urgently. Of course. There are doctors and nurses there. I'll forget it. I hope he regrets it. Chen Hai's voice carried an indescribable melancholy. Then he hung up. Chen Kaiyun's eyes lit up. Dad was coming to the clinic to see the unfilial son. Did Dad know Lin Chen had offended Tiannan? Tiannan was saved. Lin Chen, you've disappointed me so much. You shouldn't have been so ruthless to family, shouldn't have tortured Tiannan like this. When Dad gets here, you'll regret it. Chen Kaiyun felt much lighter, eagerly anticipating the moment Lin Chen would kneel and beg for mercy. She had no idea that Chen Hai was actually rushing to the city hospital to visit the unfilial son, who had been beaten and hospitalized. Lin Chen brought Chen Tiannan to a private room in the clinic and locked the door. Once assured of safety, Chen Tiannan spoke first, laughing heartily. Brother, I'll give you 5 million. Just spare me this time. Lin Chen's expression turned icy. 5 million, and you think I'll let you off? If I don't make you utterly miserable, how could I face my reborn self? Lin Chen said in a deep voice, open your phone. Brother, don't go too far. We're brothers. Chen Tiannan tried to appeal to family bonds. Brothers? Huh. Slap. Lin Chen first struck the wretched man across the face. He'll open it for you right now. Chen Tiannan finally panicked and backed down. Lin Chen then threw him roughly to the ground. Chen Tiannan's forehead hit the floor, causing him to sit in pain, clutching his head as tears fell. Still playing the victim. If Molly saw this, she'd rush over, embrace her precious son, and shower him with. Only Lin Chen knew he was a venomous, scheming man. How utterly disgusting. Furious, Lin Chen kicked him. Chen Tiannan screamed, finally realizing that the current Lin Chen was not easily fooled. The more he stalled, the worse the punishment. Reluctantly, he unlocked his phone. Open all your banking apps and payment software. Lin Chen commanded. Chen Tiannan stammered, okay. Lin Chen noticed him deliberately avoiding the photo album. Realizing something, he snatched the phone. No. Chen Tiannan panicked and tried to grab it back, but Lin Chen kicked him to the ground, subduing him. Lin Chen checked the album and was stunned. The album was filled with secretly taken photos of girls, or those willingly taken in revealing attire. Brother, please give me back my phone. Chen Tiannan knelt and pleaded desperately. If these photos were exposed, he would lose all chance of inheriting the Chen family business. Lin Chen thought of a malicious trick. He took out his own phone and recorded Chen Tiannan kneeling and begging. Then he recorded the contents of Chen Tiannan's album. Seeing this, Chen Tiannan felt utterly hopeless. This leverage was immense. Only then did Lin Chen. All right, open all your apps, Lin Chen threatened. Dejectedly, Chen Tiannan opened them one by one. Lin Chen counted and erupted in fury. 21,200,000. Transfer it all to me. This wretch had amassed such wealth over the years in the Chen family through theft, deception, and selling corporate secrets. He was still in school. What would happen if he later got involved in the Chen family business? Of course, Chen Tiannan's money didn't stop there. A large portion had undoubtedly been squandered. Chen Tiannan suddenly said through gritted teeth, "They'll give you everything, but you must delete the video you recorded. Otherwise, even if I die, you won't get a single cent." Are you sure? Lin Chen stared hard at Chen Tiannan. Chen Tiannan felt a pang of guilt and couldn't meet his eyes. In truth, Lin Chen knew that the only thing that made Chen Tianan cautious was the fear that the photos would be exposed, ruining his perfect image in the Chen family and his chance to inherit the business. If he kept the videos after getting what he wanted, Chen Tianan would likely fight to the death. The recordings on his phone he might end up losing the money and even face jail time. And Chen Tianan's ill-gotten gains could be whitewashed by the Chen family's influence. Agreed, Lin Chen said. Chen Tianan breathed a sigh of relief, his survival instinct fully awakened. He first deleted the inappropriate photos from his own phone. Then he transferred the money from the apps to Lin Chen. "Brother, your turn," he said nervously. For him, losing money was better than disaster. Losing over 20 million today was a loss, but in the future, as head of the Chen family, he could recover it all. Lin Chen then deleted and destroyed the video he had recorded. Chen Tianan trembled with rage. "A win-win. Bullshit. I lost 20 million. And you, Lin Chen," Chen Tianan said bitterly. "My money's gone, brother. Let's forget today ever happened." Lin Chen slapped him again and scolded, "This money came from years of you swindling and framing me in the Chen family's name. Since I'm already seen as hopeless in the Chen family's eyes, I don't care what they think of me anymore. Today I take back." Chen Tianan covered his left cheek, looking at Lin Chen with shock and fear. In his heart, he lamented that all the money he had painstakingly accumulated by framing Lin Chen over the years had ultimately benefited Lin Chen. "Get lost." Lin Chen spat with disgust. Chen Tianan felt a sense of relief, hurriedly opened the door, and scrambled out. Outside, he saw many onlookers and fled in terror toward the parking lot. "Tianan, did Lin Chen hurt you?" Chen Kaiyun rushed after him anxiously. The two got into the luxury car, and Chen Tianan floored the accelerator to escape the prying eyes of the crowd. "Lin Chen, the humiliation I suffered today, I will repay 1,000-fold." He stared at the clinic in the rearview mirror, his eyes filled with bitter hatred. "Third sister, let's go home. I need a good bath," he said bitterly. Lin Chen went too far. Chen Kaiyun said, quickly moving away from Chen Tianan. "This foster brother really stank. No, we can't go home. We need to wait for Dad here," Chen Kaiyun urged. "Dad, he's coming," Chen Tianan asked excitedly. Chen Kaiyun said firmly, "Yes, Dad said he's on his way. If he finds out what Lin Chen did to you, he'll be furious. Then he'll teach Lin Chen a lesson and get justice for you." "Great, let's stay and wait for Dad." A ray of hope seemed to pierce Chen Tianan's gloomy world. After all the evidence in his album was already deleted, he wasn't afraid of the Chen family going to war with Lin Chen for his sake. "Lin Chen, enjoy your moment. When Dad arrives, you're finished." "Third sister, I'm hungry. I forgot to bring money. Can you buy me something to eat?" Chen Tianan looked at Chen Kaiyun pitifully. Chen Kaiyun stared at him in surprise, utterly puzzled. This foster brother never lacked money. Mom gave him 10,000 weekly. How could he have no money for food? City People's Hospital. A black Bentley pulled into a parking spot. A Guang and his underlings scurried over, bowing humbly. They personally opened the door for Chen Hai. "Good day, Chairman." They bowed respectfully. "Which ward is Lin Chen in?" Chen Hai stepped out looking excited. He couldn't wait to see the beautiful scene of his battered, swollen-faced son clinging to his leg and begging for. At the Municipal People's Hospital in the inpatient ward room 3102, Zhong Yu and his two lackeys lay on the hospital beds groaning in pain. Their faces were wrapped in gauze, revealing only their swollen eyes, crooked noses, and sausage-like lips. "Young Master Zhong, please pay our medical bills." A lackey pleaded. "Pay your ass." Zhong Yu fumed, grabbing a pillow and hurling it at him. His hands were swollen like pig trotters after being beaten by the group of burly men who had appeared out of nowhere, making it impossible for him to even operate his phone or call for help. He was bewildered. How could a commoner like Lin Chen, who ran a small shop in a secluded alley of the old street, possibly have the power to hire such fierce thugs to teach him a lesson? "Young Master Zhong, we must avenge this insult," one lackey said, unable to swallow his pride. Zhong Yu also couldn't let it go, but if Lin Chen really had that much influence. Revenge. Easier said than done. He felt the need to investigate Lin Chen's background. Just then a nurse burst in, beaming with excitement. "Your father has paid your medical bills, so you don't have to worry." He also said to just remember his kindness. "My father paid for me." Zhong Yu was stunned. "Young Master Zhong, this is an opportunity. It seems you've turned misfortune into fortune." The old master isn't angry. Instead, he dotes on you even more. The two lackeys congratulated him, which also related to Zhong Ye's situation. The Zhong family had an abundance of male heirs, with 5 sons vying for inheritance rights. This time Zhong Yu had been given a strict order. He must win Fang Chux's heart. If successful, he would take the lead in the succession race. But he had failed spectacularly. He had expected the family head to punish or neglect him. Instead, the head had shown concern by paying his medical bills. This was a clear signal of his regard. Could it be that I'm actually that important in father's eyes? Zhong Yu was deeply moved. "Patient in room 3102, your father is here to see you. He brought a lot of bodyguards. I never expected you to come from a wealthy family." The nurses gathered around, their eyes sparkling with admiration. The two lackeys looked at young Master Zhong with envy. Truly those born with a silver spoon are different. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhong Yu flirted with the nurses planning to enjoy their company during his hospital stay, relying on his prestigious family background. Unfilial son. A cold voice rang out. Father. Zhong Yu responded instinctively. Wait, why is he calling me unfilial? Confused, he turned his head toward the door and saw the figure of a stranger. Who the hell are you? He asked in bewilderment. The Zhong family was a second-tier family in Guanyuan City. As a young heir not yet involved in the family business, he had never had the chance to meet top-tier figures like Chen Hai. Then he saw Guang and the other thugs behind Chen Hai and was dumbfounded. The two lackeys panicked, scrambling around the hospital beds like headless flies. Chen Hai had entered with high expectations, but when he heard someone call him father, he immediately sensed something amiss. The voice was wrong. He looked closely at the three gauze-wrapped individuals. Though their faces were bandaged, their builds, outlines, and auras were completely different from Lin Chen's. You bastard, who are you? Chen Hai roared. You're the old bastard. Who are you? Zhong Yu retorted. The assistant realized they had beaten the wrong person. He quickly apologized to Chen Hai. I'm sorry, Chairman, I didn't know. Get lost. Chen Hai jumped up and slapped the assistant hard. You useless troublemaking waste. If this happens again, don't expect to keep your position. You've wasted my time. Chen Hai left the room with a livid face. Brother Liu. Guang and the others realized their mistake. Idiots. All of you deduct your wages. The assistant jumped up and gave Guang, the leader, a resounding slap. Then he hurriedly chased after Chen Hai. Guang scowled, turning his gaze to Zhong Yu and the two others. Wait, what are you trying to do? This is a hospital. Don't mess around. Zhong Yu panicked, screaming at the top of his lungs. Beat them. Guang and his men vented their anger on the three bedridden patients. They were beaten so badly they jumped and screamed. They could have been discharged in a week, but now they'd have to stay for another half-month. Meanwhile, Chen Hai angrily drove his black Bentley home. On the way, unable to contain his fury, he called Lin Chen. The call was instantly declined. Unfilial son. Chen Hai's brows knitted into a tight line. That unfilial son could have blocked him, but didn't. He let the call go through only to hang up immediately. He had done this several times, clearly trying to mess with his mind. Chen Hai wanted to block Lin Chen's number, but he was afraid that if he couldn't reach him, Lin Chen might do something to damage the Chen family's reputation. Just as he was fuming, his phone rang again. The caller ID showed it was his third daughter, Chen Kaiyun. Chen Hai, not in the mood to deal with anything else, hung up. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Chen family gathered at the dining table. Chen Hai slammed his chopsticks down. He was a traditional man who would never tolerate a family member missing dinner without permission. Where are Kaiyun and Tianan? He demanded angrily. We don't know. Chen Kaiwei and Chen Kalin replied, confused. Ma Li's heart tightened, and she quickly took out her phone to call her adopted son. Mom. Chen Tianan's excited voice came through the phone. Put it on speaker. Chen Hai ordered. Molly complied, asking anxiously, why aren't you home? It's dinner time. Aren't you hungry out there? Her voice was filled with deep concern. Chen Tianan was touched, because during the 5 years Lin Chen had lived with the Chen family, no one had ever remembered to call him for meals. But every Chen family member remembered to call Chen Tianan. What moved him even more was that his adoptive mother cared more about him than her third daughter. At dinner time, her first thought was of him, worried he might be starving. Filled with happiness, Chen Tianan said into the phone, Mom, go ahead and eat. Third sister and I are waiting for Dad. What? Waiting for me? Chen Hai was puzzled. Molly quickly said, why are you waiting for your father? He's sitting at the dinner table right now. Huh? Didn't Dad say he was coming to see brother? Chen Tianan asked in surprise. Chen Hai. Molly cried out excitedly. How could you treat Tianan like this? Did you stand him up? How can you be a father? I still don't understand what's going on. Chen Hai roared in frustration. He snatched the phone and put it to his ear. Where are you and Kaiyun now? At Golden Pedestrian Street. Why did you go there? Dad, didn't you tell us to wait for you at Golden Pedestrian Street? Chen Kaiyun's anxious voice came through as well. Dad, you said you were coming to the clinic to see Lin Chen. You made me wait here all afternoon. Little brother is exhausted. Why haven't you come yet? Nonsense. Did I ever say I'd wait for you there? Chen Hai's irritation grew. He shouted angrily, come home immediately. When you get here, explain everything clearly. After hanging up, his eldest daughter Chen Saiwei tactfully said, I'd like to eat first because I have a dinner engagement at 9:30. Chen Hai's stance was firm. He snorted coldly. No one touches their chopsticks before Tianan returns. Is that proper manners? Do you want him to come home to your leftovers? Chen Kalin, recalling the day's events in the old street, couldn't help but say to Chen Hai, Dad, I went to the clinic in the old street today to find Lin Chen. Why did you go looking for him? Chen Hai's eyes blazed with fury. Chen Kalin hastily explained, I just wanted to persuade Lin Chen to come home and admit his mistakes. I think he can still be saved. Whether he can be saved or not, I know better than anyone. Chen Hai slammed down his chopsticks in anger again. From now on, don't meddle in Lin Chen's affairs. You're a big star. Why bother with ordinary people like him? Mind your image. The room fell into a... Alright, tell me. What did you find in the old street? Chen Hai sighed after a moment. He wanted to understand why it wasn't Lin Chen lying in the city people's hospital. Chen Kalen recounted everything she had seen and heard. What? The clinic is empty. Chen Hai found it unbelievable. He wasn't concerned about a brawl among lowlifes. What he cared about was what that rebellious son was up to. Could it be that the Lin family clinic was ruined by me? Couldn't sustain the business, so they cleared out. Chen Kaiwei interjected with a smile. Most small and medium enterprises couldn't withstand our pressure, let alone a clinic in a rundown place like the old street. I reckon Lin Chen sold off everything valuable to pay off his debts. Chen Hai sneered with satisfaction. That ungrateful brat finally realizes how tough it is out there. The Chen family gave him such a good environment to grow up in, yet he didn't appreciate it. Now he knows regret, huh? There's more suffering in store for him. Molly smiled. More importantly, Lin Chen will now understand that Fang Chuxue is unreliable and will leave her. Chen Kalen said scornfully, Fang Chuxue is a loser. If she and Lin Chen have a falling out, they'll never speak to each other again. Who's better to him than his own family? For instance, if Lin Chen makes me angry, I might choose to forgive him. It was 9:30. Chen Tianan and Chen Kaiyan drove home. Their spirits were low, having been bullied by Lin Chen earlier that. Then they had been stood up by Chen Hai for the entire afternoon. Before getting out of the car, Chen Tianan pleaded pitifully to Chen Sen. Third sister, please keep it a secret that Lin Chen bullied me. If Dad finds out I ate garbage, he'll be furious. Dad is getting old if his health suffers from emotional turmoil. Also, I choose to forgive brother for what he did. I don't want Dad to blame him. He wasn't that kind-hearted. He said this purely to avoid tarnishing his image in Chen Hai's eyes. After all, an heir to a wealthy family couldn't tolerate the stain of having his head shoved into a trash can. Chen Kaiyun was deeply moved and smiled. Tianan, you are such a filial son. Don't worry, I won't tell Dad. He'll just say Lin Chen opened a shop on Gold Pedestrian Street. Lin Chen is lucky to have a brother like you who protects him. I hope he truly repents, turns over a new leaf, and comes back to the Chen family to live well. Chen Tianan clenched his teeth in hatred. Lin Chen, why the hell won't he just die? But he still forced a touched smile and said, I hope brother can understand our good intentions. The two then entered the villa. Chen Tianan rushed to the bathroom to shower. He used an entire bottle of imported French shower gel worth over 1,000 yuan. Then he scrubbed himself with a steel brush to barely remove the stench of garbage. The Chen family waited another half hour for him. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the whole family finally sat down to dinner. Although Chen Kaiwei was dissatisfied, she had no choice but to cancel her dinner engagement at 9:30. Chen Hai was somewhat angry that Chen Tianan and Chen Kaiyun had delayed dinner by coming back so late. Explain. Why are you back so late? His face was ashen. Molly immediately pointed at Chen Kaiyun and scolded. As an older sister, don't you remember mealtime? Why set a bad example and drag your brother around outside so late? Chen Kaiyun hurriedly explained. It's like this. This morning Tianan and I were going to the movies, but on the way we suddenly saw Fang Chuxue. At this point Chen Kaiyun paused and secretly glanced at Chen Tianan. He frantically blinked and shook his head at her. Chen Kaiyun decided to cover up for her adoptive brother's foolish attempt to woo Fang Chuxue. To make a long story short, we thought since Lin Chen is infatuated with Fang Chuxue, if she was here, he must be nearby too. So Tianan and I decided to follow them. As it turned out, we were right. They've opened a new pharmacy on Changming Road in Gold Pedestrian Street. Chen Kalen exclaimed in surprise. No wonder their old street pharmacy was cleared out. It wasn't a closure, they just moved and expanded. Chen Hai's face flushed with embarrassment. He took out his phone, handed it to Chen Siyun, and ordered, point out on the map where they've opened their clinic. Chen Kaiyun quickly complied. Looking at the location on the map, Chen Hai said somberly, this is a prime spot at the front of the pedestrian street. The previous owner ran a hotel. It wasn't that the business was failing, but he lost all his money gambling and had to sell cheaply. Molly exclaimed joyfully, is Lin Chen's luck turning? I didn't expect him to make something of himself out there. Relying on a woman is no accomplishment. Chen Hai roared. How could a loser like him afford such a prime location worth millions? He must have borrowed money from the Fang family to open the shop thinking he's made it. In truth, he's disgraced the Chen family. Does he think we can't help him? Damn it. Traitor. Chen Tianan smiled bitterly. Every word Chen Hai said stabbed into his heart. Molly, hearing her own son being scolded like this, was heartbroken. She wiped her tears and said, Lin Chen, why can't you understand your father's good intentions? If you don't want to stay home, you can live at school after you finish your college entrance exams properly. If you want to do business, your father will fully support you after you graduate from university. Why can't you wait to enter society so early? Now you're suffering and you still don't understand. How can we make you see reason? Mom, don't cry. Brother will understand one day. Chen Tianan quickly grasped Molly's cold hand to comfort her. Molly did feel a bit better. She still had another obedient and sensible son who might one day help his brother escape his troubles. Chen Kaiwei also couldn't accept Lin Chen opening a large new clinic on Gold Pedestrian Street. If Lin Chen had his own career, he would have his own ideas and no longer depend on the Chen family. Then how could she still make him listen to her and have a child with Mao Xiaomiao? That I have a good idea. Chen Kaiwei suggested with some pain in her heart. Tell me, do you have a way to keep that unfilial son from disgracing us outside? Chen Hai asked, a hint of anticipation in his voice. He knew well his eldest daughter's capabilities, as she had essentially taken over the management of both internal and external affairs of the Chen group. During the years Chen Kaiwei had led the family enterprise, the business had flourished, a testament to her vision and strategic acumen. Chen Kaiwei paused for a moment, then said softly, for Lin Chen to open a clinic on Gold Street is quite an achievement in the eyes of ordinary people. But from the perspective of our distinguished family, there's still a considerable gap. We possess something that can make ordinary people feel forever out of reach and utterly suffocated. That is the power of capital that can crush everything. With enough investment, we can open a clinic in the same location that dwarfs Lin Chen's. We can hire more prestigious doctors, such as attending physicians from major hospitals, at high prices. We can also invite professors from medical universities to be our clinic's honorary physicians. With the infusion of capital, we will surely crush Lin Chen's clinic in the medical field. It won't be long before he's drowning in debt. The more he struggles, the deeper he'll sink into a vicious cycle. Once burdened with debt, he'll never recover. Chen Hai fell silent. This plan was indeed ruthless. Moreover, the Chen family had ample funds to invest in this venture. Chen Kailan felt an inexplicable unease and complained, "Big sister, aren't you being too harsh on Lin Chen? If he's doing well and not bringing shame to our family, why not let him be? Why must you cut off his livelihood and destroy his future?" Chen Kailan remembered that not long after Lin Chen left home, Chen Kaiwei was the first in the family to speak up for him. How could it be that now in such a short time the eldest sister was devising such a scheme to suppress him, as if he were a mortal enemy? This tactic was no longer just a minor family squabble. It was a method used against business rivals meant to drive Lin Chen into a corner. When Lin Chen was still at home, it was the Chun family who wronged and misunderstood him. Shouldn't the eldest sister understand this? So why was she doing this? Seeing her younger sister's reproachful gaze, Chen Kaiwei awkwardly turned her face away. The third sister, Chen Saiyun, also decided to say something in Lin Chen's defense. Although she felt hurt by Lin Chen's apparent coldness and ingratitude, she believed it was merely his way of venting the grievances he had endured over the past 5 years. The Chen family had indeed wronged Lin Chen, and his anger was justified. Therefore, there was no need to suppress him to such an extent. So she advised tactfully, "Big sister, Lin Chen is our own brother after all. We shouldn't treat him like a sworn enemy, should we?" A wave of sorrow washed over Chen Kaiwei at these words. Yes, she too knew that her plan to suppress Lin Chen was excessive. They were family, and the Chen family had indeed treated him poorly in the past. Now that Lin Chen had left home to start his own venture, for her, the eldest sister, to obstruct him with all her might to scheme and destroy truly made her unworthy of the title sister. But who could understand Chen Kaiwei's predicament? Thinking this, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Chen Tianan, and her belief in Chen Hai's future arrangements grew stronger. She did have feelings for Chen Tianan, but it wasn't love, and she absolutely could not let such a thing happen. She laughed bitterly. "I'm sorry, third sister. This is the only way to make Lin Chen come home. I'm doing this for his own good. After he returns, I'll make up for whatever losses I've caused him." She finally used this excuse, saying it was for Lin Chen's benefit, but even she felt its hypocrisy. Though her heart ached, Lin Chen had to return to the Chen family, to give Chen Hai an exceptional grandson, for only then could Chen Kaiwei secure her own future happiness. Molly let out a soft sigh, and comforted, "Don't worry, your mother supports you. Once Lin Chen is back, he'll help." "Thank you, mother." Chen Kaiwei felt a little better. The whole family then looked towards Chen Hai, for he was the one who would make the final decision. Chen Hai, considering the broader implications, took a few deep puffs of his cigar, and said worriedly, "The clinic and pharmaceutical sectors have always been the Fong family's domain. This makes me suspect that the Fong family behind Fong Chuxue is supporting that unfilial son's clinic. We are unfamiliar with this field. If we rush and be pitting our weakness against the Fong family's strength. It might not be worth it." Chen Kaiwei drew a sharp breath, feeling somewhat disappointed. "All right, I'll investigate further to determine if Fong Chuxue has the backing of the Fong family. However, from my recent observations, I haven't seen any contact between Fong Chuxue and other members of the Fong family. I suspect there might be some conflict within their family as well. Go and check first." A glint of contempt shone from Chen Hai's narrowed eyes. Does that unfilial son not understand the power of the Chen family? Does he think that by leaving the Chen family and living under someone else's roof, he can live better than at home? He's just opened a small clinic. He will regret it soon. Chen Tianan couldn't help but interject, "Brother will regret it soon. Then he'll come crawling back to beg for our forgiveness." In his heart, however, he thought viciously, "Lin Chen, you'd better never come back. It's best if you die out there." A sudden thought struck Chen Hai, and he turned sharply to Chen Tianan. "You said you followed Fong Chuxue to the new clinic. Did you see Lin Chen there?" What did he do to you that kept you waiting there until dark? Chen Kaiyun remained silent, her heart heavy. Honestly, she didn't want to add more conflict to the family. If this matter were brought up, given Chen Hai's temper, the rift between father and son would only deepen. Just then a weak voice spoke up. Brother took me into a room. Tianan, Chen Kaiyun called out anxiously. Although she wanted to stop Chen Tianan from continuing, she was also curious about what happened when Lin Shen took him into that room. Molly suddenly said with dissatisfaction. Tianan was crying. He must have been terribly wronged. Why is Lin Shen always like this? As an older brother, he's so immature. I can guess he bullied his younger brother again. Chen Hai's heart raced, and he barked, "Speak." Chen Tianan shuddered. Chen Hai, why are you scaring the child? Molly quickly embraced her precious son. Chen Hai took a deep breath, his expression softening. Go on, tell me what Lin Shen said to you in the room. If he bullied you, your father will see justice done. Nestled in Ma Li's arms, Chen Tianan answered pitifully. Brother took me into the room and slapped me. He made me curse our parents as beasts. When I refused, he hit me. I even knelt before him, but he still— Are you telling the truth? Chen Hai's face turned pale instantly. Lin Shen can't be that bad, Chen Kailin said in disbelief. This wasn't the Lin Shen she knew. Chen Kaiwei frowned and remained silent, now uncertain of the truth. Given Lin Shen's current deep hatred for the Chen family, perhaps he was capable of such an act. But Chen Tianan's previous frame-up video had been exposed, making his current words unreliable. As for Chen Saiyun, she believed Lin Shen could do it. After all she had witnessed with her own eyes, Lin Shen grinding Chen Tianan's face into a trash can. Saiyun, what do you have to say? Chen Hai was still restraining himself. He noticed the discomfort on Chen Kaiyun's face. Chen Kaiyun spoke with deep self-reproach. It's all my fault. I didn't watch over Tianan properly. Father, if you must punish someone, punish me. We shouldn't have gone to see Lin Shen. That's what triggered him. It should just be a normal quarrel between brothers. Lin Shen, I can help Tianan cover up the shame he brought to the Chen family. I can also take the blame for you. Now do you understand my good intentions? I treat you just as well as I treat Tianan. You are both my dear brothers. Chen Tianan looked at Chen Kaiyun with some surprise. Third sister, you clearly saw how Lin Shen bullied me at the new clinic. And you're still speaking up for him. What kind of bewitching nonsense has that waste Lin Shen fed you? Chen Tianan gritted his teeth in hatred towards Lin Shen. Third sister is still in school, naive. Lin Shen must have deceived her. Chen Tianan was determined not to let Lin Shen off easy. Father, it's not third sister's fault. Don't blame her. Lin Shen must have threatened her too. Because Lin Shen has 2 security guards, and he even sent them to beat. Threaten me. He must have sent the guards to threaten third sister while he was taking me to that dark room to make her speak for him. No, Tianan, he didn't threaten me, Chen Kaiyun hastily explained. She truly couldn't bear to witness the strife between flesh and blood any longer. Although Lin Shen and Chen Tianan shared no blood ties, was there really a difference between a biological child and an adopted one? They were both her precious younger brothers. Chen Tianan grew anxious and immediately pointed at both sides of his face, crying to Chen Hai, Father, look. Lin Shen did this to me in that dark room. Molly panicked as if her heart were about to fall out, rushing over in distress to examine him. Chen Hai, look. Tianan's face is so swollen. Unfilial wretch. Chen Hai slammed the table in fury and stood up. Chen Tianan had been raised as a treasure by everyone since childhood, coddled and sheltered. The Chens couldn't bear to even scold him, let alone strike him. Why was it that ever since they acknowledged Lin Shen as their own son and brought him home, Tianan was repeatedly bullied and beaten? Father, actually, Chen Kaiyun still wanted to defend Lin Shen. But Lin Shen had indeed hit Tianan. She had nothing more to say. Though she fell silent, Chen Hai's rage was not quelled. He suddenly lunged forward and delivered a vicious slap. Smack! The blow left Chen Kaiyun seeing stars. The entire Chen family was stunned. Chen Kaiwei and Chen Kailin had initially wanted to persuade Chen Hai not to be angry with Lin Shen, but upon seeing Chen Kaiyun slapped, they trembled and clamped their mouths shut. Wah! Chen Kaiyun's pent-up grievance could no longer be contained, bursting forth as a flood of tears. She stood up, wiped her eyes with her arm, and ran upstairs. Chen Hai's chest heaved with anger as he roared. No one is to speak another word for that unfilial wretch. Look at what he's done to Tianan. Can't you all see how swollen his face is? That unfilial son is beyond forgiveness. Kaiwei. He suddenly turned his gaze to his eldest daughter. What are your orders, father? Chen Kaiwei swallowed timidly. Chen Hai threw down his chopsticks and commanded in a deep voice, immediately investigate the background of Lin Chen's new clinic. See if there are any dealings with the Fong family. If not, put the establishment of the Chen family clinic on the agenda. I will make that unfilial wretch regret it so deeply that he kneels and begs Tianan for forgiveness. Yes, father. Chen Kaiwei quickly agreed, a hint of glee in her heart. Though the path had been twisted, the outcome was what she had hoped for. The Chens continued their meal, though it was far from enjoyable. By the time dinner ended, it was well past 11 at night. Chen Kaiyun remained locked in her room, crying. Chen Tianan knocked on his adoptive mother Ma Li's door. My good son, does your face still hurt? Molly hurriedly fetched an expensive imported ointment and tenderly applied it to his wounds. Chen Tianan said tearfully, "Mother, I don't blame brother for hurting me. But if father is going to open a clinic on Golden Pedestrian Street, I want to be the one in charge of running it." Molly pleaded with concern, "How could you take on such hard work? You're going to Harvard. Don't waste your time on such mundane matters. Once you graduate from Harvard, your father will let you into the management of the Chen Group." Chen Tianan said with firm resolve, "I want to start accumulating business experience now. When I go to Harvard, if I spot any opportunities, I'll be ready to act. Let's expand the Chen family business and take it international." Such arrogant words would make most people scoff. But Molly was taken in. She quickly grasped his hand with affection. "My son has grown up and learned to share the family's burdens. Don't worry, I'll talk to your father and get him to agree to make you the boss of the new clinic. When you make money later, if your brother goes bankrupt, remember to give him a hand." "Thank you, mother. You're the best. After all, we're both your sons, so I'll take care of brother." Chen Tianan left Molly's room feeling very pleased. He thought it over. Since Chen Hai had put the matter in charge of his eldest sister, he should go and curry favor with her. In Chen Kaiwei's room, Chen Kaiwei was staring blankly at a kitty doll. After Lin Chen left home, this doll, which she had once given him, she had kept it. Now she was increasingly convinced that Lin Chen had not poisoned her Persian cat. Stirred by the scene, she couldn't help but recall 5 years ago when Lin Chen first arrived at the Chen home. Chen Kaiwei had made this kitty doll with her own hands and given it to Lin Chen. "Big sister'll take good care of it," Lin Chen had said then. After a while, Chen Kaiwei forgot about the doll. It had been a quick casual stitch, taking her less than an hour, and it wasn't worth much. 2 years later, she suddenly saw the kitty doll airing out in the yard. It was patched up in places, but had been Lin Chen came to retrieve the doll. She couldn't help asking, "Why keep such a ragged thing? You're a boy. Why play with dolls like a girl?" Lin Chen smiled, "Because it's a gift from you, big sister. It's the only gift any of my sisters ever gave me. I want to keep it safe forever." All these years, no one else had given this biological brother a single gift. And the gift she had given him was this worthless trinket. Chen Kaiwei was shocked at the time, but because she held a strong prejudice against Lin Chen, nothing he did ever. So she sneered, "Children raised in poor families are just lowly. They only play with trash. Don't dirty our home with it." As she turned and left, she paid no heed to her little brother, whose heart was shattered into a flood of tears. So he truly valued family ties that much. Why didn't I notice it back then? Little brother, we've wronged you. Chen Kaiwei's eyes were now brimming with tears. "Big sister, what do you mean by that?" A sudden scolding voice rang out. An uninvited guest barged into Chen Kaiwei's room. It turned out that Chen Kailan had burst in. She questioned excitedly, "Lin Chen isn't inherently that bad. Over the years, we've all misunderstood him as a thief. As the person involved, I feel deeply guilty. As the eldest sister, can't you see the truth?" Chen Kaiwei certainly knew Lin Chen was misunderstood, but her dignity and status as the eldest sister were not to be challenged. Although she agreed with her second sister's words, she couldn't stand being blamed and just wanted to retort, "So you're saying you suspect Tianan?" "No." Chen Kailan frowned, unsure how to respond. Although the video evidence clearly pointed to Chen Tianan stealing her diamond necklace, her sibling loyalty prevented her from blaming Chen Tianan. Chen Kaiwei sneered, "So you say Lin Chen was wronged, but someone must have stolen it, right? The ruby ring and diamond necklace were both found on Tianan. You say you don't suspect Tianan, so whose fault? Could it be that you set the whole thing up?" Chen Kailan was struck as if by a club, shouting excitedly, "No, not at all. I just think Lin Chen didn't steal, and Tianan didn't either. There must be some misunderstanding." Chen Kaiwei waved her hand in displeasure. "Enough. In the eldest sister, I've taught you both how to behave since childhood. Stop mentioning Lin Chen and Tianan's matter. Leave." "No, I insist on talking about it." Chen Kailan couldn't swallow her anger. "Lin Chen suffered so much before, was so deeply misunderstood by us. Now we should unite and make amends to him. Not like you giving Dad such a vicious suggestion to open a clinic, continuing to suppress Lin Chen and ruin his future." Chen Kaiwei was furious. "Are you done? Keeping Lin Chen outside would ruin his future. Cooperating with the Fong family would ruin his life and also harm our Chen family." Chen Kailan screamed, "Your words are contradictory. I ask you, if you found out he wasn't cooperating with the Fong family, would the Chen family still enter the medical field to suppress him?" Chen Kaiwei retorted angrily, "Anyway, since he has a good relationship with Fong Chuxua, he's inseparable from the Fong family. Whether the Fong family supports him or not, our Chen family must try to open a clinic. So you still want to harm Lin Chen? You're so cruel. Why? Is there an unavoidable reason?" Chen Kailan was trembling with excitement. Chen Kaiwei fell silent. Her reason was indeed hard to articulate. How could she say it? Chen Tianan had been eavesdropping outside the door, his heart rejoicing. Unexpectedly, the eldest sister still hated and targeted Lin Chen as before. That meant she was on the same side as him. So he straightened his clothes, opened the door, and came in pretending to mediate. "Sisters don't argue. There's no need to quarrel over brother. Chen Kaiwei and Chen Kailan, seeing Chen Tianan arrive, were instantly ashamed. They had been arguing like shrews, not at all the elegant demeanor expected of a noble family. Chen Tianan thought they had stopped because of him feeling secretly pleased and decided to drive another nail into Lin Chen's coffin. Although I've always defended brother, the kinder I am to him, the less grateful he becomes, and he even hurts me. From now on, none of us should waste our feelings on him. His existence only brings negativity. Whoever is kind to him suffers. Chen Tianan eagerly anticipated that his sisters would now dislike Lin Chen even more. Chen Kailan frowned, speaking with some anger. Lin Chen and you are both our good brothers. There are already enough troubles at home, don't add to them. Huh. Second sister is blaming me. Did I say something wrong? In the past, when I said such things, she would have stood with me. After all, second sister and I have the closest relationship. Chen Tianan grew worried. He recalled that his second sister's change of heart began when he was caught on surveillance stealing the diamond necklace and caught red-handed. Lin Chen, did you put this bad idea into second sister's head? You know she's the least clever one, you insidious villain. Sowing discord. Although Chen Kaiwei didn't express her opinion directly, she waved her hand and said, Tianan, you and third sister came back too late, making our dinner so late. Go take a bath and sleep. Stop chatting. Chen Tianan fumed inwardly. The eldest sister was chasing him away. Why? Usually whenever she saw me unhappy, she would invite me to sit down, slowly comfort me, and guide me. But now she didn't even want to talk and drove me away. Was it because she now saw me as a thief in her heart? Chen Tianan couldn't accept it. But he hadn't forgotten his purpose here, so he put on an innocent, adorable smile. Eldest sister, after our Chen family officially enters the medical field on Golden Pedestrian Street, I hope to become the manager of the Chen family clinic. I want you to support me. You. Chen Kaiwei was a bit nervous because Chen Hai had entrusted this project to her. Then she would be constantly involved in the clinic's management. If Chen Tianan also joined management, they would have more contact time. Due to physiological reasons, she wouldn't develop feelings for him, but it was hard to guarantee that Chen Tianan wouldn't pursue her persistently, and Chen Hai might try to set them up. Better to keep distance. So she tactfully refused. Sorry Tianan, you lack relevant experience. And this time we are determined to completely destroy Lin Chen's career. So to be safe, let's consider letting you join management after this matter is concluded. The eldest sister had refused me again. In the past, she would support me in everything, even teaching me step by step. Chen Tianan felt a chill in his heart, forcing a smile. Okay, eldest sister. During my time at Harvard, I'll study hard, improve myself, and find opportunities to intern abroad. When I return, I'll definitely be a qualified manager. Both of you go back. Chen Kaiwei, displeased, pushed Chen Tianan and Chen Kailan out of the room. Chen Tianan left Chen Kaiwei's room in low spirits. He became more convinced that it was because of the stain of being a thief and framing Lin Chen that his sisters now disliked him. The night deepened. The Chen family members fell asleep one by one. The servants finished their chores and retired. Ma Li and Chen Hai had been sleeping in separate rooms for years. Tonight, she slept uneasily, feeling that something major was about to happen. Chen Hai also suffered from insomnia, smoking cigars continuously in his room. Chen Kaiwei suddenly heard footsteps moving outside her door. Who is it? She called out instinctively. It's me, eldest sister. A faint voice replied. Tianan, what are you doing out so late? Chen Kaiwei hastily pulled the blanket up to cover her chest. She was accustomed to sleeping in nothing. Oh no, had she locked the door? It's so late, Tianan, you should go back to sleep. Chen Kaiwei called out, flustered. Chen Tianan's sobbing voice came from outside the door. Big sister, you will always be my good sister. You have to believe me, I didn't steal second sister's things. I was framed. Had he come here in the dead of night? Chen Kaiwei was taken aback, but to get rid of him she forced a smile and said, I believe you. Now go. Chen Tianan knew full well that Chen Kaiwei didn't believe him, but he had already achieved his goal. Soon he arrived at Chen Kailan's door and woke her with pitiful cries. Tianan, is that you outside? Why are you crying? Chen Kailan had a good relationship with him, so her tone was concerned. Chen Tianan wept sorrowfully. I just got up to relieve myself and thought about being framed, and it made me sad. Second sister, even though the surveillance shows me in your room, I really didn't steal anything. I don't know how I ended up in your room. I wasn't conscious at the time. Chen Kailan sighed softly. She didn't want to make her brother so sad. Alright, I believe you. Go back to sleep, be good. Sleep it off, and you'll feel better tomorrow. Chen Tianan left satisfied. It seemed his second sister was more sympathetic than he had imagined. Next he went to Chen Kaiyan's room and woke her with his crying as well. Chen Kaiyan asked excitedly, Tianan, who bullied you? Chen Tianan said sorrowfully, I was woken up by the pain. My face is burning. Chen Kaiyan was stunned, then said indignantly, Lin Chen went too far. He had the security guard slap you so many times, showing no regard for past ties. Chen Tianan cried, none of you believe me. Anyway, I can't prove I didn't steal second sister's necklace. His footsteps faded into the distance. Chen Kaiyan felt a mix of emotions. Chen Tianan stopped at Chen Hai's door, hesitated, and thought to himself, if Dad hears me crying, he'll definitely open the door and come out. So he went to Ma Li's door instead, and woke her with his cries. "My dear son, what's wrong?" Molly scrambled up hurriedly, throwing on some clothes. Chen Tianan wailed miserably. "Mom, I really didn't steal. I don't even remember going into second sister's room. Whether you believe it or not, I didn't steal. I've always been good." Molly quickly comforted him. "I know you didn't steal. Don't do anything foolish, my dear son." The sound of running footsteps echoed from outside, and it seemed he had suddenly dashed away. Stunned, Molly rushed out the door after him only to find he had vanished. She was frantic with worry. She felt that tonight's unrest foreshadowed a major calamity, and she feared it involved Chen Tianan. She began searching room by room. Soon she noticed the light was on in the second-floor bathroom. Stunned, she rushed over anxiously and pushed open the door. The next moment her scream echoed through the entire Chen mansion. Chen Tianan was rushed to the hospital that very night. The Chen family waited anxiously outside the operating room. Molly wept bitterly. "You all heard Tianan crying, but none of you took it to heart. Is this how you treat your brother? Thank goodness I had a premonition and went to look for him. I never imagined he would actually slit his wrists to commit suicide." The surgery was quick, and it was over before long. The doctor emerged smiling. The surgery was a complete success. He narrowly missed the artery. "Fortunately, your son is blessed by heaven. So he's out of danger?" Chen Hai asked tensely. "He was in danger, he nearly died. But we managed to save him," the doctor replied nervously. The Chen family's faces turned pale. "The patient needs to rest. Please wait outside for a while," the doctor said before returning to the operating room. Soon his phone buzzed with a text message. He took it out and was overjoyed. Several months' worth of salary had been deposited into his account. Chen Hai and the others, still shaken, went to the waiting room. Molly wept with grief and anger. "Tianan said last night that he didn't steal. So he must not have. He tried to kill himself to prove his innocence. How could someone who isn't afraid of death commit theft? You all said you believed him, but in your hearts you didn't." Chen Hai was filled with regret and punched the wall in frustration. "I shouldn't have been so neglectful of him. To have caused such a consequence." Chen Kaiwei was also full of self-reproach. "Tianan, I wronged you. Please forgive me, sister. When you're better, I'll take you on a trip." Chen Kaiyun stared blankly. "Brother Tianan, I shouldn't have mocked you. You really didn't steal. I know you're not at fault. You're as good as you've always been." Chen Kailan cried sorrowfully. "I'm sorry, Tianan. I was wrong. I thought I was being clever trying to find out who stole from me, but I ended up hurting you." Hearing this, Chen Hai flew into a rage and dealt Chen Kailan a resounding slap. "Don't you ever install surveillance in your room again without permission. Look what you've done to Tianan." "Why, I'm sorry, Tianan." Chen Kailan wept bitterly. Molly trembled with agitation. "Isn't there a kind of drug reported in the news? After taking it, a person can be controlled by someone else, and when they wake up they don't remember what they did. Tianan must have been drugged by someone. Chen Hai, find the culprit quickly and make sure they die a miserable death." Chen Hai said, his face pale. "Caiwei, turn on the home surveillance system again. It must run 24 hours a day without interruption." "Okay, Dad." Chen Kaiwei's eyes were filled with worry. Chen Hai said sadly, "The child is father to the man. Tianan has been obedient and sensible since he was little. We shouldn't have doubted him. This incident should serve as a warning to us. We must never wrong Tianan again." "Then who framed Tianan?" Chen Kailan asked guiltily. Chen Hai's first thought was Lin Shen. Though there was no evidence, he still said angrily, "In this house besides Lin Shen, no one else has a conflict with Tianan. Outside besides Lin Shen, no one else has had a falling out with Tianan." Everyone's face turned pale at this. Molly suddenly thought of something and said anxiously, "Chen Hai, we wronged Tianan this time. We must make it up to him, or what if he has another moment of despair? How do we compensate him? How about giving him 1,000,000 yuan for living expenses?" Chen Hai said generously. Molly shook her head. "Living expenses are a must, but that's not enough. Didn't you ask Kaiwei to be in charge of opening a clinic on Gold Pedestrian Street? Kaiwei can assist Tianan. Let him be the owner of the clinic. I think Tianan has grown up and can stand on his own. If Lin Shen can be a boss, why can't he? They are both our sons." "All right, I agree." Chen Hai gave his consent. He couldn't let Chen Tianan be inferior to Lin Shen. Chen Kaiwei's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she held back. 3 days later, Chen Tianan had recovered from his injuries. Upon learning that Chen Hai wanted him to manage the future Chen family clinic, he was overjoyed. One morning, as the family was preparing to leave for work or school, an assistant suddenly called, "Chen Hai, Lin's clinic has moved to Gold Pedestrian Street. Today they are holding a grand opening ceremony. For the next 3 days, all patients will receive a 50% discount." Chen Hai exploded with rage. "You ungrateful wretch. I haven't settled the score with you over Tianan's matter yet, and you still dare to open for business. They'll show you. Get A Guang and the others. We're going to confront that unfilial son." After Lin Shen recovered the over 20 million yuan that Chen Tianan had swindled in his name over the years, he hired 5 more security guards, all of whom were veterans. He also imported a great deal of advanced medical equipment from both domestic and international sources. In terms of equipment sophistication, the clinic could now rival a second-tier hospital in a second- or third-tier city. The security guards held back the onlookers behind the cordon, and Chen delivered a speech. After finishing, he took out a pair of scissors. Snip! The ribbon-cutting ceremony commenced. Firecrackers shot into the sky and colorful streamers fluttered down. Once this was done, a security guard approached and reported, "Boss, someone wishes to see you." Chen followed his gaze and saw the Chen Hai family. What were they doing here? It couldn't be anything good. Chen said impatiently, "I'm not seeing them. Tell them to get lost." Today was a joyous occasion, and he certainly didn't want those flies bothering him. Chen Hai, in his capacity as chairman of the Chen Group, considered his presence a great honor for Chen. Thus, upon arrival, he refused to approach Chen like a subordinate. Instead, he had the security guard of Lin's clinic notify Chen to come and see him. He originally thought that upon seeing him, Chen would be flattered and rush over, calling him father. Unexpectedly, Chen merely glanced at him and then turned to walk back into the clinic. This infuriated Chen Hai. Ignoring the crowd's gaze, he roared, "Chen, what do you mean by this?" Chen continued walking inside, not bothering to respond, unwilling to waste his saliva on this family. Chen Hai bellowed, "Are you blind? Can't you see our whole family is here?" Molly quickly interjected, "Our son has grown wings and won't listen to us. We have to drag him back home and discipline him properly." Having learned from last time, Chen Hai brought along thugs like a guang this time. "Seize that bastard," he commanded furiously. With the chairman personally directing them, Guang and his men were sure they wouldn't mistake their target, and they charged menacingly towards Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chushue quickly said, "Don't worry, there are many people here. They wouldn't dare act recklessly, and we have enough people to hold them back." Fang Chushue was right. Although the clinic only had 7 guards, each was a veteran with formidable skills. They were far superior to the dozen or so thugs Chen Hai had brought. Chen felt much more at ease seeing the guards hold back the dozen thugs. He checked the time and said to Fang Chushue, "I'll leave the clinic's business to you for now. Once this clinic is stable and has built a reputation, I'll invest in new ones." "You still have money?" Fang Chushue asked in surprise. Chen made an okay gesture. This large-scale clinic only required an investment of 2 to 3 million yuan. Even if this clinic didn't turn a profit, he could still use his remaining funds to invest in 7 or 8 more clinics of the same scale. Compared to other types of businesses, clinics are more in need of medical talent. So the focus in the future should be on recruiting talent. Chen smiled and said, "Chushue, you'll have to work hard from now on. Once things settle down, I'll give you an official position." "What position? Empress or consort?" Fang Chushue joked. The moment she said it, she realized her mistake and blushed deeply with embarrassment. Chen said with a straight face, "Your emperor is off to learn how to swim." "Go on then," Fang Chushue said instinctively. She paused for a moment before realizing Chen had taken advantage of her. Chen chuckled and quickly slipped out through the clinic's back door. Fang Chushue wasn't angry. She gazed thoughtfully at Chen's retreating figure. Yes, Chen was going to learn how to swim. After all, he remembered how he died in his past life. Learning to swim early would put his mind at ease. But as soon as he came out the back door, he immediately spotted a red Ferrari parked by the roadside. Chen's expression changed instantly. He knew it was his second sister Chen Kalen's car. Apparently, seeing Chen come out, the car door was flung open. 2 pairs of high heels stepped out of the car. It was Chen Kalen and Chen Kaiyun. Chen's face twisted with disgust, and he tried to turn and go the other way. But the 2 sisters, despite wearing high heels, ran swiftly and blocked his path. "Chen, don't you want to see?" Chen Kaiyun asked discontentedly. Chen was even more displeased with them and said with revulsion, "I've been avoiding you. Why do you keep bothering my life? Back then you were quite decisive when you signed that agreement." Chen Kalen and Chen Kaiyun exchanged a glance, a pang of sorrow striking their hearts. Should they apologize? Both sisters had the same thought. If it were 3 days ago, they would have wanted to apologize. But thinking of Chen Tainen's wrist-slitting suicide, their hearts ached terribly. They didn't know how to mediate the conflict between the 2 brothers. Chen Kalen spoke first, guiltily saying, "Chen, don't worry, we're not here to take you home this time." Chen was somewhat surprised and couldn't help but give Chen Kalen a few more glances. Chen Kalen said with a bitter smile, "I just don't want to see you brothers tearing each other apart. Tianan has recently received family support to open a larger clinic right next to yours. If you just apologize to father, he probably won't suppress you anymore." "Haha, me apologize." Chen laughed in extreme anger. "You 2 coming to me is like a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken. You're up to no good. For the past 5 years, how you've harmed me. Do you have any idea? Not only will I not apologize, I wish your whole family would just die." "You?" Chen Kalen was shocked into a cold sweat. She now realized just how much Chen hated them. Chen said furiously, "I'm running my clinic properly. Before this, the Chen family had no involvement in this field. That means nothing I've done has infringed on the Chen family's interests. But just now at the ribbon cutting, I saw Chen Hai looking at me like he wanted to devour me. I don't think I've disgraced the Chen family, have I? I haven't harmed the Chen family. What right do you have to hate me? Chen Kaiyun anxiously interjected. Lin Chen, you've misunderstood us. That's not hate, it's worry. Worry that you're not doing well outside. Father is angry because you don't listen to him and won't come home. Enough, Lin Chen roared. Use your stupid heads to think. My clinic is in this prime location with almost no competition around. If managed properly without accidents, it will surely turn a profit. Which of your dog eyes saw me not doing well? Chen Kaiyun was stunned speechless. Finding she couldn't persuade Lin Chen, she covered her face and burst, crying. You're crying in front of me now. A bad memory flashed through Lin Chen's mind. He couldn't help but rage. Chen Kaiyun cut the act. You're the student council president. A dominant figure at school, how could you cry for no reason? Don't think I've forgotten how your crying act hurt me 3 years ago. 3 years ago, during Lin Chen's second year at the Chen family, he was eating a mantu given by a servant in his cramped room, sitting on the floor to preview the next day's lessons. He suddenly heard Chen Kaiyun's crying from the courtyard. Flustered, he rushed over to ask what was wrong, only to find her sobbing heart-wrenchingly, claiming that Chen Tianan was drowning in the swimming pool. Alarmed, Lin Chen hurried to the pool, only to find it empty with no one in sight. Third sister, where's our brother? Lin Chen asked anxiously. Chen Kaiyun, still crying, pointed at the pool and said, he sank underwater and disappeared. Go save Tianan quickly. Lin Chen didn't know if it was true, but he desperately wanted to save Chen Tianan. After all, they were family. However, he was a poor kid, living in a big city with no chance to play in water. He had no money to learn swimming and was utterly ignorant of water. After arriving at the Chen residence, though there was a 2-meter deep pool, Chen Hai forbade him from using it. So if he jumped in to save Chen Tianan, he would never have a chance to come back up. Fortunately, he stayed rational and said to Chen Kaiyun, third sister, don't panic. You go call our parents and I'll fetch the servants. Together we can pull Tianan up. Why are you so clueless? Chen Kaiyun sneered with disgust. Before Lin Chen could react, she suddenly pointed ahead and exclaimed, look, Tianan's head is above water. Where? Lin Chen turned to look. Suddenly, a forceful push from behind sent him plunging into the water. He struggled, crying for help, but vaguely saw Chen Tianan and Chen Kaiyun clapping on the shore. It wasn't until Aunt Zhang heard his screams and rushed out with a mop, letting him grab the handle, that he was finally rescued. Lin Chen suspected that from that moment Chen Tianan knew he couldn't swim, planting the seed for future harm. But the ordeal didn't end there. Before he could recover from the near-drowning terror, Chen Kaiyun's gold bracelet went missing, and she falsely accused Lin Chen of stealing it. Enraged, Chen Hai beat Lin Chen until he bled, then locked him in the yard, forbidding him from entering the house or eating for 3 days and nights. He survived by scavenging trash to exchange for food and alcohol to disinfect his wounds. Those memories flooded back, and Chen Kaiyun felt deep shame. She quickly explained, we were just kids then, Tianan, and I only thought it was fun. Fun, playing with my life. Lin Chen roared, raising his hand. Slap. He delivered a heavy blow to Chen Kaiyun's face. Stunned, Chen Kaiyun held her left cheek, gaping at him. This is long overdue retribution. Lin Chen shouted. Chen Kaiyun, how could I not see how malicious you were back then? Why didn't you apply for acting like Chen Kaiyun? That would be your true. You might think it was fun, but if Aunt Zhang had arrived a moment later, the grass on my grave would be a zhang tall by now. You and Chen Tianan are murderous villains who framed me. No, I didn't. Chen Kaiyun sobbed bitterly. Lin Chen laughed in fury. You didn't. You did before, and you still do. Back then you helped Chen Tianan frame me and try to kill me. Now you help him open a rival clinic near mine to suppress me. You speak arrogantly, but your soul is steeped in ugliness. That's not true. That project was handled by our eldest sister, not me. Chen Kaiyun frantically tried to deflect blame. Lin Chen, how dare you hit someone? Chen Kaiyun rushed to embrace Chen Kaiyun, scolding him. You have the nerve to accuse me. Lin Chen glared, his eyes blazing with fury as he turned to Chen Kaiyun. Chen Kaiyun, if I were to recount the vile things you've done to me over the years, it would be no less than Chen Kaiyun's. Chen Kaiyun turned pale with fear, covering her ears and shaking her head incessantly. I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it, she repeated. Lin Chen. A furious roar came from nearby. It was Chen Hai leading other family members from a different path. Meanwhile, A Guang and other thugs were stopped by security. Ungrateful brat, you dare to snub us and have us blocked. Chen Hai stormed over angrily. He was flanked by Chun Tianan, Ma Li, and Chen Kaiwei. The wound on Chen Tianan's wrist had scabbed, but to garner sympathy, he kept the bandage on and limped exaggeratedly. Anyone with common sense would see he was a drama queen. After all, the injury was on his wrist, what did it have to do with? But the Chen family bought into his act. Seeing him so badly injured, they blamed Lin Chen for everything. They reasoned that because Lin Chen bullied Chen Tianan, the latter had attempted suicide by slashing his wrist. Chen Hai stormed up to Lin Chen, ready to teach this unfilial son a lesson and vent his anger. But Lin Chen stood his ground, clenching his fists. his arms tensed, veins bulging. Chen Hai instinctively stepped back, recalling how Lin Shun had grown stronger since leaving home. Last time he tried to slap him, he ended up being struck instead. Molly stared at Lin Shen's fists and pleaded, "Chainer, why are you clenching your fists at your father? A son must not strike his father. It's unfilial. People will laugh at you." Lin Shen sneered, "If I didn't, you wouldn't reason with me. Chen Hai, I've imagined countless times that you pester me, and am ready to face it. If you dare hit me like before, and we'll see who ends up in pain." Chen Hai swallowed hard, exchanging glances. This unfilial son had indeed changed after leaving home, more assertive. And it wasn't just talk. Chen Kaiwei glanced at her crying sisters, frowned, stepped forward, and smiled at Lin Shun. "Brother, we're all family. There's no need for such estrangement. Come home with us. If you really want to do business, I'll teach you." Lin Shun felt nauseated, his face turning ashen. "Chen Kaiwei, you're quite the talent. On one hand, you scheme with that scoundrel to maliciously compete against me in business. On the other, you smile and pretend to be kind like a cat crying over a mouse. Why don't you dig out your heart and show me if even a dog would find it too foul to eat?" Chen Kaiwei's face changed dramatically. She quickly looked at Chen Kailin and Chen Kaiyun. "Did you tell him, Li?" Chen Kaiyun, guilt-ridden, avoided her gaze. Chen Kaiwei's heart sank, realizing that her impulsive third sister had revealed everything. Chen Tianan tugged at Ma Li's sleeve. Ma Li sighed softly and stepped forward. Ma Li spoke to Lin Shun with an air of feigned kindness. "You've grown thinner. With the college entrance exams drawing closer, you're still out here running this business. It will ruin your future." Though blind, she could tell Lin Shun looked thinner than when he was at the Chen family. She continued to persuade, "Your father and I think you should set aside this business for now and come home with us to study properly. Devote yourself entirely to the exams. Leave this business to your sister. Once you get into a good university and graduate, your father will compensate you. What do you think?" Lin Shun sneered. "Compensation? What kind?" Molly smiled gently. "How about investing in 10 clinics like this one for you? After all, you are our own son." Lin Shun couldn't hold back any longer and cursed, "Molly, you are disgustingly hypocritical. Your empty promises are the most heartless daggers of all. When I first came to your Chen family, what lies did you feed me? You said I was your own son, that I wasn't good enough, so I tried my best, treating every one of you better than the last. You said I wasn't obedient enough, so I became utterly docile. I endured beatings without fighting back, swallowed insults, and bore injustice in silence. But for 5 years you only paid lip service. In reality, you never treated me like a human being. Now that I've severed ties with the Chen family and started my own path, you still chase after me with your hollow promises. What malicious intent do you harbor? Unless I'm not your biological son, that would explain this treatment. Do you dare, when you descend to hell, swear before the king of hell that you love me? Or may you be hacked to pieces and never be reborn?" Everyone's expression changed dramatically. Ma Li's eyes reddened in panic. "How can you speak to your mother like that? Mother truly loves you." Lin Shun roared in fury. "Get lost, you hypocritical woman. I want to slap you." Chen Hai bellowed. "Enough, you unfilial wretch. Can't we discuss this at home? Why must you humiliate us here?" Lin Shun burst into laughter. "What relation do I have with your Chen family? You're embarrassed. Go ask anyone in Guangyuan City what connection I have with the Chens. You still want to kidnap me back? Come on then. Let's see whose fists are stronger." At the mention of fists, Chen Tianan instinctively stepped back. Truth be told, he had been beaten by Lin Shun so often recently that he was terrified. In previous years, if Chen Hai had ordered an attack, Chen Tianan would have followed his father without hesitation to teach his cowardly brother a lesson. But not now. Without a Guang and the other thugs around, Chen Tianan was genuinely worried for his own safety. Chen Hai hesitated too. He didn't forcibly grab Lin Shun. A few months ago, he would have rushed forward to kick his unfilial son. But somehow, after leaving home, this wretch had gained strength which baffled him. A wild thought struck Chen Hai. Could his son, having entered the medical field, have discovered some strength-enhancing formula, or taken some unorthodox medicine? Chen Hai was partly right. Lin Shun had indeed taken medicine from a reclusive old Chinese doctor to regulate his body. But the real reason for his newfound strength was that after escaping the Chen family's constant abuse, the thoroughbred finally had enough to eat and drink to show his true potential. Lin Shun said sarcastically, "For 5 years in the Chen family, whenever you were displeased, you'd beat me first. Now have you finally learned to reason with words?" Humph. Chen Hai and Chen Tianan exchanged glances, both seeing the shame and helplessness on each other's faces. Chen Kaiwei's eyes reddened. Her image in Lin Chen's heart had been ruined. What could she do? She hurriedly explained, "Lin Chen, it's my fault. But don't think so badly of me. I truly want what's best for you. I swear to heaven." "Get lost," Lin Chen cursed angrily. After 5 years, didn't he know the vileness of this family? They claimed to act for his good, but in truth, they only ever considered themselves first. Lin Shun was certain if he forgave them, now He'd be the biggest fool. He'd deserve to be miserable and die a pathetic death. In his past life, he was a sycophant until his death by drowning. In his final moments, he saw clearly his standing in their hearts 1,000 times less than their adopted son. He wondered when that adopted son eventually destroys them, would they regret loving the wrong person? Or would they still grovel at his feet until their dying breath? The Chen family fell silent. Whoever spoke would be berated by Lin Chen. They felt the sting of shame and didn't want to be humiliated. Chen Hai, the patriarch of a respectable family, though too afraid to grab Lin Chen, still had his pride. He felt Lin Chen had gone too far, pushing their family bonds to the brink. Lin Chen, he'll ask you one last time. Must you be so ruthless? Must you trample on family affection? He asked, his face ashen. Lin Chen felt as if had heard the most disgusting joke in the world. Who had trampled on family affection? Chen Hai, aren't you ashamed to say that? Lin Chen roared furiously. Don't think I don't know. I wasn't lost. 18 years ago you gave me away with your own hands. What? Chen Hai and Ma Li's faces turned stark white. How did he know? Who told him? Chen Caiwei, Chen Kailin, and Chen Kaiyun also paled, staring at their parents in disbelief. It was only years later that they learned Lin Chen had been given away by his biological parents. When Lin Chen was born, Chen Kaiwei and Chen Kailin were old enough to remember. They recalled having a younger brother. Then one day he was gone, and they saw their parents weeping bitterly. They had always believed Lin Chen was stolen. But now is there another version? Child, how can you say that about your parents? Mother loves you so much. You were truly stolen back then. Molly wept pitifully. Her hypocritical tears streamed down, ruining her makeup in less than a minute. If Lin Chen hadn't heard the conversation between his biological parents while in a soul state, he might have believed Ma Li's act and thought he was stolen. Stop your disgusting performance. Lin Chen felt nauseated. You gave me away back then, and when you found me years later you didn't believe I was your own flesh and blood. You even forced me to take a DNA test to prove I was your son. You trampled on family affection from beginning to end. Chen Hai, you old fool. What right do you have to speak to me about family affection? You. Chen Hai's heart raced. He dared not speak, carelessly unsure how many secrets Lin Chen had uncovered. Your parents are in poor health. Must you anger them like this? After all, you're their son. Isn't filial piety the foremost virtue? A weak voice suddenly interjected. Lin Chen was fine until he heard that voice. Then he exploded. That bastard had finally dared to show himself. That weak voice, just now who else could it be but that bastard Chen Tianan? In front of his parents and sisters this creature always puts on an act of feebleness. Moreover, when he says this, he habitually hides behind Molly. Normally he would say things that moved Chen Hai and his wife and 3 sisters, and after achieving his goal, he would hide behind them and leave the rest to others. But now Lin Chen would not indulge him. Want to wash your hands clean? No way. Tianan, I heard you're going to Harvard. Lin Chen chuckled. Chen Tianan was startled and quickly shut his mouth, not wanting to become the target of Lin Chen's insults. What are you doing hiding behind your foster mother? Come out, let's talk face to face like a man, Lin Chen taunted. Everyone's gaze turned to Chen Tianan. Chen Tianan cursed Lin Chen 100 times in his heart. Seeing that he had to step forward, he braced himself and said, Brother, you made Mom so sad that I'm afraid she might faint, so I stood behind her to support her at any moment. Molly's heart trembled at these words. She turned to look at Chen Tianan, her eyes filled with emotion and affection. Then she abruptly turned back to Lin Chen, her gaze reproachful. As if to say, is there a difference between biological and adopted? If there is, it's that your younger brother is much more sensible than you. Lin Chen sneered. Tianan, the reason I called you to come speak with me is that I have some secrets I want to share only with you. Since you don't want to come, then there's no way you'll ever know. What secret? It seemed quite important. The Chen family's curiosity was instantly piqued. Molly wanted to know, and Chen Hai wanted to know even more. Chen Hai frowned, then smiled at Chen Tianan. It's fine, go on Tianan, go listen to what secret your brother wants to tell you. With so many of us here, he wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you. If he does, the Chen family will never acknowledge him again. He can't afford that consequence. Molly quickly grabbed Chen Tianan's hand and stroked the back of her dear adopted son's hand to comfort him. Then she turned and said kindly to Lin Chen, you and Tianan are both my sons. We are all one family. We can talk things out nicely. That way Mom still loves you, okay? Lin Chen felt nauseous upon hearing this, but having vomited so many times he had grown numb. The key point was that even after being scolded, Ma Li had no self-awareness and still shamelessly imagined herself as a good mother. Lin Chen didn't even look directly at Molly. He just let her words go in one ear and out the other. He would never be deceived by her hypocritical act again in this life. Lin Chen noticed the unnatural expressions on his 3 sisters' faces and laughed. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't hold it in, or you'll get sick. Chen Kaiwei felt quite guilty at the moment because the bad idea of opening a competing clinic next to Lin Chen. She quickly wiped her tears and said, Lin Chen, don't hurt Tianan. If you have any grievances, just hit me or scold me. I will never fight back or talk back. Lin Chen found he had another target to vomit at. Wow, he couldn't help but dry heave on the spot. Chen Kaiwei's face turned green at the sight, and she thought to herself, Oh no, has my image in my biological brother's eyes deteriorated again? Chen Kalin and Chen Kaiyun exchanged glances at the sight. They had originally wanted to persuade him not to hurt their adopted brother, but now they dared not speak. Lin Chen grew increasingly impatient and looked at Chen Tianan. Stop being so fussy. If you don't come, you'll never get the chance to know this secret. Chen Hai immediately bent down and picked up a brick, saying, Go on, son, listen to what he wants to say. Chen Tianan felt much more at ease seeing the brick in Chen Hai's hand, and then staggered over. I'm sorry, brother. Over the years I have indeed diverted the family's love away from you. You suffered so much outside, and when you finally returned you found that the family had an extra son like me. Anyone would be very angry. But if you really want me to leave, then I will leave. I only hope you won't be angry at mom and dad anymore. Nonsense. Chen Hai and Ma Li both cried out in unison. Tianan was too kind and considerate. Why should he take all the blame upon himself? This couple fell for Chen Tianan's act. It seemed that over the past 18 years Chen Tianan had thoroughly figured out their personalities. The three sisters also looked at Chen Tianan with loving expressions, and the sight of such caring gazes made Lin Chen want to vomit again. These people had just cried so sorrowfully in front of him only because they thought Lin Chen had suffered so much in the past and hadn't been properly compensated. Now they wanted Lin Chen to go back and be compensated well. None of them had figured out the root cause of this conflict. Lin Chen could guarantee that if he went back with these people they might treat him well for a short while. But as time passed they would frame him and then revert to the previous state of PUA. So the question is, did these people know where the root of the problem lay? They would probably only understand when they died. Lin Chen suddenly took out a piece of paper from his pocket. Everyone looked closely. Isn't this the agreement to sever relations? Lin Chen, what are you doing? Chen Kaiwai's eyes suddenly burst with intense anticipation. Ma Li's face also lit up with joy. Chen Hai was a bit stunned. Chen Kalin's mouth was agape. Chen Kaiyun's eyes sparkled. What did he want to do? Pulling out that agreement at this moment. Could he be repenting? Tianan, go quickly. Chen Hai urged. Oh. Chen Tianan's mood suddenly became restless. He speculated that Lin Chen pulled out the agreement for two reasons. First, to tell them that the relationship was already severed and he would no longer deal with them. Second, to hand over the agreement, intending to repent and re-acknowledge them as family. However, Chen Tianan only accepted the first reason. He absolutely could not accept the second. He had finally managed to force Lin Chen out of the Chen family through various schemes and plots, leaving no one to compete for the family's assets. How could he allow such a painstaking effort to go to waste? Seeing her adopted son still hesitating, Ma Li was more anxious than anyone. Tianan, go quickly. Your brother wants to tell you a secret. Don't you want to hear it? Go on, Tianan, see what secret he wants to tell you. Although Chen Hai still spoke to Chen Tianan in a gentle tone, his expression was already showing impatience. Chen Tianan read the situation and knew that Chen Hai would not tolerate defiance. If he continued to be cowardly, his image in Chen Hai's eyes would diminish. He did not want to go through the pain of cutting his wrist to restore his image again. Although it was not life-threatening, the act still required effort. Lin Chen, even if you repent and return to the Chen family, I still have ways to drive you out again. And it will only be more painful than the last time you left. Chen Tianan lowered his head with a gloomy expression and walked step by step toward Lin Chen. Of course, the above two reasons for Lin Chen pulling out the agreement were just his and the Chen family's speculation. Brother, I'm here. Tell me your secret. Chen Tianan approached Lin Chen, his gaze fixed on the severance agreement in Lin Chen's hand. He then instinctively turned his head to look at the brick in Chen Hai's hand, which brought him some relief. Lin Chen smirked disdainfully, suddenly raising his hand and lifting the severance agreement high into the air. Everyone's gazes filled with shock and anticipation followed the agreement as it moved and rose. Tear it. Go on, tear it. Almost everyone except Chen Tianan harbored this thought. Chen Tianan trembled with fury, desperate to prevent Lin Chen from tearing the agreement and unwilling to let him return. Lin Chen suddenly whispered into Chen Tianan's ear, I know you still have money. Chen Tianan's heart jolted with a start. Molly gave it to you, didn't she? Lin Chen added. How does he know? Chen Tianan was utterly shocked. Just as Chen Tianan understood the Lin Chen before his rebirth, Lin Chen also had a thorough grasp of this adopted brat. The last time he had squeezed all the money out of this kid, but he knew how to play pitiful. He never asked Chen Hai for money, yet Chen Hai always gave it to him willingly. Each time it was a hefty allowance of 10 to 20,000. Frequent, but not excessive. Chen Tianan couldn't possibly get large sums from Chen Hai in a short time. The reason he dared not ask Chen Hai for money was that he understood Chen Hai's temperament well. Such elite figures from prestigious families always demanded from others and resented being asked. Even for trivial matters, one must not make demands of him. Because Chen Tianan had mastered Chen Hai's character, he had managed to win his favor for 18 years. So Chen Tianan could only turn to Ma Li for money. Ma Li was also born into the prestigious Ma family, deeply doted on by the current patriarch and her mother. Her excessive affection for her son was likely inherited from her mother, but unfortunately her doting was directed at an adopted child. Thus Ma Li frequently reaped financial benefits from the Ma family. Whenever Chen Tian'an asked Ma Li for money, she would generously give. At least 100,000. Often 1,000,000. After Lin Chen had stripped him of his money last time Chen Tian'an was broke. This time he would surely play the victim in front of Ma Li. That way Ma Li would give him even more. Now that this wretched creature was causing him trouble, how could he not collect some interest from him worthy of this second chance at life? Lin Chen's eyes glinted with cold light. Tian'an, the secret I have for you is this: pay me, and I want tear the agreement. Chen Tian'an's jaw dropped in shock, deeply regretting coming with this family to confront Lin Chen. He must have been out of his mind to seek this torment. Now he would have to part with more money. But he had no choice. What if Lin Chen really tore the agreement and returned to the Chen family? Only Chen Tian'an himself had the power to stop Lin Chen from coming back. How much do you want? Chen Tian'an asked nervously. You decide. How much is enough to keep me from returning to the Chen family? Lin Chen whispered. Go do it. Oh, my stomach hurts. I need to use the restroom. Chen Tian'an made this lame excuse, and under everyone's astonished gaze ran off. What's wrong with our good son? Ma Li asked worriedly. Chen Hai's face was grim. Tian'an has always been a good child. Too much has happened to him lately. He's having a hard time adjusting. I'll be back after using the restroom, unlike that ungrateful son who leaves without a second thought, treating his family like nothing. Lin Chen. Chen Kaiwei tried to speak. Stop right there. Don't come closer, or he'll leave. Lin Chen threatened. Wait until Chen Tian'an. The Chen family exchanged glances and had no choice but to accept this demand, as they couldn't force Lin. Chen Tian'an hid in a secluded corner, opened his phone, and transferred all 4 million plus in his account to Lin Chen. Last time Ma Li had given him 5 million as pocket money, and he had spent hundreds of thousands in no time. Worried that this amount wouldn't satisfy Lin Chen, he called his few disreputable friends from noble families to borrow some money. These friends knew Chen Tian'an's position in the Chen family was secure and didn't fear he wouldn't repay, so they naturally seized this opportunity to curry favor. They scraped together over 5 million yuan for Chen Tian'an. Relieved, he then transferred another 5 million plus to Lin Chen. Lin Chen's phone buzzed twice with messages. He checked and saw that Chen Tian'an had transferred money twice, totaling 10 million. Whether Chen Tian'an paid or not, Lin Chen would never return to the Chen family in this life, nor would he forgive them. Unexpectedly, this turned out to be a pleasant surprise, and Lin Chen was quite satisfied. Chen Tian'an rushed back, still clutching his stomach as he ran. Quite the drama queen. Tian'an, does your stomach hurt? When we get home, we must have Dr. Lu examine you. Ma Li's face wrinkled. Thank you, Mom. Chen Tian'an, outwardly polite, inwardly bitter. Because of Lin Chen, not only was his wallet emptied, but he was also deep in debt. But he had to pretend to be cheerful. Brother, I'm back from the restroom. Tell me your secret. Are you satisfied? He asked quietly. Lin Chen was indeed very satisfied. Suddenly, he loosened his grip. The agreement he held high fluttered down and landed at his feet. What was he up to? The Chen family was stunned. Pick it up, Lin Chen ordered Chen Tian'an in a deep voice. Pick it up. Chen Tian'an was dumbfounded. What did Lin Chen mean? I. Chen Tian'an stammered, his face red with anxiety. He lowered his voice. Brother, didn't I give you the money? Didn't you say you wouldn't come back if I paid? What do you mean by telling me to pick up the agreement? Lin Chen sneered. It slipped. Pick it up and give it to me. Tian'an, what are you doing? Pick it up. Chen Hai urged. Whether Lin Chen dropped the agreement intentionally or not, it was a good sign for the Chen family. If Chen Tian'an picked it up and handed it over, the ungrateful son's agreement would be void. It was time for him to come home and stop disgracing the family. Pick it up. Ma Li also shouted anxiously. She began to imagine the happy days with both sons by her side. Tian'an, pick it up quickly. The three sisters also urged expectantly. If Lin Chen came home, they would make up for the lost family affection. From now on, they would never show favoritism again. They would give Lin Chen as much love as they gave Chen Tian'an, striving never to favor one over the other. Pick it up, Lin Chen commanded again. Everyone urged Chen Tian'an to pick it up. He swallowed hard, bent down reluctantly, and reached for the agreement. In a voice as faint as a mosquito, he pleaded, Brother, don't toy with me. You said you wouldn't come home. The smile on Lin Chen's face gradually turned cold. Chen Tian'an's heart tightened, fearing that Lin Chen might change his mind, so he had no choice but to pick up the agreement to sever ties. However, just as he was about to stand up, smack, he was suddenly struck by a heavy slap. Looking up in astonishment, he realized it was Lin Chen who had delivered it. Lin Chen, how dare you? Ma Li was the first to react, screaming heart-wrenchingly. One slap, and it earned him the foster mother's agonized cries. How wonderful! The foster mother treated her adopted son better than her own flesh and blood. If this dog of an adopted son truly lived a worthy life. It was a pity that until her death Ma Li would never accept that it was her most beloved adopted son who caused her demise. Then let you bootlickers continue to ache for a while longer. Lin Chen's brow furrowed into a straight line as he lifted his leg and viciously stomped on that adopted son's chest. Chen Tianan let out a miserable scream, tumbling to the ground, then clutching his chest and groaning. Tianan. The Chen family swarmed over like a disturbed hornet's nest, frantic and panicked. Chen Hai roared, "You rebellious son, how dare you!" He was the first to grab a brick and charge forward. Seeing this, Lin Chen unceremoniously swung a punch at him. Having been slapped by Lin Chen before, Chen Hai had developed a psychological shadow. His heart tightened instantly, and he hastily retreated. His grip loosened, and the brick fell to the ground. Lin Chen seized the opportunity to pick up the brick and raised it over Chen Tianan's head. "Everyone stop right there, or I'll crack open this adopted son's skull," he shouted. The Chen family hastily halted in their tracks, each face filled with shock. They had originally thought that after leaving the Chen family, Lin Chen had merely become tougher and more confrontational with them. They never imagined that Lin Chen would become so ruthless. It was hard to believe. Was this really the son and brother they knew? "Ouch, it hurts, it hurts." Chen Tianan groaned in pain. "Pick it up," Lin Chen said in a deep voice. Chen Tianan's heart went numb, and he hastily bent down again to retrieve the severance agreement, then handed it to Lin Chen. He was terrified, fearing Lin Chen might hit him again. But Lin Chen merely told him to hold the agreement up without reaching out to take it. This made Chen Tianan even more uneasy. His raised hand hung awkwardly in the air, uncertain how to handle the situation. In the past, when he acted spoiled, pitiful, or cute in front of his parents and sisters, he would always get what he wanted. During those 5 years in the Chen family, every time Chen Tianan pretended to be warm toward Lin Chen, the latter would always be moved and delighted. But now these tricks were utterly useless against Lin Chen. What was going on? Why had everything changed? Chen Tianan still couldn't believe this outcome. Every carefully calculated step he had taken in the Chen family had succeeded, yet he had stumbled here with Lin Chen. Seeing her adopted son beaten and now threatened, Ma Li's heart ached. She shouted hoarsely, "Lin Chen, I beg you as a mother, let Tianan go." A mother's identity. Lin Chen laughed and roared, "Everything you did before didn't qualify you to be my mother. Now what right do you have to make demands of me using that identity?" Though Chen Tianan was in pain and fear seeing the quarrel between Lin Chen and his biological mother Ma Li, he couldn't hide a flicker of joy on his face. Smack! Lin Chen suddenly slapped him hard. Chen Tianan cried out in agony. The hearts of the Chen family members were once again suspended in anxiety, but fearing the brick in Lin Chen's hand might crack Chen Tianan's skull, none dared to step forward to stop him. Lin Chen grabbed Chen Tianan's hair with his other hand and yanked his head up. A chilling glint flickered in his eyes. "You bastard. Don't think I don't know your intentions. I'm telling you, don't imagine you can control these fools to come after me. And don't think you can walk away unscathed every time you cause me trouble. As long as you dare to make a scene, I'll make you regret it every time." Chen Tianan stammered in panic, Brother, you've misunderstood me. I didn't want to come here. It was Mom and Dad who made me. Damn it." Lin Chen flung him down with all his might. Chen Tianan crashed to the ground, pain bringing tears to his eyes. "Lin Chen, you can't do this." His sisters' faces changed drastically. They wanted to intervene, but dared not. Lin Chen crouched down, glaring down at Chen Tianan and cursing, "Being an adopted son isn't your fault, but your ingratitude and your wolf-hearted, dog-lunged nature. That's the reincarnation of a beast, and that is your fault." Whether foster grace outweighs biological bonds or vice versa, there was no need for endless debate. Filial piety came first, and Lin Chen had indeed achieved it. He had been kind and grateful to his foster family. When he returned to the Chen family, he respected and tried to please his so-called relatives out of blood ties. But these blood relatives rejected and abused him, which ultimately awakened him completely. As for Chen Tianan, that true beast, he had thrown away all the years of devoted care from the Chen family. Not only did he lack gratitude, but he would later cause the deaths of the entire Chen family that raised him. Such a person was truly the reincarnation of a beast. But Chen Hai and the others also deserved it. Though fear lingered in Chen Tianan's eyes, he still argued, No, I've always been good to Mom, Dad, and my sisters. Everyone has seen how well-behaved and kind I am." Lin Chen really wanted to smash the brick down. This bastard's skin was thick enough to patch the sky. But he couldn't resort to such lowly means of revenge. He had been reborn only once and couldn't afford to end up wanted imprisoned or sentenced to death. He would definitely seek revenge, but he had to ensure his own interests weren't compromised first. "You bastard," Lin Chen said viciously to Chen Tianan. "Every day you go out living it up, boasting to outsiders that you're a son of the Chen family. But everyone in this family knows you're just an adopted son. Don't think it's because you've done so well that Chen Hai and the others dote on you. To have built the family business to this level, that old fox, Chen Hai, must have some brains. He must see some value in using you." At these words, Chen Tianan's eyes flickered. Chen Hai roared, "You beast, don't you dare sow discord." Lin Chen knew that Ma Li's doting on Chen Tianan might just be due to her personality. But Chen Hai was definitely not that simple. There had to be some purpose or gain involved. In his past life, Lin Chen had died early, leaving Chen Tianan as the only heir of the Chen family. Chen Hai panicked, indulging and spoiling Chen Tianan in many matters, tolerating things he normally wouldn't. In the end, he couldn't outmaneuver that adopted son's cunning schemes. Anyway, you all deserve to die. The grace of my birth was completely drained away the moment I drowned in my past life. Don't blame Lin Shen for being ruthless. It's because these people never treated him as a human being. Lin Shen would forever remember the despair of his past life, dragging his malnourished, battered body through the water after a deliberately capsized boat, struggling and crying for help. The whole family desperately rowed to save Chen Tianan, who could swim and was even wearing a life jacket. And Lin Shen, in despair and grief, he slowly sank into the icy riverbed. This was nothing less than murder by the entire Chen family. Suddenly Chen Tianan shivered, his hair standing on end, because he sensed something from Lin Shen. A thick, killing intent radiated from Lin Shen. Chen Tianan couldn't help but tremble. He looked up in surprise, catching the murderous glint in Lin Shen's eyes. Does he want to kill me? Chen Tianan's heart jolted violently. He believed Lin Shen truly wished to slay him, for he recognized that same look. He had worn it himself. Before his 18th birthday, he had countless times harbored the desire to kill Lin Shen to eliminate his greatest rival for the inheritance of the Chen family estate. Every day when he gazed into the mirror, the thought of Lin Shen would summon that same murderous glare. Now he was certain Lin Shen wanted him dead too. You wretched cur, I won't kill you now, but one day you will die. Lin Shen's eyes glinted with icy menace. Chen Tianan's heart pounded with terror. He felt the truth in Lin Shen's words. Ma Li's voice choked with bitterness. As a brother, don't threaten your younger sibling. Have you lost your mind from fever? Lin Shen's gaze swept sharply toward Ma Li, Chen Hai, and his three sisters. Lin Shen's smile was chilling. You fools, when I finally put this bastard down, you'll thank me before you know it. The Chen family was stunned. Dad! Chen Tianan whimpered in desperation. Dad! Chen. The sisters and mother cried out hoarsely to Chen Hai, pleading with the head of the family. Chen Hai's face turned ashen with fury, his eyes flashing murder. You unfilial wretch. Our Chen family has vast wealth and influence. Do you even comprehend the consequences of harming Tianan? Lin Shen laughed heartily, his mind sharp with cunning as he sneered, Mr. Chen Hai, I know. This bastard isn't your flesh and blood. Yet in your eyes, he's 10,000 times more precious than your own son. You dote on him so. Would you defy the whole world for his sake? Shut your mouth. Chen Hai roared. Heh. Chen Hai, I ask you, does he carry your blood in his veins? Lin Shen bellowed, then suddenly kicked Chen Tianan in the head. Thud. Chen Tianan cried out in agony and collapsed to the ground. He hit the floor face first, the impact sending blood from his nose splattering on the ground. Tianan. The Chen family rushed over in panic once more. Lin Shen raised the brick and barked, don't move. They froze, hesitating. Chen Hai, you treat this mongrel like he's your own flesh and blood. Lin, you're the damn mongrel. Chen Hai started to retort, but stopped mid-sentence, stunned. Hey, you're calling me a Lin Shen's eyes burned with fury. No. Chen Kaiwei interjected frantically. She had secretly arranged a paternity test for Chen Tianan and knew he was indeed an adopted son with no blood relation. And Lin Shen was their only true brother by blood. Chen Hai realized his slip of the tongue and glanced at Ma Li, finding her staring back at him intently. This stirred a storm of emotions in Chen Hai's heart. Lin Shen taunted, tell me who are that mongrel's parents. Lin Shen, that's enough. Ma Li sobbed in anguish, burying her face in her hands. Lin Shen tossed the brick in his hand and sneered, Mr. Chen Hai, Miss Ma Li, as an outsider, and anyone with a shred of common sense, I'm deeply curious. Why do you cherish a foster son with no blood tie like a treasure, yet treat your own flesh and blood like a... The three sisters' eyes dimmed at his words. Then with confusion, they turned to Chen Hai and Ma Li. Ma Li cried out passionately, Lin Shen, will you ever stop? You are both my good sons. Why must you push us to this dead end? Seeing onlookers gathering in the distance, Lin Shen didn't want his clinic to become a spectacle. He gestured to Chen Tianan, pick it up. Chen Tianan, still groaning in pain, perked up as if injected with adrenaline upon hearing those words. He scrambled to grab the agreement and handed it back to Lin Shen. Above his bleeding nose, his eyes shone with desperate anticipation. That wretched creature's greed and craving for the Chen family's wealth surpassed even his own life. Lin Shen snatched the agreement back and roared at Chen Hai and the others, this document spells it out clearly, and your signatures are on it. We are severed from this day forth. Never disturb my life again. And drag this mongrel back to his kennel. After all, he's more precious than your own lives. He's more important than your lives. Those words struck the Chen family like a thunderbolt, echoing ominously in their hearts. How chilling. Lin Shen tucked the agreement into his pocket, turned, and walked away to wait for a cab by the roadside. Tianan, Ma Li cried as she rushed to embrace Chen Tianan. Tianan. Chen Kailan and Chen Kaiyun dashed over, crouching down to check on his injuries with Chen Hai bellowed, call an ambulance. No, wait. We'll drive Tianan home. Have Dr. Lu come specially to treat him. Your whole family is sick. You'd better all see a doctor together. Lin Chen turned back, mocking them with a wave. You. Chen Hai felt a surge of blood rise to his throat, choking him until he nearly spat it out. Chen Kaiwei sobbed. Lin Chen, don't be like this. You're my brother too. Come home with me. As she spoke, she felt a burning gaze on her. Turning, she found Chen Hai glaring at her in fury. Chen Kaiwei fell silent, her heart a tangled mess. It seemed her father no longer wanted this son of his own blood to return. Lin Chen got into a taxi. He left. He needed to learn to swim. To master survival. Chen Kaiwei watched the taxi carrying Lin Chen grow smaller until it vanished from her sight. Her heart ached bitterly at how shattered their relationships had become. Could her plan still work? If one day Chen Hai met Lin Chen's son, his grandson, would Chen Hai dote on him with joy and laughter? Or would he be so enraged that he'd dash the child to the ground? Was there no chance for reconciliation? Chen Kaiwei's heart ached unbearably as she clutched her chest, feeling as if she couldn't breathe. 3 days later, Lin Chen had learned to swim. He only needed practice to master it. He breathed a slight sigh of relief. After the huge confrontation at his clinic with the Chen family, he knew Chen Hai well. He understood Chen Hai wouldn't swallow the insult and would spare no effort to open a rival clinic next to his, competing maliciously. Chen Hai was likely already pulling strings by now. Fortunately, Lin Chen's new clinic was spacious enough. Fang Chuxue was sharp enough. And the newly hired staff and doctors all had experience and credentials. The clinic soon entered its operational phase. Another week passed. The new clinic stabilized and began to attract regular patients. Fang Chuxue grew busy, but whenever she had a moment, she'd seek Lin Chen to discuss traditional Chinese medicine. After another half-month, the new clinic was turning a tidy profit. Lin Chen planned to fund his adoptive parents to open a shop. Han Mei had worked at a noodle shop for years and always dreamed of having her own. When she learned Lin Chen wanted to sponsor her, she was stunned. Forget it, save your money for college later. Don't waste it on me. After calming down, Han Mei politely declined. But Lin Chen patiently explained, Mom, I've opened a big clinic with over 20 staff on Golden Pedestrian Street. You don't have to worry about me being short on cash. Han Mei didn't believe him, so Lin Chen took her to the new clinic. After seeing how the employees treated him, she finally believed. Yet once home, Han Mei grew anxious and called Lin Han aside to discuss something of utmost importance. Han Mei said to Lin Han with concern, Old man, I want to check on Lin Chen's clinic. He really is the owner. That area is bustling and the scale is huge. It couldn't have been opened without an investment of 2 or 3 million yuan. Lin Han asked in surprise, then what did Chen say? He said he's the owner of the clinic. I also saw the business license. It's him, no doubt. Han Mei frowned deeply. Then what are you still worried about? Lin Han asked quickly. How can I not worry? Han Mei felt uneasy. We raised him for 13 years before sending him back to that pack of beasts. We know his character and temperament better than anyone. A man can be poor, but not lacking in ambition, and he would never do something like being kept by a wealthy woman. So Lin Chen must have used his own money to open the clinic. But where did he get so much money? Han Mei was extremely worried. It was indeed hard for an ordinary person to imagine how Lin Chen could come up with that sum. Could it be compensation from the Chen family? As soon as Lin Han said this, both elders immediately shook their heads in denial. Definitely not. They also knew well how badly the Chen family treated Lin Chen. During the 5 years he returned to the Chen family, they wouldn't even give him food, let alone any money. Not a single cent. Lin Han quickly urged, come on dear, stop guessing. The boy's success is his own ability. As long as it's not illegal. Han Mei frowned, then suddenly stomped her foot. What I'm worried about is something else. I visited his clinic today and found a doctor named Fang there. She's stunningly beautiful, like a movie star. Every employee treats Dr. Fang with great respect, as if she's the boss lady. Chen has a girlfriend. Lin Han exclaimed joyfully. Han Mei said anxiously, I haven't finished yet. Dr. Fang is beautiful and skilled in medicine. She often becomes the target of internet celebrities wanting to check in. And there are plenty of sleazy men who pretend to be sick just to get a glimpse of Dr. Fang's beauty. Lin Han beamed. That shows Dr. Fang is both kind and charming. How does she handle it? Han Mei shot Lin Han a glare. Lin Han chuckled awkwardly, no longer praising other women. Han Mei continued, Dr. Fang doesn't indulge those influencers. She still prescribes them medicine. If they come to check in, she treats it as business. But what worries me is that Dr. Fang's attitude toward Lin Chen is too good. How good? Lin Han's curiosity was piqued. Han Mei smiled bitterly. We've been through it all. I can see the light in Dr. Fang's eyes. It's the light of a lovesick mind. Whenever Chen comes to the clinic, Dr. Fang's eyes light up. When others come, there's no such light. Lin Han opened his mouth in astonishment. Unbelievable. Chen is actually liked by such an outstanding girl. But, can Chen afford to be in a relationship right now? It would be bad if it affects his college entrance. Han Mei said with slight anger. Old man, you still don't get what I'm saying. What I'm worried about is, have you noticed our daughter? When they were young, it was nothing. But ever since Chen came back, her attitude has changed. Lin Han paused, thought for a moment, and recalled. Being experienced themselves, he suddenly blurted out, could Linger have feelings for Chen? They're not blood-related. Han Mei emphasized that point. But Lin Han was bewildered. Accepted. Not accepted. What the hell? His mind was full of question marks. Han Mei whispered, our daughter is getting more beautiful as she grows. We've lived half our lives, so we know there are plenty of bad men in this world. There are rich scumbags like Chen Tianan and countless delinquents with dyed hair. When our daughter is fully grown, would you want her to marry a poor man? An honest man? Can you bear that? Lin Han shook his head and smiled bitterly. If I were a poor, honest man, of course I'd want to marry such a beautiful girl. But as a parent, I shouldn't let my daughter suffer and toil like that. After all, in our world, there are more men than women, more wolves than meat, with 30 million bachelors lined up. Han Mei asked worriedly again, so you'd rather let your daughter be ruined by some rich scumbag? Of course not. Lin Han was very agitated. Han Mei smiled. We raised Chen for over a decade. We trust his character most. And now that he's successful, we can rest assured. If we could bring them together. No, absolutely not. I won't accept it. Chen Hai suddenly stood up. Old man. Han Mei gritted her teeth. Lin Han shook his head. He doted on his wife, but on this matter his attitude was surprisingly firm. No. He raised his hand. Han Mei said angrily, they're not blood-related. Medically it's supported. And legally there's nothing forbidding it. Besides, Linger already likes Chen. When the time comes, we'll talk to Chen. If it works out, well, congratulate them. If not, we won't force anything. No arranged marriages. All we're doing is paving a happy future for them. Lin Han shook his head resolute. Enough, don't say any more. I disagree. I really can't accept it. They've grown up together. Lin Han. Han Mei interrupted her husband's words furiously. It's not about forcing them. It's about matchmaking. And if they can be together, they'll definitely be better off than with anyone else. How do you know? Lin Han was stunned, finally stopping his constant shaking and refusal. Han Mei smiled. Because over these 10+ years their personalities have already been perfectly attuned. If they each end up with someone else, they'll surely go through sadness and pain. If their personalities don't match, they'll have to part, leaving scars. If Linger meets a bad man, she could be ruined for life. But if they're together, they won't quarrel. Chen will surely yield to Linger, and Linger will understand Chen. They know each other well, neither will deceive the other, nor can they deceive each other. Isn't that perfect? Lin Han shook his head firmly. No, I can't listen to you on this. If Linger shows any sign of that'll stop her. If Chen shows any sign, he'll talk some sense into him too. In short, I won't agree. Stubborn. Han Mei was truly angry. There was no more discussion to be had. She decided that tonight she wouldn't let Lin Han into the bedroom to sleep. When Lin Chen finished school, he called home saying he wouldn't eat dinner at home and would go help at the clinic. Han Mei's heart fluttered. She became distracted and the vegetables she was cooking got a bit burnt. Lin Han, however, said cheerfully, Chen's grown up, knows how to take responsibility, and puts his career first. I wish him and Dr. Fong an ever better relationship. Lin Han, what do you mean by that? Han Mei turned around and scolded him angrily. Lin Han feigned ignorance. I don't mean anything. I just hope they work hard together. Cook yourself. This old lady isn't making you dinner anymore. Han Mei furiously took off her apron and threw it at her husband. Mom, Dad, what are you arguing about? Where's brother? Is he not coming back for dinner again? Lin Ling felt a pang of disappointment seeing that familiar figure was missing from home again. Linger, come here. Lin Han and Han Mei shouted in unison. What did I do wrong? Lin Ling was utterly perplexed. She had merely come home from school. What fault could there be? Yet her parents seemed to be speaking to her in a tone of reproach. Lin Han and Han Mei also realized their lapse and were instantly filled with awkwardness. Lin Han was the first to recover, summoning his courage to say, Linger, I just wanted to talk to you about your brother. Did something interesting happen to brother? Lin Ling's large eyes lit up. Seeing this, Lin Han's heart sank. The very thing he dreaded had come to pass. She had developed feelings for Lin Chen, who was not related by blood. But Lin Han believed there was still a chance to remedy the situation. After all, Lin Ling was merely at the tender age of budding romance. Who hasn't experienced a first crush? In time it would become nothing more than a faint, inconsequential memory. Such innocent feelings, whether they brought sweetness or pain, could never rival the intensity of a later romance. Linger, I only mean to say that your brother has finally returned. He has to attend university and manage his business. He is truly busy, exhausted in both body and mind. So you must not disturb him for now. Give him more. After uttering these words, Lin Han added silently to himself, once he goes to university, Lin Chen will live on campus, perhaps even in another province, and their time together will dwindle. Perhaps their future encounters would be limited to major holidays or their respective weddings. Lin Han's imagination painted a pleasant picture. Yet Lin Ling listened with a heavy heart, her eyes reddening as she said, Dad, I know brother is busy now, but he's been away from home for 5 years. Is it too much to care for him and see him more often? Lin Han panicked and quickly explained, it's not that you can't, but during this busy period we should try not to disturb him. Ahem, you know how it is with men. Studies and career come first. And what about your current state? Is career your priority? Lin Ling couldn't help retorting. Lin Han stood frozen, his heart tangled in knots of deep sorrow etched across. Though he fought to hold back, he couldn't help lowering his gaze to his crippled leg. Lin Ling followed his line of sight, her face twisting with bitterness and guilt. I'm sorry, Dad, I didn't mean to say that. Lin Han quickly waved his hand, forcing a smile. It's alright, this is all fate. In fact, Dad once had a chance to give you all a different destiny. I'm the one who let everyone down. Lin Ling lowered her head, pouting, unable to hold back. The reason I got angry just now was because your tone was too harsh. I came home from school and hadn't done anything wrong. Your words felt like an accusation, as if I were hindering brother's studies and career. But I haven't. Can you blame me for talking back? Lin Han gave a bitter smile, knowing full well he had spoken too harshly. Yet his mind was still wrestling with how to say to his daughter, I forbid you from falling in love with Lin Chen. How could he utter such words? They were too difficult to voice. Lin Han knew that although his intentions were for the best, for both his daughter and Lin Chen, once said those words would inflict unforeseen harm upon his daughter. He couldn't bear to hurt his family. Suddenly Han Mei emerged from the kitchen, holding a plastic bag containing boxed rice dishes. She shot Lin Han a strange glance before smiling at Lin Ling. All right, try to understand your father. Your father works part-time at a mobile phone shop every day, and after work, he joins me in doing manual labor. He's physically disabled, but not mentally defeated. Though he may fall short compared to those born into wealth, he is far better than those who are healthy yet waste their days idling away. Lin Han felt a warmth in his heart and instantly forgave his wife for their earlier quarrel. Yet a sense of reluctance lingered. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. If only. Oh, it's all my fault. I could have made you all rise above the rest. It's all because in my youthful arrogance I chose to leave the Lin family for the sake of pride, and that forced you to endure a life of hardship with me. What do you mean? Lin Ling was full of questions. Was her father some hidden tycoon? With that temper and personality, she nearly burst out laughing, but maintained a poker face out of respect. Han Mei suddenly handed the bag of boxed rice to Lin Ling. Mom, this is. Take it to your brother. Really? Lin Ling was overjoyed, her already large eyes widening even further. Lin Han's heart leaped. No, I object. Han Mei firmly pushed Lin Ling out the door, instructing, there are 2 boxes inside. One for you, one for your brother. Eat at his clinic. Since you've brought your school bag, you can do your homework there too. Come back later, and you can do this from now on. Really? Lin Ling's voice rang out with pure delight. No, I absolutely oppose this. Lin Han hobbled after them with his crutch, frantic. Objection overruled. Han Mei turned back and snapped at Lin Han. Chen spent 5 years with those beasts and finally came home. Is it wrong to let the siblings reunite properly? Not letting them be together, that's what's wrong. Exactly. Lin Ling also gave a soft, defiant huff at Lin Han. Han Mei turned to Lin Ling with a smile. Of course, on the condition that it doesn't affect Linger's studies. Lin Ling quickly raised her hand. I promise my grades won't slip. If they do, we'll stay home and go nowhere. Lin Han was speechless, his face flushing red. Making his daughter's grades decline. That seemed harder than reaching the heavens. Ever since the 3rd grade, Lin Ling's academic prowess had begun to shine. She soared like a rocket. With Lin Chen's return, she felt inspired. At one high school, a key institution, she had skyrocketed to the top 5 in her grade. Han Mei beamed. That's wonderful. My good girl is the most sensible. Oh, I never have to worry about you. Also, I have an important task for you. Tell me. Lin Ling urged, slightly impatient with her mother's rambling. Han Mei whispered, keep an eye on your brother. Don't let him fall into a romance. Make sure he focuses on his studies. Is that all? Fine. Lin Ling thought it was no big deal. Lin Han wanted to say more, but Lin Ling, now wary of his attitude, dashed out of the house like the wind. Sigh. How did it come to this? Lin Han lamented in frustration. Unable to vent his anger on his wife or daughter, he hurled his crutch to the ground with all his might. Old man, just accept fate. Let destiny take its course. Let's not interfere anymore. Han Mei scoffed. Accept fate. Lin Han's pupils suddenly contracted into pinpoints. Those words seemed to strike a painful chord buried deep in his memory. Lin Han said reproachfully, it's precisely because I refuse to accept my fate that I've made you all endure a life of hardship. If I had resigned myself to it back then, I would have lost face, but at least you wouldn't have to squeeze into this rundown neighborhood with me. Han Mei gazed at him steadily, then suddenly smiled, and said Chen has made something of himself, so we can rely on him. He said he wanted me to open a noodle shop, and I've considered it, but I'd rather not do it. Haven't you always wanted to open a phone repair shop? I think that's a good idea. Let's start with that first. Since your legs aren't convenient, he'll go over and help you out initially. Once things stabilize, you can hire new employees who can take over for you. Then he'll go open the noodle shop. How about— Lin Han was stunned for a long moment, then tears streamed down his face. Thank you, my dear. The Golden Pedestrian Street. The new clinic. As Lin Chen arrived at the entrance, he received a message from Han Mei. It roughly stated that she wanted to borrow 200,000 yuan from Chen to open a phone repair shop with monthly repayments set at a fixed amount, and they would sign a loan contract. Mom must be thinking of Dad. Lin Chen smiled knowingly. As for signing a loan contract, he'd go along with it anyway since he had no intention of making them repay it. The 13 years of upbringing and nurturing were priceless in Lin Chen's heart. When the contract was signed, it would ease his parents' minds and free them from any feelings of guilt. Then he would simply tear up the contract. Without a second thought, Lin Chen took out his phone and transferred 500,000 yuan to Han Mei. The Lin family home. Old man Lin Chen gave us 500,000. Han Mei exclaimed in a fluster. Lin Han shook his head worriedly. 200,000 is enough, 500,000 is absolutely too much. We can't burden him with that. Besides, his clinic has just opened and needs financial support. Don't say another word, send it back. Well, draft the loan contract quickly and have Linger deliver it to Chen tomorrow. Han Mei nodded in agreement, then transferred 300,000 yuan back to Lin Chen. Lin Chen was speechless when he found out his adoptive mother had returned the money. There was no helping it. Lin Chen knew that if he transferred it back again, it would only be returned once more. Comparing the Chen and Lin families, the presence or absence of familial affection made all the difference in how people conducted themselves and handled matters. With a heavy heart, Lin Chen walked into the clinic. Boss. Good evening, boss. You're here. The employees all treated Lin Chen with great deference. Boss Dr. Fong is looking for you, a nurse said as she passed by, her tone teasing. Lin Chen nodded and entered Fong Chuxia's office. No patients tonight? Lin Chen asked curiously. Fong Chuxia blushed and said, I've been letting the other doctors handle minor cases now. If they encounter a difficult or complex case, they can refer the patient to me. This way I have more time to study. Today you have to teach me more. All right, Lin Chen said with a hint of guilt. Because he had to attend school, he had left the clinic's daily operations and planning almost entirely to Fong Chuxia. In fact, aside from the initial preparations and providing the capital, Lin Chen had let Fong Chuxia handle all other matters. No wonder most of the employees jokingly referred to Fong Chuxia as the boss wife. Lin Chen felt he owed Fong Chuxia a great deal for having such a dedicated and uncomplaining friend. Lin Chen then sat down and discussed traditional Chinese medicine with Fong Chuxia. Of course, since he hadn't yet started university, he also made sure to ask her about Western medicine. Fong Chuxia patiently explained everything to Lin Chen. She not only covered what she had learned in university, but also shared her 2 years of internship experience and the clinical knowledge she had gained after graduation. Fong Chuxia grew increasingly astonished, as Lin Chen only needed her to explain something once for him to remember it completely. To her knowledge, medical specialties were incredibly complex, and students typically had to study for at least 5 years before being unleashed into the field. This alone proved how difficult medicine was. Yet Lin Chen grasped it as easily as drinking water. Had he really never studied Western medicine before, as he claimed? Fong Chuxia couldn't help but doubt. How could someone with a complete blank slate of Western medical knowledge learn so quickly? Sometimes she even had to open her textbooks again to discuss related topics with Lin Chen. But Lin Chen only needed a single glance to understand. He was more professional than I am. Fong Chuxia trusted her judgment. Since he had studied Western medicine, why was he still discussing it with her? Could it be that he likes me? Is he using this as an excuse to pursue me? Fong Chuxia couldn't be blamed for overthinking. During her school days, she had encountered many boys who shamelessly used such tricks to deceive her. Furthermore, Lin Chen's medical knowledge was so professional, almost textbook perfect. How could he possibly not have studied Western medicine? Yet despite his tactic, Fong Chuxia didn't find it off-putting. Bro, you really did open a big clinic. A crisp voice echoed through the clinic hallway. Lin Chen's face lit up with joy at the sound, and he quickly stood up and walked toward the door. Fong Chuxia felt an inexplicable nervousness and hurried after him to see. She spotted a lively, pretty young girl carrying a bag of lunch boxes bouncing along as she approached. When she saw Lin Chen, joy sparkled in her large eyes. Then noticing Fong Chuxia behind him, she looked momentarily surprised. What a beautiful sister! Lin Ling blurted out. Fong Chuxia was delighted by the compliment and quickly asked, little sister, you just said your brother opened a big clinic. Is your brother Lin Chen? Yes, I've come to bring my brother dinner, Lin Ling said with a smile. Come in and sit down, Lin Chen said, taking his sister's hand and leading her to his office. Fong Chuxia hesitated for a moment before following and standing at the doorway. She saw Lin Ling take out 2 lunch boxes, placing one in front of herself and one in front of Lin Chen on the desk. Mom said food from outside isn't very hygienic, so it's healthier to eat homemade meals. Hee, Lin Ling said, unable to suppress a laugh as she spoke. Actually, she just wants you to save money, that's why she had me bring the food. I love Mom's cooking the most, Lin Chen said, ready to pick up his chopsticks. Since Mom will be busy helping Dad with the shop, how about I cook for you from now on? Lin Ling wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's and acted coy. You need to focus on your studies. He'll just order takeout later, Lin Chen said with concern. Fong Chuxia observed carefully. She noticed that the siblings didn't look alike. Moreover, the way Lin Ling looked at Lin Chen seemed unusual. Fang Chux's mind was filled with questions. Lin Chen was very protective of his family, so he never discussed family matters with anyone regardless of who they were. None of the employees knew about Lin Chen's family background, including Fang Chuxue. If it hadn't been for the Chen family's disturbance at the hospital last time, she wouldn't have known he was the abandoned son of the Chen family. However, Lin Chen didn't mind embarrassing the Chen family in public. He suddenly looked toward the door and said warmly, "Chuxue, you haven't eaten yet. Come over, and I'll give you my portion." "Oh no, really, it's fine." Fang Chuxue quickly declined, feeling too embarrassed to accept. Hee the sister. Lin Ling suddenly stood up and walked toward Fang Chuxue. Lin Ling warmly grasped Fang Chux's hand and pulled her into the office. "As for me, I can't eat too much or I need to lose weight. How about giving half to my sister?" Fang Chuxue was momentarily stunned. With such earnest insistence, she found it hard to refuse and could only nod shyly. The three of them began their dinner. There were spoons and chopsticks. Lin Ling handed a spoon to Fang Chuxue, while she herself used chopsticks. Fang Chuxue felt uneasy during the meal. After pondering, she couldn't help but ask, "Linger, why are you so kind to me?" Lin Chen and Lin Ling were not blood-related, and Fang Chuxue, with her sharp intellect, quickly figured it out. Moreover, she could tell that Lin Ling had feelings for Lin Chen. Lin Ling smiled and said, "Because you are good to my brother, helping him run this clinic. How could I possibly hold him back?" Fang Chuxue was somewhat surprised that Lin Ling could be so open-minded. Lin Ling added mysteriously, "But I'm not all that easygoing. If any woman mistreats my brother, like that eldest sister from the Chen family last time, I gave her 2 slaps on the face. I don't think I'm someone to be trifled with. I also gave Lin Chen's third sister 2 slaps." Fang Chuxue suddenly spoke up, refusing to be outdone. The 2 women were taken aback, then both burst into giggles. Lin Chen felt extremely awkward. He wished the meal would end quickly. "Come on, brother, let's take a photo." "Sister, you too." Lin Ling suddenly pulled out her phone cheerfully. Why? Although it was her first meeting with Lin Ling, Fang Chux's intuition told her that this little sister was unusually intelligent and mature, beyond her years, prompting a hint of caution. Lin Ling replied casually, "Just want to take a photo and post about my day." It was just a photo fulfilling his... Lin Chen said nothing. The favor of a meal made Fang Chuxue feel quite conflicted. In truth, since leaving the Fang family, she had been very careful about protecting her privacy. Yet for some reason, the appearance of this little girl Lin Ling unsettled her heart. While she hesitated, Lin Ling suddenly pulled Lin Chen to his feet, wrapping one arm around his and raising her phone high with the other. "I'm sorry I came at a bad time." Fang Chux's heart ached, and she stood up to leave. "No, sister, you've come just in time. Join us." Lin Ling hastily pulled Fang Chuxue over. Fang Chux's arm pressed against Lin Chen's waist, sending a warmth through her heart. She pursed her lips shyly. Click. The camera captured that moment of the three. Lin Ling then uploaded the photo to a social media platform. Chen Kaiyun had always been strong-willed. She had been slapped by Fang Chuxue, and Lin Chen had defended Fang Chuxue. She had also witnessed Lin Chen brutally beat Chen Tianan on 2 occasions. As a result, her relationship with Lin Chen had plummeted to freezing point. Ever since Chen Tianan was disciplined by Lin Chen in front of the entire Chen family last time. After returning home, Chen Tianan, though still obedient, had become increasingly withdrawn and melancholic. This drove Ma Li and the others frantic with worry. Every day they tried every trick to cheer Chen Tianan up. Just this morning, while brushing his teeth, Chen Tianan suddenly tripped and injured his knee, forcing him to stay in bed and rest, wasting another day of his crucial high school studies. Ma Li, doting on her adopted son, went to his room to care for him attentively. Chen Kaiyun was scrolling through her phone when the algorithm recommended the photo Lin Ling had just posted. Her face darkened instantly. She got up and left the room. Walking quickly to Chen Tianan's room, she knocked and entered. She found Ma Li feeding Chen Tianan beef porridge spoonful by spoonful. "How could you be so careless this morning?" Ma Li said with concern. Chen Tianan, pale-faced, replied, "Last night, I dreamed that my brother hit me again. I couldn't sleep well. When I woke up this morning, I was still lost in the dream and accidentally fell." Sigh. Ma Li let out a long, heavy sigh. She didn't know what to say, filled only with helplessness and sorrow. A trace of resentment flickered in her eyes. She resented the injustice of fate. Heaven had allowed her to find her biological son, so why had it created such family discord? She was exhausted, having tried her best to consider everyone's feelings. Chen Kaiyun could empathize. In truth, she no longer disliked Lin Chen that much. After all, over the years, the wrongs she had done to him far outweighed the coldness he had shown her. But as the saying goes, love me, love my dog, if when hate me, hate my dog. Chen Kaiyun had been slapped twice by Fang Chuxue, and she harbored a deep hatred for her, also resenting Lin Chen for not taking her side. "Mom, take a look." She handed her phone to Ma Li. Ma Li took one look and was instantly furious. "Lin Chen, you've harmed your brother so badly that he has nightmares every night. And yet you're out there living it up. Have you truly grown up at all? Can't you come home and comfort your brother?" As a mother I have to worry about everything, and it's so hard. As she spoke, the pent-up grievances of not being understood by her own son overwhelmed her, and Ma Li couldn't help but shed tears. Chen Tianan felt a pang of anxiety and quickly craned his neck to look. Fang Chuxue was actually taking photos with that waist, and standing so close. A blaze of jealous rage ignited in Chen Tianan's heart. Fang Chuxue's expression, pursed lips, slightly lowered head, cheeks flushed, clearly showed she had taken a liking to that waist. This was something Chen Tianan could not accept. It made him so furious he felt like vomiting blood, even if the Chen and Fang families were sworn enemies. When it came to who was worthy of Fang Chuxue, it could only be the heir of the Chen family. Lin Chen, a waste expelled from the Chen family, now nothing more than a commoner. What right did he have to win Fang Chuxue's affection? Chen Tianan shifted his gaze to Lin Ling in the photo. Is that the girl from the Lin family? I didn't notice last time, but she's grown so much. So beautiful. So cute. A perverse fire burned in Chen Tianan's gut. But this girl is far too affectionate towards that waist Lin Chen. Her posture suggests she wants to meld into his very being. Lin Chen actually having two women on his arms. Chen Tianan finally couldn't hold back and spat out blood. Son, brother. The two women in the room rushed over in a panic to comfort him. Chen Tianan's face was ashen and his lips trembled as he said, Mom, third sister, don't worry about me. It's just some old injuries flaring up. Chen Kaiyan's voice trembled with disappointment. Lin Chen, you're doing well, but do you have to take such photos to spite us? Ma Li said, dazed. He knows full well that the Chen and Fang families are sworn enemies, yet he still does this. Could it be that he knows Tianan is devoted to the Chen family's interests, so he deliberately took this photo with our sworn enemy to anger Tianan? Chen Tianan was slightly surprised by this, feeling a bit better inside. Having his adoptive mother and sister understand him this way was advantageous to him. Anyway, he now deeply resented Lin Chen. He had to do something, and he absolutely could not let Lin Chen and Fang Chuxue's relationship develop so smoothly. By the way, aren't second sister and Fang Chuxue arch-rivals? Chen Tianan's eyes suddenly lit up. After Ma Li and Chen Kaiyan left his room, he immediately took out his phone and dialed Chen Kailan's number. Second sister, I want to show you a photo. Send it to me. Chen Kailan was currently with the crew scouting a large supermarket, filming a variety show. Chen Tianan then sent the screenshot he had taken, a group photo of Lin Chen, Fang Chuxue, and Lin Ling, to Chen Kailan. Upon seeing it, Chen Kailan trembled with rage. What is the meaning of this? Is he deliberately provoking me? Doesn't Lin Chen know that Fang Chuxue and I are arch-rivals? Chen Tianan added fuel to the fire. Brother is just trying to provoke you, but that's not the main point. After all, brother has never been treated well in our family all these years. If he wants to vent his anger on us, I can tolerate it. But the key is brother is under Fang Chuxue's control. In the past 5 years, have you ever seen him take a photo? No. How long has he been with Fang Chuxue? He's learned all the bad things. So second sister, for brother's sake, we must rescue him from Fang Chuxue. Chen Kailan hesitated. She really wanted to teach Fang Chuxue a lesson, but she was a public figure. Appearing in the sight of ordinary people would cause a huge stir. She had to change the subject and asked with concern, by the way, Tianan, how are your injuries? Chen Tianan said sorrowfully, my face still hurts, swollen for many days. Although dad gave me imported medicine to apply, it hasn't subsided yet. To avoid being mocked by others, and to not bring shame to the Chen family, I've been on leave from school for so long. Chen Kailan said worriedly, Lin Chen is too wicked. I was originally planning to be nice to him. It seems there's no need. Fortunately, Tianan, you are destined to be recommended to Harvard in the future. Those trash schools in our country are not worth attending. Just focus on recovering. After the call ended, the more Chen Kailan thought about it, the angrier she became. She and Fang Chuxue had such a bad relationship. How could Lin Chen not know? Why would he do something so disloyal? Time was tight, so she had to continue recording the show. During a break, she suddenly received a call from her third sister, Chen Kaiyan. What do you need from me? Second sister, I want to ask for Fang Chuxue's contact information. Chen Kaiyan said through gritted teeth. What do you want her number for? Chen Kailan was very surprised. Chen Kaiyan was furious. Last time dad stood up Tianan and me. I chose not to tell you some things because I was afraid of bringing shame to the Chen family. Later, the more I thought about it, the angrier I got. There's always a knot in my heart. I can't rest without revenge. Fang Chuxue slapped me twice, and the last slap was even helped by Lin Chen. Chen Kailan's anger couldn't be contained. Fang Chuxue, Lin Chen, you actually bullied my sister and brother together. Listen, third sister, you're still a student. Don't get involved in this. Leave it all to me. But second sister, you're a big star, you. Chen Kaiyan wanted to say more, but Chen Kailan hung up the phone. A muscular man beside the crew noticed this and asked with concern, our little princess, who made you angry? Chen Kailan glanced at him and suddenly had an idea. This muscular man was the strong man of their variety show team, the one with the bulkiest muscles and the greatest strength. In every competition segment, he became the primary target of everyone's defense. Chen Kalin then said with a troubled expression, Mu Chun, I have a distant relative who is now infatuated with a woman. I want to call him home to stop him from embarrassing himself outside, but he remains stubborn every time. And since I'm a big star, it's not good for me to argue with him in public. So what do you think I should do? Mu Chun, eager to win over Chen Kalin, quickly offered his advice. That's easy. He'll go with you. They'll stuff him into the car, take him back to your place, and then you can give him a good talking to. What if he resists? Chen Kalin asked worriedly. After all, Lin Chun had once beaten Chun Hai, and Chun Tianan, this younger brother, had grown tough. Mu Chun laughed confidently. Little princess, you need to understand my strength. If I want to drag someone away, even 10 oxen can't stop me. If he doesn't come with me, I'll carry him and his car away together, ha. Chen Kalin's eyes lit up at this. Mu Chun was the strong man of the team. In every competition segment, even 2 or 3 people working together might not be able to handle him. Mu Chun was truly strong. Then I'll thank you in advance, Chen Kalin said with great anticipation. You're welcome. The Mu family and the Chen family have always had good relations. It's only right. Mu Chun narrowed his eyes with a smile. For people in the entertainment industry, if they were second or third-tier stars, they might rely on undefeatable rules to rise. But anyone who became a top-tier celebrity definitely had a family background. For instance, in such a popular variety show, every star who became a regular guest had the support of a major backer. These backers often also invested in the show, arranging for their own people to appear as a quid pro quo. The Mu family in Guanyuan City was doing quite well too. Mu Chun appeared honest and simple on the surface. After the two finished recording the show, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Chen Kalin called Chun Hai to say she was eating out, then she and Mu Chun left the set by car. Chen Hai also didn't go home for dinner because he had an urgent business matter to resolve recently. He was in the chairman's office of the Chen Group waiting for his eldest daughter Chen Kaiwei. Chen Kaiwei had just returned from running errands outside. Wearing high heels, she hurriedly took the elevator to the 3rd floor. She knocked on the door of the chairman's office. Dad, I'm here, she said nervously. Chen Hai turned around, and without a word slapped his eldest daughter across the face with a resounding smack. Is this how you handle things? He bellowed. Chen Kaiwei stepped back in shock, covering her face. In all her life, this was the first time Chen Hai had ever hit her. She had always been an excellent child since childhood. Was she being hit just because she was a bit slow in setting up the clinic? Dad, do you hate Lin Chen that much? She thought incredulously, but dared not say it out loud. Chen Hai fumed. What did I say back then? Within half a month the new clinic must be finalized. Did you manage it? Tianan is at home every day, lying in bed dejected. He became like this because he was bullied and suppressed by that unfilial son Lin Chun. Our Chen family urgently needs to create an excellent and confident environment for Tianan to help him bounce back. We need to make Tianan understand that he is no worse than that unfilial son. Chen Kaiwei smiled bitterly at this. In fact, she knew in her heart that Chun Hai was more about venting his own anger. Chun Hai couldn't stand that Lin Chun was living better after leaving the Chun family than when he was in it. Thus, this patriarch, heavily imbued with traditional patriarchal thinking, was eager to mercilessly suppress his own son. Chen Kaiwei helplessly explained to Chun Hai, there's no issue with the relevant documents, location, or medical equipment. But the key problem is that the medicinal herbs and personnel have encountered obstacles. The Fong family had deep roots in this industry, almost monopolizing the medicinal herb market in Guanyuan City. Even the herb merchants not belonging to their family were forced to join the Chamber of Commerce established by the Fong family. If the Fong family won't let them cooperate with us, there's nothing we can do. Chen Hai frowned and said angrily, I know this situation too. Similarly, if the Fong family wanted to infiltrate our real estate industry, they wouldn't find a crack. However, their demonstration in the failed bid for Yuantai Li Yuan last time showed us how. They didn't enter the fray themselves, but instead gathered intelligence for other powerful real estate firms, provided capital chains, and defeated us at the last moment. Chen Kaiwei quickly said, Father is right. We can support the Fong family's competitors in the pharmaceutical industry. This way we can suppress the Fong family and use their advantages to enter this industry. Chen Hai asked with a grim face, what about Fong Chushu? How is her situation? Chen Kaiwei smiled and replied, I found out. Fong Chushua had a significant conflict with the Fong family and was apparently expelled. Chen Hai's eyes lit up as he sneered, so it's 2 abandoned souls huddling together for warmth. Humph, without the support of a prominent family their business will never grow big. Opening 2 or 3 clinics is their limit. They might even go bankrupt due to pressure from industry giants. Chen Kaiwei said with some concern, regardless of whether Fong Chushua has the Fong family's support, as long as our Chun family plans to enter an industry, the Fong family will sabotage it. However, I've already reached an agreement with a pharmaceutical giant from another province. They also want to enter the Guanyuan City market, but the Fong family has been too protective of their territory, leaving them no good opportunity to intervene. Chen Hai's expression eased upon hearing this. That's good. Then they provide the herbs and talent, and we provide the connections and network in Guanyuan City. A win-win. All right, Dad. They'll handle this as soon as possible. Chen Kaiwei appeared pleased on the surface, but her heart was filled with sorrow. She had done her best to carve a path out of the Fong family's territory in the pharmaceutical industry. She had come up with the strategy of borrowing a chicken to lay an egg. Yet despite her excellent efforts and brilliant plan, Chen Hai had still slapped her face mercilessly over a few days' delay. Dad, is your pride that important? Or are you too doting on Tian'an? Are you doing everything possible just to help him recover from his recent setback? What if Dad were helping Lin Chen instead? Chen Kaiwei paused, recalling Lin Chen's first 6 months in the Chen family. Once Chen Kaiwei had forgotten a document at home and rushed back to get it, only to find Lin Chen standing in the yard. The sun was blazing, and she saw Lin Chen's frail body swaying in the sunlight. She couldn't help asking, "What did you do wrong this time?" Lin Chen replied, "Second sister said I cut her dress, but I really didn't do it." Chen Kaiwei said impatiently, "If you did it, you did it. Would the whole family wrong you for no reason?" Lin Chen lowered his head and sniffled. At that time he had only been back in the Chen family for 6 months. Though he had a habit of petty theft, Chen Kaiwei thought he could still be saved. Seeing the sun so harsh, she took off her hat and placed it on Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen's eyes widened in surprise and his face was filled with uncontrollable emotion. "Thank you, big sister. You're so kind. They'll take good care of the hat and return it to you tomorrow." The sun hat was worth only a few hundred yuan, so Chen Kaiwei didn't think much of it and left. The next day Lin Chen indeed returned the hat to her. It was washed spotlessly clean. At that moment, she suddenly felt that this younger brother knew how to be grateful. Though he had picked up many bad habits from his poor upbringing, as long as he was grateful, he was worth nurturing and educating. Later Chen Tian'an came to her and whispered that he had seen Lin Chen washing the hat with the maid's laundry detergent. Though the hat wasn't worth much, Chen Kaiwei was filled with inexplicable rage upon hearing that he had used a servant's laundry detergent to wash her hat before returning it. She found Lin Chen and without a word slapped him hard across the face, cursing, "Go back to where you came from. You can't learn anything good." After recalling this, Chen Kaiwei couldn't help but cry. Her own brother knew gratitude. If the Chen family had fully supported Lin Chen in opening a clinic, he would have been overjoyed and worked tirelessly by her side. Chen Kaiwei couldn't help imagining Lin Chen happily working with her every day, unlike Chen Tian'an, who only had to lie in bed and enjoy all the benefits his family brought him. "You are crying." Chen Hai saw his eldest daughter's reddened eyes and thought it was because of the slap he had just given her. Now reflecting on it, he realized that anyone in Chen Kaiwei's position might not have done better. Chen Hai sighed softly. Though he felt some guilt, he wouldn't apologize. "Saiwei, remember, the clinic must not be delayed. I've already lost one son, I can't lose the other. Tian'an must recover quickly. Now you may leave." "Understood, Dad." Chen Kaiwei wiped her tears as she left the chairman's office. As soon as she stepped out, a petite, lowly-like woman darted out from beside her. "Husband Saiwei, were you hit? How can the chairman be so hateful?" Mao Xiaomiao gently caressed Chen Kaiwei's reddened cheek with concern. Chen Kaiwei felt warmth in her heart and gave Mao Xiaomiao a deep hug. "Was it about Chen Tian'an that he hit you?" Mao Xiaomiao suddenly whispered in her ear with concern. Chen Kaiwei was startled and a nameless rage burned within her. "Were you eavesdropping?" Her tone turned menacing. Mao Xiaomiao chuckled. "So do you still have feelings for your adopted brother? After all, it's been confirmed there's no blood relation. That leaves plenty of opportunity for familial affection to turn into romantic love." "Nonsense." Chen Kaiwei shoved her suddenly. Mao Xiaomiao cried out in surprise, stumbling backward, losing her balance and falling to the ground. Though in pain, Mao Xiaomiao didn't seem angry. Instead, her face showed a hint of satisfaction and joy. "Am I wrong? You know full well that the chairman wants to open the clinic for that adopted son, and you've been fully cooperating with him on this. Dare you say you have no feelings for him?" "Shut up." Chen Kaiwei clenched her small fists in fury. Some passing colleagues curiously peeked over. Embarrassed, Chen Kaiwei quickly turned and strode away. Soon she entered her general manager's office. Mao Xiaomiao hurriedly followed, slammed the door shut, and locked it quickly. "Husband Saiwei, forgive my loose tongue just now." She threw herself at Chen Kaiwei. Chen Kaiwei abruptly pushed Mao Xiaomiao away, saying impatiently, "Don't touch me. I'm not in the mood." Mao Xiaomiao was taken aback for a moment, then said coldly, "So you've fallen for a man, that's why you've been distant with me lately." "Mao Xiaomiao, haven't you had enough?" Chen Kaiwei slapped the table in irritation and stood up abruptly. "My feelings for Tian'an have always been nothing more than a sister's love for her brother. Think about it. Tian'an came to our family when he was just a few months old. For 18 years I've watched him grow from an infant to an adult. Can such familial bonds be discarded so easily? Then do you still love him like before?" Mao Xiaomiao asked curiously. Chen Kaiwei fell silent at the question. She sat back down and sipped her coffee. "Not as much as before, but he's still my brother. Why wasn't it the same?" She couldn't help comparing Chen Tian'an with Lin Chen. Chen Tian'an truly couldn't measure up to Lin Chen now. Apart from his refined upbringing from a prestigious family, he was inferior in every other aspect. Moreover, because Chen Hai intended to pair her with Chen Tian and Chen Kaiwei, felt an instinctive resistance. This resistance had also extended to Chen Tian himself. Mao Xiaomiao sat down on Chen Kaiwei's lap and suddenly uttered a strange remark. Maybe the idea that the chairman wants to set you up with Chen Tianen is just our imagination. There's no solid evidence for it. Chen Kaiwei retorted angrily. Dad asked me to run the clinic and later let Tianen take over the management with me helping him. Isn't that matchmaking? We used to meet only at home, but now we'll be working together too. Mao Xiaomiao bit her lower lip and said hesitantly, I'm still conflicted. Does the chairman only want you and Chen Tianen to have a child? That can't be right. Though you're not blood-related siblings, the chairman is so traditional. How could he allow you and him to? Enough. Xiaomiao. Chen Kaiwei's gaze was resolute. Our future happiness depends entirely on you. Before my dad takes coercive measures to pair me with Chen Tianen, you must get pregnant with Lin Chen's child as soon as possible. I hope to see it happen within half a year. That's too fast. Mao Xiaomiao was astonished. She hurriedly said, you can't even persuade him to come home now, let alone get him to do IVF. Then truly conceive with him. Chen Kaiwei snapped. Truly conceive with him? What do you mean? Mao Xiaomiao stared at Chen Kaiwei in shock. Exactly what you think it means. Chen Kaiwei lowered her head, her face pale, as she spoke. Chen Kaiwei, you're shameless. Mao Xiaomiao's face turned white with anger. We're both tainted now. I wouldn't mind if you were with him just once, Chen Kaiwei said in a low voice. And you don't have to worry about Fang Chuxue. I've looked into it. Their relationship is slow burning. That kind of veiled affection takes an eternity to finally confirm a romantic bond. Even after they confirm their relationship, it'll be ages before they even kiss. Let alone anything. Please stop, Mao Xiaomiao said emotionally. Chen Kaiwei's voice trembled. No, this matter must be put on the agenda, or I'm finished. Let's continue. Fang Chuxue is naive. She doesn't know that men are always more eager than women. You're sweet, cute, and delicate. Exactly the type that strong men adore. And Lin Chen started his own business instead of compromising with our family, proving he's a man of strong will. If he sees a petite charming girl like you, he won't refuse. Besides, I don't mind him pursuing Fang Chuxue. Love is one thing, having a child is another. In this world, I've seen too many families like that. One partner fulfills the duty of procreation with a loveless spouse, while their heart's true light is someone else. Mao Xiaomiao suddenly cried out, Chen Kaiwei, you may not care, but I do. I can accept IVF, but I cannot do that. You're truly the chairman's daughter, as selfish as he is. With that, Mao Xiaomiao sobbed, opened the office door, and ran out. Chen Kaiwei's eyes filled with sorrow as she stared at the coffee in her hand, lost in thought. Xiaomiao, I'm sorry, truly sorry. But you're the only one who can support me. If you don't agree. Chen Kaiwei's expression gradually turned cold. This outcome would be good for Lin Chen. He could gain the Chen family's recognition and financial support through the child. It would also be good for Chen Kaiwei. Her marriage would no longer be forced by Chen Hai. Mao Xiaomiao could have a child of her own, which was exactly what she had always wanted, wasn't it? What did she have to be dissatisfied about? The old campus. The Lin family. Lin Han and Han Mei were enthusiastically discussing opening a phone repair shop. Just then Lin Ling returned. She said with some disappointment, brother won't be coming home tonight. Why? The parents asked in unison. But their expressions differed. Han Mei was surprised while Lin Han was delighted. Lin Ling didn't dwell on it, and replied, brother said that when he ran the clinic on Old Street, business wasn't so busy, so he could come home to sleep. But now it's too hectic. I went to see him tonight. There were patients every moment. Our home is too far from the Golden Pedestrian Street, so he had to buy a place nearby. Han Mei said sympathetically, well, if it's too far, it wastes a lot of time. It's right for him to rent a place outside. Lin Han quickly nudged Han Mei's hand and said excitedly, he's buying a house. Wait, did you say your brother bought a house? Han Mei's jaw dropped. Yes, Lin Ling said with a happy. Han Mei exclaimed in surprise, he just invested in that big clinic and lent money to your father for the phone repair shop. Where did he get so much money to buy a house? Lin Ling pursed her lips. Never mind where he got the money. It's not illegal anyway. Lin Han asked curiously, where did your brother buy the house? Can he get it for 300,000 or 400,000? Lin Ling quickly took out her phone and said with an awkward laugh, I forgot to share the location of my brother's new place with you. Soon she forwarded the satellite map location to her parents. Starlight Court, they exclaimed in unison. The property prices there are over 10,000 per square meter. He must have spent 1 or 2 million. Lin Ling said expectantly, I don't know how much he spent, but he asked me to tell you something. Our house here is too small and unsafe. It has to be changed. Tomorrow we'll move to his place. Han Mei beamed with joy. Good, we'll move tomorrow. Chainer is truly filial. No, I disagree. Lin Han raised his hand to stop. Han Mei shot him a fierce glare. Lin Han, this isn't just about our daughter. I wasn't talking about her. Lin Han quickly retorted. Lin Ling stood by utterly confused, unable to follow their argument. Her brother bought a house and wanted everyone to move in. What could possibly be the issue for her?